Chapter 1. Crossing Over. Above the cerulean sea, white seagulls soared gracefully, their presence stirring the briny breeze that rippled through the depths and shallows of the water, creating circles of golden glimmers. On the sun-kissed shore, Li Xinting reclined beneath a parasol, sipping from a coconut, her brow furrowed as she gazed out at the vast, enigmatic ocean. Sigh, she exhaled softly. Who could have imagined that just last night, she was a university student who met her untimely demise in a car accident, and today she had transformed into the pampered heiress of a prestigious family, far from home. Well, if being a cherished daughter of a noble family was her fate, she found herself rather pleased with it. Despite being compelled by her biological father and stepmother to reside abroad, her wealth rendered such constraints insignificant. Yet, the grim reality was that this was a post-apocalyptic world. The tranquil and picturesque scenery would soon be supplanted by the roars of monstrous beings, and she too would perish in the ensuing catastrophe. "Miss, your flight tickets and luggage are ready. Are you certain you wish to return home for the summer vacation this year?" inquired the butler of the beachfront villa. "Yes, when is the flight?" How absurd. The world was on the brink of collapse, and soon there would be no school to attend. Moreover, the chaos abroad was escalating at a terrifying pace. Though she had inherited the memories of her predecessor, she had never traveled outside the country before her homeland offered her a sense of security. "Your flight is at 1 in the afternoon. You may depart after lunch," the butler replied respectfully. Li Xinting nodded in acknowledgement. "Upon my return, I shall grant you all a holiday. Feel free to make your own arrangements." The attentiveness of these servants was commendable. She planned to reward them with double their wages. As for the impending apocalypse, she could only gently advise them to stock up on essential supplies and minimize their outings. She was no savior. She could scarcely ensure her own safety, let alone that of others. After enjoying a meticulously prepared lunch, she donned a stunning sapphire satin slip dress that complemented her complexion, adorned herself with a holiday-themed woven sun hat and dark sunglasses, and boarded the flight back home. The apocalypse was just a week away, and if she didn't wear beautiful dresses now, she would have no opportunity to do so in the future. 10 hours later, she set foot on the familiar soil of Ning City, arriving at 9 in the morning. She had not informed anyone of her return. The original Li Xinting was the legitimate daughter of the Li Xinting family. Her mother had succumbed to cancer during her childhood, and 6 months later, her father married the second daughter of the Zhao family, soon giving birth to her half-siblings, Li Xinting and Li Xinting. At first, when her grandfather was still alive, no one dared to belittle her. However, during her sophomore year of high school, her grandfather passed away, and she began to face both overt and covert ostracism. Her stepmother and stepsister were particularly adept at playing the victim, leading others to perceive her as spoiled. Eventually, unable to endure the situation, she proactively sought education abroad, and that departure marked her permanent exile. Ignoring the occasional glances from passers-by, Li Xinting hailed a cab back to the villa gifted to her by her grandfather. The villa was regularly maintained and remained spotless, despite its prolonged vacancy. She removed her shoes and, dragging her small suitcase inside, noticed that most of her belongings had arrived via international courier the previous evening and had been organized by the butler. The refrigerator was stocked with common food items. She took a few sips from a bottle of mineral water and explored the layout of the house before preparing to venture out to gather supplies. During her brief transit, she had been granted a necessary system that allowed her to absorb the memories of her predecessor and informed her of the original character's fate in the narrative. Before her departure, she had been gifted a simple space Tula silver crystal bracelet adorning her wrist. The space was limited to 20 square meters, which meant she could store items, but not in abundance. This limitation indicated that she could not hoard supplies like the heroines in apocalyptic tales. Some items would have to remain in the villa, which fortunately had ample space. Given that making large purchases at the supermarket would attract attention, she opted to directly engage with wholesalers, delivering her pre-prepared list to the manager and paying a substantial deposit and commission. This method led her to several wholesale markets, leaving no time for lunch. By 8 in the evening, she returned to the villa, exhausted and famished. After ordering takeout, she indulged in a long bath. Once refreshed, her food had nearly arrived. She threw on a shirt over her nightgown, wrapped her damp hair in a drying cap, and slipped into her slippers to check the delivery messages. How could I forget that takeout isn't allowed in? She chided herself, realizing she would have to step outside to retrieve her meal. This area was an upscale villa district in the northern part of Ning City, with complete and excellent amenities. The streetlights, shaped like lily of the valley, glowed brightly. As she strolled towards the district entrance while browsing shopping websites, she was relieved that her villa was not far from the main gate. After adding a plethora of seasonal clothing and feminine products to her cart, she began perusing camping and climbing gear, oblivious to the figure approaching at the intersection, colliding with his sturdy shoulder. I'm so sorry." She quickly apologized, looking up only to be momentarily stunned by the exquisite features of the individual before her. With deep, thick brows, a prominent nose, and elongated, alluring eyes, he regarded her with an aura of authoritative presence. Once the tension dissipated, he exchanged a few words with the person accompanying him, leaving the intersection seemingly deserted save for the two of them. "When did you return to the country?" His voice was deep and melodious, laced with an alluring charisma. She paused, her expression a mix of confusion as she rummaged through her predecessor's memories, yet could not recall who this strikingly handsome man was. "Li Xinting," he offered, introducing himself. At that moment, Xingio felt a surge of astonishment. It turned out this was the male lead. Li Xinting, the protagonist of the apocalyptic journey, who awakened rare dual abilities, sought revenge against the family that had tormented him since childhood, dealt with treacherous allies, battled monstrous foes to level up, and ultimately established the safest base for humanity, the Chaoyang base. Throughout his journey, he had rebuffed countless romantic advances, remaining single until the story's conclusion. Realizing this, she suddenly recalled her role within the narrative. No wonder she had forgotten so easily her original character was merely a fleeting mention in this lengthy novel, a passerby with a mere 2 to 3 lines. When discussing her, the narrative merely stated, "the spoiled daughter of the Xian family. She likely perished abroad, and I heard she was Li Xinting's White Moonlight." As for the last statement, she was uncertain. According to the text, Li Xinting, as an illegitimate child, had never been accepted by the elite circles, only finding a gaze of compassion from the original character. However, they had only met twice, and the notion of her being a white moonlight seemed an exaggeration. Whatever the case, it mattered little. This was the male lead, and she had no qualms about aligning herself with him. Noticing her prolonged silence, Li Xinting furrowed his brow and inquired again, "Xingio? I arrived in Ning City this morning. Just got back," she replied, snapping back to reality. "Good. I have some matters to attend to. See you later." He nodded slightly. Xingio waved her hand. "Yes, I'm off to pick up my takeout." As she walked away, the lingering scent of lime-scented body wash trailed behind her. Li Xinting's gaze deepened. He had not anticipated encountering her at this moment, nor did he expect to recognize her so easily after a decade of battling through a blood-soaked apocalypse. "Have my assistant look into Xingio's life abroad," he instructed over the phone. He genuinely appreciated her kindness. He had initially intended to subtly remind her to stay safe while living overseas. However, their unexpected meeting here raised questions about whether it was a butterfly effect of his actions. Unaware that the male lead was already investigating her, Xingio hurried back to the villa with her takeout in hand. The time spent bathing had been in vain. She first soothed her growling stomach, then showered again, blow-drying her hair before settling back onto the sofa to indulge in online shopping. Sigh, bulk purchasing pharmaceuticals is not feasible. The Xian family is not in the medical business. They'll just have to visit a few pharmacies and stock up on some common medications. She glanced at her account balance, feeling a familiar thrill at the sight of the numbers. If only there were no apocalypse looming, she could easily coast through life on the wealth her grandfather had bequeathed her. July 5, 3 days remained until the apocalypse erupted. During this time, Xingio diligently gathered daily necessities and medical supplies. Her only lingering concern was weaponry. As she pulled out her phone to sift through her contacts, she finally spotted someone named Zhou Ji. If her memory served her right, he was the youngest son of the Zhou family's second branch, of the same age as her, not particularly favored but belonging to a military lineage, guaranteeing he had access to resources. With only 3 days left before the end of the world, she couldn't afford to hesitate. She sent Zhou Ji a message. "Hello, I'm Xingo. I just returned to the country and have a few questions for you. Are you available?" At that moment, Zhou Ji was cramming for his upcoming final exams in the dormitory. Hearing the notification of a new message, he picked up his phone and stared in disbelief. No way. Xingo actually contacted me? In their social circle, his family might not be in business, but they had connections through marriage, allowing him to know the heiress of the Xin family. He had added her on WeChat during a banquet. Although Xingo's reputation was not particularly stellar, she was undeniably regarded as a beauty, and this was the first time she had reached out to him directly. He quickly typed a response. "He'll be free tomorrow. You know Ning City University, right? How about we meet at the school gate for lunch? My treat." Moments later, a reply came through. "Aren't you in finals right now? I don't want to disrupt your studying. Let's just eat at the school. I've never tried the cafeteria at Ning City University." Zhou Ji also realized that if he were to fail his final exams, he could forget about receiving living expenses for the next semester. Having already struggled to pursue a military career and not being favored by his family, facing academic failure would likely result in dire consequences from his parents. "All right, the canteen's food is quite decent. I shall take you there to try it tomorrow," he said. Xingo replied with an emoji, putting away her phone, feeling a fleeting sense of relief. July 6th. After finishing her breakfast and signing for several parcels that had arrived, Xingo enlisted the help of the property management to carry them into her home and proceeded to organize her space. Noticing that the clock had struck 9, she took a shower and applied a fresh, youthful makeup look. This body bore an uncanny resemblance to her own, even down to the small brown mole at the tip of her nose. At times, she genuinely wondered if the original owner was perhaps a version of herself from a parallel universe. She was the epitome of a pure beauty, with a delicate, oval face that flowed smoothly, naturally rosy lips, a well-defined nose, and traditional phoenix eyes. The small mole on her nose added a touch of allure, while her glassy pupils enhanced her ethereal charm. With a full forehead and a rounded back of the head, she stood tall and graceful, boasting a voluptuous figure complemented by a slender waist and long, smooth legs. Since childhood, she had always been the center of attention in any crowd. Dressed in a white silk short-sleeved neck dress, the hem gracefully falling above her knees, her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid adorned with a light green headband. Paired with silver lace-up, low-heeled sandals, she turned in front of the mirror, admiring her perfect appearance, before grabbing her bag and heading out in her car. Chapter 2. The Arrival of Doom Today. Zhou Ji adopted a perfect attitude and took special care in his appearance. Braving the piercing gazes of his roommates, he arrived at the school gate half an hour early, during which he encountered several classmates with whom he shared a decent rapport, who invited him to play basketball in the afternoon. He politely declined as he glanced at his phone, noting that it was nearly 11 o'clock. He looked up to see a striking figure from his memories approaching him, clad in a flowing white dress that high. "Long time no see." Xingo greeted him with a smile. He was momentarily dazzled by her smile, experiencing for the first time the joy that anticipation could bring. "Have you been waiting long?" she asked, a hint of apology in her voice. Zhou Ji quickly shook his head. "Not at all. I just arrived." "Shall we discuss matters first? It might still be a bit early. The cafeteria hasn't fully prepared the dishes yet." "Sure," Xingo said eagerly, hoping to resolve the issue of weapons as soon as possible to ease her mind. They found a secluded pavilion to sit in. As lunchtime approached, the park was mostly deserted. "It's like this," she began. "You know my family situation. Recently, some unsettling events occurred abroad, and knowing that your family has a tradition of military service, I wanted to ask if you could help me obtain some self-defense items." Her eyes drooped slightly, her finely shaped brows furrowed, betraying a hint of fear and desperation in her tone. "Is your father not concerned?" Zhou Ji instinctively felt that it must be a family inheritance dispute. He had previously thought that the Xin family treated her well, especially since everyone knew that before his passing, Old Master Xin had bequeathed most of the family's real estate and 10% of the Xin group's shares to her. "He has long ceased to care about me," she replied, forcing a bitter smile, self-mockingly adding, "unless the family is arranging a marriage, He would forget he even has a daughter. This was not entirely untrue. Xi and Yuan had indeed hinted at such matters in the past. That's outrageous. Zhou Ji felt a surge of anger, yet deep down, a flicker of hope ignited within him. If a marriage alliance were truly on the horizon, might he have a chance? Observing the grievance in her eyes, his voice lowered. I can indeed help you find a couple of weapons, but I can't procure many that I haven't joined the military, and my family has reservations about me. I apologize, my capabilities are limited. Upon hearing this, Xinju sighed internally. There was little else she could do, as he was her only contact. Even if it were just a few, it was better than nothing. And surely, having crossed over, she couldn't possibly lack any abilities. Her face lit up with surprise and gratitude. Thank you, Zhou Ji. I didn't expect you to be willing to help me. When can you bring them over? I've been quite frightened these past few days. Tomorrow, I'll make a trip home this afternoon, and my elder brother is quite good to me, and it shouldn't be difficult to get 2 guns from him. I'll bring them to you first thing in the morning. That he thought for a moment. His brother happened to be on leave these days. Thank you. I know you have exams to prepare for. And I feel bad for troubling you. If you don't mind, I'd like to treat you to a meal tomorrow. Her brows relaxed, clearly appreciating his assistance. Sure. You must be hungry too. Shall I show you around the cafeteria? He suggested, feeling quite pleased himself. Yes? Xinju nodded, rising to accompany him away from the pavilion. After they collected their meals and sat down, Xinju intermittently inquired about his university life and shared stories about friends she made abroad. To an outsider, they appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation, smiles adorning their faces, drawing the admiration of many who marveled at Xinju's beauty, snapping photos to post on forums. Shall I take you for a stroll around the campus after lunch? After they finished eating, Zhou Ji initiated, noting that it was the first time he had seen Xinju speak so much, and to him, no less. She opened her parasol and smiled, sunlight glimmering in her eyes at that moment. No, you still need to study, right? I've already taken up a lot of your time today. Let us catch up over dinner tomorrow. All right, then I'll walk you to the school gate, Zhou Ji replied. Feeling a tinge of regret, this time, Xinju did not refuse and left with him. They hadn't walked far when a boy suddenly wrapped his arm around Zhou Ji's neck, exclaiming, Zhou Ji, did you forget the basketball team meeting? Hurry up. He cast a lingering glance at Xinju, clearly impressed. Zhou Ji suddenly recalled the meeting notice from the previous night and felt an even greater sense of frustration. As the vice president of the basketball club, he could not afford to miss the meeting, which was to discuss arrangements for the upcoming end-of-term basketball tournament. Don't worry, go ahead to the meeting. I've noted the location of the school gate. See you tomorrow, she kindly reassured him. Sorry about that. He scratched his head. I promise I'll bring what you need tomorrow. After bidding her farewell, he followed the boy away. Wow, which department does that beauty belong to? She's stunning. She's not from our school. She's an old friend of mine. You know, such an extraordinary girl. Impressive, as expected of Zhou Ge. As Xinju listened to their voices fade into the distance, she pulled out her phone and activated the navigation. Ningxing University is the most prestigious institution in Ning Province, sprawling in size. The cafeteria was quite a distance from the north gate, where she had parked. With the weapon situation somewhat alleviated and her supplies nearly filling the villa, coupled with the sweltering heat, she felt no urgency, leisurely strolling along the navigated route toward the north gate. Shortly after passing the first teaching building, she noticed a commotion in a nearby pavilion, where someone appeared to be convulsing abnormally. Her heart skipped a beat, and she halted, reasoning that the apocalypse was still 2 days away. She must be overthinking it. However, before she could fully reassure herself, the student suddenly lunged and bit the neck of the person supporting him, screams erupting from the pavilion. Xinju could no longer remain calm. Her stored supplies were primarily at the villa, and though her bracelet was filled, it was far from sufficient. Once the apocalypse broke out, returning to the villa would be nearly impossible. She shouted at a classmate who was attempting to pull the transformed individual away. Run! Without bothering to open her umbrella, she dashed toward the north gate. As she ran, she encountered passing classmates, warning them not to approach the afflicted individual, ignoring their puzzled and incredulous expressions as she raced against time toward the north gate. Why is the apocalypse arriving 2 days early? Could it be a side effect of my crossing over? She recalled how satisfied she had been with her outfit before leaving, now regretting it immensely. The dress was one thing, but her delicate-heeled sandals were utterly unsuitable for running. Her heels throbbed from the friction, and her temples dampened with sweat from the intense exercise and blazing sun. It's so far. Why is this school so vast? She lamented internally. In the distance, she heard shouts and footsteps, indicating that the situation was escalating. It was mealtime, and students were streaming out of classes, causing the campus to teem with people as the virus spread rapidly throughout the school. While running, she collided with a girl who inadvertently scratched her shoulder with a silver chain, leaving a red mark. The girl did not have time to apologize, focused solely on fleeing, and Li Xinting paid no mind to the minor injury as she pressed on. At her current pace, it would take at least 10 more minutes to reach the north gate, but unfortunately, there were no shared bicycles along the way. As she continued, several heavy, labored breaths emerged from the crowd around her. A transformed student lunged at a nearby companion, one of whom was suddenly tackled right in front of Li Xinting. The girl's throat was bitten halfway through before she could cry out for help. Her breath was snuffed out, blood instantly staining the gray pavement. Screams erupted around them as everyone scrambled to evade the transformed students. In the chaos, Li Xinting was tripped and fell to the ground, blood oozing from her knee as the scent of blood further provoked the monsters. Transformations continued to occur, and she zigzagged through the fray, stumbling her way to the entrance of the University Activity Center, where she spotted the male lead preparing to enter. Without hesitation, she called out, "Li Xinting." The boy turned, fortunately not ignoring her. Li Xinting strode over, his long legs swiftly descending the steps. "Come on, get inside." He grasped her arm, helping her run toward the entrance. Seeing this, some nearby classmates also chose to enter the hall, while most still intended to head home first. "Are there no monsters inside the activity center?" she asked nervously. The original text had been lengthy, and she could hardly recall the beginning sections set in the school, but the male lead had seemingly been in the cafeteria initially. The activity center was recently renovated and only opened today. There were no events this morning, so the doors remained closed. I asked the head of the club union. "I have the keys," he explained calmly. Li Xinting sighed in relief. Once inside, they closed the doors, ignoring decorum as they sat directly on the floor. Discussing the monsters outside, Li Xinting helped her to a seat in the club union's activity office, retrieving water and a small medical kit from the cupboard. "Drink some water and take a break," he said, pulling out iodine and bandages to clean the dirt from her knee wound. Li Xinting, feeling a mix of emotions, sipped her water. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Why are you helping me?" It was already surprising that he had brought her in, and the meticulous care he was taking with her wound seemed far from the decisive, ruthless character of the male lead in the original text. Could it be that she truly was his white moonlight? "You've helped me before. Consider this a repayment of favor," he replied, affixing the bandage to her knee and putting the medicine away. Li Xinting looked puzzled. "But I don't remember helping you with anything." "Your equal gaze toward me is a form of assistance." His tone was calm, yet upon reflection, even his gaze could be considered a form of aid, revealing the depth of his past torment. Li Xinting found herself at a loss for words. He no longer required the pity of others. The Li family remained unaware that this illegitimate son, whom they had always regarded as a blemish, was, in truth, the illustrious Mr. Bai from the underworld, a figure of great stature they could not afford to provoke in the impending apocalypse. "Let us swiftly gather and organize any useful items," she urged, sensing an impending disaster on the horizon. Though she dared not utter the words zombie apocalypse, she was certain that the male protagonist would take precautions given his intellect. "I shall go convince the students outside," he replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, though his eyes darkened as he turned away. She suspected he knew something, perhaps sharing a similar fate. Chapter 3. Torrential rain. A group of students had already gathered within the Student Activity Center, their emotions rife with panic. As Li Xinting emerged from the student union office, one student hurriedly approached him. "Minister Li, the screams outside are becoming increasingly frequent. Are we trapped here?" Some girls wept softly. "How could this be happening? Are we going to die too?" Li Xinting wore a reassuring smile, yet his voice carried an undeniable authority. "The situation outside is dire. I recommend we stay indoors if possible. There are some supplies and food within the activity center, but I hope we can all work together to gather them and await rescue. In times like these, a steady hand was essential." "All right, we will follow your lead," several students replied, rallying their companions to search room by room for resources. The girls, having shed tears, supported one another to stand and join the effort. Reports had already been made to the authorities. But with such a horrific incident occurring without warning at the school, could the outside world be any safer? Xingyo decisively removed her troublesome sandals, only to discover that the backs of her heels had been abraded. Stinging fiercely, she retrieved 2 band-aids from the earlier first aid kit and carefully organized the supplies within the office. In the office, she uncovered a box containing 30 bottles of mineral water, 2 boxes of breakfast pastries totaling 40, 20 chocolate bars, and 10 bags of chips. Opening a cabinet filled with props, she found duct tape, a toy knife, and several music boxes that could emit sound, potential distractions for the zombies in a crisis. She relocated the items to a wall near the door and approached the window facing the road, gently pulling back a corner of the curtain. The ground was splattered with blood, mingled with an unidentifiable yellowish-white liquid. Some zombies, with their eyes rolled back, emitted horrific howls, their former student selves utterly lost as they staggered towards the center of the campus. It seemed that Li Xinting had successfully calmed the students within the activity center. As the sounds and movements outside grew faint, rendering this place temporarily safe, tonight, the most significant downpour of the century was forecasted. Amidst the booming rain, most would transform into zombies, while a select few would awaken extraordinary abilities essential for survival in the new world. The remaining ordinary people would struggle for existence in the apocalypse. The emergence of these powers was unpredictable, akin to not knowing if the person beside you might suddenly become a zombie. According to the text, 2 storms would herald the onset of the apocalypse, serving as opportunities to unlock such abilities. Additionally, life and death situations might also trigger a slim chance of awakening latent powers, even after being bitten by a zombie. However, the abilities awakened during the storms were often more potent, especially with the possibility of acquiring mutated attributes, and those favored by fate might even possess dual abilities. For instance, the male protagonist, Li Xinting, would acquire both spatial and ice-related powers tonight. Xingyo silently prayed to all the deities, "Please grant me an ability as well, although I am grateful for this second chance at life. Being an ordinary person without powers in the apocalypse would place me at the bottom of society, vulnerable to exploitation." Throughout the afternoon, another small group of students had sought refuge in the activity center. Xingyo did not remain in the office for long. She reshot herself and found a seat in the hall, listening to their accounts of the events unfolding at the school. But it's terrifying. The teaching building has completely fallen. The cafeteria is slightly better. I heard that the vice president of the student council, Zhou Kai, managed to maintain order, but the cafeteria doors are now closed, recounted Su He from the physical education department. Relieved that his fitness had enabled him to escape the monsters. The dormitory area is also a disaster zone. Many are trapped in their rooms. We barely managed to escape, intending to exit the campus. But the number of zombies only increased. Thankfully, we found this place. They were still clad in pajamas and flip-flops, having escaped by a combination of running and crawling. Qin Xiangxiang turned to Li Xinting, saying, "It seems we have no choice but to stay here until help arrives. Your leadership skills are well known, and I hope you can take on the role of manager." She was a member of the club committee and had collaborated with Li Xinting previously. The surrounding students nodded in agreement, who did not recognize the campus heartthrob Li Xinting, excelling academically and possessing a gentle demeanor. Only he had maintained his composure amid the chaos. Who else could assume this role? "I cannot guarantee I will always be the manager, but as long as I am in the activity center, I will do my utmost to protect everyone. If anyone wishes to leave, I will not stop them. And if a better candidate emerges, I will gladly step aside." That he wore a gentle smile, yet his eyes held an air of detachment. Throughout the entire exchange, Xingyo remained silent. To them, she was neither a student nor an alumnus, nor kin to any of them. Remaining inconspicuous was her means of self-preservation. Her mind was preoccupied with thoughts of awakening her abilities that night. The attendees each recorded their names, while Li Xinting efficiently organized the night watch. Everyone began to form teams. Qin Xiangxiang actively assisted nearby, her gaze lingering on the 2 sharp, slender characters he had written on the list. A fleeting hint of bitterness crossed her expression as she glanced at the girl lost in thought not far away. Even with dust on her skirt and tousled hair, she remained undeniably beautiful. Just as she prepared to approach, Li Xinting seemed to take notice, glancing at the list in her hand. "She can be on my team," he stated. "All right." Qin Xiangxiang tightened her grip on the pen, then casually inquired, "Is Miss Xian a friend of yours, Minister? She doesn't appear to be a student from our school." "Indeed," he replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. That evening, each person received a small bread roll, and a 150 milliliters bottle of milk. All supplies had been collected in a designated activity room, which would be monitored in shifts. The activity center was a modest 3-story building, with gender-specific restrooms on each floor and a total of 45 rooms for activities and offices, ample space for everyone. Acquaintances discussed sharing the same office, while Xingyo finished her dinner and painfully approached Li Xinting. He regarded her curiously. "Are we staying in the student union office tonight?" she asked, aware that being near him was her safest option. "Yes," he affirmed, rising as they returned to the office. Xingyo arranged several chairs together to create a makeshift bed. While it was not ideal, it was preferable to sleeping on the floor. She checked her phone's battery. It was at 60%, and found a charger in the cabinet to plug in, aware that once the power was cut, she would have no way to charge it. After tonight, who knew how many within the activity center might become zombies? In the dead of night, clouds gathered ominously, shrouding the moon entirely, the sky pressing down with an unsettling closeness. Soon, heavy raindrops began to pelt down with a thunderous roar, the terrifying wind howling against the tightly shut windows. Xingyo found herself unable to sleep. Uncertainty gnawed at her, and she placed her hand to her forehead and ear, finding no signs of fever. Surely, she thought, could she be so unfortunate? The apocalypse arriving prematurely, weapons unattainable, and now trapped within the school. Was it possible she would be unable to awaken her abilities as well? As she pondered the fate of ordinary people without powers, especially women, she grew increasingly anxious. Turning to glance at the male student sleeping peacefully not far away, she could no longer resist the urge and quietly approached him. The sleeper's brow furrowed slightly, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Her heart sank further as she cautiously reached out to touch his smooth forehead, her fingertips meeting the expected warmth. Almost instantly, his peach blossom eyes snapped open, and before she could react, he pulled her onto him, his grip tightening around her slender neck. What is happening? In this situation, should she move or remain still? Half of her body lay upon him, his muscular arms spanning across her chest, pressing down upon her and causing a faint ache. Her head was nestled against his neck, her lips grazing his exquisite collarbone, leaving a faint red mark in their wake. The awkwardness of such a posture was secondary. The primary concern was the discomfort that would ensue from prolonged immobility. She suspected this was merely a subconscious defensive maneuver of his while asleep. Yet, given the extraordinary circumstances and the critical juncture of her awakening abilities, the last thing she wanted was to rouse him and jeopardize his potential to unleash his powers. Such a transgression would be unforgivable. Moreover, she felt no signs of heat within herself, nor did her body exhibit any peculiarity. Even if she was reluctant to accept it, she had to concede that this opportunity for awakening her abilities was not meant for her. Under these circumstances, she had no choice but to remain beside him, and she could not afford to disturb him now. Minutes slipped by, feeling the warmth radiating from his body intensify beneath her. Her waist had grown stiff, and the forced arching of her back was quite uncomfortable. Observing the beads of sweat on his forehead, she could no longer resist and made a slight movement of her waist. Li Xinting furrowed his brow tightly, subconsciously aware that he was on the verge of awakening his powers. Shortly after returning, he had arranged for donations to be made to the school under the guise of a philanthropist to repair the activity center. Little did he anticipate that the apocalypse would arrive 2 days earlier than it had in his previous life, and some preparations had yet to be fully realized before they were abruptly thrust into this situation. His body cells seemed to be undergoing a tremendous reconstruction, burning with feverish heat, his mind pulsating with a dull ache, desperately craving relief. His fingers brushed against something cool on his body, and instinctively, he clutched the refreshing sensation to his chest. The coolness provided a slight reprieve from the mental torment, and that overwhelming force seemed to seize the moment, launching a sweeping transformation of his cells. Particularly within his brain, Xingyo felt numb inside. Finally, she was relieved of her discomfort as she found herself entirely enveloped in his embrace. He seemed to radiate heat, a temperature so terrifyingly high that she had never encountered anything like it before. It was as though she were at risk of developing a fever herself. Having confirmed that she posed no threat, his fingers on her neck loosened but then instinctively trailed downward in search of cool skin. Ultimately resting at her heart, his face nestled into the crook of her shoulder, the torrid sweat cascading into the hollow of her collarbone. Uncertain of what he was experiencing, his Adam's apple bobbed, releasing low, guttural breaths. Could it be? Was he on the verge of a failed awakening? Xingyo felt a surge of panic, fearing that he might undergo some catastrophic transformation. Then, a sharp pain shot through her shoulder and neck as his incisors pierced her skin, almost prompting her to push him away. Yet the next moment, his moist lips and tongue instinctively began to caress her, and his tightly furrowed brow relaxed. She broke out in a cold sweat, praying to the heavens that it seemed they were finally safe. Chapter 4. Abilities. Having waited an indeterminate amount of time, Xingyo found herself drowsy, her eyelids growing heavier. Such is the nature of humanity, once one confirms their safety in a high-pressure environment. The urge to sleep becomes overwhelming. Li Xinting's fever subsided, and he opened his eyes, confusion flickering in his gaze as he felt something slick in his palm. Instinctively, he tightened his fingers. How soft! He was still lost in the euphoria of having awakened both his psychic and ice abilities. Failing to fully grasp his surroundings, Xingyo's sleepiness vanished in an instant as she recognized what it was, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly propped herself up, bracing her hands against his waist. Li Xinting, still sluggish, turned to her, his pupils finally sharpening in focus. Her face was flushed, a distinct bite mark visible on her shoulder, one sleeve of her clothing torn, revealing her delicately blushing skin. The flesh on her chest swelled slightly, and several red marks adorned her skin. Her silk dress lay wrinkled, and one thigh appeared silvery white under the dim light of the night, reminiscent of moonlight. Meeting his gaze, she hastily pulled her sleeve down, feigning indignation. "I came over to check on you when I noticed something was off in the middle of the night. I didn't seduce you. This was all you're doing, and I'm the one suffering." The corners of his lips twitched, seemingly still holding onto the lingering scent from moments prior. "Apologies, but I believe I have successfully awakened my abilities." He fixed his gaze upon her. "I will take responsibility for you." Xingyo, her attention solely captured by his preceding statement, momentarily forgot her shyness, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What abilities?" His amusement was evident as he chuckled at her eager expression, placing a hand upon her waist. Using force to sit up, gently lifting her from his lap, Xingyo watched as ice crystals formed in his palm, her heart racing with excitement. Indeed, he possessed ice abilities. What a wondrous power! Why then did she find herself devoid of any? Jealousy gnawed at her. Furthermore, there seemed to be another ability, something related to the mind. With a voice still hoarse from fever, he continued, "Psychic abilities? Wait, what?" Has the space ability transformed into psychic abilities, though initially inconspicuous? Psychic powers are undeniably formidable in the later stages of development. No one in the original narrative ever awakened psychic abilities. Yet did the male lead's immense space power not vanish? The allure of a personal space was undeniably enticing. Her concealed disappointment caught his attention, and he hesitated before deciding to share the truth. He was a man forged from the crucible of blood and battle. Even in sleep, he would not allow anyone to approach him, let alone be held so intimately. This, however, revealed that, deep down, he was unwilling to harm her. Regardless of whether his actions were intentional, they could be deemed frivolous. He was not one to act without acknowledgement. Having resolved to take responsibility for her, it was unnecessary to conceal certain truths. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured a pack of wet wipes from thin air. "Care to clean up?" Xingyo quickly accepted the offering, disregarding the thin sheen of perspiration on her body. "You possess spatial abilities too?" Oh heavens, how could he possess 3 abilities, while others might consider awakening one a stroke of luck? To a miracle, he had achieved the impossible. Why not share a little of that fortune with me? Is it too much to ask? She paused, realizing that if he had just awakened, then how had he procured these wet wipes? Her sluggish reasoning finally kicked in. Observing the myriad of expressions flitting across her face, Li Xinting chuckled softly, surprised by this side of her. "Actually, I had this space before the monsters appeared, so I prepared a few items in advance. Never expecting they would come in handy." "You're quite impressive," Xingyo praised wholeheartedly, recognizing the distinct differences of the favored child of fate. Reflecting on her own meager 20 square meter space, she sighed deeply. After composing herself, she extended her wrist adorned with a bracelet toward him. He had been so forthright. She, too, had to be sincere, especially since she could not awaken her own powers and would need him for her survival. This bracelet actually possesses spatial abilities as well, though limited to just 20 square meters. That IT can't hold much. and I only discovered its function after accidentally injuring myself and getting blood on it. Li Xinting nodded, his gaze intent upon her. Once we exit, simply state that you awakened a spatial ability. 20 square meters is not insignificant for an initial awakening. His space had directly transferred over from his previous life. Hence its full capacity. Understood. Let us keep your spatial abilities a secret. Then, she grasped his intent. Ordinary individuals without powers would be the first to be abandoned. That I only awakened ice abilities, he stated, intending to keep his psychic abilities concealed until they matured. As they were a hidden advanced capability, although ice powers were also an anomaly, they were not as conspicuous as those of the psychic kind. Xi and Geo comprehended, and both proceeded to use the wet wipes to cleanse the beads of sweat from their bodies. She even employed the concealer from her bracelet's spatial compartment to mask the ambiguous bite mark on her neck. That I, in truth, both of their spaces contained water. They could have washed their bodies if they so desired. But with so many others residing outside, they had to remain discreet. The night grew deeper. The torrential rain outside showed no sign of abating, and they both understood that this deluge would persist for an entire week, during which the entire city would experience intermittent water and power outages, and communication signals would vanish. Having spent most of the night awake, Xi and Geo, exhausted from the day's harrowing escape, finally succumbed to sleep as she collapsed onto a chair. Li Xinting draped a thin blanket over her legs, quietly watching her. He could feel the strength surging through his muscles, more vigorous than during his prior awakening. Contemplating the agony he had endured while feverish, he observed the shadows cast by her long lashes and began to comprehend the source of his psychic powers. Had he not alleviated the pain in his mind at that moment, the force would not have been able to cleanse his nerves. As for the spatial bracelet, it appeared she was different from her previous life. This time, the trajectory had shifted, and he began to feel a sense of anticipation. The following morning, Li Xinting moved cautiously as he exited, encountering Su He and Deng Xian, who had come looking for him. Before they could speak, he gestured for them to lower their voices, and they gathered in the center of the hall. First, we must assess the situation regarding the mutations. Li Xinting was the first to speak. At this point, those who were meant to awaken had already done so. However, unfortunate mutations among their classmates still needed to be addressed. Several nodded in agreement and proceeded to check each room according to the occupancy list. Within an hour, as more awakened individuals gradually joined, the newly transformed zombies were swiftly eliminated. Those who had awakened gathered in the lobby downstairs, some with ashen faces, while others exhibited unrestrained joy. The few who had taken action were still grappling with the shock. Merely yesterday, these individuals had been their classmates, and today, they were forced to end the lives of their peers. Having grown up in a peaceful society, this was their first encounter with bloodshed, and some had already rushed to the restroom to vomit. The disaster had erupted, and this was merely the beginning. Li Xinting, with a resolute voice, urged everyone to quickly adjust their mindsets, reminding them that the zombies were no longer human nor their classmates. They could not allow monsters to wear the skins of their friends. Most students nodded, forcing themselves to comply. We all know why this world has suddenly transformed into what it is. Has the apocalypse truly arrived? A small, frail boy cried, his face awash with tears, regardless of whether this is the end of days. All I know is that I must survive. Suhi clenched his fist, even after having just taken the life of a former companion. Survive? Echoed voices rose and fell around them. Indeed, no matter how dire the apocalypse, no one wished to perish. They all needed to endure. Xinjiu observed Li Xinting standing resolutely at the center of the crowd, realizing that some individuals were born leaders. Once the emotions of the group slightly stabilized, Li Xinting spoke again. Now, a portion of our classmates has awakened extraordinary abilities, which we can liken to the superpowers found in apocalyptic novels. That I hope those with abilities will take on more responsibility. I personally awakened an ice-based ability last night. As he spoke, he conjured a shard of ice in his palm. Sui stepped forward, declaring, I have awakened a earth-based ability. A chunk of earth materialized in his hand. I awakened a water-based ability. Qin Xiangxiang manifested a stream of water. Seizing the opportunity, Xinjiu added, mine is a spatial ability. I can store some items in a space, albeit not very large. With a flick of her wrist, a loaf of bread disappeared and reappeared in its original position. Before long, all the awakened individuals reported their abilities. Most were elemental, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and attributes of strength. Besides Li Xinting, the only mutation abilities were Jiang Ying from finance with a speed ability and Zhao Tong from management with a metal ability. The scheduling for Night Watch was adjusted slightly, ensuring that each patrol team had at least one offensive ability user. As the electrical and water systems continued to function, supplies remained within the activity room. And the auxiliary ability users were temporarily of little use, relegated to assisting with the cleanliness of the activity building. But on the third day of the apocalypse, the heavy rain outside had lessened in intensity, significantly expanding visibility. Li Xinting stood by the window, gazing at the dim sky. According to previous arrangements, his team had likely cleared out a relatively safe stronghold. Since his rebirth, he had been preparing for the apocalypse. The school's activity center was intended to be one of the strongholds. Unfortunately, due to the premature arrival of the apocalypse, the personnel had not gathered. With the rain easing, it was time to assemble his own team. In his memory, Ningxing would soon become a hotspot for zombies, and he needed to leave the city before that happened. Everyone, the rain has subsided. Can we seize this opportunity to return home? Someone proposed during dinner. The signal was still relatively stable, and those who could contact their families had already done so. The downpour no longer posed a significant obstacle to travel. The sound of rain could also help conceal their movements, indeed making it a suitable time to leave. For those yearning to return home, it was a good opportunity. Given the current trend, the rain would likely cease within a couple of days, although rescue notifications had been dispatched. It was evident that help would not arrive in the short term. Those worried about their families could leave in groups. Li Xinting did not oppose this idea. Qin Xiangxiang bit her lip as she looked at him. What about you? Will you be returning? I plan to venture out as well, but not to go home. Rather, I intend to search for supplies that I suggest everyone gather as much as possible on your way back. Li Xinting had no family. He certainly would not return to the Li family. Thus, the group began discussing their plans. Ultimately, most decided to pair off to return home, while a small number opted to accompany Li Xinting to search for supplies. Deciding on the way whether to leave, Li Xinting nodded and distributed the remaining supplies in the activity room, giving each person 3 small loaves of bread, 2 bottles of milk, and 4 bottles of mineral water. Those with bags packed the items inside, while those without wrapped them in spare raincoats to carry on their shoulders. Xingio donned a raincoat as well. She had found a performance outfit from a previous event, a black printed tank top and army green shorts, in a corner, and changed out of her cumbersome skirt in the restroom. The group repeatedly confirmed that there were no zombies at the entrance point. 10 minutes later, the brown door creaked open, and everyone, clad in raincoats, dashed into the rain, each heading off in their own direction. Chapter 5. Entering the mall, Xingio followed closely behind Li Xinting as they ran out, raindrops splattering against their faces, the air thick with damp, decaying odors, signaling ominous signs for the world. They carefully controlled their noise as they made their way, dispatching the occasional solitary zombie they encountered with the combined efforts of the ability users. The grand northern gate of Ningxing University finally came into view. Xingio stepped forward to grasp Li Xinting's ARM.my car is parked just across the street. It was not the right time to retrieve her vehicle from her spatial storage. Nodding at Xingio, the two hurriedly made their way toward the opposite street. Time was of the essence. The students had no time for farewells, merely exchanging nods as a form of parting before dispersing into the distance. The number of zombies in the downpour was not overwhelming. Initially, those who had not decided whether to return home now observed the situation on the streets and began to depart from the temporary group, each seeking familiar companions. Before leaving, Qin Xiangxiang hesitated, casting a lingering glance at Li Xinting, but he was oblivious to her gaze. Gritting her teeth, she too departed, for her parents awaited her at home. In the end, only Xingio and Li Xinting remained. They rushed to the parking area. He was more familiar with Ningxing than she was. Xingio tossed him the car keys and nimbly hopped into the passenger seat. The vehicle performed exceptionally well, its engines hummed perfectly masked by the sounds of the rainy night. Li Xinting navigated through the winding streets, avoiding other cars, and drove directly to the city's largest shopping center. Upon entering the mall through a side door, he took out his phone to inform the team that he would be waiting for them in the northern Villa district. Then, he and Xingio began to scour the mall for supplies. Their first stop was the food section on the basement level, where they collected rice, flour, oils, and all manner of long-lasting food, ensuring to include seasonings and various fruits as well. Xingio watched him effortlessly gather a plethora of supplies. then glanced down at the kitchen knife she held, feeling a pang of inadequacy. Suddenly, Li Xinting grasped her wrist, and they both shrank back behind a pillar. Footsteps grew increasingly distinct, sounding as if a group of four was approaching. Lu Gu, thank goodness you noticed something was off that day and led us to hide. Damn it. These monsters suddenly appeared and nearly caught us. It seemed they had encountered a zombie. The sound of blades slicing through flesh carried on the wind to their ears. The apocalypse had indeed arrived. We've been brothers for so many years. Having worked in this mall for so long, all the frustrations we've endured now seem worth it. Chaozi, you have spatial abilities. Quickly gather as much food as you can while most people are still unaware. The one speaking sounded like the leader, Lu Gu. Okay, but Lu Gu, my space is only 15 square meters. I can't fit much in there, replied the young man known as Chaozi, his voice laced with frustration. As if he had stumbled upon a mountain of wealth only to be told he could take but one item. It can definitely level up. Let's gather what we can, then head upstairs to eliminate a few zombies, and see if we can acquire more of those white crystal cores from last night. They should help us level up our abilities, and then we can establish this basement as our stronghold. Lu Ji's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Though the apocalypse had descended, it was also a chance for him. No longer would he be under the thumb of their manager. He was eager to rise above. Lu Gu, there are still some people in the office upstairs. Should we bring them along? Inquired the same voice from earlier. Let's try to recruit those with abilities, and keep the ordinary ones for now. You never know when they might come in handy. Besides, it would be a shame to leave those girls from the marketing department behind. Lu Gu said with ulterior motives. The others understood the implications of his words. The four of them were all single, average in appearance, lacking cars and houses, yet they often enjoyed bossing around female employees of lower ranks. Lu Gu makes a valid point. Chaozi, how are you doing with the gathering? We need to hurry and slay some zombies to level up. A rough voice joined the conversation. All right. I've completely run out of space. Chaozi wiped the sweat from his brow, his ability still unstable. Let's go. Then we have only just entered the apocalypse. Many people's mindsets have yet to adjust, and supplies won't be too scarce for now. We must seize this opportunity. The sound of footsteps gradually receded until it vanished entirely, at which point Xingyo clenched her fists and stepped out, exclaiming, "Bah, a bunch of ugly men." Li Xinting, however, remained composed, acknowledging that such incidents would only proliferate in the future. There was no way to manage it, and one could only adapt quickly. Once you grow stronger, no one will dare to utter such words in your presence. She recognized her own discontent as mere frustration. Taking a deep breath, Xingyo recalled their earlier mention of the white crystal nucleus, which could enhance abilities. Perhaps they should give it a try as well. She murmured, continuing to gather supplies. The two moved quietly to the third floor's clothing area, where they began to collect materials in earnest. Li Xinting took both men's and women's clothing, disregarding style and size, indiscriminately stowing them away. Just as they exited one store and rounded a corner, Xingyo suddenly felt a tightening in her chest. Instinctively, she crouched low and rolled along the ground, just as a roaring zombie clad in employee uniform appeared where she had been standing. Li Xinting, who followed closely behind, reacted swiftly, conjuring a sharp icicle to strike at its head. Xingyo, suppressing her nausea, raised a kitchen knife to slash at its neck. However, to their astonishment, the zombie evaded their attacks. The knife slicing through empty air, and the icicle merely embedding itself halfway into its chin. It was a second-tier zombie. Li Xinting gathered his strength and delivered a powerful kick that sent the creature flying 2 meters away. Then, for the first time, he attempted to use his psychic abilities to penetrate its head. Soon enough, the once living mall employee lay still. He approached to inspect the body, feeling increasingly satisfied with his psychic powers. Truly, the ability most coveted by those with supernatural gifts was undeniably formidable. Xingyo stepped forward, and Li Xinting glanced at the knife in her hand. Are you going to extract the crystal nucleus? The second-tier zombie must possess one. She looked at the grotesque creature on the ground, her fingers tightening around the knife's handle. You can do this, Xingyo. This is the apocalypse. You must adapt. Under his gaze, she steeled herself against the disgust of plunging the blade into the gelatinous matter of its brain, holding her breath as she excavated its mind. Indeed, nestled in the center of the thick, red and white viscous liquid lay a white diamond-shaped crystal, which seemed to shimmer momentarily. She retrieved a pair of disposable plastic gloves from her space, forgiving herself, She could never bring herself to plunge her bare hands inside. With utmost speed, she extracted the crystal, relieved to find it pristine, without a trace of filth. She placed it on the ground beside her shoe, quickly discarded the gloves, and wrapped the crystal in paper before handing it to Li Xinting. Yet he shook his head, stating, "This is your first crystal nucleus. Naturally, it belongs to you. But I lack abilities. It would be of greater use to you." Xinjiu appreciated his kindness, but felt it would be wasteful if she could not utilize it herself. She wiped the crystal and pressed it into his hand. "That I do not want it. It is for you. Moreover, Li Xinting, you will protect my safety, yes?" She looked up at him, her fingers brushing against his palm. "Yes, I promise to take responsibility for you." He closed his hand around the crystal, accepting it. Xinjiu felt a sense of relief. Although that night had brought some unexpected events, the rewards were indeed worthwhile. She had been troubled by how to join and remain in his team without awakening her powers, but it now seemed prudent to solidify her status as his cherished companion, having never been in a romantic relationship before. She found both his appearance and abilities appealing. His demeanor, while ruthless, a type who could wield a gentle smile while being deadly, provided a sense of security when considered as an ally in this apocalyptic world. The thought of developing feelings for such a handsome man brought her joy, especially since nurturing this bond could ensure her survival. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative, not only to cultivate this budding relationship, but to become his one and only radiant light. Following closely behind him, she reflected on her challenging past. Having grown up in an orphanage, she had learned to navigate her circumstances from a young age. She recalled a wealthy heir who had pursued her for quite some time. As she pondered, she suddenly found herself struggling to remember the name of that wealthy heir. Why was this happening? Could it be that after her transmigration, she was gradually forgetting her past life? "This zombie is merely first tier. You take care of it." Still lost in thought, Xinjiu was jolted back to reality by Li Xinting's voice, as she noticed a zombie approaching them from a distance. Gripping her kitchen knife tightly, she cast aside her distractions and braced herself for action. Having only practiced military drills before, her rudimentary skills were inadequate. Now, under Li Xinting's direct guidance, she knew she had to seize this opportunity. To the right, lift your leg and kick at the joint. Behind you, aim for the throat. After about 10 minutes, Xinjiu finally drove her blood-stained knife into the zombie's throat, exerting all her strength. Her veins bulging as she severed its head. Exhausted, she felt her grip weaken, stumbling back a few steps until a large hand supported her lower back. He had caught her. "I'm sorry. My physical condition is too poor." She panted, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Having once lived as a pampered young lady, she typically managed her diet and practiced yoga to maintain her figure. The strength of humans had increased significantly after the zombie outbreak. And as an ordinary person, she could hardly compete. Even after some strength training since her arrival, the time had been insufficient for any real effect. "It's all right. From now on, you'll join me in physical training every day." His expression revealed no surprise, indicating that he had long been aware of her situation. What mattered to him was her attitude. Since she wished to foster their relationship, Xinjiu instinctively grasped his arm for support, leaning a significant portion of her weight against him. Indeed, he was not fond of close physical contact, yet he did not reject her. Did he? Why worry about it? She decided to actl. Li Xinting momentarily froze. But recalling his own bolder actions from that day and having just supported her waist, he readily accepted her touch. Entering a nearby household goods store, he instructed her to rest while he continued to gather supplies. Chapter 6. The Mall, Part 2. The materials were swiftly collected into his space. Xinjiu waited for the right moment to rise and leave with him, this time refraining from clutching his arm. A touch of vulnerability was harmless, but excessive displays could become tedious. After all, strength reigns supreme in this apocalypse, and she had always understood the importance of moderation. She was uncertain of the true extent of his space. But he seemed to navigate it effortlessly, showing no signs of the discomfort that often accompanied excessive use of abilities. Ascending further, they reached the 4th floor, dedicated to home goods, where various large furniture items remained largely intact and tidy. Reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era, the pair prepared to exit a furniture store. A sound from the counter behind them signaled the opening of a cabinet door. Suddenly, a fresh-faced girl, seemingly a recent graduate, emerged from beneath the counter. She gazed at them, particularly at Li Xinting, and pleaded, "Are you here looking for supplies?" Could you take me with you when you leave? Yangshi had been hiding in the cabinet for 2 days. And aside from stealthily retrieving a few loaves of bread from the drawer to stave off hunger, she had carefully limited her trips to the restroom to twice a day on the day the zombies appeared. Some customers in the mall had transformed, and fortunately, she had the presence of mind not to rush to the entrance, but rather to hide beneath the counter. Most of those who surged toward the exit had either been bitten or devoured by zombies. And she had listened in terror to their panicked screams and the grotesque sounds of chewing. Just moments ago, she had heard footsteps in the store and initially thought they belonged to zombies. However, after a prolonged silence and no sounds of moaning, she finally mustered the courage to open the cabinet door, only to find herself face to face with 2 exceptionally striking individuals. "I'm sorry, miss, but I won't burden myself with any liabilities," Li Xinting replied in a gentle tone, yet the words were blunt and harsh. Yangshi's face flushed crimson at being deemed a burden, and resentment seeped into her eyes alongside her embarrassment. "We are all citizens of Ning City. Why can't we lend a hand?" Yet she could tell that the person who had spoken so confidently likely possessed considerable abilities, and he was probably a supernatural being. The night before, she had overheard Lu Jie from the finance department discussing the awakening of abilities with a few others, yet she had not succeeded in awakening hers. Not wanting to seek help from Lu Jie, whom she perceived as hypocritical, she remained hidden. Now, encountering such an extraordinarily attractive individual, she was willing to set aside her pride that I know the locations of the warehouses on each floor of the mall. And I also know which areas have a higher concentration of zombies that I can help you find what you need more quickly and warn you of the more dangerous places, as long as I can safely exit through the mall's main gate. She softened her tone, striving to showcase her valued AT this moment. She remained unaware that the outside world might not be any safer than the mall itself. Li Xinting appeared to contemplate her offer, while Xinju refrained from voicing her opinion, recognizing that she was, in her own way, a burden and not in a position to speak. In less than a minute, he looked at her and said, "You may follow behind us. How much you can take depends on your own abilities, but you must obey my commands that I never concern myself with those who seek their own demise." "All right, you can count on me," she responded eagerly, stepping out and instinctively lightening her footsteps under his icy gaze. The warehouse on this floor was at the far left end, next to the IKEA store. Their shop also had supplies stored inside. And she carried the key. She took the initiative to guide the way, closely following behind them. Li Xinting exchanged a glance with Xinjiu. She subtly nodded to indicate her understanding, and together they hastened toward the warehouse mentioned by Yangshi. The two had previously agreed that, in the presence of outsiders, Xinjiu would feign the act of collecting supplies, while in reality, everything would be stored in Li Xinting's spatial realm. After all, he could manifest items merely through thought, requiring only a slight additional expenditure of mental energy compared to physical actions. However, as one endowed with psychic abilities, his mental capacity far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, rendering the impact negligible. As Yang, she unlocked the warehouse door. The two swiftly coordinated their efforts to gather the items. Yangshi also grabbed a large woven bag and stuffed it with several lightweight down comforters. You have the key to the food and supplies warehouse?" Xinjiu inquired, reasoning that one could never have too much food stockpiled. "That I do not. But I am certain the corresponding office holds it. That I can take you there," she replied, her demeanor toward Xinjiu noticeably more respectful. Having just witnessed her spatial abilities firsthand, "Let us head to the life department office first," Xinjiu suggested to Li Xinting. It was likely that those they encountered on the basement level had already secured the key to the food warehouse. For now, stockpiling supplies took precedence, and avoiding conflict was preferable. Li Xinting nodded, and the trio descended the stairs to the designated office. On their way, they encountered 2 first-level zombies, both of which Li Xinting dispatched using his ice abilities. Yangshi's gaze toward him intensified with admiration. Her initial suspicion had been confirmed. He was indeed an ability user, and his prowess appeared formidable. Seeing the door closed, he forcefully struck the lock with his knife, directly penetrating the wooden door panel, then swiftly carved out an opening large enough to accommodate his hand. After a brief observation, he reached inside and unlocked the door from within. Upon entering the office, Yangshi promptly approached the main desk drawer, the most likely place to find the key. However, as she transitioned from a nearby workstation to the leader's desk, a withered hand, tinged with a pale blue hue, suddenly emerged before her, mere centimeters from her eye. Xinjiao was equally startled by the abrupt appearance of the zombie. Li Xinting reacted swiftly, freezing the zombie's hand in an instant. Yangshi exclaimed, belatedly realizing the danger, as Xinjiao rushed forward to pull her away, delivering a kick to the zombie's abdomen that sent it crashing to the floor. The creature had been concealed in a blind spot just outside the door. Evidently a former employee of the office who had transformed into a zombie. Silence. Li Xinting interrupted her instinctive scream. Xinjiao quickly assessed the zombie's position, armed herself with a kitchen knife, and, using the cover of the desk and wall, successfully eliminated the creature. Yangshi, intimidated by the coldness in her eyes, clamped her mouth shut, tears streaming down her face, though no one offered her sympathy. After dealing with the zombie, they quickly rummaged for the warehouse key before promptly heading to the storage area. Nearby, several zombies were rushing toward the office entrance, each dispatched by Li Xinting. Brother Lu. Did you hear a scream just now? Chaozi asked someone beside him in a clothing store on the right side of the third floor. A slightly plump figure listened attentively before chuckling. Did you mishear? I didn't hear anything. Old Imo is right. I didn't hear it either, a tall, rugged man chimed in, patting Chaozi on the shoulder. Yangzi, he might not have misheard, Lu replied, his expression growing more menacing. Look at these shops. They're mostly empty. Before the apocalypse, they were stocked full that the zombies hide items now. You mean? Old Imo suddenly grasped the implication. Yangzi continued, it appears someone has started hoarding supplies in the mall. Lu, let us root them out. Could it be employees trapped here as well? Chaozi ventured, let us find them first. With such a large quantity of items disappearing, they must possess a high-level spatial ability. Lu mused, furrowing his brow that he was perplexed by how, in less than a week since the outbreak, anyone could amass so much. The group nodded in agreement, and old Imo suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no. What if they've already been to the basement level? Most of our food supplies are down there. The faces of the group shifted dramatically. They abandoned their search for individuals and swiftly made their way down the corridor to the basement. Sure enough, half of the food supplies had already been depleted. Damn it, we must find this group, Lu exclaimed, slamming his stick onto the ground. The supplies in the basement had long been regarded as his own, and their actions felt like a slap in the face to him. Meanwhile, Li Xinting and the others successfully cleared the living supplies warehouse, setting aside what Li Xinting had initially stored in his space. Xinjiao recalled the items they had found upon entering the mall. It was enough to sustain a team of 20 for 5 years in this apocalyptic world. She looked up at Li Xinting and asked, should we go find the food warehouse? Let us check the office first. He gestured for Yangshi to lead the way. The three descended the fire escape to the second floor. Li Xinting opened the door. He was immediately confronted by a zombie. He kicked the creature aside to allow the others to exit without being trapped in the narrow stairwell. This was a second-level zombie, yet its movements were still clumsy. Possessing some combat skills and honed instincts from his past life in the apocalypse, he did not regard the creature as a serious threat. However, when he pierced its skull with an ice shard and retrieved the crystal core, an MP3 player blaring music was thrown into their midst. Xinjiao glanced towards the source, spotting 4 individuals wearing malevolent smiles directed at them. It's those people from the basement level. She quickly deduced their identities. They were all from the finance department, with the leader named Lu Chu. Yangshi recognized them as well. Just as the MP3 released a brief melody, it was instantly encased in ice, attracting the 4 zombies that had been wandering nearby, who immediately emitted bloodthirsty howls upon spotting them. Xinjiao switched to a medium-length Damascus steel knife and charged forward, joining forces with Li Xinting to eliminate the zombies. As she severed one head and prepared to continue, she unexpectedly tripped over a protruding mound of dirt, losing her balance and crashing to the ground, her still-healing knee striking the hard-tiled floor. Causing tears to well up in her eyes, a zombie lunged at that moment. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Li Xinting finish off 2 zombies and was about to assist her. A surge of courage welled up within her. I can handle it, she shouted, twisting her waist to grip the knife firmly before swiftly stabbing it into the zombie's chest, dodging its claws and, in a flash, twisting its neck with a sharp crack, the zombie collapsing at her feet. With a forceful kick, she pushed the corpse away and scrambled to her feet. Li Xinting watched her performance intently, then stepped forward to steady her arm. He turned his gaze toward the 4 individuals not far off, slowly revealing a smile, as if greeting old friends. You all are here to gather supplies as well, I presume? Chapter 7. The Mall, Part 3. Indeed, young brother, we arrived here first. Surely you understand the principle of first come, first served. You may take what you like, but how can you just take half? Lu confirmed their strength through the recent skirmish. Yangshi remained silent, hiding nearby, while the other two appeared quite young, likely still students. The man possessed ice abilities and was quite adept, while the woman seemed to be a spatial ability user with only modest skills. Lu calculated in his mind. There were 4 of them, and aside from Chaozi, who also had spatial abilities, the other 3 possessed powers, earth, fire, and strength, and no matter how formidable the man's ice abilities were, he could not contend with the 3 of them. Thus, he took a few steps forward with old Mo and Yangzi. Young brother, I see you have impressive abilities. Why not join our team? The supplies your girlfriend collected can be shared with the whole group. Is that so? But I tend to be somewhat independent and dislike constraints, he replied in a nonchalant tone. This is the apocalypse. You should have already left your ivory tower, young one, that this world does not allow you to escape constraints simply by wishing it so. Old Mo remarked cryptically, lighting a cigarette. If you're not interested in joining us, that is fine, but you cannot hoard all those supplies. You alone against the 3 of us. Do you really think you can afford to resist? Yangzi added with a sinister smile. Lu feigned reprimand. You lot. These 2 are still students. There's no need to beat around the bush. Otherwise, they might not understand, he smirked grotesquely, if you don't want to join. Don't you think you can leave easily, or perhaps you could trade your beautiful girlfriend for passage. His lewd gaze swept over Li Xinting, clad in a tank top and shorts. He had never encountered a woman so stunning. Even more so than the stars of the entertainment industry. You've said much, but I do agree on one point. If you're not one of us, don't expect to leave easily. Li Xinting's gaze darkened, and he tugged at the corners of his lips, revealing a resplendent smile that in the next instant, he drew forth a pitch-black, icy handgun from the small of his back, concealed beneath his coat. Before Lu Ji's lascivious gaze could shift, a gaping wound appeared in his forehead, crimson blood gushing from the back of his head like a water gun. He collapsed onto the white-tiled floor, a sanguine bloom unfurling beneath him, echoing the lavishness of Li Xinting's smile. Almost instantaneously, Lao Mo and Yangzi fell in succession, their eyes wide with terror, the imprint of their mortal fear forever engraved upon their lifeless faces. Only Chaozi, trailing behind, managed to emit a brief, sharp scream before he turned and fled. The specter was no benevolent entity either. Li Xinting soon dispatched him to join the other 3 in the depths below. Equipped with a silencer, the matter was resolved within mere moments. Li Xinting had yet to fully comprehend the situation. It was her first encounter with a murder scene at such close quarters. The overwhelming scent of blood clogged her nostrils, her fingers stiffening as she struggled to move them, continuously reminding herself that this was the apocalypse. To avoid being killed, one must kill. Morality and law had become mere scraps of paper. Beside her, Yangshi trembled uncontrollably, now devoid of any other thoughts regarding Li Xinting. Her mind was consumed by the image of him smiling as he shot Lu Gu and the others. This man was terrifying beyond measured. Li Xinting offered Yangshi no glance, his attention solely fixed on Li Xinting. After her self-brainwashing, the sticky sensation at the tip of her nose gradually faded. She inhaled deeply and raised her gaze to meet his ink-black eyes. With a smile, she suggested, "Let us depart." "Indeed, to the food warehouse," he replied, moving to where Lu Ji's still warm body lay, his slender fingers extracting a brass key from the deceased's pocket. The scent of blood attracted a few zombies. Their growls grew closer from the distance. Yangshi, trembling and burdened with a woven bag, followed the 2, unwilling to succumb to death after having come this far. Upon exiting the food warehouse, the trio swiftly descended to the first floor via the fire escape, encountering several employees who had been hiding within the mall for 3 days. Upon seeing Yang, she following closely behind. They exchanged glances and joined her. Li Xinting and Li Xinting paid them no heed, making their way out through the side door they had entered. Outside, the rain continued to fall, droplets hitting the ground and exuding a chill. "Where are you headed next? Surely you have a vehicle. Could you give me a ride? My home is just at the end of the street," one middle-aged woman implored, before they could voice more demands. Li Xinting interrupted. "I'm sorry, but our paths diverge here. Take care. Why are you so cold-hearted, you student?" the woman accused immediately. Li Xinting ignored her, departing with Li Xinting. "We should follow them. Those 2 are undoubtedly capable. Everyone else is hiding at home." Who has the courage to venture out for supplies? A manager's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If you wish to accompany them, be my guest. I am leaving, Yang said. Now fearful of Li Xinting, her woven bag slung over her shoulder as she fled without a second thought. What a coward! Someone laughed at her retreat. Li Xinting started the engine and pressed the accelerator, ignoring the shouts of those who cursed and ran after them, and drove away without acknowledging the hands that pounded against the vehicle. Xinjiu finally exhaled, her previously taut nerves beginning to relax. Albeit slightly. You should tend to the injury on your knee, he remarked, gripping the steering wheel. Xinjiu nodded, applying ointment to her bruised knee, fearing that another incident would render it irreparable. After securing the medicine, she glanced at her phone, noting that the signal had dwindled to just 1 bar. This rate, the signal would vanish by tomorrow night at the latest. She looked in the direction of their travel, her voice brimming with excitement. Are you planning to return to the villa in the northern part of the city? The supplies I left there won't go to waste. Do you wish to check on your home? He inquired casually, though a flicker of emotion stirred within him. Xinjiu instinctively nodded, but then realized an issue. With so many items at the villa, how would she explain their presence? This was a dead end. She had only returned to the country just over a week ago. How could she possibly have stocked up on so many supplies? Moreover, considering her spatial limitations, she could not possibly transport everything without Li Xinting's assistance. Unless she chose to remain behind in the villa, which was out of the question. After all her efforts to finally join his team, it was unthinkable for her to stay at the villa alone. As the number of zombies and various mutated creatures would only increase, her situation would grow dire. Even if a rescue team were to find her later, most of her supplies would be surrendered to the base. And as an ordinary person, she would not lead a good life. She might even have to pay a steep price to redeem the supply she had turned in. Well, if I were to say that I previously had a dream. Meeting his penetrating gaze, she closed her eyes momentarily. It was fine. As long as she didn't speak, as long as she maintained her composure, he couldn't do anything to her. I dreamt that the zombies from movies materialized in real life. And I was trapped in the villa, unable to escape until the end. She was not lying. The original owner had met her demise in such a manner. That dream startled me awake. I was truly terrified. The sensation of death felt so real. The next day, I booked a return flight home, and after returning, I began hoarding a multitude of supplies. Aside from weapons, I stocked everything I could think of in the villa. She grasped his arm. I have only shared this dream with you, Li Xinting. You promised to protect me. Will you keep my secret? Her voice wavered, resembling that of an ordinary, timid, fragile girl. Yet, it was not entirely an act. Since her arrival in this world, she had grappled with deep-seated anxieties, especially after failing to awaken any powers. She truly feared becoming like the original owner, devoured by a zombie. Xinjiu had always been calculating. As long as she achieved her goals, she would employ all means that did not violate her principles. In that moment, she did not expect to evoke sympathy from him with her tears. That was unrealistic. If Li Xinting were so easily swayed, he would not be Li Xinting. She simply hoped that her dream would remain confidential. Li Xinting regarded her, the warmth of her tears spilling from her phoenix-like eyes. She attempted to wipe them away but only succeeded in smearing them across her face, creating an unexpectedly appealing visage reminiscent of delicate pear blossoms drenched in rain. One hand still grasped her right arm, where he could feel her fingers trembling gently. He temporarily halted the car on a quiet, expansive asphalt road, raindrops pattering against the windshield as the wipers worked tirelessly to clear the water, producing a barely audible sound of friction. Noticing her tears escalating, his left hand moved from the steering wheel to her wrist, gently removing her hand from his arm. This gesture seemed to provoke her further. She gazed at herself through tear-filled eyes, reflecting a mixture of abandonment and confusion. Perhaps she recalled being forced abroad by her father and stepmother. He mused, "Do you think I am so untrustworthy in your heart?" His right hand brushed away the fresh tears streaming down her face, his touch akin to the finest silk against her delicate cheek. "That I am merely afraid. I have not awakened any powers. Nor do I excel in combat," she replied, her voice still quavering. "I promise you, I won't disclose this to anyone else." His expression lacked the usual facade of a smile, yet it exuded an immense sense of reassurance. Before she could respond, he continued to gaze at her, speaking each word with intent. "Xinjiu, I am a man devoid of sentiment, yet I am not one to offer promises lightly. he produced a tissue to wipe her face. What must I do to ensure I no longer hear doubts cast upon my trustworthiness? This marked the second time she had questioned his commitment. Li Xinting scrutinized him quietly, never before having seen his striking features so clearly. With the gentle smile gone, the tenderness of his peach blossom eyes had faded somewhat, and his lips were pressed in a straight line. Yet, she inexplicably sensed his understanding, perhaps a form of empathy he himself had yet to recognize. She made a bold decision. With a soft click, Li Xinting watched as she unfastened her seatbelt, her waist exerting strength, her delicate hand climbing to his shoulder. Her soft, red lips brushed against his, and he inhaled the bittersweet scent of her tears mingling with the fragrance of her lips. An intoxicating allure that clouded his mind, he beheld the glossy raven feathers of her hair, adorned with a single, glistening droplet, akin to the moon suspended in the night sky. Chapter 8. Willful as their lips gradually parted. They locked eyes, reflecting each other's secrets, perhaps an eternity past, or merely mere seconds. She noticed his gaze slowly descend, ultimately resting upon her lips. Li Xinting inched closer to that softness, this time not closing her eyes. Just as their lips were about to meet, he firmly grasped her waist, pulling her back slightly, his voice laced with an undercurrent of unspoken danger. Do you believe this act will earn my trust? His grip was somewhat forceful, whether it stemmed from suppressed anger or restrained desire remained unclear. Her eyes curved in delight. No, I do this because her hand brushed against his cheek, disregarding the constraints at her waist, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. In that moment, I merely wished to kiss you. The voice still carried the muted resonance of a recent cry. His gaze deepened, and in my memory, you have always been extraordinarily serene, much like your appearance. This indicates that you have never truly comprehended the essence of who I am. She regarded him, her hand lingering on the side of his face. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming, what harm is there in occasionally indulging in whimsy and caprice? She gently tilted her head at this moment. She seemed to have awakened some beguiling, innate power, her calm tone imbued with an enchanting allure reminiscent of a sireness song. Even after enduring a decade in this desolate world, his heart was thrown into turmoil. Li Xinting let out a low chuckle, his finely articulated hand grasping her chin, suggesting, let us formally acquaint ourselves with our true selves. Madness? He had never concealed it. A heavy kiss descended upon her, distinctly different from their earlier fleeting contact. He forcefully pried open her lips, plunging deep within as if to reveal the deepest facets of his being hidden beneath the surface. Compelling her to recognize the nature of the madman she had entangled herself with, Li Xinting, instead of retreating, fervently reciprocated his kiss, their lips and tongues entwining, as she swung her legs over to straddle him, her slender back pressing heavily against the cold steering wheel. Moments later, they parted, both gasping for breath, a slender silver glimmer flickering in the dimly lit car. His fingers traveled from the softness he had felt that night to her shoulder, where he playfully pinched her skin. The previous bite marks had completely vanished. The dark glint flickered in Li Xinting's eyes as he lowered his head to bite her once more. Li Xinting let out a soft hum, retaliating by biting into his neck. That he seemed to chuckle again, pulling her closer. What do you think our relationship is now? Companions? Friends? Or lovers? Long ago, Li Xinting had entertained the thought of arranging a marriage to provide value to the Li Xinting family. How about I choose you instead? She gazed at him. Does Li Xinting truly regard me, a mere illegitimate child? His eyebrows arched slightly. She placed his hand over her heart, inviting him to feel its rhythm. No. It was Li Xinting who had taken a liking to Li Xinting. She firmly believed that what she desired was always the finest. Li Xinting's lips curled into a noticeable arc as he forcefully embraced her back into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt and restarting the car to head northward. Casually, he remarked, the awakening of abilities does not occur merely once, and combat skills will not remain feeble indefinitely. Li Xinting offered no reply. Yet a smile graced her lips. This gamble had succeeded. As she listened to the torrential downpour outside, it felt akin to a stirring symphony. The black Porsche glided into the villa district, and Li Xinting maneuvered the steering wheel to park at the entrance of her villa. This upscale neighborhood was home to Ningqing's most prestigious wealthy families, with considerable distances between the villas ensuring privacy. Thus, aside from the two security-clad zombies they had dealt with en route, the surroundings were notably tranquil. Li Xinting exited the car and used her fingerprint to unlock the grand entrance. At this moment, There was no need to change shoes, and they both stepped inside. She went straight to the cabinet beneath the television and retrieved a blueprint of the villa, stating, "I have stocked every room with supplies except the bathroom, and the basement is filled as well. Your space should be sufficient, right?" "Indeed," he replied, unfolding the blueprint and quickly memorizing the layout. "Shall I wash up in the master bedroom first? It is likely that water and electricity will be cut off within the next few days, and I wish to enjoy modern comforts while I can," she continued. Soon, the majority of human technology would come to a standstill, and production methods would regress by centuries. Li Xinting nodded, beginning to transfer items from the living room into his space, not even sparing the sofa. Xingio returned to the second-floor bedroom, rummaging through the wardrobe for a gray long-sleeve tracksuit, taking some intimate garments with her into the bathroom. After meticulously applying her bathing products and cleansing every part of her body, she dried off and applied a lightly scented body lotion. Knowing that such moments of indulgence would soon become rare as calamities intensified, while observing the crimson marks on her chest in the mirror, her cheeks flushed with a delayed blush as she couldn't help but internally criticized that men were indeed all the same. Not taking too long, 20 minutes later, she emerged from the bedroom with her hair half-dried, encountering Li Xinting leaning against the wall, awaiting her. "Once you're done, would you like to shower here, or return to your place?" she inquired. He nodded, saying, "I'll freshen up. You should dry your hair." He entered the master bedroom, adding, "Make sure to gather everything you want to take from the master bedroom." Xingio agreed, completely drying her hair and tying it into a bun before starting to pack the bedding and the skincare and makeup items from the vanity. With such ample space, it would be unwise not to utilize it. These items would soon become precious commodities. He was swift in his cleaning, emerging 10 minutes later with a towel draped around his neck. "Everything here must be taken. I didn't specifically remove the clothes from the wardrobe, so just take the whole wardrobe with you." She recalled the clothes and asked, "Is the cloakroom ready?" He waved his hand lightly, and the room was instantly emptied. "Let us go." Xingio followed suit, once again taking her place in the passenger seat, casting a final glance at the house fading into the distance, knowing she would never return. "Alas, I didn't expect that after arriving here, I would barely enjoy a few days of a wealthy life with a house and a car before becoming a vagabond once more." The wheel spun rapidly, and within 5 minutes, a simple yet imposing European-style building came into view. As an unacknowledged, illegitimate child of the Li family, he would certainly not possess such a villa, which belonged to Mr. Bai, a figure of authority in the underworld. Inside, a man clad in a black suit sat on the living room sofa, polishing a long knife, his short sleeves tightly encasing his muscular arms. That a similarly dressed young man rushed down from upstairs. "Higu, there's a black Porsche parked outside. It doesn't seem to belong to the boss." The villa district was well landscaped, and even with binoculars, he could not discern the obscured license plate. The man referred to as Higu pondered for a moment, recalling that their superior had mentioned he would join them in the next few days. "Prepare everyone. If the visitor is not him, we shall take care of it." The young man nodded and began relaying commands via a walkie-talkie. Before exiting the car, Xingio grasped his arm, pointing at the small bite mark on his neck. "Should I help you conceal this with some concealer? As the boss, appearing with such an ambiguous mark might undermine your authority." "No need to worry about it," he replied nonchalantly, unbuckling his seatbelt and stepping out as if he was unconcerned. Then she too felt indifferent, following him to the villa entrance. Li Xinting glanced at the camera by the door and then knocked a specific pattern on the door before using his fingerprint to unlock it. Inside, 5 individuals awaited with eager expressions. They were all trusted confidants. 2 weeks prior, the boss had unexpectedly instructed them to stockpile various supplies and weapons in the warehouse, and adhering to his trust, they had fulfilled the task. On the first day of the apocalypse, untainted by mutations, they received word to gather at the villa in the northern part of the city, during which they had also eliminated some zombies in the vicinity, collecting 3 crystal cores, but they had not anticipated waiting for 3 days. The door swung open, and they were taken aback to find that Li Xinting was not alone. Their gazes briefly lingered on the woman before keenly noting the deep pink bite mark on their boss's neck. The lead man in black raised an eyebrow, stepping forward with a serious tone. "Sir, we have brought the essential weapons." Li Xinting had already discreetly transferred the items from the warehouse into his space and nodded to the crowd. "This is Xingio. She will be our teammate moving forward." Xingio smiled warmly at them, saying, "I may not have many skills, but I will strive to learn and ensure I do not hold anyone back. Liang, please arrange a guest room for her, Ning, and old Su. Come with me for a brief meeting in the study. The rest continue to stand guard. Li Xinting instructed the young man with a nod before heading upstairs with the lead black-clad man and a middle-aged man. The other two gradually departed, leaving only Xianjiu with the young man in the living room. Liang flashed a toothy grin. Miss Xian, please follow me. Thank you, she replied. Following him upstairs, the Liang contemplated for a moment, deciding to place her room across from the boss's. After all these years, aside from the organization's existing female members, it was the first time the boss had brought a woman home. Miss Xian, is there anything else you need in the guest room? He appeared easygoing, entirely unlike someone from the underworld, more akin to a high school student. Xianjiu shook her head. No, I probably won't stay long. Curiously, she asked, may I inquire how old you are? No offense, I'm just surprised you look so young yet are working with him. I'm 17. The boss saved my life, and I've been following him ever since. He replied. My parents divorced and abandoned me. I dropped out at 13 and nearly got killed by street thugs at 14, but after Li Xinting rescued me, I joined the Xiaomu organization. Should I show Miss Xian around the villa? He proposed. All right. Xianjiu accompanied him out. Simply calling him Xianjiu would suffice. Chapter 9. Departure. Before long, everyone reconvened in the living room. At this point, the signal had completely vanished, leaving only a gray cross in the upper right corner of their phones. There is a research institute in the northern part of the city. 3 days from now, we will visit its seed bank. Li Xinting casually outlined the subsequent arrangements. In his previous life, he had initially forgotten about the seed bank until after the establishment of the Chaoyang base. When the survivor team scoured various cities for usable seeds, ultimately discovering this seed bank in Ningxing. Unfortunately, too much time had passed. After humanity fled in a panic, an explosion occurred at the institute, rendering most of the seeds incapable of germination. Seeds are an indispensable element for the reconstruction of future bases, and he must acquire them. But he also learned from Ning about the information regarding Ying's team. Ying is one of the core members at the onset of the apocalypse. Li Xinting had assigned her the task of collecting gasoline, and according to the timeline, she would bring her team over to rendezvous with the main squad in 3 days. All right, the meeting is adjourned. He shifted his gaze to Xianjiu. Come with me to the gym. She rose from the sofa and headed upstairs. Li Xinting removed his coat, donning only a white tank top that showcased his well-defined muscles. Come, attack me in every way you can think of. He placed his hands on his hips, watching her intently. Xianjiu clenched her fists and swung at him with all her might. As expected, he easily evaded her attacks. She continued to throw punches and kicks, but Li Xinting had yet to strike back, making it impossible for her to land a hit. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she adjusted her aim mid-swing towards his waist, seizing the hem of his tank top, using the leverage to leap onto him, and then raised her leg in an attempt to strike at his most vulnerable area. However, the moment her leg was lifted, it was swiftly subdued. He grasped both her wrists and pinned them behind her back. She struggled momentarily, but found it futile to break free. I lost, she admitted. Your timing was good, but your strength was lacking, and your speed was too slow. Your feints were quite stiff. He released her and walked over to grab 2 small dumbbells. Let us focus on strength first. Combine this with squats for 50 sets daily, starting now. Xianjiu accepted the weights and obediently began her workout, as instructed. Keep your back straight, engage your core, steady your legs. After completing 50 sets, she felt utterly exhausted, as if her very soul might escape her body. The world around her blurred, and the once neat and tidy appearance was now drenched in sweat, with dark stains on her gray sweatshirt. Li Xinting also completed 2 rounds of punches and handed her a towel, then guided her through stretching her fatigued muscles. Rest for 10 minutes. Then I'll teach you some basic knife techniques. Xianjiu was too weary to speak, collapsing onto the floor, utterly drained. This day had truly been a challenge. 10 minutes passed quickly. She mustered her willpower to rise and began to learn the movements from him. During this time, both of them had their dinner in the gym. Xianjiu had never consumed so much food in either of her lifetimes, and at that moment, she felt as though she could devour an entire cow. At 9 o'clock that night, Li Xinting finally announced that the day's training was concluded. She exhaled heavily, not wanting to even look at him, nodding absent-mindedly as she shuffled towards the exit like a wandering spirit. There was no way around it. Just seeing him made her muscles ache even more. This way, he caught her just as she was about to enter the wrong room. See you tomorrow. She shut the door behind her upon entering. Heading straight for the bathroom, Dai had already lost power by evening, but the water heater still contained the hot water prepared earlier. After a rapid, almost mechanical shower, she collapsed onto her bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, in the dining room downstairs, "Boss, Xi hasn't he come down yet?" Liang inquired. Glancing at the person seated at the head of the table, 6 individuals were already seated, a hearty breakfast prepared by De Chung laid out before them. With one seat left unoccupied, no need to concern ourselves with her. Let us eat first, Li Xinting replied calmly, taking the lead to spear a sandwich as a few of them were finishing their meal. Xi appeared in the dining room, dressed in short sleeves and shorts, her hair tousled. "Good morning." She instinctively greeted them and took a seat at the vacant spot to begin her breakfast. "After you finish, jog with me for half an hour," came the familiar voice again. Xi replied, taking large bites of her sandwich, her cheeks puffed out, her gaze still somewhat dazed. 3 days had passed in this high-intensity training. And that morning, Xi managed to sit up once again. Thanks to her alarm clock, her mind felt significantly clearer than it had 3 days prior. After freshening up, she changed into comfortable clothing conducive to movement. Tying her long hair back with a scrunchie, and made her way downstairs for breakfast. Upon entering the dining room, she noticed an exceptionally cute girl sitting at the table. This must be Li Xinting, the deputy of the Chaomu team mentioned in the book, soft and adorable in appearance, yet possessing a commanding voice, with a spirited and straightforward personality. Initially, she had harbored feelings for the male lead, only to later realize it was admiration rather than love. "Hello." Xi had quite liked her while reading, so she smiled and greeted her. "You must be Xi, right? I'm Li Xinting. I was out executing the tasks assigned by the boss earlier." The girl acknowledged with a nod. "Let us eat first. We'll leave for the research institute at noon," Li Xinting interjected, cutting off any further conversation between the two. Xi ceased chatting, focusing on her breakfast. Knowing she would likely follow him for training later that morning, "That will stop here for today. The study will convene in half an hour. Tidy up and join us at 10:30 in the morning." After completing a set of knife techniques, Li Xinting spoke up. "Oh, okay, I'll go shower right away." Xi had taken to bathing twice a day. The villa had its generator running and hot water readily available. She had also learned about the abilities of the others. Li Xinting possessed strength abilities, Liang controlled lightning, Lao Su and De Chung were earth elementalists, while the taciturn Gongzi wielded metal powers. As for Li Xinting, the book mentioned she was a water elemental, and there was also Wu Chang, a space elemental yet to return to the team. Overall, the team had a well-rounded array of abilities. In the study, Li Xinting and the others arrived 10 minutes early. Xi someone the boss knew from the Li family? Li Xinting asked them, noting that in her 3 years of recruitment, she had never seen Li Xinting treat a woman so gently. The trusted few were aware of the true identity of the so-called Mr. I suspect so. The boss suddenly asked me to investigate Miss Xing's life abroad one day before the apocalypse. And at that time, I thought he was planning some collaboration with the Xi family. Lao Su, the talkative one, shared that Li Xinting had not instructed him to keep this secret, and since they were all trusted individuals, it was no issue to discuss. De Chung added with curiosity, "Sister He, you wouldn't believe it. When we saw the boss bringing a girl over, we were all stunned, and there was a particularly conspicuous bite mark on his neck." Upon hearing this, Li Xinting's eyes darkened momentarily. "Oh, it seems their relationship is rather unique. Over these past few days, the boss had personally trained her. It made one wonder when their relationship had developed." Liang also felt a pang of curiosity. Has Xinju not awakened any abilities? She squinted her eyes and asked. Li Xinting chimed in. As of now, she does not possess any abilities, regardless of the nature of their relationship. Since the boss has acknowledged her, she is now a member of our Chaomu team. I see. I'm just curious, Li Xinting replied, revealing a charming smile. The study door swung open, and Li Xinting and Xinju entered one after the other. After this deluge, the strength of the zombies had evidently increased. Second-tier zombies would surely become more common. If we encounter few zombies on the way, we will eliminate them. If there are many, we must focus on avoidance. Our objective is the Research Institute. Do not engage in prolonged battles. Li Xinting marked the route from the villa to the institute. Wu Chang should be arriving soon. Once he does, we'll set off. Wu Chang was a space elemental. Just before the apocalypse, he happened to be on a mission in a neighboring city, but at that time, Li Xinting had not anticipated the early outbreak of zombies. The group nodded, beginning to pack their belongings from the villa, as per their plan to leave Ningxing. Just after finishing lunch, a distinctive knocking sound echoed at the door. Sure enough, it was Wu Chang, who arrived with medium-length golden hair, exuding an air of a wandering artist. "Boss," he greeted Li Xinting first, glancing at Xingyo with some puzzlement, but not probing further. Li Xinting nodded, and the group prepared to leave. Two black Maybachs departing from the villa in succession. Xingyo noted that the plants along the road had grown considerably taller since her arrival. Outside, the sun blazed down without a hint of wind, making the world feel stifling and oppressive, as if it were suppressing something. Suddenly, a long willow branch lashed against the car window, producing a dull thud. Fortunately, the glass was thick, leaving only a faint white mark. The branch then turned to assault the car's tires, forcing them to halt. "Mutated plants!" Xingyo exclaimed in astonishment. "How could this be? Today is July 11th, merely 5 days since the apocalypse began. Shouldn't the plants only mutate after the second heavy rain?" Li Xinting's expression also grew serious. "This willow tree must have recently mutated, its power not yet formidable. Boss, I'll get out of the car with he good handle it." De Cheng in the back seat volunteered. "All right, make it quick," he nodded. The two men disembarked from the vehicle, weapons in hand. As they swung open the car doors, they were immediately confronted by the swaying willow branches. De Shang fired at the twigs, causing the bark to split and a foul-smelling white sap to ooze forth. Meanwhile, Henning sprinted to the trunk of the willow tree and struck down with his blade. Carving out a significant notch, the mutated willow, incensed, began to lash out with its branches at the two men. De Shang, with remarkable accuracy, fired several shots to repel the attacking limbs, allowing Henning to intensify his assault along the freshly made incision with his steel knife. With a resounding thud, the willow was nearly cleaved in half, toppling to the ground, and the frenzied branches gradually fell silent, revealing a pale green crystal core nestled in the gaping wound. Henning swiftly retrieved it and returned to the back seat of the car alongside De Shang. Li Xinting revved the engine, this time unimpeded. "Boss, I wonder if this crystal core has effects similar to that of a zombie core," De Shang speculated, taking the crystal from Henning's hand and inspecting it closely. A faint green light shimmered within the crystal, indicating that the mysterious beam within was its true source of power, while it was known that zombie cores were white and served to upgrade abilities. This green core might possess other properties, perhaps even restoring mental fortitude. After all, for those with powers, the effective utilization of their abilities was paramount. Xingyo pondered seriously. The existence of a green crystal core was absent from her readings. Zombie cores from levels 2 to 5 were all white, differing only in the intensity of their luminescence. Brighter hues corresponding to higher tiers. Level 6 zombie cores were a light red, while the brain of a level 7 zombie king contained an exceptionally concentrated deep red core. This was yet another new development in this world that it was quite likely that after today's battle concluded, they would put it to the test. Li Xinting concurred with her assessment. This life was fraught with differences. Since his rebirth, changes had been incessantly unfolding. Chapter 10. The Research Institute keep this crystal core. How you choose to distribute it later is entirely up to you, Li Xinting instructed the two men. They accepted without hesitation, and De Shang placed the crystal back into Henning's hands. "Henning, keep this safe. When we encounter another mutated plant, assist me once more." Of course, A.S. brothers bound by life and death. Their interactions were devoid of unnecessary formalities. Henning tucked the crystal into his coat pocket, zipping it closed. Such a precious item must not be lost. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies, with the most formidable being 6 level 2 zombies. Everyone disembarked, weapons raised, and Xingyo joined the fray with her knife. While she couldn't contend with level 2s, she was capable of handling ordinary zombies. Li Xinting utilized his psychic abilities in conjunction with ice powers to eliminate 2 level 2 zombies single-handedly. While the others swiftly coordinated to deal with the remaining threats, the members of the Chaomu team watched him with admiration for his deftness in combat. They regarded Xingyo's decision to engage ordinary zombies with some surprise. Although she had been training diligently over the past few days, they still subconsciously viewed her as a delicate flower reliant on their leader. However, their perceptions had begun to shift slightly after returning to the vehicle. They continued their journey toward the Research Institute as per the map. The institute was nestled deep within the mountains, and the vehicle wound its way swiftly along the serpentine road. Xinjiu felt a bit dizzy from the twists and turns, but bore it silently. Leaning back in her seat with her eyes closed to rest, eventually, they reached the end of the road, where dense woods loomed ahead, rendering driving impossible. The 9 of them exited the vehicle, with Li Xinting storing it in his spatial pocket. "Be cautious, the foliage is thick here," he advised, leading the way into the dense forest. Their footsteps crunched softly on the fallen leaves and moist earth, and the forest was eerily quiet, the towering trees silently observing their passage. A slender branch stealthily extended, and old Su, bringing up the rear, suddenly felt a jolt of instinctive danger. He crouched low, covering his head and rolling away, and as he rose to his feet, he swiftly drew his dagger to strike. Upon hearing the commotion behind them, the group instinctively moved back to back, with Wuchang firing a shot at the branch of a camphor tree. This seemed to act as a signal. As rustling sounds emanated from all around, the leaves began to stir without wind, and 5 mutated plants encircled them, brandishing their branches menacingly. Li Xinting attempted to scan the trunks with his psychic abilities, eventually locating a particularly dense energy cluster at the base of a tree stump. That he concentrated his psychic power into a dagger and thrust it fiercely into the energy core. The effect was immediate. One of the camphor trees froze in its movements, and upon closer inspection, its trunk appeared notably rougher than before. However, the psychic energy expended was considerable. He realized he needed to practice controlling the output density of his psychic power to enhance efficiency. The remaining 3 mutated camphor trees were engaged by the other 6 team members, while the last was tackled by Wu Chang, He Yingying, and Xinjiu. Among the trio, 2 were support-type ability users, and 1 was an ordinary person, purely utilizing combat skills to contend with the creature. Li Xinting provided Xinjiu with 3 firearms, yet she refrained from using them. Her aim was poor, and firing at the moving branches would be a waste of ammunition. Though there was an abundance of bullets, she could not squander them recklessly. Moreover, she wished to assess her combat techniques firsthand, treating the camphor tree as a sparring partner. After Li Xinting concluded his battle, he refrained from intervening further, occasionally offering guidance on Xinjiu's knife techniques. Once the skirmish subsided, the forest regained its tranquility, and the group collected the green crystal before proceeding. They encountered 2 more waves of mutated plants along the way, including a particularly massive carnivorous flower that emitted a stench twice as foul as usual. The team was reluctant to linger in the noxious atmosphere, and once again, Li Xinting swiftly ended the life of the grotesque flora. After much toil, they finally arrived at the entrance of the research institute. The doors were firmly shut, their white panels reflecting the sunlight and causing a slight glare. Henning, previously the strongest fighter in the organization aside from Li Xinting, had seen his muscles harden even further after awakening his power. He stepped forward, channeling energy within him, and with a powerful kick, he shattered the institute's entrance. They were met by a long corridor, where 3 zombies immediately charged at them, shrieking in frenzy. Level 2 zombies, no less. The group worked in unison to eliminate them, extracting their cores and systematically searching each door. Having come this far, it would be a pity not to seize the invaluable research equipment essential for establishing a base. They swept through 4 laboratories and 3 offices, finding no sign of living humans. All had transformed into monsters, the majority being level 2 zombies. IT remained uncertain whether the degree of mutation correlated with brain development. After dispatching nearly 30 level 2 zombies, they discovered the staircase leading to the basement. Kicking open the door to the lower level, the sound of the lock echoed, drawing the attention of the densely packed zombies within. With the power cut, the basement was illuminated only by the dim yellow light from a few solar-powered lamps, casting eerie green shadows from the emergency exit signs. "Goodness, how are there so many down there?" Liang exclaimed, glancing around to estimate nearly 100 zombies, a number that rivaled all the monsters they had encountered that day. "It seems there are no living souls left here," Li Xinting stated, drawing his handgun and aiming for headshots with precision. The basement was not particularly spacious, and there was no way an ordinary person could survive amidst such a horde of zombies. Newly awakened ability users lacking sufficient stamina would also struggle against the relentless undead. Not all possessed the same prowess as they did. Xinjiu, taking the initiative, confronted a level 2 zombie with her knife. Previously, during an encounter in the mall, she had slain a level 2 zombie under Li Xinting's guidance. And this time, she was determined to prove herself. The level 2 zombie possessed greater strength, yet it had not undergone any other mutations. The dim yellow light offered less clarity than daylight, adding a layer of difficulty to the battle. Xingyo summoned all her strength to engage in combat. Utilizing the knife techniques and finesse she had learned over the past few days, she deftly avoided the creature's razor-sharp claws, gradually wearing it down with precise strikes. The head, now marred by countless cuts, was barely held together by a thin layer of skin, and with one decisive kick, it finally toppled to the ground. Quickly, she extracted the crystal core from within and pocketed it. Panting as she rejoined her comrades, who were now focused on clearing out ordinary zombies, the group employed their abilities in concert with gunfire, laboring for over half an hour to eliminate the remaining zombies. The floor was strewn with unknown bodily fluids and blood, with corpses sprawled chaotically across their path. This is the first time we've faced such a multitude of monsters at once. My psychic energy is nearly depleted, muttered the usually taciturn Gongzi, unable to hold back his frustration. That we should head to the seed vault, Li Xinting commanded, leading them forward. Though his breathing had grown somewhat labored, he maintained a steady demeanor. A horde of around 100 zombies would not deplete his psychic energy entirely. Fortunately, the location of the seed vault was clearly marked on the map. The group reached the end of the basement level and kicked open another door. Li Xinting stepped into the still chilly cold storage and collected all the seeds that they exited. Uncertainty loomed regarding the dangers that might await them. They returned to the first floor and found an office to rest temporarily. Henning took out the green crystal and attempted to connect with the green light within. Much like he did with the white crystal, he felt his psychic energy replenishing at an accelerated rate. Swiftly recovering 20% before tapering off. "Sir, the green crystal indeed restores psychic energy," he reported. He opened his eyes, gazing at the crystal in his hand that had now turned to powder. "Then I shall use it too." Gongzi also retrieved a green crystal from his pocket. Today, they had dispatched nearly 140 zombies, of which almost 50 were second tier, along with 16 mutated plants, ensuring that each individual now possessed around 10 crystal cores. Wu Chang produced 2 green crystals, acquired alongside Li Xinting and Xingyo during their battle against the mutated plants. "You each take one. I'll calculate my share next time," he said to the two of them. Xingyo waved her hand dismissively. "I didn't contribute much, so I'll pass. Besides, this is of no use to me. You should use it. Once it's gone, let us aim to leave as soon as possible." For some reason, unease lingered in her heart. Although she could hardly recall the plot of this initial station in Ningxing, she was certain that this place had not been visited by the Research Institute. And in the later stages of the original text, the male protagonist had taken his teammates out specifically to search for experimental equipment when establishing the base. The entire storyline felt disordered. Was she truly traversing the original world? Surely, it couldn't be a parallel universe of the original text. However, we cannot overlook your contributions simply because you find it useless at the moment. Wu Chang and I will utilize these too, and regardless of whether you want the next one, we shall reserve it for you, Li Xinting interjected, though she harbored a subtle hostility towards Xingyo. She was not one to take advantage of others. Seeing Wu Chang nod in agreement, Xingyo smiled, revealing her beautiful, even teeth. All right. She understood that they probably did not consider her a true teammate. But that was of no consequence to her. She did not seek their approval. As long as they could coexist peacefully without backstabbing, it sufficed. As it appeared, her performance today had been quite commendable. Xingyo employed the massage techniques taught by Li Xinting to alleviate the soreness in her muscles. Today, she had independently slain 6 ordinary zombies and 1 second-tier zombie, which paled in comparison to the others. Yet it represented her utmost capabilities thus far. She encouraged herself, "I will surely improve from here on out." After a 20-minute respite, as they stepped outside the Research Institute, a group of 10 emerged from the woods, leading to an encounter between the two teams. "Is that not our Li family's youngest young master?" "What a coincidence," remarked the leader, clad in a floral shirt and white trousers, a charming smile gracing his features. "Young Master Chun, I trust you are well," Li Xinting replied, his polite smile devoid of any semblance of respect. Chapter 11. Chen Suhui. At this moment, Chen Suhui was unusually unconcerned by Li Xinting's demeanor. His gaze was fixed on Xingyo, astonishment and admiration evident on his face. "Xingyo, you actually returned to the country? When did this happen?" "Last month. His father had mentioned arranging a betrothal for him upon his senior year." And the first face that had surfaced in his mind was that of Xinting, who was far away abroad. The reason was simple. Although the Xing family had fallen behind the Qin family in recent years, Xinting possessed a visage that could captivate and linger in one's memory, a fact he had recalled for many years. Even when seeking out women in bars, he had been fixated on finding someone resembling her. "And you are?" Xinting inquired. Her eyes clouded with confusion as she searched her memory, while simultaneously recalling the plot of the book. Who is this again? The original text did not mention anyone visiting the Ningxing Research Institute. So, of course, I would not have encountered this person. Chen Suhui was momentarily taken aback by her blunt question, awkwardly chuckling twice that we met at a banquet before. "I am Chen Suhui, the heir of the Qin group." Only then did Xinting sluggishly recall this individual. At her coming-of-age banquet, she remembered someone gifting the original owner a valuable pink diamond necklace, the gift giver being the only son of the Qin family. "I remember now. My apologies that I've been abroad for over 3 years, so some past events are a bit hazy." She nodded slightly at him. "It's all right, I understand. Did you not inform Uncle Xing about your return?" "I encountered Uncle Xing yesterday, along with your brother and sister, as they were preparing to leave Ningxing under the escort of bodyguards." As he spoke, he noticed the cold indifference on Xing's face and realized that her relationship with her family seemed to be rather poor. Chen Suhui scratched the back of his head and quickly added, "No matter, you can leave with me. This research institute is one of the Chun family's properties, and my father will come to pick me up here tonight. With zombies rampant in the city, we should hurry. No, thank you for your kindness, but I will leave with Li Xinting." Xingio was acutely aware of his intentions. Leaving with him would essentially imply accepting the role of his woman. After all, with his wealth and influence, why would he take her, someone looked down upon by her family? Chen Suhui then shifted his gaze towards the man beside her, who appeared somewhat different than usual. Yet the young master of the Qin family would hardly care about a mere illegitimate child. "Miss Xing, you jest. You would actually choose this illegitimate child over me. Do you not realize he is a laughingstock in the entire circle?" Before Chen Suhui could finish his laughter, he was abruptly interrupted by Xingio's cold voice. "Young Master Chen, it is the end of the world now. Even the so-called elite circles are hanging by a thread. To me, he is superior to you." Chen Suhui felt publicly humiliated. When had he ever endured such disgrace? He pointed at Li Xinting, his expression turning fierce. No one had ever belittled him, not even the women he held affection for. "I was even considering discussing our betrothal with Uncle Xing. It seems Aunt Zhao was not mistaken that you've lacked proper upbringing since childhood, devoid of any qualities of a noble lady. Do you think you're some noble breed of toad?" Xingio retorted angrily. After her mother passed away when she was young, her grandfather had personally raised her, instilling in her a deep reverence for her mother and grandfather, leaving no room for anyone to slander them. At this moment, Xingio felt as though she had fully merged with the original owner. Her face was laced with derision, showing no mercy. "You still wish to discuss a betrothal with me? Have you looked in the mirror to see if you are worthy? I certainly do not wish to wake up every morning to the sight of a grotesque, short-lived face. As for upbringing. Do you think your father dares to say that those raised by Xin Li are lacking in discipline? Calling you young Master Chen really makes you think you're something special, doesn't it?" Xin Li was the name of the elder of the Xin family. Under his leadership, the Xin family had once been the pinnacle of Ningxing's elite, but regrettably, Xin Yuan's lack of ability had led to a decline after his retirement and passing. Seeing that he still wished to speak, Xingio continued, "Furthermore, I suggest that those whose skin is insufficiently fair and whose figures leave much to be desired refrain from donning blue floral shirts in an attempt to appear dashing. It merely comes off as ludicrous. Even toads should possess some self-awareness, shouldn't they?" This wave of retorts left the Chaomu team members unable to contain their gazes upon her. Even Li Xinting turned to glance at her. Having never witnessed her speak so much at once before, he chuckled inwardly, finding her quite adept at verbal sparring. You are nothing but a shrew. What qualifications do you, a family outcast, have to be arrogant before me? It is your fortune that I have taken an interest in you." Chen Suhui's face flushed crimson with rage. "Do you want this fortune?" she scoffed. "What's wrong with being arrogant? You, a grotesque toad, are so arrogant. Is it unreasonable for me to be a bit arrogant as well, considering my beauty?" Chen Suhui's eyes were filled with malice. "All right, you are asking for it. You truly believe this illegitimate child can protect you?" Without hesitation, Xingyo latched onto Li Xinting's arm. I apologize, but this beauty is repulsed by ugly people. Do you think that repeatedly calling him an illegitimate child elevates your status? It's laughable. Go capture a zombie and see if they would recognize you as the young master of the Qin family. Very well. You are quite audacious. This moment, Qin Suhui found himself less disdainful of Li Xinting. This woman had reduced him to nothing. He had never faced such a significant loss. Kill them all and capture that woman alive, he bellowed to the bodyguards behind him. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh from a gunshot. Old Su and Deshang collaborated to conjure earthen walls as temporary shields, while Liang controlled electricity to charge toward the opposition. After all, they were merely bodyguards. Even with awakened abilities, they did not instill fear in them. Various abilities converged on the battlefield, and in an instant, the area before the research institute was engulfed in dust and the sounds of gunfire. Xingyo found herself shielded behind Li Xinting, who remained calm and composed, his smile warm. With each pull of the trigger, he effortlessly claimed a life. Qin Suhui was still immersed in the anger of being insulted by Xingyo and the astonishment at Li Xinting's newfound prowess. As he felt another sharp pain in his arm, he turned to meet Li Xinting's seemingly playful gaze, instantly realizing it was deliberate. He was being humiliated. That infuriating smile seemed to mock him. Look. This young master of the Chun family isn't so remarkable after all, is he? Reduced to being beaten by an illegitimate child? Qin Suhui had awakened wind abilities, yet he rarely exercised, relying on bodyguards to handle the zombies he encountered. Despite possessing abilities, he lacked knowledge on how to manage the consumption of mental energy, and he began to feel a sense of dread. Retreat. He gritted through clenched teeth, ordering, as he began to withdraw under the protection of his bodyguards. As long as we have the Green Hills, we need not fear the absence of firewood. I shall deal with this pair of dog lovers later. Li Xinting, perceiving his intention to flee, chuckled softly. Young Master Chun, surely you are not unaware of the rules. Do you think you can simply leave without settling your ransom? As his words fell, an ice spike suddenly erupted in the direction Qin Suhui was attempting to flee. What do you desire? His eyes were filled with fury. Li Xinting spun the handgun on his fingertips, seemingly unfazed, and declared, leave behind all the crystal cores on you, and do not harbor any ulterior motives. Since I have stated this, I possess a rough estimate of the quantity. As long as he wished, he could probe into their energy fluctuations with his mental power. Give it to him. Qin Suhui had no choice but to yield. Having already lost 5 subordinates in the recent skirmish, he could not afford to continue the fight. 16 white crystals and 4 green crystals were placed on the ground, and Qin Suhui turned to leave with assistance. Li Xinting narrowed his eyes, channeling his mental energy to strike at the minuscule energy cluster within Qin Suhui's mind. The crystal cores were merely a token of apology for your previous insolence. As for your ransom, let it be settled through your abilities. Qin Suhui's expression shifted dramatically, and he attempted to flee. However, in the next instant, a profound pain surged through his skull, and crimson blood began to flow from his orifices. Clutching his head, he let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. The bodyguards exchanged grave glances. If they brought the young master before the elder in this state, they would not survive. Seizing the opportunity, they swiftly departed, leaving no one to care for the unconscious figure on the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. This fellow truly has poor connections, Xingyo remarked as she peeked out from behind Li Xinting. Wrinkling her nose, you were quite imposing just now, Li Xinting remarked, holstering his firearm with a nonchalant tone. Indeed, Xingyo, your earlier tirade left me quite bewildered, old Su chimed in, giving her a thumbs up. That it was all right. I admit I was a bit impulsive and caused you trouble. That it wasn't necessary to engage with them, Xingyo said, tugging at her earlobe, a hint of guilt crossing her face. No matter, Li Xinting replied, striding forward. Even without your words, Qin Suhui would have sought trouble. He has always resented me. Qin Suhui, of the same age, had mocked his background since childhood, and his jealousy had only deepened as he consistently fell short of Li Xinting in academics. Envying both his intellect and appearance, they both studied the same major at Ningxing University, with Li Xinting securing the top rank each year, overshadowing Qin Suhui. Even without Xingyo's involvement today, a confrontation was inevitable. The group quickly fell and stepped behind him. As Wu Chang collected the crystal cores left behind by their adversaries, Ti Yingying, for the first time, patted her shoulder and remarked, "You were right. A beautiful woman certainly has the right to refuse a toad." Xinjiu smiled as she followed, reflecting on her impulsive words earlier and regretting not being more discreet. To her surprise, no one seemed to mind. The Chamu squad was indeed accommodating. As they exited, they encountered 2 waves of mutated plants. With their mental energy waning, they expended effort to dispatch them before finally leaving the dense forest. Li Xinting retrieved the 2 previously parked Maybachs, and the group piled into the vehicles. This time, Decheng took the wheel. Ning occupied the passenger seat, while Li Xinting and Xinjiu settled into the back. The sedan once again wound its way along the mountain road, this time intending to take the S05 National Highway, heading northward from Ningxing to Jiangxing. Xinjiu's strength had completely waned, and coupled with motion sickness, she succumbed to a deep slumber within the vehicle. Chapter 12. The inn. When Xinjiu awoke, it was already evening. The orange sun hung on the western horizon, casting a blend of gray air and red sunlight that evoked a sense of apocalyptic desolation. The car was empty, and as she rubbed her eyes and unfastened her seatbelt, she stretched her somewhat stiff limbs that it appeared they were on the outskirts of the city, devoid of towering skyscrapers. The vehicle was parked beneath the shade of trees, next to a quaint inn. As the door opened, Li Xinting, noticing her awakening, climbed in and said, "Decheng is cooking instant noodles. Okay, I'll be right there," she replied, producing a white crystal and a green crystal from her pocket, tokens she had acquired that day. Li Xinting, respecting her privacy, had not disclosed her spatial abilities to the rest of the team. "Here, although it isn't much, it's a token of my appreciation," she said, placing the crystal cores into his palm. Seeing him about to speak, she preemptively smiled and said, "I know you don't need these 2 crystal cores, but having them with me feels like a waste. Consider it a protection." Li Xinting playfully rolled the crystal cores in his hand, chuckling softly. The protection fee for the Chamu organization is certainly not cheap. In the next moment, the crystals vanished, absorbed into his spatial pocket. "Just consider it a loan. Once you awaken your abilities, I shall return it with interest." She leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. After their previous encounter, she had grown increasingly adept at this intimacy. "Does this protection fee meet your approval, Mr. Bai?" Li Xinting's Adam's apple bobbed as he deepened the kiss, his technique having improved considerably. Despite his past indifference toward romantic affairs, he now found himself exploring the nuances of pleasure. After a moment of teasing, he withdrew, his eyes still glimmering with lingering desire. Xinjiu returned to her seat, taking a moment to steady her slightly disordered breath before opening the car door. "I'm off to have dinner." "Xinjiu, you're awake? Perfect timing. This is for you," Decheng said, neatly packaging a bowl of instant noodles as he caught sight of her. Xinjiu thanked him as she accepted the bowl, which contained an egg and a sausage. After taking a bite, she curiously asked, "Do you usually cook?" Previously, Decheng had prepared the meals at the villa as well. "Yes, I was a cook for a while and enjoyed it. After joining the boss, I've taken charge of the team's meals." Decheng had a somewhat simple appearance, and when not holding a gun, it was hard to tell he was involved in the underworld. "Impressive," Xinjiu said, giving him a high five. "Your cooking skills rival those of the chefs I've hired in the past, and my appetite has increased significantly. Training surely demands more sustenance. Otherwise, your strength won't keep pace," Liang remarked as he joined them with a bowl of his own. "Has he eaten yet?" Xinjiu inquired, having already consumed nearly half of her meal without seeing Li Xinting exit the vehicle. "Was he merely calling her to dinner? Sir has finished. Ying, old Su, and the others have already gone into the inn to clear out the zombies, but we'll rest inside tonight." Ning replied, "Oh, understood." Xinjiu nodded in acknowledgement. Liang, the youngest in the group, lowered his voice and curiously asked Xinjiu, "When did you meet the boss?" "We've met a few times before. When the apocalypse broke out, I was at Ningxing University, and we happened to be in the activity center together. On that rainy day, he awakened his powers while I did not. I persuaded him to take me with him." She had noticed that the others often glanced at her and Li Xinting when they thought she wasn't looking. She believed Li Xinting was aware of this as well, but chose to overlook it. Admitting to having begged him was not shameful. It was simply the truth. She had employed every means possible to remain by his side, and the stormy night had merely provided her with the inspiration to do so. Treating Li Xinting as her fiancé was undoubtedly a profitable arrangement, and she had observed that he treated her with a certain indulgence. Intentionally leveraging this, she aimed to solidify her position in his heart. "You're truly impressive," Aoyang exclaimed sincerely. Regardless of the circumstances, being brought back by the boss indicated capability. There were many women who wished to get close to him. Yet he showed no tenderness towards them. Moreover, over the past few days, Xinjiu had not displayed any inferiority despite not awakening her abilities. Instead, she persistently engaged in training, having fought zombies all day. He regarded her with newfound respect. "We'll be working together in the future. If I do anything wrong, feel free to point it out. There's no need to hold back," Xinjiu said, finishing her noodles and beginning to wash the dishes with the soap and water beside her. "Sure, no need to be polite with us," De Chung replied with a warm smile that as long as she was someone the boss personally brought back, he would treat her like family. Ning nodded as well. Having spent the longest time with Li Xinting and sensing the special regard he held for her, he trusted the boss's judgment. Before long, the four of them finished cleaning up the kitchenware, and Ying and the others emerged from the inn. She approached the car window and gently tapped twice, signaling that the inn had been cleared. Li Xinting exited the vehicle and stored it away. "Let us go. Night has fully fallen. That we'll rest here for the night and set off at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning." The group nodded in agreement, and Xinjiu continued to train with Li Xinting until 9:30 that evening. After taking a shower, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, she felt an itch on her calf, and as she groggily opened her eyes, illuminated by the moonlight outside, she saw a cockroach the size of a sugar orange scuttling across her leg. The remnants of sleep vanished in an instant as she forcefully flung her arm, sending the cockroach tumbling onto the wooden floor, only for it to right itself and fly back towards her. Xinjiu felt a shiver run down her spine. While she was unperturbed by mice, spiders, mosquitoes, flies, or snakes, cockroaches were her Achilles heel. She could vividly recall the sensation of its legs crawling over her skin, its slick exoskeleton perhaps having pressed against her flesh. She leaped onto the bed, swiftly conjuring insecticide from the air and spraying it at the unusually fast-flying cockroach. Its slender brown wings fluttered helplessly before its lifeless body plummeted onto the edge of the bed. The pungent scent of the insecticide wafted through the room, as if signaling a call to arms, and from the dark corners emerged the unsettling sounds of creatures scuttling about, a horde of cockroaches swiftly converging upon her. A wave of panic surged within her as she mentally screamed, frantically squeezing the nozzle to liberally spray insecticide in all directions, filling the room with a potent, acrid chemical odor, and leaving a gruesome collection of brown carcasses strewn across the bed. In a frenzy, she hastily retrieved a pair of slippers from thin air, and as she jumped off the bed, she could still feel the squishy remnants of the crushed bodies beneath her thin soles. Goosebumps prickled her skin as she gritted her teeth, suppressing her terror, and hurriedly exited the room. As she opened the door, she found Li Xinting emerging from the adjacent room, momentarily taken aback by her distressed appearance. Without hesitation, she leapt into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck while flinging her slippers away, her heart racing violently within her chest. Li Xinting instinctively supported her, having consumed 22nd-level white crystals before bed. He had recently felt a warmth coursing through him, and within a minute of waking, he had sensed the muffled commotion from her room, prompting him to investigate. "What is going on?" he inquired in a low voice. "It's mutated cockroaches. They crawled onto my bed and touched my leg." She had yet to fully regain her composure, the sultry night air still thick around them, despite a small fan at her bedside. The discomfort of sleeping in long sleeves and pants paled in comparison to the ease of a nightgown. Had she foreseen this ordeal, she would have vowed never to don a skirt to bed. Clinging to his waist, the memory of the cockroach's legs traversing her calf surged back, prompting her to release one hand to pat his back urgently. "Quick, take me to the bathroom. I need a shower. I can't take this anymore." Li Xinting experienced a profound sense of helplessness for the first time that he carried her into his bathroom, grateful that their teammates were not on the same floor. Otherwise, they would surely be aware of the cockroach incident. The water had already been shut off, but Xinjiu retrieved the hot water she had prepared earlier from her space, relieved that it remained warm. She also produced alcohol and a towel, meticulously disinfecting her legs before slathering on a generous amount of shower gel, vigorously scrubbing her calves and the exposed portion of her thighs. "All right, any more scrubbing and I might break the skin." Li Xinting observed as her once fair legs turned a crimson hue, gently grasping her wrist. Xinjiu was still catching her breath, vowing silently that she would cover herself with a blanket to sleep from then on. No, I need to wash my entire body. What if they crawl on me again while I'm asleep? She pushed him out of the bathroom, shutting the door as she began to undress. Finally, aside from her hair which she had washed before bed, Xinjiu confirmed that there were no traces of cockroaches on her pillow. Grabbing the scrub towel, she diligently cleaned herself, hesitating momentarily before getting dressed. It was 3 in the morning. With over an hour until her alarm would ring at 4:20, the thought of searching for another room to sleep in alone left her uneasy. She would inevitably replay the horrifying image of the cockroach crawling over her. Remembering the coolness she had felt upon entering, she envied the ice element abilities, which had a natural cooling effect. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She could stay here. Resolute, she donned a short-sleeved shirt and long pants. Determined that she would not leave tonight, nor in the future, she intended to remain in his room, since he had not objected to her previous comments about their marriage arrangement. She took it as tacit approval. Sharing a room as an engaged couple was surely reasonable in modern society, wasn't it? She opened the door and found Li Xinting leaning against the headboard. His gaze meeting hers as she boldly approached, pulling back the other side of the thin blanket and lying down beside him. "What do you mean by this?" he asked, studying her closely. "Exactly what you think. I propose we live together from now on." She was unafraid, her demeanor calm. "Oh, you realize what this implies?" He stared intently into her eyes. Xinjiu blinked, wrapping her arms around his waist. The fabric felt delightfully soft against her skin. Of course. "But aren't we already engaged? Since we are destined to marry in the future, why not live together beforehand?" Li Xinting chuckled at her forthrightness, pinching her chin with a firm touch. "Xinjiu, when did I ever say we would definitely get married in the future? You are quite presumptuous." She propped herself up with her elbow, playfully placing his hand from her chin to her chest. Her tone teasing. "Li Xinting, surely you haven't forgotten what your hands have done. You wouldn't be like those scoundrels who deny their actions after getting dressed, would you?" In that moment, he found himself inexplicably resonating with Qin Suhui, marveling at her uncanny ability to leave him speechless. Yet, conceding was not in his nature. He withdrew his hand, replying coolly, "Is that so? Who says that an engaged couple must inevitably marry? There are plenty of couples who part ways along the journey. In my dictionary, once a choice is made, there's no turning back. Aren't you the same? Why else haven't you kicked me off the bed?" She chuckled softly, his taut lips reflected in her eyes. "Well, if you refuse to acknowledge it, that's fine by me. I'm not one to be outdone. You've touched me, and I should be allowed to return the favor. Fair is fair, right?" She shifted her focus, raising her hand to explore his torso. In the next instant, her wrist was captured by a firm hand as Li Xinting lay back, pulling her tightly into his embrace, his voice low and heavy. "Are we not sleeping yet?" With a smile playing on her lips, Xinjiu nestled quietly in his arms, choosing not to respond. Chapter 13. The hospital. At 4 in the morning, Li Xinting opened his eyes once more, surprisingly finding that having an additional person in his arms allowed him to sleep even better. He felt invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue from the early hour. He gently removed her hand from around his waist and got out of bed to wash up. 10 minutes later, he retrieved his gym equipment from his space and began his workout. Xinjiu was awakened by the vibrating alarm clock beneath her pillow. She groggily shut off her phone, resigned to using it solely as an alarm clock, grateful for the numerous power banks she had, sufficient to last her a long while. Upon opening her eyes, she spotted Li Xinting running on the treadmill. Rubbing her hair, she greeted him with a cheerful good morning before heading to wash up. Being held while sleeping was quite pleasant, especially with his coolness providing relief from the sweltering summer heat. A veritable oasis in the oppressive warmth, she pondered while brushing her teeth. After freshening up and changing, she emerged to find him just finishing up with the treadmill, preparing to head into the bathroom with his clothes. Xinjiu stepped outside, intending to help prepare breakfast. As she opened the door, she bumped into Ning heading downstairs. He paused momentarily upon seeing her exit Li Xinting's room, but quickly masked his surprise and greeted her casually. "You're up early today?" he remarked. "Yeah, I woke up and decided to get up. Deshang is probably still making breakfast. I'm going to lend a hand," Xinjiu replied as they chatted casually. Upon reaching the kitchen on the first floor, she found the eggs just finished frying. Xinjiu moved to grab the noodles. "Leave the noodles to me, Deshang. You take a break today and sample my cooking. You can cook?" Deshang's tone was filled with skepticism. After all, she had once been a pampered young lady, despite her previous lack of attention. Xingio smiled confidently. Of course, I can handle simple home-cooked meals, so just wait and see. All right, I'll just step out to use the restroom. My stomach is feeling a bit off. That he shrugged it off, trusting her confidence as he exited. Xingio dropped the noodles into the boiling water, occasionally stirring to prevent clumping while preparing the seasonings. She had picked up on Li Xinting's preferences over the past few days. He favored dishes with a tangy and spicy kick. Having upset him the previous evening, she knew he wasn't the type to hold grudges. But she still intended to make amends today. After all, men could be rather susceptible to such gestures. Having lived alone for so long in her past life, her culinary skills were quite proficient. The original owner had been able to cook, albeit infrequently, so she hadn't been entirely dishonest with Deshang. 15 minutes later, 9 bowls of steaming, fragrant noodles were ready, and she added a spoonful of the beloved Lao Gan Ma. A staple for noodle dishes. Looks good. Deshang and Liang entered to help serve the noodles, both praising the meal. Lao Gan Ma is delicious. I love it. Ganzi chimed in, joining them with his own bowl. He Yingying was taken aback by her cooking skills, having assumed that pampered young ladies were incapable of such tasks. Xingio continued to surprise her with each passing moment. Thank you, she expressed gratefully. Taking her own serving. Before long, Li Xinting descended from upstairs and walked into the kitchen. Xingio approached him, her eyes sparkling as she playfully announced, "Today's breakfast is a special creation by your limited edition Xiaojiao. Be sure to leave a good review." "You made this?" Li Xinting was slightly astonished, lifting a bowl and noting that it indeed looked appetizing. The poached egg was fried by Deshang. "I prepared everything else. Once you taste Xiaojiao's noodles, you won't be able to stay mad at me." She smiled mischievously. Li Xinting accompanied her outside, the corners of his mouth barely lifting in a subtle arc, indicating he was not truly angry. This was indeed the case. His irritation stemmed solely from the fact that she always managed to outmaneuver him with her words, a skill she possessed, leaving him with little justification for his annoyance. It was only when he began to eat the noodles that he realized she had specially prepared them for him that morning. The balance of acidity and spiciness in the broth was just right, and the noodles were cooked to a perfect texture, accompanied by chopped green onions and minced chili, creating a delicious flavor that perfectly matched his culinary preferences. Li Xinting glanced at her, quietly enjoying her meal, and felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. He matched her pace and finished his noodles, taking the bowl from her hands to wash in the kitchen together at 5 in the morning. The vehicles set off once more. Driving in the dark necessitated the use of headlights, which in the night became glaring targets, prompting them to avoid traveling after dark whenever possible. The early morning was the most suitable time, as the light, though dim, did not hinder visibility. The route to Jiangsheng would take them through the northern district of Ningqing, where they arrived at the central area before noon, the vehicles cloaked in darkness. Along the way, they had dealt with 2 waves of second-tier zombies. Indeed, most zombies had now evolved to this level. The Xiaomu team had also acquired a varying number of second-tier crystal cores last night, stepping into the ranks of second-tier ability users, significantly enhancing their powers and mental capacity, thus making their encounters with these second-tier zombies relatively effortless. It was now July 12, with half a month remaining before the anticipated second catastrophic downpour. The vehicles halted in front of the Northern District Hospital, as they needed to stockpile more medical supplies. Everyone disembarked. Li Xinting led Xingio, Old Su, and Liang into the outpatient building, while Ning took the remaining individuals to the inpatient department, temporarily splitting into 2 groups. Just this short distance brought them face to face with a dozen second-tier zombies, foreshadowing the danger lurking within the hospital. She dispatched one, while the rest were dealt with by them. Old Su kicked open the pharmacy door, and the famished zombies lunged at them with a growl. Pursuing speed, they shot straight for the heads, with Xingio responsible for the aftermath of extracting the crystal cores. Thus far, their endeavor was smooth. The 4 ascended to the 2nd floor, searching room by room for medical equipment. Upon exiting the laboratory on the 4th floor, they found themselves surrounded by around 20 second-tier zombies, with more gathering in their midst. Li Xinting, alongside Old Su and Liang, coordinated their abilities to continually reap heads. However, after a short time, he furrowed his brow. These zombies seemed intent on leading them somewhere. Raising his suspicions, therefore, they deliberately broke through in the opposite direction, only to have a figure as swift as lightning rush towards Li Xinting, its claws attempting to seize him. A speed-type mutated 3rd-tier zombie. Reacting swiftly, he encased its claws in ice, delivering a kick, and pulled the trigger, yet it evaded. The bullet merely grazing its cheek, it let out an enraged shriek, and the surrounding zombies surged forward while it repositioned, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Xingqiu swung her sharp steel knife with relentless ferocity. Her combat abilities rapidly improved in real combat, being able to accurately strike the neck of a zombie with a few well-aimed blows. However, she found no joy in this, feeling an ominous gaze fixated upon her. Indeed, as the weakest among the four, she was the most vulnerable target, and if she were a zombie, she would not let this opportunity slip. Xingqiu could only focus on slashing the second-tier zombies while keeping an eye out, her nerves taut. Suddenly, she noticed a faint gray shadow darting across the light bulb above. Instinctively, she rolled forward. Shouting, "Above me!" Li Xinting immediately activated his powers, successfully freezing half of the shadowy figure's body. It roared in an attempt to break free, but he denied it the chance, piercing its brain with mental energy. The energy cluster within a third-tier mutated zombie was denser than that of a second-tier one, prompting Li Xinting to amplify his mental output. Liang and Old Su also kept busy, fending off the second-tier zombies attacking from the sides. Li Xinting retrieved the vehicle. The evolution speed of the zombies was accelerating, and the supernatural beings had to keep pace. Otherwise, the disparity in strength would become increasingly evident, and the conditions for survival would grow more perilous. The vehicle traversed the city avenue, occasionally encountering zombie dogs or zombie cats along the roadside, which they also dealt with, for the cores within these animals were green crystals. Even rarer than the white ones. Suddenly, they heard the sound of intense gunfire emanating from the adjacent street. "Boss?" De Cheng, the driver, inquired. "Let us investigate. Such a significant commotion must involve the military." Li Xinting surmised that the rescue team had likely encountered trouble. The military still held a degree of credibility in this apocalypse, and maintaining a good rapport with them could prove advantageous. The group diverted to the neighboring street, where amidst the swirling dust, they could see a 15-member military rescue team engaged in a fierce firefight with a batch of mutated rats. Each of these rats was nearly a meter long, with the tallest ones standing level with an adult male-esque calf. Their teeth protruding, eyes glowing red, and their skin hardened. The two leading rats could even withstand bullets. "Good heavens, these rats have become formidable!" De Cheng exclaimed in astonishment. "Get out and lend a hand." Li Xinting opened the car door, gripping a slender steel-winged long knife, which reflected the sunlight with a dazzling sharpness. The 9 individuals swiftly joined the effort to eliminate the rats, while Xingqiu remained at a distance, armed with a tranquilizer gun for support. Joking that she truly couldn't contend with these rats. A single hit would leave her spitting blood. "Captain, we have reinforcements," a soldier in military attire exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the newcomers. They had just escorted a survivor from a nearby residential area, and, not far into their journey, encountered this horde of rats emerging from the city's sewers. After 20 minutes of struggle, they had yet to clear the area and had already expended considerable ammunition. The arrival of the Chaomu team significantly alleviated their pressure. Li Xinting specifically targeted the rats' chest and abdomen, finding these areas considerably softer than their backs. His skills were exceptional. His movements were swift and decisive, exuding an air of lethal intent. With his superb combat techniques and the precise application of his ice-based powers, the corpses of the mutated rats quickly multiplied beneath his blade. Xingqiu continued to work alongside He Yingying and Wu Chong, utilizing her tranquilizer gun to immobilize the rats while the other two seized opportunities to strike. Her sharp instincts were her advantage, always allowing her to provide timely assistance at that moment. Wu Chong narrowly dodged a mutated rat's fangs, and a tranquilizer dart struck the rat's neck, causing it to falter. Wu Chong promptly slashed its abdomen, firing 2 shots into the wound, and the once menacing mutated rat soon breathed its last. "Let us do our utmost to support them. Switch to tranquilizer guns," the rescue team leader ordered. 10 minutes later, aside from a few rats that fled upon sensing danger, the remaining mutated rats lay lifeless on the ground. Xingqiu exhaled deeply, drew her knife, and began extracting the crystal cores. Having become accustomed to the task, she could now swiftly and accurately retrieve the cores, a process that had become somewhat numbing through repetition. He Yingying and the others assisted, while Li Xinting, accompanied by He Ning and Lao Su, approached the rescue team. "May I ask how to address you?" A resolute man in military uniform extended his hand towards Li Xinting. Hello, I am Li Xinting. It was merely a small effort. No need for thanks. He politely shook the man's hand. Where are you headed? Would you consider accompanying us back to the Ningqing base? We could certainly use strong individuals like you there. Li Xinting smiled and politely declined. We plan to head north. Our team tends to be rather scattered, and we fear it might cause inconvenience to the base. Very well. You'll be passing through the northern district, correct? We also need to assist survivors in that area. Why not travel together for a while? Wang Mingyuan was not yet ready to give up. The military was currently short-handed and desperately needed talent. The rescue team comprised 8 supernatural beings, all at the first level, which explained their passive stance against the second-level zombie rats. He could tell that these young individuals possessed abilities at least at the second level, indicating their considerable prowess. Li Xinting smiled politely, his voice gentle, like that of a refined gentleman. We can accompany you for the remainder of the journey, but any supplies we find will belong to our team, no problem. That's only fair. Wang Mingyuan assured him. At that moment, He Yingying approached, having organized the green crystals she had collected, and reported to Li Xinting, Boss, we have a total of 23 second-level green crystals. That's 1 level higher than the mutated plants they dealt with yesterday. How does Captain Wang wish to divide them? Li Xinting inquired. Wang Mingyuan waved his hand. Our contribution was minimal, mainly supportive. Most of the mutated rats were dispatched by you. Just leave 3 for us. Li Xinting pondered for a moment, retrieving 4 and used first-level green crystals from Wuchang, along with 40 second-level cores. They had killed nearly 200 second-level zombies that day, so 40 cores were merely a drop in the bucket. And he felt no regret that he presented these, along with 3 second-level green crystals, to Wang Mingyuan, stating, the soldiers all put in effort. 3 green crystals is rather insufficient, that we truly need the second-level ones, so I hope you find this agreeable. This is far too much. We don't require such a quantity. They had only managed to kill 50 second-level zombies all morning, and here were these individuals offering nearly the total amount of cores they had acquired. He felt a bit embarrassed, sensing he was taking advantage. It's the least we could do. The rescue team protects ordinary civilians, and we are merely contributing a small fraction of our strength. Li Xinting insisted. There was no need to continue refusing, especially since his team genuinely needed these crystals. So Wang Mingyuan accepted them, but if there's any way we can assist you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you, Captain Wang, Li Xinting replied with a smile, turning to leave. The group made their way back towards the parking area. Captain Wang, will they protect us as well? A middle-aged man queried directly. Other survivors looked expectantly at Wang Mingyuan, having just witnessed how ineffective they were against those massive rats. If such powerful supernatural beings could safeguard them, it would undoubtedly enhance their safety. No, they aren't heading to the base. Everyone, hurry and gather your things. There's a convenience store nearby. We need to collect some supplies. Wang Mingyuan felt a bit of a headache. These individuals seemed to want this and that along the way, and he was eager to get them back to the base. Why didn't you persuade them a bit more? Those people are truly cold-hearted. Fellow citizens of Ningqing should lend a hand to us, ordinary folk. Indeed, there are 2 or 3 who still appear to be of school age. Have they learned nothing of the spirit of helping others? The crowd buzzed with complaints. All right, if you don't want to attract zombies, keep it down, Wang Mingyuan snapped, unable to endure the noise any longer. Under his authority, the murmurs gradually subsided. The Chaomu team, during their squabble, had already set off once more. Li Xinting sat in the back seat, playing with the beautiful crystal cores in her hands. The second-level green crystals restored more mental energy, so their efforts hadn't been in vain. With 20 green crystals, everyone received 2, leaving the remaining 2 for Li Xinting, especially since he had been responsible for taking down the 2 largest rats. At that moment, Li Xinting was playing with the 2 crystals she had received. Your skills have improved recently, Li Xinting remarked, uncharacteristically offering praise. Though she lacked strength, she had learned to leverage her other advantages, particularly today when she had dispatched 2 second-level zombies in one go. A remarkable improvement compared to before. Your teachings have been excellent. She returned the compliment with a smile, handing him the 2 green crystals along with 6 white crystals, just like before. Li Xinting acknowledged as he stored them away. The rescue team's vehicle trailed not far behind them. As noon approached, the sky gradually darkened, the once blinding sun now obscured by layers of dark gray clouds. Soon, the air grew heavy and light, Hair-like raindrops began to fall from the sky. Xinjiu rolled down a small portion of the car window. Catching a whiff of a pungent odor in the air, De Cheng's expression turned grave. That's the scent of sulfur. This rain is problematic. Acid rain? Xinjiu's face fell. Mingda residential area. Li Xinting decided. Traveling in acid rain was ill-advised. He owned a house in the upscale Mingda community, so it would be wiser to wait indoors until the acid rain passed. He Ning pressed the accelerator, rapidly increasing their speed, and Wu Chong, following suit, sped up to keep pace. Captain Wang, the air's pH levels are off. The sulfur smell is intense. It's highly likely we're about to experience acid rain. Yang Yu, the rescue team's deputy, reported, his face paling. Just follow Comrade Li and the others. We'll arrange for the civilians after reaching the destination. Wang Mingyuan made a decision. The vehicles ahead were undoubtedly hastening their speed in search of a place to take shelter from the rain. A destination that was certainly more trustworthy. Should they encounter zombies on the road, the Chaomu team would simply resolve the matter with gunfire, leaving no time to claim the crystal cores that as the raindrops intensified. They could hear the faint sounds of corrosion emanating from the car roof. They smoothly entered the upscale Mingda community, where two vehicles drove directly into the garage adjacent to a two-story villa. Each person donned thicker raincoats and dashed from the garage to the villa's entrance. In just a minute, their raincoats had already been scorched, marked by dark holes of varying sizes. Wang Mingyuan and his companions opted for a nearby apartment building, wrapping their heads in their clothing as a large group rushed towards the entrance. "Why aren't we staying in the villa?" a young woman inquired, noting the apparent comfort of the villa. "Have you seen how many of us there are? Besides, they aren't obligated to shelter us. Quickly, let us form teams and choose our rooms," a team member retorted, picking up his gun to begin checking for zombies inside the building. Chapter 15. Acid rain. The weather has become increasingly unpredictable. With such high temperatures, acid rain is falling. Old Su tossed his raincoat into the trash bin. We don't know how long this will last. Otherwise, the houses will likely be rendered uninhabitable. Wang shared his concerns. Acid rain poses significant threats to buildings and can contaminate groundwater, leading to a more severe scarcity of water resources. There's no point in worrying now. We should make the most of our time in the next few days and absorb the crystal cores. We have to strive for level 3. Li Xinting maintained his usual composure. De Shang retrieved the food for lunch from Wu Chong. "The boss is right. What's done is done. Since we can't change it, we should focus on becoming stronger. Let us select our rooms and rest." De Shang doesn't need to be busy at noon. Everyone can just have instant noodles. Li Xinting patted De Shang on the shoulder. They had made considerable gains that morning, yet their mental energy was nearly depleted, necessitating some time for rest. Thus, each took a cup of instant noodles, using the hot water they had stored to prepare their meal before finding rooms to rest in, thankful that there were enough rooms in the villa. Watching Xinjiu enter the master bedroom with Li Xinting, Wang momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Pulling on the sleeve of Ning, she incredulously asked, "She's staying with the boss? When did that happen?" Ning shrugged. "They were already together last night." "Come on, Wang, the boss has no ulterior motives regarding you. Just let it go. I know, but I just can't accept it." She felt a pang in her heart, wondering why the boss had so quickly accepted a woman who had only recently appeared. "Get some rest." Ning gently patted her back, feeling a bittersweet sensation as she left. Wang suppressed her sorrow, randomly selected a room, and entered. As soon as Xinjiu entered her room, she fetched her pajamas from the space and headed to the bathroom, utterly exhausted and longing for a refreshing sleep after a shower. Li Xinting tidied up the room, which still retained its pre-apocalyptic cleanliness, with laundered sheets and covers that were ready for use. He removed his outer jacket and retrieved a change of clothes from the wardrobe. Just then, Xinjiu emerged from the bathroom, plopping onto the bed. The comforter still carried a hint of his subtle tea fragrance, which was quite soothing. Li Xinting, "Could you get some ice to cool down?" "It's a bit warm," she murmured. With acid rain pouring outside, they couldn't open the windows for ventilation, leaving the room stuffy and hot. He filled a basin with ice from the bathroom and set it beside the bed. "We'll train together this afternoon." "Understood," she replied. By the time he finished his shower, Xinjiu had already drifted into a deep slumber. He lay beside her, and before long, she instinctively nestled against him, her head brushing against his chest. Li Xinting wrapped one arm around her waist while the other retrieved a level 3 zombie crystal core. With a thought, The core crumbled into powder in his palm. Not enough, he muttered, absorbing 30 level 2 white crystals and 2 level 2 green crystals. Finally feeling the familiar throbbing in his muscles and brain that he tightened his embrace around Xingio's waist and fell into a deep sleep. At 2 in the afternoon, Xingio awoke, reminded by her biological clock, only to find someone still sleeping beside her. She gently touched the side of Li Xinting's neck, relieved that she wasn't being choked this time. He felt a bit warm, and she surmised he might be undergoing an ability upgrade. I'm so envious. When will I awaken my abilities? She mused absently while toying with the buttons of his sleepwear. With the teacher still asleep, she decided to catch up on her own rest and closed her eyes once more. Half an hour later, Li Xinting opened his clear eyes, released her from his embrace, and sat up to test his upgraded abilities. He concentrated, forming an ice shard in his palm, which was noticeably harder than before and could even serve as a blade. He was confident that if he had encountered that mutated level 3 zombie from the morning with this ice, it would have been frozen in place, unable to escape even with its speed abilities. His mental perception range and precision had also seen a slight improvement. He could even see how many earthworms were in the soil of the flower bed if he wished. Have you completed your upgrade? A voice came from beside him. Xingio sat up and took the ice shard from his hand. Wow, this is so much more powerful than before. Level 3 really is a significant milestone. I assenti it? Well, since you're awake, let us get up and train, he said, throwing off the thin blanket and getting out of bed. Xingio quickly tidied herself up and followed him to the gym. The acid rain persisted for 5 days, turning the lush greenery outside into a withered yellow. Even slightly opening a window would let in a scorching breeze, causing discomfort if inhaled for too long. They remained in the villa for an additional 3 days, keeping the air purifier running, and only when the outdoor air had slightly diluted did Li Xinting decide they would depart at dawn the next day. After washing up in the bathroom, Xingio admired the definition of her abdominal muscles with both pride and a twinge of melancholy. Who would have thought she could achieve such results in just half a month? Her entire physique had become more toned, and her once graceful figure now exuded a newfound determination. After 10 minutes of self-appreciation, Li Xinting finally knocked on the door, unable to contain himself. Are you done yet? He had been waiting outside for half an hour with her clothes. All right. I'm sorry. I lost track of time. Xingio hurriedly opened the door. Li Xinting glanced at her in a short tank top and shorts. Sensing something. What were you doing in there? Self-admiring. How rude. Xingio internally scoffed, forcing a smile. I just didn't expect the training effects to be so evident. His gaze lingered momentarily on her abdomen before he chuckled. Is that enough to satisfy you? What do you mean, Li Xinting? She retorted, glaring at him as she grasped his hand and placed it on her abdomen. You have another chance to rephrase that. He genuinely took a moment to feel the muscles in her abdomen. Though not overly firm, they felt pleasant to the touch. However, from a strength perspective, her core power was insufficient and could be improved. All right then, I aim to strengthen my core, but don't want to become a muscle-bound Barbie. I think a dagger-s attacking style suits me just fine. She was eager to learn. Balancing strength with agility, Li Xinting ruffled her hair. I never said I wanted to turn you into a muscle-bound Barbie. Wasn't it you who asked for my opinion? Speaking the truth seemed to irk her. Forget it, you big, clueless man, she quipped before exiting the bathroom. Would it kill you to offer a compliment? She mused, realizing that the progression of their relationship would depend on her efforts, returning to bed. Xingio began plotting how to effectively train this man. After washing up, Li Xinting lay down, wrapping his arms around her as he prepared to sleep, only for a soft hand to slip beneath his shirt. He seized her wrist and turned to look at her. What are you up to? Xingio struggled a couple of times, but couldn't break free. Instead, she flipped over, straddling him, using her other hand to explore his abdomen under his shirt. Defined grooves and beautifully shaped muscles greeted her touch. Not overly bulging, but subtly shaped with gentle curves. Pressing down revealed the immense power hidden within. Perfect firmness, exquisite shape. Your training results are exceptional, she declared earnestly. Nodding in approval. What exactly are you trying to say? He asked, his voice hinting at restraint. That I'm complimenting you. Have you learned, Li Xinting? Xingio teased, continuing to explore that why you were so cheerful in the bathroom. Indeed. I was in such high spirits. Couldn't you just play along? I know I still need to keep training. I just wanted to celebrate a bit first, but you had to pour cold water on it. She replied, her her thoughts returning to the conversation. She lightly patted his abdomen again. Not just today, but if I ever ask for your opinion again while feeling particularly happy, please compliment me like I did for you. Feel free to offer your critiques later. Understood, darling? Li Xinting gently curled the corner of his lips, the soft yellow light from the bedside lamp casting a warm glow upon his perfectly chiseled features. Bestowing upon him an air of mystery, he gazed at her, his voice deep and husky. Miss Xine, are you in the process of crafting a man to your liking? Having survived for a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, he had encountered numerous men and women attempting to approach him, yet none dared to speak so candidly about transforming him. Well then, would you be willing to indulge my modest wish? Xing's tone lifted slightly. If she retreated now, it would hinder any future progress. Fear not. Forge ahead, he chuckled, a gentle tremor resonating in his chest, and in the blink of an eye, their positions were reversed if you desire my cooperation. It all depends on whether Miss Xine can provide sufficient sweetness to make me bend. He propped one hand beside her ear. The collar of her nightgown hung low, and from Xing's perspective, the contours of his defined chest muscles were faintly visible. What's the matter? If you dare to ask, I shall dare to give. Her delicate, pale arms wrapped around his neck, drawing him closer until their noses brushed. Her voice was ethereal and clear, her appearance pure and elegant, yet her smile was that of an enchanting siren. Their breaths intertwined, and he grasped her hand, their fingers entwined, as fervent kisses grew deeper. His sharp canines grazing her earlobe in a teasing manner. The heavy blackout curtains rejected the faint moonlight from outside, leaving the room shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by a dim yellow lamp near the bed. Revealing scattered garments on the floor, the low light flickering gently. Her wrist was captured by a large hand above her head, every inch of her skin tingling under his fervent kisses as the moon sank in the west. An unknown amount of time passed, and Li Xinting carried her into the bathroom to cleanse their bodies. Xinju leaned weakly against the edge of the bathtub, utterly exhausted, not wishing to utter a word. Particularly feeling soreness in her wrists and the inner thighs, pain radiating through her palms where the skin had been worn raw. If not for her sheer will to persevere, she would have surrendered halfway. This man was daunting in his desires, far beyond what she could currently withstand. Yet, regardless of her inner thoughts, she could not show weakness verbally. She glanced at the scratches on his shoulder, a smile gracing her lips. Did you not procure any condoms from the store? Or are you resorting to alternative means of relief, leaving me as the one who ends up fatigued? Li Xinting meticulously wiped away the thin sheen of sweat from her body, his fingers gliding over the skin marked with traces of their passion. Are you yearning for more? Xingjiu choked momentarily, replying defiantly. Do you not desire it? Who was the one reacting so fervently just now? He cast a glance at the remnants of tears on her face, unable to suppress a smile within. He was bemused by her competitive spirit. Despite being utterly spent, she still sought to engage in a battle of wits. Well, tonight, he had indeed overstepped, and it was he who would bear the brunt of her ire. There will be opportunities for such pursuits in the future, he remarked casually, lifting her from the bathtub and wrapping her in a towel, drying her off. Noticing her intention to speak further, he remained unfazed. If you still possess the energy to argue, I might suspect you could endure yet another round. He cradled her in the towel, surveying the surroundings as if in deep contemplation. Perhaps the bathroom could be an interesting venue as well. At this, Xingjiu chose silence, leaning against his shoulder and shutting her eyes, blissfully unaware of the genuine amusement flickering across his face. The soiled sheets were replaced, and the once defiant woman, who had been so vocally resistant, now lay fast asleep. He laid her gently on the bed, retrieved some ointment from the space, and tenderly applied it to her reddened skin, before providing her with a nightgown, cradling her into the realm of dreams. Chapter 16. Dreaming at 4 in the morning, Li Xinting opened his eyes, having dreamt for the first time in ages of the moment he first encountered her. They were both 15 then. Living lives as divergent as day and night. He was the ostracized, illegitimate child, while she was the cherished princess held in the palms of the elder Xian's hands. That it was a rainy day. And after class, he prepared to head back to the Li family, only to discover that the bottom of his backpack had been slashed, and his umbrella had vanished without a trace, surely the handiwork of Chun Suhui and his gang. A recurring misfortune. He could only harbor the bitterness within, resorting to donning his backpack atop his head as he rushed out of the school building. Just as he did so, a soft laugh reached his ears. Turning, he beheld a girl with a cherubic smile, her eyes shining with clarity and curiosity as they locked onto his. She then took the spare umbrella from a nearby bodyguard and, tiptoeing slightly, placed it atop his backpack, her voice cool and refreshing as mountain spring water. Even the greatest heroes can catch a chill in the rain. That time, teenage bravado was all the rage. Many believed that braving the rain without an umbrella proved their vitality, and she likely fancied herself one of those audacious youths. How could the beautiful, fortunate princess comprehend the life of a rat in the sewers? Yet, he remembered her distinctly. Li Xinting pulled himself from the reverie of the past. Though he had only slept for 3 hours, he felt invigorated. He adjusted her phone alarm 10 minutes later, as was his routine, and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up before engaging in his morning exercise. During this time, he informed Detachment that breakfast for him and Xingyo was unnecessary that morning. At 4:30, Xingyo was roused by the alarm, groggily pulling the covers over her head to silence her phone, struggling to open her heavy eyelids. The blanket was pulled away, and her face was pinched gently by a cool finger, prompting her to wash up. Moments later, she found herself lifted into the air as Li Xinting carried her to the sink, urging her to wake up, for they had to depart by 5. Xingyo grasped her toothbrush and shot him a glare. "I can hardly wake up, and it's all you're doing." "My fault," he conceded. Only then did she continue brushing her teeth. The events of the previous night had been a mutual endeavor. She was not truly upset, in hindsight. Despite the exhausting nature of it all, it had been quite exhilarating. The pleasures of intimacy were indeed not mere fabrications. She noted that the marks on her body had faded somewhat compared to the night before. And aside from a lingering slight soreness in her wrists and thighs, there was no pain. Only the skin on her palm remained tender from last night. She felt content with this realization. But she had not forgotten her initial intention. Li Xinting, you mentioned yesterday that the dynamics of our private affairs will be dictated by my terms. She addressed her reflection in the mirror. He replied, devoid of any displeasure. He had desired, and she had indeed acquiesced. Thus they were bound to accept the consequences. Xingyo's spirits lifted, and she pushed him out of the bathroom, retrieving a set of long-sleeve pants and a top from the space to change into. Although they had seen and done everything that could be seen and done, she was reluctant to change in front of him, recalling the predatory gleam in his eyes from the previous night. Besides, she had heard that men were more prone to arousal in the morning, and she had no intention of testing fate. After changing, she emerged to find Li Xinting offering her warm milk and bread. "Eat this. We need to set off by 5." He had already finished his meal. Xingyo nodded, hastening her breakfast. After gulping down the last sip of milk, she clumsily inquired, "So, does that mean everyone knows we had breakfast together?" The underlying implication being, did they all know about their nocturnal escapades? Li Xinting chuckled softly. "I merely told them that we finished training late yesterday, and I thought it best for you to have a bit more rest without preparing breakfast for us." "That works," she sighed in relief. While she had no regrets about the previous night, she wished to keep it private. The thought of it becoming public knowledge was rather daunting. They boarded the vehicle punctually. And indeed, everyone behaved as usual, allowing Xingyo to relax. Once inside, she couldn't resist leaning against the window to catch up on sleep. Up front, Ning and Detachment were oblivious to anything amiss. Believing her fatigue was merely a result of training at noon, they halted by the roadside to prepare lunch. Detachment had just placed the chopped meat into the pan when a child's voice piped up nearby. "Uncle, can you share some with me?" He glanced over to see a boy with a smudged face, eyes filled with hunger and longing. A quick glance revealed a couple nearby, greedily eyeing the scene. "I'm afraid not. Uncle's food is for the entire team, not just for me. If you're hungry, go find your parents," Detachment replied flatly. "Not even a piece?" the child cried, wiping away tears. "My parents don't have any meat for me. I haven't eaten meat in a week." "No," Detachment continued, undeterred as he stirred the food, adding a handful of chili to enhance the aroma. "Listen, kid, just because you're hungry doesn't mean others must feed you. Didn't the rescue team already provide you with lunch? Since you've eaten, you should head back and rest." Liang interjected. The couple, perhaps taken aback, could no longer maintain their faade. The man strode over, pointing at Liang. "You're just a kid. How can you be so cruel? What harm is there in giving my child a piece of meat? You are not lacking in food." "Sir, don't think you can bully us just because you're older. We're not lacking that piece of meat. We simply don't wish to give it to you." Liang detests being lectured by others. And this time, his displeasure was palpable. Stir-fried beef had been successfully prepared. He filled a bowl with it, and, after washing the pan, commenced making tomato and scrambled eggs. Nearby, a child wailed incessantly. While a middle-aged couple, confronted by Aoyong, received a sharp retort from him, the woman immediately raised her voice, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what a lack of public virtue! You've grown up without understanding the importance of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Our little Bao just wishes for a piece of meat. They've cooked a whole bowl full. Would giving him just one piece be the end of the world? He only ate. The prime age for growth." To that, Aoyong retorted, "Enough. Your little Bao is not our concern." The usually silent Gongzi was rendered speechless at that moment. Xinjiu, who had been sleeping in the car all morning, was awakened by the commotion. Fully refreshed, she heard the argument and stepped out of the vehicle. "What is happening?" she inquired of Yingying. "That child wants meat," and after being denied, his parents became furious. Yingying succinctly recounted the situation. Xinjiu was at a loss for words, never expecting to encounter such a brazen individual. The dispute continued unabated, the woman's voice growing louder, hurling accusations of disrespect for elders and selfishness. Among other derogatory terms, the man, quite pleased with his wife's combative spirit, wore a smug expression and, while no one was watching, discreetly signaled to the child. The boy quickly dashed to the bowl of meat, extending his grimy fingers toward it, but before he could touch it, someone seized the back of his shirt. Xinjiu watched him with a bemused smile, firmly pulling him away, asserting, "Taking without permission is akin to theft." Young wondered what theft. How can a hungry child craving a piece of meat be considered stealing? The child protested that "You're just a stingy girl. No wonder you can only mooch off them." The man interjected, immediately swooping in to carry the child away. Yes, I'm indeed beautiful and thus entitled to indulge. And if you have objections, keep them to yourself." Xinjiu replied with a grin, then lifted the 2 dishes she had prepared, announcing, "Dinner is served. Daicheng has made stir-fried beef and garlic shrimp, which smells absolutely divine," making the neighboring child cry with envy. Yingying couldn't help but chuckle, turning to Ning beside her and remarking, "She's quite amusing." Ning smiled in agreement, understanding why the instructor treated her with such favor. It wasn't just Li Xinting. Others in the team also enjoyed her company. She had a knack for maintaining balance, neither overly obsequious nor causing a ruckus, and was willing to work hard that in their hearts. They had all but fully accepted her. That is it because I lack her charisma? Yingying suddenly asked, her smile fading. "Is that why the leader doesn't notice me?" Ning sighed. "Yingying, you needn't belittle yourself. You, too, possess a distinct personality. However, having numerous strengths doesn't guarantee affection from the instructor. Have you not discerned what kind of person he is over the years? He favors Xinjiu because she is irreplaceable to him." Isn't at her persistence that won him over? Yingying still felt a twinge of resentment in her eyes. Li Xinting was the epitome of perfection. So why would he, a man of merit, be drawn to a pampered heiress like Xinjiu? Ning placed a hand on her shoulder, striking a chord. "The key is whether he is willing. Miss Xin is quite proactive, but he has never rejected her. Doesn't that indicate something? When he is unwilling, no one dares to pursue him. Yet, if he permits it, then all actions are deemed acceptable." "Yingying, it's time for you to awaken to this reality. Let us eat," Yingying said, shifting the subject as she turned towards the gathering crowd. Xinjiu was cheerfully serving food, unfazed by the ongoing tirade from the middle-aged couple. Occasionally, she exaggeratedly remarked about the beauty of the tomato and scrambled eggs, saying, "How could a thief not wish to beg for a taste when I am fortunate enough to enjoy Dacheng's culinary delights? Otherwise, I would be left seething with envy." Such remarks only served to redden the couple's faces with anger. Li Xinting descended from the vehicle and took a seat at the table, casting a cold glance at the incessantly chattering middle-aged individuals. With a swift motion, he thrust a small knife into the ground before the man, commanding, "Leave." The man, intimidated by the sharpness in Li Xinting's gaze, realized that the group would not be easily intimidated and hastily led his wife and child away. Muttering about the decline of societal morals and how ruffians dared to bully ordinary citizens, suddenly he felt a chill as a sharp object clipped a portion of hair above his ear, silencing him completely as he hurriedly fled. "Tsk, what a coward," Xinjiu remarked, observing the scene as she lifted her bowl. "Focus on your meal. You shouldn't tire yourself by arguing with them." Li Xinting lightly tapped the table before her. Old Su chuckled beside them. Indeed, Xingio, eat well? I've heard that tomatoes are beneficial for a girl's complexion. Old Su, you're biased. I'm a girl too. Why don't you remind me to eat more? He Ying chimed in. Ha, Jia, do you really need a reminder about your appetite? Eliang instinctively replied, I think you're asking for a beating. He Ying kicked him under the table. Sister, I was wrong. Anyone who thinks you look like a cute girl is indeed a real man. Eliang fled with his bowl in hand. Jia, don't let him ruin your appetite. He just has a loose tongue. I'll deal with him later, Wu Chang interjected, attempting to mediate. Xingio, with a smile in her eyes, quietly enjoyed her meal, cherishing the harmonious atmosphere of the Chaomu team. Despite her usual misfortunes, she felt fortunate to have joined them at such a critical moment. Chapter 17. Journey to Jiangxing. After a brief 10-minute respite following their meal, the Chaomu team set off towards Jiangxing once more. The vehicles gradually departed from the bustling city center and merged onto the highway. Wang Mingyuan approached Li Xinting to bid farewell. During their journey together, they had encountered several waves of zombies, and both teams had amicably collaborated to eliminate them. Regrettably, they did not intend to head to the base. Let us part ways here, Captain Wang. May we meet again by fate, Li Xinting said with a polite nod. Haha, then I shall borrow Comrade Li's well wishes. Wang Mingyuan no longer insisted, and the two teams were thoroughly separated. In this apocalyptic world, the unpredictability of fortune and disaster loomed, and no one could ascertain whether they might suddenly perish at the hands of a monster on any given day. All they could do was seize the present moment. Along the highway, a variety of vehicles from different brands remained parked, their owners either having transformed into zombies or failing to escape in time to avoid becoming new undead. The squad took turns opening windows to launch attacks. The sound of gunfire echoing along the route, all while not forgetting to collect crystal cores. Currently, they possessed an abundance of second-tier zombie crystal cores, which held little utility for ascending abilities to the third tier. But this was merely due to the rapid growth of their own power. In truth, the majority of ability users remained at the first tier, and it was certain that crystal cores would eventually replace currency as the common medium of exchange in this post-apocalyptic era. Xingio also fired upon the zombies, while Li Xinting sat nearby, providing close-range guidance. Thus, they spent 3 days intermittently battling on the highway. Had the distance not been considerable, her accuracy could have reached 50%. However, she still preferred wielding a knife for direct combat, as the long-range mage style did not suit her. On the afternoon of July 25th, the group successfully arrived in Jiangxing, shortly after entering the city. They found themselves surrounded by 6 third-tier zombies, 2 of which were mutated, possessing wood and earth abilities, respectively. Li Xinting and He Ying engaged the 2 mutated zombies, with the earth zombie conjuring a cloud of dust in an attempt to obstruct their breathing. While instructing He Ying to unleash a localized rain using her water ability, Li Xinting harnessed the rain's power to activate his ice ability, creating a chilling layer of ice that instantly hindered the zombies' movements. While performing these tasks, he also focused his mental energy to invade the brain of the wood-type zombie, assaulting the core located in the central brain region. Xingio wielded her knife with lethal precision amidst the second-tier zombies, each swing fueled by her full strength, significantly increasing the probability of delivering a fatal blow. She seized one zombie's arm, using its momentum to kick away a pursuing zombie, simultaneously plunging her dagger into the skull of the one beneath her. Upon landing, she swiftly bent down to evade a dark claw, then raised her leg to deliver a kick to the zombie's jaw. As it staggered back, she quickly straightened and slashed its neck, decapitating it in an instant, before executing a spinning kick that shattered the zombie's frail knee. As it fell, she launched a side attack, drawing her dagger from its temple once more. Lao Su and De Cheng, both Earth-type ability users, worked in perfect harmony, one continuously erecting earthen walls to obstruct the zombies' movements, while the other formed earthen spikes that pierced through the zombies as the walls crumbled. The third-tier zombies were riddled with gaping wounds, their movements growing increasingly sluggish, until the final earth spike penetrated their brains, leading to their demise. Gongzi, possessing metal abilities, utilized nearby abandoned vehicles to forge a considerable number of steel weapons and armor. The claws of the zombies struck against his chest armor, leaving only sharp imprints of their nails, yet failing to penetrate within. Conversely, without armor, they too met a grisly fate, riddled with holes. Ning, although awakened to a common strength ability, had always ranked just below Li Xinting in combat prowess within the Qiaomu squad. After ascending to the 3rd tier the previous night, his muscular strength reached a terrifying level, overpowering the 3rd-tier zombies as he relentlessly slammed them to the ground, delivering punch after punch until he ultimately snapped their necks. Liang was tasked with the final 3rd-tier zombie, known for its formidable lightning abilities, which, combined with the rain created by Li Xinting, allowed for a continuous surge of electricity to flow into the zombie's body. Its limbs convulsed uncontrollably, momentarily taking on a comical aspect, before it ultimately succumbed to death as a charred corpse. Wu Chang, like Xingyo, fought amidst the 2nd-tier zombies. Although he had awakened to spatial abilities, all abilities could enhance the user's strength. He excelled at wielding dual daggers, striking swiftly and accurately, each of his attacks effectively severing the heads of the zombies, nearly decimating the encroaching 2nd-tier undead. Half an hour later, nearly 100 zombies had been eradicated by the squad, with crystal cores collected in abundance. Xingyo received a water pouch from Li Xinting to cleanse the grime from her hands, having just slain 30 2nd-tier zombies, adding yet another tally to her achievements. With a second downpour looming within a day, she hoped to awaken her abilities smoothly this time. Li Xinting retrieved a large RV from his spatial storage, and the group returned to the vehicle to rest, where he examined the topographical and urban construction maps of Jiangxing, his long fingers tracing the vicinity of the nearby West City food processing plant. Next, we shall head here, he declared, noting that the day of the apocalypse coincided with a weekday, implying that the factory would likely harbor a significant number of zombies. Everyone, be cautious. The food processing plant would undoubtedly become a coveted resource for various bases, containing a vast supply of food, an essential commodity for survival in the apocalypse. The others nodded in agreement. In truth, their food reserves had accumulated substantially. Li Xinting's spatial storage, roughly the size of a football field, was brimming with supplies, and Wu Chang had also ascended to the 3rd tier, with half of his 90 square meter space filled with food. Larger items, such as gasoline and vehicles, were stored within Li Xinting's space, ensuring that the Qiaomu squad lacked for resources. Nonetheless, they aimed to gather even more. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch in the RV, Decheng prepared fried potatoes and roasted chicken legs, with Xingyo consuming a third of the meal. These fried delicacies paired with cola were nothing short of divine. As the vehicle approached the food processing plant, they encountered a vast array of factories, including those for bread, biscuits, cured fish, cured meats, and even spicy strips, occupying 1/3 of the western area of Jiangxing, while the remaining 2/3 consisted of residential zones and various wholesale markets. The 9 members divided into 2 teams, as they had during their search of the hospital, agreeing to reconvene at the factory gate after 2 hours, regardless of how many items they managed to gather. Xingyo followed Li Xinting into the meat canning factory, which housed 2 production rooms, each responsible for different stages of the manufacturing process. They headed directly for the final product packaging room, swiftly dispatching a few wandering food workers clad in gray uniforms before quietly approaching their destination. The door was unlocked, and the group took their positions to respond promptly to any unforeseen circumstances. As the rusted door creaked open, a horde of 2nd-tier zombies surged forth, drawn by the scent. Battling 2nd-tier zombies proved relatively effortless. Within a short time, 40 zombies yielded their crystal cores. Li Xinting quickly stored the recently produced cans within his spatial storage. There should still be warehouses nearby. Let's search for them, Xingyo suggested. Unfortunately, the nearby map was smeared with blood, hindering their progress. What a pity. If only we had a clearer layout, we could move faster, Liang remarked, attempting to locate alternative maps within the room. No need to search further. If there are any maps, they'll be in the office, not here. Let's head outside. The warehouses should be close by, Li Xinting stated, finishing up with the last can. Their luck proved fortuitous, as they soon opened 2 rooms and stumbled upon a warehouse, which, as anticipated, was filled with stacks of canned goods. The boxes were labeled with production dates and shelf lives, requiring no further organization. Exiting the canning factory went exceedingly smoothly, and they continued into the adjacent biscuit manufacturing facility. Perhaps due to the law of conservation of luck, upon opening the door, they were immediately confronted by a swarm of 20 mutated rats. Within moments, the 4 were engulfed in their sharp, piercing squeaks. Xingyo, now fully accustomed to the chaos, could maintain her composure as she disemboweled the rats. Meanwhile, Li Xinting conjured dozens of ice blades, launching them at the electrically paralyzed creatures. Lao Su crafted a maze-like terrain of earth to obstruct the rats' movements, allowing Xi and Jiao to capitalize on this assistance to slay several mutated rodents. However, following the rat skirmish, they discovered no resources aside from green crystals, as the food within the room had been entirely consumed by the rodents, leaving not even a trace of zombies. Thus, they proceeded to continue their exploration, with Xi and Jiao's attire stained and restained with blood, alternating between battling zombies and dispatching rats, during which they encountered two third-tier mutated weasels. Under the influence of the zombie virus, the weasels had grown to the size of large dogs, proving far more troublesome than the rats. In the end, one was dispatched by Li Xinting's mental abilities, while the other was eliminated through the combined efforts of Lao Su and Liang. Eventually, the group exited the biscuit factory's warehouse, preparing to head towards the flour mill at this moment. The sun was partially obscured by gray clouds, casting a dim light over the surroundings, causing Li Xinting to feel a sudden tightening in his chest. Furrowing his brows, he quickened his pace. The group drew their weapons, combining their abilities with firearms, swiftly overwhelming the flour mill, encountering only second-tier zombies in their path. With half an hour remaining until their agreed meeting time, they began retreating towards the entrance, only to encounter another team midway. Li Xinting took the initiative to speak. "Boss, there are strange sounds coming from our area, somewhat reminiscent of those found within an electromagnetic field." However, before he could respond, a sudden explosion erupted from the adjacent building, a massive burst of flames illuminating the surroundings, while debris and scorching winds rained down upon them. Instantly, the group dropped to the ground. With Li Xinting swiftly shielding Xi and Jiao in his embrace, Lao Su and Decheng braced themselves against a dirt wall, attempting to shield everyone from the cascading fragments of the crumbling structure. Just as the wall was on the verge of collapsing, Li Xinting conjured a layer of ice, barely managing to hold the destruction at bay. Before they could rise from the ground, a cacophony of growls filled the air. A horde of zombies, now assembled under the command of a level 4 mutated zombie, surged towards them through the thick clouds of dust. Chapter 18. Dispersal. Cough, cough. Xi and Jiao coughed as she wielded her knife against the approaching zombies, while Li Xinting fixed his gaze on a sinister figure in the distance, his voice heavy with foreboding. "It is a level 4 mutated zombie. Preliminary assessments suggest it possesses wind-based abilities. I shall handle this." He glanced at Yining, signaling for her to take charge here. Yining nodded earnestly, assuring him, "Rest assured, sir." With knife in hand, Li Xinting plunged into the throng of zombies. As a level 3 himself, he could not directly employ his mental powers against a level 4 mutated zombie. Thus, he intended to engage in close combat to deplete its energy before probing its mind at an opportune moment. He charged towards the mutated zombie, swiftly severing the heads of other zombies that dared to approach, an icy aura trailing closely behind him. The mutated zombie observed him with glimmering eyes, sensing an immense energy emanating from this human. It was certain that consuming him would elevate its own power. Once a security guard in the factory, the zombie had been fortunate enough to gain wind-based abilities after its transformation. IT had noticed this group shortly after their arrival, choosing to lie in wait until it could discern their strengths, meticulously planning to ensnare them all at once. These endowed individuals were a veritable feast. With them, it could ascend to level 5. And then it would be time to confront that arrogant counterpart in the city center. Indeed, this was a high-level zombie with cognition and cunning. It awaited the arrival of Li Xinting, who approached with the swiftness of a guest. The wind suddenly shifted as the blade came flying towards it, reflecting back upon its master. Li Xinting deftly grasped the hilt, an icy breath radiating from him, causing the transparent air to shimmer silver. He skillfully evaded each gust of wind, appearing before the creature with his blade raised. Clang! The blade met the wind, producing a dull clamor as he lifted his leg, delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's midsection. It regarded him with keen interest, satisfaction swelling within as it engaged him in combat. A flicker of derision crossed Li Xinting's eyes, controlling his strength. He knew that in terms of physical prowess, he was more than a match for it. Its combat abilities were merely a result of raw energy, lacking any finesse, yet he crafted their exchanges with a sense of rhythm. As it opted for this particular style of combat, he welcomed the challenge. The two figures flitted across the balcony, ice shards erupting, either deflected by the wind or ricocheting back, escalating the intensity of their duel. Meanwhile, Xingyo had no time to focus on Li Xinting's battle. She mechanically thrust her blade into the necks of the zombies. The sheer number of level 2 zombies, interspersed with a few level 3s, gradually separated the group into distinct zones, each member preoccupied with their own survival, clutching their weapons tightly. The aftermath of the explosion had rendered the factory precariously unstable, with debris intermittently raining down. They not only had to evade the teeth and claws of the zombies, but also the unpredictable descent of falling walls. Xingyo fiercely plunged her dagger into a zombie's throat, only to have a shard of glass crash down above her. She quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a zombie that loomed in her path. With a swift twist of her body, she evaded a claw that threatened to pierce her face at an impossible angle. She kicked at the zombie's lower regions and leaped to snap its neck, all while deftly dodging a half-fallen stone pillar. However, this maneuvering distanced her from her companions, and the thick dust cloud obscured her view of them. She could only hear the relentless swish of weapons slicing through the air. She surveyed the surrounding level 2 zombies, her eyes stinging from the dust, yet she pressed on, her gaze fierce as she continued to swing her blade. Li Xinting dispatched a nearby level 3 zombie, having just caught a glimpse of Xingyo darting towards the tofu factory to evade a fallen pillar. Before she could contemplate further, a section of wall collapsed, prompting her to swiftly evade and re-engage with the zombies. Li Xinting evaded the zombie's gaping maw, his fist encased in a layer of solid ice, striking its abdomen with unrestrained force. Thud! The impact sent the creature crashing against the wall, its body contorting painfully from the recoil, creating a visible dent in the structure. Before it could register its astonishment, frost rapidly enveloped its abdomen, and a flicker of unease crossed its features. This prey had been concealing its true strength. Attempting to harness the wind's power to create distance, the zombie found its efforts thwarted as Li Xinting increased the frequency of his attacks. Frustration and rage marred its face as it fought to compress him towards its razor-sharp teeth, intent on severing his neck in one bite. Yet, just as its fangs were about to make contact, a searing pain erupted in its brain that Li Xinting had awaited this moment, seizing the opportunity as the creature, in its fury, relaxed its mental defenses. That he unleashed a torrent of mental energy, piercing through to the core of its mind. That a cacophony of shrieks erupted from its mouth, a long-forgotten sensation of pain flooding its senses. It hastily summoned the wind to retreat, but Li Xinting would not grant it that reprieve. Encasing their small battleground in solid ice, he intensified his psychic assault. 5 minutes later, the once proud level 4 zombie met its demise at the hands of its prey, leaving behind a precious crystal core. The battle finally concluded. Li Xinting retrieved a green crystal from his space to replenish his mental energy. He gazed down, the billowing smoke obscuring his view, a swirling dance of black and white shrouding his vision, leaving an unsettling feeling lingering in his heart. Xingyo lost count of the number of zombies she had slain. Her visage was now a mask of dust and blood, a grimy visage obscured in gray. Extracting her knife from a zombie's skull, she finally afforded herself a brief respite. Yet, she dared not linger, straining her eyes to survey her surroundings. It appeared she had unwittingly entered another factory, seemingly the final packaging area. Cautiously, she advanced a few steps, discerning the lettering on the packaging. This was the tofu factory. She began recalling its geographical location, realizing it lay not in the eastern direction they had traveled, but rather in the western sector where Li Xinting's group was. Calculating the distance between herself and her team, she inferred that it should not be too far. As long as she retraced her steps, she could reunite with them, wondering how Li Xinting fared against the level 4 zombie. As she began to stow away the packaged tofu in her space, determined not to waste the opportunity, a soft rustle at her left ear prompted her to swiftly pivot and retreat, narrowly evading a furry paw that emerged from the dust. Gripping her knife tightly, she raised her gaze to confront a colossal mutated weasel before her. Li Xinting raced back, gun in hand. His marksmanship was precise and swift, swiftly dispatching the zombies that stood in his path. As he returned to where the others had gathered, only Lao Su, Liang, and Gongzi remained. He assisted in eliminating the last of the zombies, the smoke no longer as dense as before, revealing faint silhouettes in the distance. Li Xinting had also noticed this change. With the haze thinning, she could now employ her water-based abilities to conjure rain. No longer hindered by the prior conditions where visibility beyond 2 meters rendered her powers ineffective, delicate strands of rain began to fall, further clearing the air, allowing the scattered group to gradually reconvene. As she maneuvered through the zombies towards her team, Ying suddenly recalled a shadow from earlier. She had not seen Xingyo the last time she caught sight of her. She seemed to be heading towards the tofu factory. Glancing at the man not far away, still firing at the zombies, jealousy surged uncontrollably within her. Her gaze flickered, dark thoughts bubbling to the surface of her mind. If they delayed in searching for Xingyo, would her strength render her unable to return? Li Xinting and He Ning soon arrived beside He Ying. Dispatching another zombie with a gunshot, he inquired, "Have you seen Xingyo?" He Ning and the others had not encountered her since they had been separated. A tumult of complex thoughts swirled in her mind, and she shook her head. "I do not know." He Ning cast a sidelong glance at her. Li Xinting's expression darkened, an unusual worry clouding his peach blossom eyes as he hastened his efforts to clear the remaining zombies. Searching the vicinity, she could not have strayed too far from here. "Boss, the surrounding structures have become unstable due to the explosion. They could collapse at any moment. Should we not find a secure place to discuss how to locate her?" "Searching aimlessly is both perilous and inefficient," He Ying interjected. "You all head towards the entrance. I will search for her here," Li Xinting commanded. Li Xinting comprehended her thoughts, yet an undercurrent of disappointment lingered within her. If it were another person who had gone missing today, she would not have uttered such words. Ultimately, she had not wholly accepted Xingyo as a teammate in her heart. "We will search together," she declared. "Xingyo lacks any extraordinary abilities, and her skills do not measure up to those of us who have undergone years of training. The more time that passes, the more perilous the situation becomes." Indeed, Xingyo had been quite amiable towards them, and I considered her a friend. Naturally, I must seek her out now that she is missing. He Ning and the others chimed in, and upon witnessing this, He Ying bit her lip and joined them. In her heart, she could not help but scorn herself. He Ying, when have you ever acted in such a manner? How could you be so petty? This is a life at stake. If Xingyo were to perish due to a lack of timely rescue, would you truly find solace in that? She felt a heaviness in her chest. Her mind clouded with distress. Before they were separated, Deching, Wuchang, and Xingyo had mostly been in the western region. Logically, our general direction should remain unchanged after the separation. Let us begin our search at the western factory. Upon voicing her thoughts, the weight on her heart lifted slightly. Li Xinting's eyes glimmered with a secret light at her words. They would head to the western factory. Xingyo narrowly evaded the tail of the weasel as it swept toward her. Should she be struck, she would lack the strength to rise again. She fired several shots at the weasel, the bullets embedding themselves in its thick, yellow fur, inflicting minor wounds that only served to enrage it further. She raised her knife to block its lunging claws, but its overwhelming strength forced her to retreat until her back collided hard against a pillar. She gazed into the increasingly menacing face of the weasel. Its gaping maw exuded a foul stench, and its tongue writhed within. With a steely resolve, she decided to fight back. Disregarding the tearing of her muscles, she slashed at the weasel's paw with her dagger. Gripping the long fur hanging from its face with fierce determination and leaping onto its back, summoning a pristine long knife from her spatial pocket, she clasped it with both hands and thrust it with all her might into its spine. Blood staining her hands and splattering across her face, the weasel let out a pained howl. Leaping about, "I acknowledge that I have been petty, and I am no different from those women who resort to cunning tactics out of jealousy." She lowered her eyelashes. "Ying, love can render one blind, yet fortunately, no irrevocable mistakes have been made. As long as you awaken in time." He Ning gazed at her. Ying raised her hand to wipe away the moisture in her eyes, declaring, "From this moment forth, I shall no longer harbor feelings for the eldest. The person who is solely devoted to another woman will not see me." She did not wish to become the kind of person she despised. In the dead of night, Xingyo indeed developed a fevered. Li Xinting dampened a towel with alcohol and gently wiped her body to bring down her temperature. He tore open a fever-reducing capsule, dissolved it in warm water, and helped her drink it down. After nearly 2 hours of diligent care, her temperature gradually stabilized. When Xingyo awakened, a torrential rain was already pouring outside. The sound of raindrops tapping against the window echoed in the room. She felt as though something was bound over her eyes. Struggling to sit up from the bed, a pair of hands appeared on her shoulders, and she caught the faint scent of bitter tea emanating from him. Li Xinting touched her forehead, saying, "Your eyes are inflamed. I have applied a poultice, and it cannot be removed yet." Xingyo wanted to speak, but found her throat dry and painful, so she merely nodded to acknowledge. You must be hungry. I will prepare some porridge for you. Li Xinting retrieved instant corn porridge from his supplies, poured hot water over it, and 5 minutes later, he sat at the bedside with the bowl of porridge. Open your mouth, he urged, blowing gently on the porridge before bringing it to her lips. Xing was indeed hungry and, without hesitation, finished the bowl. After wiping her lips with a damp tissue, she leaned back against the bed and asked in a barely audible voice, "Is it pouring outside?" "Yes, you should rest well and recuperate," he replied, gently ruffling her hair to tea. That moment, Xing felt exhausted. Her muscle strain had yet to heal, and even the slightest movement sent pain shooting through her. Yet, she was thankful that she had survived. She could continue to live. Soon, she drifted back to sleep. Little Jiao, reflect honestly. How has Aunt Zhao treated you? You possess everything Xiaorong has, and even more. Neither your father nor Aunt Zhao owes you anything. I do not want what your grandfather left for you, but as the daughter of the Xing family, you have an obligation to contribute. Once you graduate from university, I will find you a suitable match. In a daze, she saw a middle-aged man, his face insincere, sighing in front of her. I will study abroad, she heard herself say. The scene shifted, and she found herself dining in the villa's restaurant. Xing slowly realized that she had entered the body of the original owner. Reliving experiences that had transpired, the restaurant maid's eyes gradually turned white, yet she remained oblivious to what was unfolding until another maid screamed. She witnessed one maid biting into another's neck, warm blood splattering onto the pristine tablecloth. Terrified by this horrifying scene, she screamed and ran out to find the butler to call the police. However, the number of mutated individuals in the villa began to multiply, even the butler's limbs contorting into unnatural angles. Dressed in loungewear, she panicked and ran back to her room, locking the door behind her before dialing for help. Yet, the police never arrived. The internet was flooded with videos of monsters killing, the creatures from apocalyptic sci-fi, films manifesting in every corner of reality. She attempted to call Xing Yuan, but the call never connected. Xing felt the weight of her fear. She wrapped herself in a blanket and curled up beneath the curtains, listening to the roars outside. Sleepless throughout the night, she remained in her room for 5 days, eating snacks to stave off hunger, and when the water and electricity were cut off, she drank the tap water she had carefully stored. On the 6th day, a group of menacing figures burst through the villa's door, finding her hiding in her room while evading the zombie servants. "Look, there's a beauty here. Big brother, we are truly fortunate to encounter such a gem in the apocalypse," said a man with yellowed teeth, his eyes gleaming with greed as they lingered on her chest. "Stay away. This is my home. You are not allowed to enter." She trembled, retreating. "Ha, little beauty, this is the end of the world. The strongest claim the house. You might as well join us, and we will ensure you live lavishly." A greasy hand reached toward her. Xing resonated with her, as if she were her own self. Feeling herself retreat until, in a final act of defiance, she flung open the window and jumped. She landed in the flower bed below, acutely aware of the pain of her ruptured organs, and then in her fading vision, she saw the terrifying zombies pouncing upon her, tearing at her flesh. Why? Why must I be forced abroad? Why must I be harassed by rogues? Why did my life end so easily? I was clearly a precious pearl nurtured by my grandfather. Why has everything changed? Am I too weak? Too eager for paternal love, leading to my repeated abandonment by Xing Yuan? Too foolish to be toyed with by Xing Rong and Zhao Fu? Too incompetent to be driven to jump? I possess such favorable conditions. How did I end up with this fate? If I could live my life again, I would never be weak again. With that final thought, tears mingled with her blood, seeping into the earth beneath her. Chapter 20. Awakening abilities. Li Xinting was abruptly awakened by the searing heat radiating from the person beside him. He turned on the bedside lamp and saw her face and neck glistening with sweat. Her teeth clenched tightly, her cheeks quivering slightly as if she were enduring a terrifying nightmare. He quickly dampened a towel with cold water and placed it on her forehead, then took a dry towel to wipe the sweat from her body. "Why? Why is this happening?" she muttered incoherently, her words incomprehensible to him. Li Xinting gently pried her tightly clenched fingers apart, cradling her in his arms while softly patting her back to soothe her distress. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful surge of energy radiating from her. Xing opened her eyes in his embrace, and they shone with clarity, reminiscent of 2 glistening gemstones. She instinctively touched her forehead and felt the cold, damp towel. Have I awakened my abilities? She wondered, still caught in a dreamlike state. the intense feeling of injustice from her previous nightmare lingering in her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Li Xinting cupped her face, reassuring her. Yes, you have awakened your abilities. Do not fear. Those were merely nightmares, illusions. No, they were real, she insisted, aware that they had indeed transpired in another dimension of time. She struggled to steady her breath. And under the influence of that unfamiliar power, her injuries healed completely, her right wrist regaining full mobility. Xingyo extended her right hand, instinctively channeling the abundant energy within her. Soon, she saw two glowing orbs, one red and one blue, manifesting in her palm, accompanied by two lines of instructions as if they were a user manual. Healing level, LV1 function, can heal minor wounds and slight zombie virus infections. Surely no one expects this little light to cure anything, right? Devour level, LV1 function, can cause complete cell death within a small area of the human body, rendering them irreparable. You're far too weak right now. It might only be effective on a palm-sized area. Her expression shifted to one of confusion. What is happening here? It appears I have awakened a rare healing ability. Yet why are there two orbs with completely different functions? And why does the manual seem to belittle me? Have you ever seen anything like this? She asked, extending her palm towards Li Xinting, her eyes filled with anticipation. Healing abilities? Quite splendid, but why is it not white? He pondered, recalling that the healing powers he had encountered in the apocalypse always manifested as a pure white light. Never before had he seen a blue healing orb. Xingyo's expression grew even more perplexed. Are you seeing something different from what I see? Do you only see the blue orb? They both spoke simultaneously. Li Xinting looked at her, a rare look of confusion crossing his face. Are you saying there is another orb of a different color? Xingyo, equally bewildered, explained the red orb and its function to him. Thus, it seems the red one possesses certain offensive capabilities. Your healing ability must have undergone a secondary mutation, resulting in a new branch. He listened intently to her description, his expression growing more serious. Cell death means the cessation of life, if I understand correctly. This is a potent attack ability targeting humans, and as it grows, it may even allow you to kill without a trace. Most importantly, it can heal the zombie virus. Xingyo, do not let a third person know about this until you have adequate power to protect yourself. His tone turned grave that if this information leaks, you may become the apex of the apocalypse or, at worst, end up imprisoned in a research facility, turned into a test subject for life. Xingyo began to grasp the implications. Could it be that her golden opportunity had finally arrived? Albeit belatedly, she felt a bit unaccustomed to such a sudden shift in fortune. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of this. I will not speak of it, she assured him. She is far from a naive fool. Li Xinting retrieved 80 pieces of grade 2 and 3 white crystals, along with 10 grade 2 green crystals from his storage. Let us proceed with the upgrades. We currently lack for nothing in terms of materials. I have not yet slain enough of these zombies and mutated flora and fauna. Xingyo gazed at him. Principle and interest combined. Xingyo, let us prioritize the enhancement of your abilities if you truly feel it is excessive. Consider the surplus as my prepayment for the healer's wages. Healing abilities are exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic world, second only to those of the mental type, and the healing power that has undergone secondary mutation is a unique treasure. He spoke the truth. The deeper they delved into the apocalypse, the more the team would require a healer. In the future, within the base, a healer could even earn the direct respect of the base leader. Do you have the materials to upgrade to level 4? She inquired. Li Xinting chuckled, lightly tapping her forehead. What is this? Are you so apprehensive about taking advantage of me? I've never seen you so courteous before. It is not that I fear taking advantage of someone. I'm merely worried about a certain someone's survival. She huffed lightly, ungrateful for his kindness, and decided to proceed with the upgrades. She first took 20 pieces of grade 2 white crystals and 2 grade 2 green crystals. The brilliance within the crystals was absorbed into her consciousness, and before she could even process it, the upgrade was complete. So fast. She had expected a sensation akin to the refining of meridians described in cultivation novels. Perhaps some sort of bodily detox reaction. Li Xinting understood her thoughts and clarified. That sensation only becomes pronounced at level 4.0. I see. So the second level is too weak to warrant any reaction. Xingyo pouted, then took the remaining 40 grade 3 white crystals and 5 grade 2 green crystals. This time, she felt a subtle throbbing in her meridians, as if they had expanded by a few millimeters. Quickly advancing to level 3, She once again conjured 2 light orbs to peruse the descriptions. Healing level, LV3 function. Capable of healing moderate external injuries and minor zombie viruses within an intermediate range. There is some improvement, but it is minimal. One cannot expect this little light to truly cure a virus, can they? Devour level, LV3 function. Can cause complete necrosis of cells within a small area of the body, rendering them irreparable. Still too weak, it might have some effect on a hand at best. She disregarded the criticisms and described the abilities to Li Xinting. It's fine. We will know the truth through practical application. He retrieved a knife from his storage and, before her wide eyes, drew it across his palm. Deep crimson blood seeping forth instantly. Are you insane? Xinting hastily summoned her abilities, surrounding the wound with azure light. Li Xinting felt the itch of skin and tissue healing, sensing the flesh regenerating. After nearly a minute, his palm appeared as smooth as before. Had it not been for the lingering bloodstains, one might have thought nothing had transpired. Xinting exhaled in relief, delivering a sharp slap to his chest, scolding. Are you out of your mind? Who told you to experiment on yourself? Don't you feel pain? What if the cut was too deep? And I couldn't heal it. She did not hold back, and Li Xinting felt the impact of her blow. Realizing she was unaware that her strength had also increased, he raised his hand to pat her head. But she turned her face aside to evade him. Xinting crossed her arms. You must promise not to do this again. It is essential to try. Only through real combat can we better grasp the healing threshold. I didn't want you to test it, so I took it upon myself. He observed her serious expression and finally spoke the truth. Then you must not conduct any personal experiments, if necessary. We can use those who bully the weak as subjects instead. Xinting remained firm. Not knowing the precise threshold for the time being was inconsequential, given the strength of the Qiaomu team. The chances of injury were slim, with her being the most frequently injured. Very well, I promise, Li Xinting assured her. He then added, your strength has also increased. You should test it during training tomorrow. Xinting perked up. Really? That's wonderful. I won't have to be so helpless anymore. Hearing this, even though he knew she held no ill intent, Li Xinting felt a twinge of regret. I apologize. I previously promised to be responsible for you and protect your safety, but this time, he did not finish his sentence, unwilling to utter that word. This time, I will forgive you. Consider it a penalty for arriving late to my rescue. And I shall require breakfast from you tomorrow. Her tone was haughty, and in that moment, she truly resembled a genuine heiress, yet in a manner that was entirely endearing. Are you not afraid I will cook something unpalatable? Li Xinting asked casually. How could it be unpalatable? Although the Li family looks down on you, they wouldn't have brought you back if you hadn't attended the noble culinary classes. Otherwise, wouldn't that reflect poorly on the Li family? I may have been unaware of you before, but I am not ignorant of the courses offered to aristocrats. This was indeed the truth. The Li family held him in contempt, but they only meddled with his living conditions, ensuring they maintained a facade of proper education and etiquette to avoid ridicule from other noble families. Very well, I admit my fault and accept my punishment. The day is getting late. Let us retire. He turned off the bedside lamp and drew her into his embrace. You know what I like to eat. She pressed. You only had porridge yesterday. I'm certain you crave something with bolder flavors. I shall prepare hot and sour noodles and soup dumplings for you. Would you like anything else? 1 serving of sweet soy milk. Please. Very well. Now, sleep. At that moment, however, Xinting felt quite energetic. She sensed that Li Xinting seemed to be more indulgent towards her. Previously, such statements would have elicited a sharp retort from him, rather than him conceding so readily. This time, he had cared for her throughout her injury, with meticulousness and patience. Perhaps this injury was not entirely a misfortune. After all, she had emerged alive, successfully awakened her abilities, and solidified her position as his moonlight. Li Xinting was undeniably an exceptional partner overall. Aside from his tendency towards deep contemplation and reluctance to yield, those 2 points had now begun to soften. Xinting drifted off to sleep. She mused that she would surely live to a ripe old age as his moonlight. Chapter 21. As she fell into a deep slumber, rejuvenated, Li Xinting rose at 4 in the morning to wash up and exercise. Boss, is Xinting feeling better? Noticing Li Xinting's improved demeanor, devoid of the gloom from the previous day, De Chung surmised that Xinting must be much better and inquired at that moment. Yes, she awakened her abilities last night. She will share the details with everyone herself. He took a couple of sips of water and added, we will handle breakfast ourselves. I will come down to cook later. You re-cooking yourself? De Chung expressed surprise, having never seen the boss personally take to the kitchen. Even though they all knew he could, I have no choice. It's an apology of sorts. He smiled, his tone devoid of any hint of reluctance. Now De Chung understood. This was the youthful whimsy between them. Very well. I shall not prepare your portions then. That he nodded in agreement. Li Xinting emerged from the kitchen. Intending to return to his room, a surviving female student from the inn approached him, towel in hand. Hello. I noticed you were sweating. You must have just finished working out. Would you like a towel? It's clean. It was evident she had made an effort to present herself, even wearing a light shade of bean paste lipstick. No, thank you. His voice was cool as he sidestepped her and ascended the stairs. Sir, I wish to accompany you. I am willing to do whatever you ask of me, she called after him, her voice tinged with urgency and longing. Her name was Song Yunxi, a student from nearby Jiangxing University. When the zombies appeared, she had managed to hide in the inn, concealing herself within a wardrobe. Over the past month and a half, she had encountered 2 groups of people staying at the inn, but they were all ruffians, and she dared not speak up. Fortunately, they had only stayed for 1 night before leaving. Li Xinting was the only individual she had encountered possessing such outstanding qualities, and she felt she looked quite appealing herself. Previously, she had been the belle of her college and had never engaged in relations with men. She believed she could take a chance. She had certainly heard of him caring for another girl and residing in the same room with her. Yet, what of it? Before the apocalypse, few men were faithful, and post-apocalypse, such behavior would likely become even more common. She did not believe he could truly remain steadfast. Upon hearing her words, Li Xinting chuckled lightly. Turning to face her, his peach blossom eyes radiating warmth. Hope ignited in Song Yunxi's eyes. See, she thought, no man could refuse a beautiful woman offering herself. I apologize, but may I ask what gave you the impression that I would be interested in you? His words were strikingly direct, yet his expression bore a seriousness that seemed genuinely inquisitive. Song Yunxi's face flushed red. I believe I am quite attractive, and more importantly, I am obedient in matters of life and intimacy. I will heed your every command. Yes, she spoke. Her face grew increasingly earnest, as if she had convinced herself. He chuckled again, his voice deep and alluring, but his gaze upon her resembled one observing a lowly insect. I see, but regrettably, you do not even qualify to be my pet in my eyes. His words pierced her like a blade. He turned away, this time not even sparing her a glance, and added, furthermore, Miss Unknown, you are perhaps overly confident. I suggest you practice humility in the future. Song Yunxi's face was flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at his tall and upright silhouette, a deep sense of unwillingness flickering in her eyes. You might as well return and take a good look in the mirror. Stop dreaming in broad daylight, He Ying remarked nonchalantly as she emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of dumplings. Casting the comment as she passed by, clenching her fists tightly, Song Yunxi resolved that she still had a chance. She had overheard them discussing their plans to rest at a hotel for a few days. She would not give up. When Xing awoke, it was precisely 5:30. As she opened her eyes, she found Li Xinting practicing his punches against a hanging sandbag. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up in bed. Channeling her mental energy, the sight of the glowing orb in her palm brought her reassurance. Thankfully, it was not merely a dream. She had truly awakened her powers. The agony of tumbling down the stairs and being torn apart by zombies lingered painfully in her mind. Especially the intense emotion she felt before her demise. Was it the residue of the original owner's influence? Why did recollecting those moments fill her with such sadness and anger? Xing pressed her hand against her heart. The suffocating feeling that had nearly robbed her of breath gradually subsiding. Are you feeling unwell? Li Xinting observed her actions and approached the bedside. I'm fine. I'm just still a bit disoriented. For a moment, I thought awakening my powers was a dream. Xing replied, shaking her head. It's not a dream. I saw it too, he said helplessly, realizing how significant these abilities were to her. If she had possessed her powers from the start, would she still have chosen to stay? Or, had another man with formidable abilities appeared beside her initially, would she have been drawn to him as well? Contemplating this, Li Xinting's thoughts momentarily faltered, and the smile on his face dimmed. He abruptly grasped Xing's arm as she stepped down from the bed, fixing his gaze upon her. Xing, let me ask you, did you approach me initially because of my triad of powers? If another man with extraordinary abilities had been by your side then, would you have gravitated towards him? What was he imagining? Xing was perplexed by his sudden inquiry. Do you want the truth or a lie? She replied, her voice bright and reminiscent of a carefree evening when she was 15. Truth, he emphasized, his tone resolute. The truth is, I was indeed initially drawn to you because I believed you had the strength to protect me. After all, I had no real impression of you before, but with the apocalypse unfolding, I wanted to survive, so I chose you. Noticing his expression souring and his lips pressing tightly together, she chuckled lightly and tiptoed to wrap her arms around his neck. However, if I recall correctly, you were the one who made the first move. Seeing him about to speak, she cut him off. Hey, no rebuttals. Even if it was unconscious, it still counts. She continued, if you're insisting on asking whether I would act the same way with other men. Let me clarify. I want to survive, but I'm not one to compromise myself. Well, to put it plainly, unless he is more handsome than you and possesses good character, I might just keep him around temporarily until my strength is sufficient to make my escape. She pondered this possibility as she spoke. So, you were superficial, he queried. Indeed, are you not as well? Otherwise, why didn't you refuse when I kissed you? Tell me, Li Xinting, if that night a different beauty had been beside you. Would you not have? She tossed the question back to him, seizing the upper hand. I would not. He firmly countered. Li Xinting bent down to hold her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her shoulder. I wouldn't he do that with anyone else. It's always been you. Even he could scarcely believe it, yet the truth remained that he had held her in his heart for a long time. Counting the 10 years of the last world's end, they had not met for over a decade, yet he could still recognize her at a glance when she kissed herself in the car. He felt no disgust. Instead, a hidden joy blossomed within him, coupled with a faint hope for her to take the initiative again. When she asked him if he dared to pursue her that night, she was unaware of how nervous she had been, her heart racing. When he kissed her, both excited and apprehensive, and she did not refuse, allowing him to undress her piece by piece, he was overwhelmed with delight. Li Xinting closed his eyes against her neck, conceding, admit it, you have always coveted her, really? Xingio retorted, gently moving his head from her shoulder, but that doesn't matter. There are no what-ifs. Indeed, there are no what-ifs and there will be none. He straightened his posture and released his grip. You should wash up. I'll prepare breakfast for you. When Li Xinting brought the dishes she had ordered the previous night to the table, he beheld her descending the stairs in a British-style JK outfit, her long hair styled into 2 braids that cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a blue ribbon matching her dress. She slightly pinched the sides of her skirt and twirled around before him, her little shoes tapping against the wooden floor with a cheerful sound. How do I look? Is it pretty? Very pretty. What made you change into a dress? He inquired, pulling out a chair for her. I thought to myself that we have never had a proper meal together. Since we're not setting off today, I figured it would be a splendid opportunity to add some ceremonial flair. She said, picking up a dumpling with her chopsticks. Doesn't it feel like we're in a campus romance? She teased, taking a bite and playfully winking at him. Li Xinting's lips curled into a smile. As long as you're happy. Xingio shot him a glance, silently scoffing. I see you're the one truly enjoying this. But she let it go, choosing not to bicker over trivial matters. At that moment, He Ning and the others happened to come downstairs. Upon seeing her, Liang's eyes lit up. This was their first time witnessing Xingio dressed up. Her usual plain long sleeve and pants could not overshadow her natural beauty, especially after her careful preparation. Wow, Xingio, you look so happy today. You usually wear casual outfits, but today you're in uniform. There's something to celebrate. De Cheng asked playfully, a wide smile on his face. Yes, I have an announcement. I have awakened my powers as well. I possess healing abilities and will strive to take care of everyone's health from now on, she declared, raising her fists in camaraderie. Impressive. You've emerged spectacularly. Healing powers are incredibly valuable in this apocalypse, Liang exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. This means we now have a dedicated doctor in our team, and if she grows, she could cure all ailments. Thank you. I truly appreciate everyone's care during these days. Xingio expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Regardless of whether they acknowledged her in their hearts, at the very least, they showed her respect on the surface. All right, if we don't eat soon, the noodles will turn into mush, Li Xinting interrupted. The gentleman is correct. You should eat first. We can discuss matters later in the meeting. He Ning nodded, smiling. Chapter 22. Reconciliation by 9 in the morning. After a brief meeting, Xingio discreetly omitted the details about the zombie virus and clarified the 2 aspects of her powers to everyone. In the end, they unanimously decided to continue resting at the inn for 3 more days, both to absorb some crystal cores and to further hone their control over their mental abilities. Having encountered a level 4 zombie, they understood that future encounters might occur, and they needed to grow stronger. Just after the meeting, as Xingyo was about to join Li Xinting for training, He Yingying called out to her, "Xingyo, I have something I wish to discuss with you. May I?" Xingyo paused for a moment before nodding. "Sure, let us go." She glanced at Li Xinting, signaling him to continue his training. "What's the matter, Ing?" Xingyo followed her into an empty room, where she found a chair and took a seat. He Yingying bowed her head slightly. "I'm sorry. Yesterday at the food factory, I saw you head towards the tofu factory, but I concealed it and didn't inform the boss in time, which caused us to arrive late and nearly led to your demise." Xingyo halted. "Could you explain why?" Having spoken those words, the weight on He Yingying's heart finally lifted, her tense shoulders relaxing. With a self-deprecating smile, she confessed, "Because of my despicable jealousy that I like the boss, but he only has eyes for you that I envied how close you could be to him, while simultaneously looking down on your abilities." She bowed again in apology. "I'm truly sorry. I know apologies mean little, and I don't seek your forgiveness. Do you still like him?" Xingyo interjected. He Yingying straightened her posture, her smile tinged with bitterness. "As if resigned to her fate that I no longer like him. This affection turned me into a woman ruled by jealousy that I despise this version of myself, and the boss does too." She exhaled heavily. "I am ready to let go. He Ning is right. Not all affections yield beautiful outcomes. From now on, he is simply the boss, no longer the object of my secret admiration." Xingyo stepped forward, grasping her arm. "Yingying, there is nothing wrong with liking someone. A fleeting influence of jealousy does not make that person inherently bad." Looking into He Yingying's eyes, she suddenly smiled. In fact, I've long since realized that you have feelings for Li Xinting." Seeing her seemingly disbelieving, Xingyo casually strolled nearby. "After each battle, you are invariably the first to inquire about everyone's injuries, yet your gaze often lingers on him. During mealtimes, you discreetly place his favorite dishes at his spot. A gesture I once happened to witness." She paused before him again, tilting her head slightly. "I understand that Li Xinting is cherished by many, yet I am indifferent, as long as his character is commendable. I am willing to befriend the girls who admire him, for I know that if a man truly desires to be unfaithful, no one can hinder him. Thus, I bear no resentment towards your secret infatuation with him." Her expression turned earnest. "Regarding your concealment from yesterday, I must admit I disapprove, but not due to Li Xinting, rather because I felt you were reluctant to accept me. However, I accept your apology. I apologize." He Yingying did not anticipate that she had been aware of her own feelings all along. "Regarding the matter of acceptance or rejection, there is no need for you to apologize. I understand. For I too would naturally resent a weak teammate joining uninvited." Xingyo shrugged. Yet, He Yingying shook her head, stating that initially, she indeed held strong objections. But her perspective has since shifted, not due to your awakening of abilities last night, but because I have witnessed your dedication and sincerity over these past days. You genuinely treat us as equals, and you actively extend your trust to us. This is, in fact, the core principle of team selection for the Chaomu squad, that I have let your trust down. Therefore, I am willing to grant you another chance. Sister Yingying, will you squander this trust again?" Xingyo extended her hand. He Yingying solemnly grasped it, her round almond eyes lighting up with a smile. "I will not, I assure you." "Then let us reconcile. However, while I accept your apology, a punishment is still in order." Xingyo prolonged her tone, shifting the topic. "No problem. What do you wish for me to do?" He Yingying felt her good intentions to alleviate her own guilt and increasingly realized that her previous actions were gravely misguided. "I heard from old Su that before you ventured into this life, Sister Yingying, your family owned a barbershop. Can you cut hair? My hair is too long, and I would like you to help me trim it to shoulder length." Xingyo inquired. He Yingying nodded immediately. "I can do that. When shall we cut it?" "After lunch," Xingyo decisively stated. "Hey, do you think they can reconcile? What do you think about Sister He's actions?" At the staircase not far from the door, Decheng furrowed his brow, scratching his head. "As long as Sister He sincerely apologizes, I believe Xingyo will not cling to it." Gongzi analyzed earnestly from the side. "They are coming out, see? Both of them appear quite relaxed. It seems all is well." Wu Chong whispered. "All right, since we can rest easy, let us focus on our training." He Ning appeared behind them, striding up the stairs. Xingyo left the room, softly humming a melodious tune as she ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, just as she was about to turn right towards the gym to find Li Xinting, she was intercepted by a girl. "Are you Mr. Li's girlfriend?" Song Yunxi inquired. She couldn't help but scrutinize the person before her. Even as a girl, she had to admit that the individual in front of her was fair, yet not flirtatious. Resembling the ethereal goddess described in poetry, far surpassing even the school belle. Xinjiu chuckled. No, I am not. However, just as a look of surprise flickered in Song Yunshi's eyes, she added, I am his fiancée. She then bypassed her, continuing to hum her tune as she vanished swiftly through the door on the right. Song Yunshi's momentary elation was abruptly frozen, her nails dug into her palms, with such a gem in front of him. How could Li Xinting possibly look her way? In the presence of true culinary treasures, whether lavish feasts or simple porridge, no mere dish could catch the discerning eye. Oh, did you fail? You should have considered how you compare to her. Do you really think that just because you possess a modicum of beauty and are a university student, you can climb the social ladder? It's laughable. With a fiancée already, how shameless to approach as a mistress. Zhang Xingming emerged from the side, her arms crossed, dripping with sarcasm. This Song Yunshi had occasionally caught Shinji's attention, yet she feigned innocence, often acting fragile to solicit help from him. She had been seething for quite some time. Now, seeing her encounter a formidable opponent, she seized the opportunity to vent her frustration. Instead of berating me, perhaps you should keep an eye on your boyfriend. I am not someone who would settle for just anyone. Song Yunshi cast a disdainful glance at her before turning to retreat to her room. Humph. As for her boyfriend Zhao Chun, she held no interest. She merely sought free labor. Indeed, you are the most principled one. Yet it is unfortunate that Mr.Li pays you no heed, his heart only for his fiancée. Zhang Xingming spat at her retreating figure. TCH, as if she hadn't seen how furious she was just moments ago. The in-sound insulation was not particularly good, and given the proximity, Xinjiu overheard the quarrel clearly, casting a teasing glance at Li Xinting, who was doing pull-ups. Your charm is truly remarkable. No wonder you are the campus heartthrob of Ningxing University. Mr. Li. Once the laughter subsided, change into training attired, Li Xinting remained unfazed, as if it had nothing to do with him. Understood, turn around. Xinjiu pouted, shooting him a glared. Li Xinting chuckled lightly, taking 2 steps towards her after releasing the bar. I am not concerned about them. You need not feel jealous. I am not jealous. I merely find it amusing. Her unfinished thought was interrupted by his lips covering hers, twisting within her mouth. Xinjiu gasped, turning her head away. Why do you keep blocking my words? I believe you. I believe you are not jealous. Is this satisfactory? He leaned closer, his nose brushing against hers. Is this the truth? She locked eyes with him. Suddenly, she found herself lifted off the ground, her back resting against the soft bed, his body pressing down upon her. Truly. He affirmed, kissing her lips once more. As he held her hands, Xinjiu bit his shoulder. Are you serious? Must you do it this way? His movements halted, his gaze fixed intently on her, his voice low. Then how would you like it done? Stop talking nonsense. If you can, just proceed. She was somewhat impatient. In Li Xinting's eyes brewed an enigmatic, somber storm. He gazed deeply at her, his strong, defined hands lifting her as she desired. Thus, she paid the price for her frivolous talk that night, genuinely experiencing someone's remarkable talent in that regard. In the midst of it all, she could not help but cry out for him, only to receive the retort, am I not merely following Miss Xion's orders? In the dead of night, she was carried from the bathroom back to bed. Her fingers unwilling to stir, her body aching incessantly. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck her. Was she not a professional doctor? If she could cure the zombie virus, what was this? With that thought, she employed her extraordinary abilities, and within 2 minutes, she was fully rejuvenated. Just as she was basking in her triumph, eager to flaunt it to Li Xinting, she heard him say with a meaningful tone, I am equally pleased. When she was once again carried out from the bathroom, she regretted her moment of brilliance, wishing she could return and awaken her past self. Chapter 23. Xinjiu the following day. Xinjiu inevitably overslept again, slumbering until 10 o'clock before propping herself up in bed. The thin air-conditioned blanket slipped down, revealing her shoulders clad in a spaghetti strap dress, her snow-white skin marred with imperfections. Rubbing her eyes, she found the room empty, surmising that Li Xinting was in training. This could not continue. Her skills required honing, and she had grown somewhat lax over the past few days. With this thought, Xinjiu once more utilized her powers, and once the fatigue dissipated, she threw off the covers to freshen up. She rummaged through her belongings and donned a white t-shirt and denim capri pants. Tying her hair into a low bun at the back of her head. As she opened the door, she spotted Li Xinting entering from outside. She shot him a glare, You mustn't stay out so late in the future. I still have to train. All right, I'll be more mindful, he replied. I didn't manage my time well yesterday. He took a couple of steps closer and retrieved the dumplings he had prepared that morning from his space. Let us eat. Seeing that he had acquiesced, Xingyo ceased her insistence, accepting the dumplings and sitting at the small table to eat. Are you still unwell? He inquired, taking a seat beside her, his tone laced with concern. I've recovered with my powers, she shook her head in response. Yet, he produced a small square box, his long fingers deftly opening it to reveal two elegantly designed plain rings. Li Xinting directly took the female ring, placing it on her left hand's middle finger, while donning the male ring on his corresponding finger. What's this? You actually have rings, Xingyo exclaimed, lifting her hand to inspect the adornments. I picked a pair from a jewelry store and adjusted the sizes, he stated. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, custom rings are out of the question. This position should signify engagement. Xingyo supported her chin with her hand, teasingly asking, are we engaged? I don't recall that. We are betrothed by virtue of our family alliance. I took the liberty of completing the engagement process. If you prefer not to wear it, I won't press you. His voice remained steady, yet his expression was earnest, leading Xingyo to suspect that should she remove the ring, he would surely adopt a cold demeanor. Really? I didn't intend to take it off. But now that you mention it, I'm inclined to test it. She feigned a move to remove the ring with her right hand. Her right hand was firmly enveloped in a large palm. Then let us not test it. There's no need. Xingyo chuckled, lifting her right hand, still enclosed in his grasp. How am I supposed to eat like this? Li Xinting's ears flushed for a moment. He cleared his throat and turned his head away, releasing her. After finishing her dumplings, Xingyo followed him to the gym for training. 18 noon, following their meal. Everyone was still gathered in the living room when the hotel door was suddenly kicked open, and a group burst in, the last young man quickly turning to shut the door behind them. Damn it, that was close. We almost got caught in the city center, the plump man who had entered first grumbled. Then looked up to see the people in the living room. Spotting Xingyo, his eyes lit up. Oh, you all are hiding here too. Ning was about to speak when a dark-haired girl suddenly dashed out from the group and ran to Xingyo. Before Li Xinting could react, the girl exclaimed in disbelief, Sister? What are you doing here? Xingyo was taken aback, scrutinizing the girl from head to toe. However, she could hardly recognize her. The girl's face was smeared with something dark, resembling deep-colored eyeshadow and mud, her appearance disheveled. Excuse me, who are you? Xingyo asked. Puzzled, I'm Xinting, sister. You've forgotten me after being abroad for a few years? Xinting vigorously wiped her face. God knows how shocked she was to see Xingyo looking so pristine amidst the apocalypse. Even in the most mundane attire, she appeared excessively radiant, perhaps even more so than before. Xinting? Why didn't you leave with the Xin family? Xingyo asked, staring at her face in disbelief, recognizing a hint of familiarity. Xinting was the second daughter of Xin Yuan's younger brother. Xin Hao, a year younger than Xingyo. Known for being somewhat pretentious and clingy in her youth, she often trailed behind Xingyo, in stark contrast to Xin Rong. Xingyo handed her a wet wipe from the table. Here, clean your face first. I can hardly recognize you in that state. Taking the wet wipe, Xinting's eyes brimmed with sarcasm as she replied, a hint of grievance in her voice. The Xin family wouldn't shelter the useless. On our way out of Ning City, we encountered two mutated third-tier zombies, and I was abandoned. A flash of hatred crossed her eyes. Initially, her mother intended to return for her, but that despicable woman Xin Rong claimed that their numbers were too great, making travel inconvenient. She argued that they lacked sufficient food and weapons to combat the third-tier zombies, and that if they lingered, no one would escape. Thus, she could only watch them fade away. And were it not for Jiang's timely arrival, she would have perished. Xingyo's gaze turned cold. No one understood the character of the Xin family better than she did. There was no need to speak of Xin Yuan. He was flawed yet managed to maintain a semblance of stability. Xin Hao was a lazy parasite who often angered their grandfather during his lifetime. Had Xin Hao not been cavorting with women and gambling, causing a ruckus at the ancestral home, their grandfather would not have suffered a heart attack and passed away before she could inquire about the situation outside. The middle-aged, portly man interjected. Oh, so you are sisters? What a coincidence. Since this lovely lady is Xintang's sister, she is our friend as well. How wonderful it is to reunite with lost family amidst the apocalypse. Being her sister has nothing to do with you. It's best if we keep to ourselves. Xanjo's expression remained frosty, immediately discerning that this man was no good, his lecherous eyes constantly sneaking glances at her. As if she hadn't noticed. Hey, beautiful sister, you shouldn't say that. Xinting has been with our team these past few days, and we've treated her well. Your words could be hurtful. The man flashed a greasy smile at that moment. The last young man who had entered stepped forward. How have you treated her well? We've found our own food, drinks, and supplies, apart from moving together. We have no connection. Jiang, you little brat, don't be unreasonable. Without us, do you think the two of you could have made it to Jiang City? A short man from the group chimed in. But throughout our journey, aside from the most basic survival supplies, we've handed everything we've found over. Moreover, if Jiang hadn't used his wood-based powers to pull you back yesterday, you would have been dead. I awakened my speed abilities yesterday. I didn't require your assistance when we fled today. That we owe you nothing. Xinting retorted, glaring at them. These people had been encountered when Jiang rescued her from the horde of zombies. They had assisted in their escape. Otherwise, they would not have made it out. Afterward, they joined their team, led by a man known as Brother who had recently come from a detention center, with the others being his lackeys. Throughout their journey, they had leered at her with lewd gazes. Had it not been for Jiang's formidable powers keeping them close, she would have been violated long ago. Now they feigned kindness. Bah! They only became interested upon seeing Xinjo's beauty, yet dared not act recklessly due to the presence of others, given that, whether to remain in the team is Miss Xinting's choice. She is free to come and go as she pleases. Isn't that right, brother? Ning, who had been quietly observing, interjected with a smile, not expecting to encounter Xinjo's family today. Other matters could wait. They needed to handle the current situation first. I haven't asked yet. Who are you, and have you been here at this hotel for long? Brother who finally turned to Ning, assuming he was the spokesperson. We only arrived the day before yesterday, intending to rest here briefly. Our group, including 3 ordinary survivors, is currently residing on the 2nd floor. Why not let you stay on the 1st floor? We can all coexist without disturbing one another. Ning replied, in the corner of the living room. Song Yunxi stood quietly, lowering her presence. She was no fool, and could tell that this group was not to be trifled with. Zheng Xingming and her boyfriend Zhao Chun remained quietly by her side, aware that they should not interfere in the conflict among the powerful. That doesn't seem right. Although you arrived first, there are fewer rooms on the 1st floor, and we wouldn't fit. Brother who supported his waist, his plump belly protruding. If one cannot stay, then one need not. They could simply leave. Li Xinting let out a faint smile, his tone languid. What do you amount to? When the elders speak. You, Amir Jr., should hold your tongue. Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp knife swiftly flew towards him. Had he not dodged in time, it would have pierced his skull. Brother who had never endured such indignity. Even in the detention center, no one had treated him this way. That he immediately drew a gun from his waistband. Damn it, you little brat. Are you seeking death? Li Xinting remained unfazed as he was pointed at with the gun. Calmly, he raised a hand and lightly waved it, prompting the others to simultaneously raise their weapons. .7 dark gun barrels were aimed at Brother who's head, as if bullets were poised to be unleashed at any moment. Cold sweat began to beat on Brother who's brow. This group was armed to the teeth. Could they be from some formidable faction? After years of experience, he had only managed to acquire 3 guns at most. How could he possibly contend with the force before him? Moreover, that pale-faced youth exuded an air of nonchalance, undoubtedly harboring some hidden trump card. He quickly forced a smile, lowering his previously aggressive hand, and returned the gun to his pocket, raising both hands in a gesture of contrition. This is truly too grand a reception for me. I am but a humble individual unworthy of such treatment. The 1st floor, you say? Very well. We shall stay there and ensure that we do not disturb anyone's rest. Indeed, we are all just trying to survive in this apocalypse. It is best to maintain cordiality. Ning observed Li Xinting's slight nod and signaled for everyone to lower their guns. Let us go. Li Xinting turned and ascended the staircase, his words laced with a concealed menace as he casually remarked. I trust our friends on the 1st floor will secure their doors and windows properly. Otherwise, it would be a wasted journey if they were to inadvertently fall victim to the zombies. Yes, of course, we too require rest. Brother who realized he was being warned against harboring ulterior motives. This was clearly a well-trained professional team, and judging by appearances, there were certainly numerous ability users among them. Perhaps everyone possessed some unique power. With such a configuration, he dared not act recklessly. Xinjo tapped her still-dazed sister Xinting's arm. What are you dawdling for? Let us go, sister. Li Xinting grasped her arm. Glancing towards Jiang Yi, words unspoken. Xinjiu understood, casting a glance at the young man. All right, let us head up together for now. Chapter 24. Jiang Yi, you two should go take a shower first. Xinjiu led her conflicted sister Xintang and the obedient Jiang Yi to the entrance of the gym's bathroom, handing them clothes and a bucket filled with warm water that Wu Chang had just provided her. Oh, Xintang nodded, acutely aware of her own disheveled state. Thank you, sister. Jiang Yi chimed in, his voice sounding notably youthful. Before Xinjiu could respond, Xintang exclaimed, What is your name? My sister is not your sister. So don't call her that. Tang Tang. Your sister is indeed my sister, Jiang Yi replied earnestly, allowing her to clutch his arm. Seeing this, Xinjiu raised an eyebrow. All right, hurry and wash up that I'll be waiting for you in room 205. Don T. Dawdle. She turned and left, leaving the two to themselves as the sound of footsteps faded. Xintang shot Jiang Yi an irritated glance and entered the bathroom first, returning to her room. Xinjiu was surprised to encounter members of the Xin family. Her memory of Xintang was rather intriguing. She was a typical spoiled young lady with a bad temper, yet not inherently malicious. Upon seeing Xinru, her demeanor would shift dramatically, making her one of the few who had not been deceived by Xinru's feigned fragility. Well, given that fact, along with the memory of this sister's defense of the original owner, she would not disregard her. Li Xinting, my sister is staying. The supplies she uses can be counted on my account, and the resources and crystal cores she obtains thereafter. Keep the essentials and turn the rest over to He Ning for safekeeping in the team's public account. Xinjiu addressed Li Xinting beside her. He had already taken in one member of the Xin family. She could not shamelessly ask him to shelter her sister, especially if it might also include Jiang Yi. She can earn what she uses herself. She may temporarily owe us in the beginning, but we'll consider it a month's trial period. If her presence negatively impacts the group, I will act according to the rules. Li Xinting had heard of the reputation of the fourth young lady Xintang, hoping that this seemingly capricious and high-maintenance lady had altered her temperament. Otherwise, the Chamu team would indeed not suit her. All right, I will make sure to advise her. Xinjiu nodded, satisfied with this arrangement. They did not keep them waiting long. Within half an hour, the two had finished bathing and knocked on the door. Come in, Xinjiu called out. Sister, on the third day after the apocalypse erupted, our uncle gathered the unmutated bodyguards to escort the family out together. That time, the heavy rain had not completely ceased, and the planes were grounded while the cars moved slowly. Knowing what her sister wished to inquire about, Xintang immediately spoke as she sat down. 5 cars took 2 days to travel. And after the rain stopped, our uncle suggested we take a break. We had just left Ning City. Unexpectedly, 2 exceptionally powerful level 3 mutated zombies appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them with a horde of level 2 zombies. Most of the bodyguards and several younger members were bitten to death. She continued her account. A total of 5 members of the Xin family awakened abilities. Xinu awakened a metal ability. Our uncle awakened an earth ability, my father a speed ability, my elder sister a water ability, and my younger brother a strength ability, along with 5 awakened bodyguards. They were all level 1 and could not contend with the 2 cooperating level 3 zombies. We tried to break through by car, exerting all our strength to create an opening. As she reached this point, her hands clenched tightly. But I was in the last car, and just as we were about to leave, one of the level 3 zombies lunged at us. They ignored my cries and left me behind. Xintang's eyes widened, biting her lip to wipe away her tears. Fortunately, Jiang Yi arrived in time. He set off some firecrackers under the overpass, causing the zombies to scatter, leaving only that level 3 zombie. Jiang Yi's ability had risen to level 2, and he risked his life to rescue me. Though he was injured, and the car was ruined, I half-dragged him along the highway until we encountered Brother Hu and the others. After that, we joined them and made our way to Jiang City. This morning, we initially planned to enter the shopping mall in the city center to search for supplies, but we didn't expect the zombies there to be particularly troublesome, mostly level 3. And we could not fight them off, so we fled. Fortunately, they did not pursue us relentlessly, allowing us to escape to the outer ring and arrive at this inn. She brushed her clean short-sleeved shirt, saying, I intentionally smeared my face with eyeshadow because Brother Hu's gaze towards me was particularly repulsive. At that time, I hadn't awakened my abilities and could only stay with Jiang Yi every day. She had never endured such humiliation. In ordinary times, if someone dared to leer at her, she would have called for help immediately. But in this apocalypse, money had turned to waste paper, and she possessed nothing. Why did your father, sister, and brother, all of whom awakened abilities, ultimately heed Xinru's words and leave you behind? Xinjiu inquired, as it seemed illogical. The second branch was now more powerful, with her second uncle's temperament. How could he obediently listen to the first branch? Even if he favored Xinru, it should not come at the cost of neglecting his own child. With reddened eyes, Xinting gritted her teeth. They don't care about me. They only regard Xinru as family, completely deceived by her facade. Now Xinjiu understood. In the original text, Xinru also appeared at the Choyang base, one of the beautiful women seeking to win over Li Xinting, and was well liked within the base. Remembering this, it seemed that Xinru had also awakened a healing ability, prompting Xinjiu to lament this twisted fate, since they do not regard you as family. You might as well sever ties with them and treat them as strangers from now on. Xinjiu patted her shoulder. Xinting, with tears in her eyes, nodded. She would no longer concern herself with the other members of the Xin family. After sharing all these matters, she found herself reunited with the sister she had cherished since childhood, feeling much lighter in heart and at this moment. She finally had the leisure to glance at Li Xinting beside Xinjiu, especially noticing that this sister, whom she hadn't seen in over 3 years, wore a ring. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "Sister, when did you meet Li Xinting? And what about this ring on your hand? Are you two together?" This was simply too fantastical. She knew of Li Xinting, the illegitimate son known throughout the upper crust circles, looked down upon by many, yet undeniably possessing an exquisitely handsome face. The fact that this man had now entangled himself with Xinjiu was as rare as hail falling in summer. We got together after I returned to the country," Xinjiu replied succinctly. She continued, "As for you, you should stay in our team for now. Li Xinting is the captain, and the others will be introduced to you during dinner. I'll make this clear from the start. You must temper your previous temperament and not hinder the team. Moreover, training must be prioritized. If you cannot keep up, then I cannot help you." Upon hearing this, Xinting quickly raised her hand in assurance. "Sister, I swear I will do my best. I know that times have changed." After speaking, she turned to Li Xinting and assured him, "Brother-in-law, I will do whatever you ask." Without any hesitation, Xinjiu was speechless. It was surprising how quickly she had changed her tune, demonstrating a keen ability to adapt to circumstances. Li Xinting chuckled softly, taken aback by Xinting's quick compliance. "All right, his name is Jiang Yi, correct? A wood-type supernatural being. You may stay for the time being. Your ultimate fate will depend on your performance." With that, he stood up and headed outside, remarking to Xinjiu, "I won't intrude on your sisterly conversation any longer. Remember to come to the gym for training later." "Understood," Xinjiu replied. Once the door closed, she crossed her arms and glanced at Jiang Yi, who was seated beside Xinting. "Are you of age?" It was not unexpected for her to ask this. Jiang Yi's youthful face and boyish voice made her genuinely concerned that her younger sister might get into trouble. Hearing her question, Jiang Yi quickly nodded earnestly. "I turned 18 at the beginning of this year and am currently a freshman at Ningxing University. So you just happened to be on that highway at the time?" She continued her inquiry. Jiang Yi shook his head. "No, I specifically went to pursue Tang Tang." Noticing Xinjiu's intrigued expression, he elaborated. "During the zombie outbreak, I was studying in the library. After awakening my powers that rainy day, I decided to find Tang Tang. On my way, I encountered Zhou Kai and Chen Suhui from the student council that I overheard them mentioning that the Xin family was gathering people to leave Ningxing heading north, and the S04 highway was the fastest route, so I followed them. So, you knew each other before the apocalypse?" she asked. Jiang Yi replied, "Yes, there was this one time when Tang Tang." "You mustn't say that," Xinting interjected. Her face flushed. Jiang Yi looked quite pitiful, his eyes downcast as he turned to Xinjiu. "Sister, you have to help me. Tang Tang cannot just abandon me." "Oh, and how exactly did she abandon you?" Xinjiu raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. "Sister, don't listen to his nonsense. It was just an accident," Xinting hurriedly clarified, giving Jiang Yi a gentle shove. "I apologized to you afterward and offered compensation. Besides, it's not just you who suffered. I endured quite a bit too." "Wait a moment. You haven't explained what exactly happened. Who suffered?" Xinjiu waved her hand that in such matters, it was indeed often the girls who bore the brunt. "But I assure you, I swear, I was a virgin. I had never had a girlfriend or dated anyone before. I'm clean." Jiang Yi's face turned a deep shade of red. "Goodness, I never expected Xinting's romantic entanglement to be so riveting." Xingo felt like snacking on sunflower seeds at this point. Now, do tell, how did you end up abandoning her? She asked, looking at the stammering Xinting. Well, it was at a banquet. I had too much to drink. And there was something in that drink. Xinting's voice rose in indignation that I suspect it was the work of Xin and her group. During that time, my father wanted me to enter into a marriage alliance, initially suggesting Zhou Kai as the partner. Who doesn't he know that Zhou Kai likes Xin? I certainly had no intention of marrying him, but Xin's friends constantly mocked me. And as you know, the more they told me not to do something, the more I wanted to do it. So I said, fine, a marriage alliance it is, just to infuriate Xin. Upon hearing this, Xing was at a loss for words. Her sister was indeed rather peculiar, clearly inflicting harm on herself while attempting to harm another. Then they openly conspired against me. At that banquet, everyone was present. And after drinking, I became a bit disoriented. However, I was still aware enough to realize I couldn't stay there. Xing nodded in affirmation, agreeing that this was reasonable. That I ran to a nearby hotel and booked a room. But to my utter shock, Jiang Yi also mistakenly drank the spiked drink, and just so happened to be at that hotel. By that point, my mind was already muddled. Xing lowered her head. Her neck flushed, her voice growing softer. So you ended up in the wrong room, and then you? Xing speculated, stroking her chin. They both nodded in unison. Chapter 25, Plans and How Did You Come to Drink That Alcohol? Xing turned her attention to Jiang. Their tale was indeed extraordinary, worthy of a novel. That day, I was at a class reunion at a KTV next to the hotel, and later found out that a girl who liked me had spiked my drink. Initially, I didn't sense anything amiss, but it was only at the hotel room door that I realized what was happening, and at that moment, Tang just happened to appear. Jiang Yi explained. All right then. What happened afterward? Xing asked, observing them closely. I proposed that we date with marriage in mind. Tang initially agreed, but before long, she wanted to break up. I had no idea what I did wrong. Whenever I asked her, she never explained, and then the apocalypse hit, he added, looking troubled. After sharing this, Jiang Yi turned to Xing. Sister, I genuinely care for Tang. I just want to be with her for a lifetime. And why did you want to break up? She curiously questioned Xing. It was because he wouldn't let me eat ice cream during my period. At Xing's inquiring gaze, she softened her tone. Well, I know it's not good, but I just wanted to eat it. How can one not have ice cream in summer? Xing rubbed her temples in exasperation, realizing she had a love-struck fool paired with a drama queen. She was at a loss. You probably hadn't completely grasped her temperament at that time. When she mentioned breaking up, she was merely jesting. Even without the apocalypse, I believe it wouldn't have taken long for you two to reconcile naturally. She remarked to Jiang Yi. Taking a deep breath, she then inquired, So, what is your relationship now? We are, of course, a couple, the love-struck fool declared. Well, we are somewhat reluctantly back together, the drama queen added. They both spoke simultaneously. All right, however you choose to navigate your relationship is your business, but do not let it affect the rest of the team. By the way, Jiang Yi, do you engage in fitness regularly? Xing asked. Jiang Yi nodded. I have trained in free boxing. Good, but you mustn't slack off. As for you, she turned to Xing. I'll ask Sister Ying tonight if she would be willing to train with you. Can I train with Jiang Yi? Xing hesitated to ask. No. Xing replied firmly. Given her temperament and Jiang Yi's tendency to comply with her, it was uncertain what might transpire if these two were to train together. All right, Xing conceded, acknowledging that her sister seemed more imposing since returning from abroad, though she recognized this was a good thing. Had she been a bit firmer in the past, perhaps she wouldn't have faced exclusion. All right then, find yourselves a vacant room. I'm heading off to train. Xing gathered the newly retrieved bed linens and 2 sets of fresh clothing from the bedside table and placed them before the two. Thank you, sister, Xing said, holding the items close, her eyes glistening. Received, train hard, and strive to remain. Xing ruffled her hair affectionately. Yes, after this apocalypse, Xing had finally come to terms with her family, realizing she could no longer live as a pampered young lady. She had to stand on her own. Xing returned to the gym to find Li Xinting, donning the gloves nearby. Finished chatting? He asked, wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel. Yes, their story is quite extraordinary. Let us see how they perform. I plan to ask Sister Ying tonight if she would be willing to take Xing along during training, she said, stepping beside him to begin hitting the punching bag. Li Xinting nodded. You can discuss it with her. Your rapport seems quite good. Xing smiled, casting him a proud glance. Of course, As long as we communicate openly, everything will be fine. After dinner that evening, Li Xinting and Jiang Yi introduced themselves briefly. Li Xinting also explained the assessment criteria to them. Within the month, if they could prove their worth and character, they could remain in the team. Before the meeting concluded, Li Xinting asked them both, "Do you remember the situation at the shopping mall in the city center?" Jiang Yi nodded, his youthful face reflecting seriousness. The zombies there are primarily level 3, mostly concentrated on the second floor and above, and they exhibit a tendency to hide. We were surrounded on the second floor and took quite some effort to escape, but about 2 blocks away from the mall, the zombies ceased their pursuit. So, you mean to imply that there may very well be higher-level zombies still within the mall? Li Xinting inquired. Zombies are mindless creatures that wander, craving flesh and blood, largely devoid of intellect. Given that the zombies in the mall displayed such evident organization, it is highly probable that there is a leader among them, similar to the situation at the food factory. Indeed, that's my conjecture. That zombie is at least level 4 and likely an evolved variant with awakened powers. Only such a being would possess the strength to command other zombies, Jiang Yi speculated while stroking his chin. Sir, is it akin to the food factory? He Ning interjected. Having arrived in Jiang City, they certainly wouldn't remain holed up in the inn, free from the constraints of space. They would undoubtedly continue their search for supplies. It should be fairly similar, but the food factory primarily had level 2 zombies, while the mall's ability to command numerous level 3 zombies suggests it may be nearing level 5, or possibly already at level 5. Li Xinting speculated that he was preparing to advance to level 4 tonight. He was determined to acquire the crystal core of the zombie in the city center, which would serve as a crucial material for his ascent to level 5. As for the crystal cores in your possession, ensure to retain the necessary green crystals for restoring mental strength. The rest should be absorbed as quickly as possible while the heavy rains continue over the next couple of days. Once the rain ceases, we shall set forth to the city center. Li Xinting lightly tapped the table. The others nodded in agreement. Following their previous battle at the food factory and with the leftover crystal cores, everyone was adequately stocked, even in terms of level 3 cores, which were in considerable supply. Before heading to the city center, each member should, at the very least, elevate to level 3, should there be an insufficient number of cores. They could discuss borrowing from one another or even seek assistance from Li Xinting to borrow from the public account. He concluded with a remark before rising. The meeting is adjourned. After each battle, the Chamu team would report the number of crystal cores they had obtained during their debriefing, with each member required to contribute a quarter to the public account for communal expenditures. Li Xinting entrusted this matter to Li Xinting, with expenditure rules resembling those of a part-time job. For instance, Li Xinting was responsible for providing water resources for the entire team. Desheng took charge of meals. Ouyang supplied electricity, and both Li Xinting and Wu Chang contributed spatial resources. Now, with Xingio providing medical resources, the public account would settle their wages bi-weekly based on their basic salary and the number of times they provided resources. In urgent situations, they could also withdraw in advance. As the group dispersed, Jiang Yi had just advanced to level 3 2 days prior, while Xintang remained a level 1 ability user. She shamelessly approached Li Xinting to borrow a batch of crystal cores, determined to repay the debt by defeating more zombies. Clutching the heavy bag filled with cores, she steeled her resolve. That evening, after a day of training, Xingio waited for Li Xinting to finish his shower and sat on the bed, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "What's wrong? I'm going to upgrade my ability. You should rest first." He draped the blanket over her. Xingio pulled the blanket down, exposing her snow-white arms as she rested her chin on her hands. Looking at him. "I'll wait for you. I primarily want to see the power of a level 4 ability." "Very well." Li Xinting chuckled, retrieving the level 4 crystal core and all remaining level 3 cores from his spatial storage. As he absorbed the level 3 cores, Xingio carefully examined the level 4 core. Inside, 3 milky white lights flowed gently, transforming into sunlight sparkling with golden dust under the yellow bedside lamp, dreamy and mysterious. The level 3 cores were swiftly absorbed by Li Xinting. Being a tri-system ability user, he required more energy for upgrades than an ordinary ability user. Xingio promptly placed the level 4 white crystal into his hand. He tightly grasped the level 4 white crystal in his left hand, while holding 3 level 3 green crystals in his right. The green crystals would expedite energy absorption during the upgrade process and help stabilize the energy, preventing violent surges. As the white and green lights vanished, all that remained in his hand was a pile of powder. Slowly, a shallow brown viscous liquid began to seep from Li Xinting's skin, and his body flushed red, akin to an allergic reaction. Try your healing ability, he said in a low voice. Xingyo looked at his condition. Is your healing ability effective for this? This isn't an injury. Yet, believing in his character that he wouldn't make baseless requests, she cautiously channeled her mental energy, directing the green orb towards him. Gradually, the redness faded from his body, and his breathing returned to its previous steadiness. About half an hour later, he reopened his eyes. Is it better? How do you feel? Xingyo asked anxiously. I'll go take a shower first. He stood from the chair and headed towards the bathroom. Unable to tolerate the dirt on his body, Xingyo followed him into the bathroom. She had seen it all before. So what was one more time? How is it? She asked, her eyes glued to him as he emerged freshly showered and sank into the bathtub. Li Xinting felt somewhat helpless. It was the first time in both his lives that someone watched him bathe. Quite smoothly, he replied, conjuring a small, exquisite ice sword in his hand. Xingyo took it, examining it from side to side before tentatively tapping it against the edge of the bathtub, producing a crisp sound. She struck the ground with greater force and even stepped on it a few times. Yet the ice sword remained unscathed. This level of hardness is impressive. The density is nearly twice that of a level 3, she exclaimed excitedly. Yes, my total mental energy has also doubled since level 3. Li Xinting confirmed. Then, Xingyo reached out to his face, brushing her fingers against his cheeks and neck, her eyes sparkling. I feel like your skin looks even better than before. It's not an illusion. It truly has a beautifying effect. Having crossed the threshold of level 3 and stepped into level 4, he had indeed made significant progress. Her delicate fingers grazed over his Adam's apple, causing Li Xinting's voice to drop an octave. The crystal cores have a refining effect on the body, akin to what you previously understood as detoxification. Once the body expels excess toxins, it naturally improves. Did you feel anything when I urged you to use your healing ability? From my perspective, you certainly no longer appeared red. She continued to probe. Li Xinting nodded with a smile. It felt as if a block of ice was swiftly plunged into boiling water, alleviating the pain within my spirit and gradually stabilizing the rampant energy. That's why I could absorb all the energy so swiftly and upgrade smoothly as long as it's effective. Xingyo felt completely at ease. If that's the case, I'll use it on the other team members when they upgrade. She began to strategize, noting that the process of enhancing abilities through the first 3 levels had been relatively painless. It was likely that the challenges would begin at level 4 and beyond. Lost in thought, she was suddenly pulled into the bathtub by a hand. Wiping her face dry, she hadn't even had the chance to speak before her lips were captured in a kiss. Li Xinting skillfully pinned her against the edge of the bathtub, his fingers slipping the strap of her nightgown off her shoulder. Having been watched so intently for so long, he was already flustered. Now that he had finally addressed her concerns, he could no longer hold back and kissed her. With her hair dampened, Xingyo scratched him in frustration. My freshly dried hair. A hiss escaped Li Xinting's lips as he seized her wrist, lifting it higher, his soft tongue delving deeper as his fingers deftly kneaded her, distracting her attention. It was 2 hours later when they emerged from the bathroom. Xingyo donned a shirt, her hair now dry. Cradled in his arms on the bed, she nestled into the blankets, a satisfied smile on her face. This time, he had controlled the pace, and after 2 encounters, he managed to restrain himself, leaving her feeling pleasantly content without exhaustion. She had finally savored the pleasures of adulthood. Stretching languidly, she nestled into his embrace and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 26. Departure from the inn on August 2 ND. After a week of relentless rain, the downpour finally ceased. Just past 5 in the morning, the pale sun timidly peeked out, heralding a bright and clear day. The Chamu team had just finished breakfast and was preparing to depart for the city center. Noticing their preparations to leave, Brother Hu cautiously approached He Ning, rubbing his hands together. Brother, are you all set to go? In recent days, Brother Hu and his companions had behaved relatively well, occasionally venturing out to nearby neighborhoods for supplies, but mostly remaining on the ground floor, refraining from disturbing the second floor where the Chamu team resided. Thus, He Ning's attitude towards him was fairly amiable. Yes, we want to be coming back, He Ning replied, nodding as he tucked his gun into the holster at his lower back. Brother Hu let out a sigh of relief. This meant he could take his team and seize control of the place. Though the small inn was not particularly spacious, its location in a quiet suburban area made it relatively safe, making it a suitable resting place. Once the current occupants departed, he could claim it for himself. Ah, very well. You are always welcome to return if you wish, Brother Hu said with a sycophantic smile. Over the past few days, he had discerned that this team was comprised of skilled fighters. Through his inquiries and He Ning's subtle intimidation, Brother Hu learned that each member had awakened their abilities, and their levels were not low. It was precisely this knowledge that had kept him on his best behavior. "You're joking. We won't be coming back. Brother, feel free to do as you please," He Ning replied in a nonchalant tone. At that moment, Zhang Xingming descended the stairs, pulling her boyfriend Zhao Chun along. Zhao Chun had awakened his power-type ability on the third night of the reign. Seeing the Chaomu team preparing to leave, and sensing that Brother Hu's group would not be easy to deal with, they decided to depart as well. Zhang Xingming approached Li Xinting, speaking respectfully. "Mr. Li, where are you headed? We would like to follow behind your team. We're going to the city center. I advise against following us," Li Xinting replied in a neutral tone. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingming hesitated. She remembered that Brother Hu's group had fled from the city center. Given Qinji's current level of ability, accompanying them would surely lead to disaster. In that case, we'll choose another route. I've heard that Wushi, north of Jiacheng, has established a safe base. We can head there directly. Zhao Chen suddenly spoke up. The news from the Pingan base was relayed to them through eavesdropping on passers-by who had previously stayed at the inn. At that time, neither of them possessed any abilities which deterred them from venturing outside. Now, with the inn on the verge of being overtaken by Brother Hu, they had no choice but to leave. Despite their reluctance, beside them, Song Yunqi tightened her backpack. She had awakened a water-based ability. Due to the acid rain, water resources were scarce, and while her power was merely auxiliary in this apocalyptic world, it proved exceedingly practical. She, too, intended to establish a foothold at the base. Observing Li Xinting's demeanor darkened, she thought him the most exceptional man she had ever encountered, regrettably bound by an early engagement. Her fingers clenched within her sleeves. Surely they would also investigate the situation at the Pingan base, and she hoped to have another chance to see him. Then Li Xinting offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Leading the group directly out of the inn's entrance, their team had now grown to 11 members, necessitating the acquisition of 2 larger, more spacious vehicles. Li Xinting retrieved the cars from his space, gesturing for everyone to board. Xintong, witnessing such an expansive space for the first time, felt a surge of respect. She couldn't help but admire her sister's discerning eye. Who would have guessed that a bastard child could be so formidable? Having trained alongside He Ying for several days, she was exhausted, her back sore from the strain, yet she bore it in silence, seeking out Xingo each night to benefit from her healing abilities. Today, she was determined to slay several zombies to repay her debts. Otherwise, she would feel too embarrassed to continue her indulgent ways. Soon, the vehicles entered the main street of the city center, where they encountered several scattered zombies along the way. These second-tier zombies posed little challenge to the group, with most being dispatched by Xintong and Jiang. He Ning parked the vehicle at the entrance of a park, a street away from the shopping mall. The group disembarked, their sleeves reinforced with tape. Even in the sweltering summer, they layered jackets over their long-sleeved shirts. Moving stealthily into the mall, they found it eerily quiet, just as Jiang Yi had predicted. The first floor had few zombies, which immediately lunged at them with shrill cries. Aware of the urgency, they acted swiftly. He Ning and a few others took charge of eliminating the zombies on the first floor, while Li Xinting and Wu Chang focused on gathering scattered supplies, collecting anything intact into their space. Xingo and He Ying were tasked with locating landmark indicators and creating a detailed layout of the mall's internal structure. The process unfolded smoothly, and within 20 minutes, they reconvened in the central hall. From the moment Li Xinting entered the mall, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation emanating from the rooftop, confirming the presence of a 5th-tier zombie. Likely mutated. Let us sweep through the floors methodically, prioritizing safety and avoiding separation, he instructed, scrutinizing the map in his hands. Let us head to the clothing section on the 2nd floor. The Chaomu team had all ascended to Tier 3. With Li Xinting reaching Tier 4, He Ning and Old Su were nearing the threshold of Tier 3 as well. Even if they encountered a 3rd-tier zombie, they felt no fear. Jiang Yi experienced firsthand the security of being with a well-trained group. A professional team was far more experienced and decisive than Brother Hu's crew. Throughout their journey, each member diligently followed commands and took responsibility for their tasks, achieving remarkable efficiency. The 2nd floor merely presented a greater number of zombies. Yet none were mutated, allowing the team to proceed with ease. After thoroughly searching the 2nd floor, they ascended the stairs to the dining area on the 3rd floor. Exiting a snack shop, they were suddenly confronted by a large horde of zombies. Clad in various attire, some former customers and passers-by, others mall employees. Notably, one small group consisted entirely of mutated zombies, likely a former team of abilities who perished in the mall. Be cautious. They will coordinate their attacks. Da Cheng warned, evading a metal spike that shot toward him. That we can coordinate as well. Old Su, Liang, and Gang Zi, join me in eliminating this team. Pining's face remained impassive during their days of rest at the inn. The team had intentionally practiced synergizing their abilities and devised some combination techniques, which were now ripe for testing. Old Su conjured several identical earth blocks to impede the zombies' movements, while Gang Zi launched metal spikes, which Liang electrified in an instant. That Ning charged into the throng of zombies, leveraging his immense strength and formidable physique to engage them in close combat. Meanwhile, Ying collaborated with Li Xinting to expand the range of their ice abilities. Decheng continued to employ earth blocks for defense and control. Jiang Yi utilized wood-based powers for manipulation, and Xingo and the others plunged their knives into the zombie skulls in this chaotic environment. Before long, the zombies on the third floor were eradicated, and all available food was stored in their space as they prepared to continue to the fourth floor's daily necessities area. This time, they encountered even more third-tier zombies, including some mutated ones, and even a single fourth-tier ordinary zombie. The fourth-tier zombie was ultimately dispatched by Ning and Old Su working in tandem. They were on the brink of reaching Tier 4 themselves, and acquiring a fourth-tier crystal core would expedite the process. Xingo had shed her previous image as a frail heiress. She could now independently tackle third-tier zombies, having made substantial improvements in both skill and strength. Although she could not compare to the seasoned fighters of the team, she was more than capable of being a formidable asset in any external team. Xintong observed her precise movements, feeling increasingly motivated. Her speed ability suited her perfectly, and combined with the knife techniques that Ying had taught her, she too managed to slay several third-tier zombies, holding a freshly excavated third-tier white crystal. A sense of fulfillment blossomed within her, a feeling she had never experienced before. Before the apocalypse, whatever she desired was readily provided. After the onset, lacking any awakened powers or abilities, she had relied on Jiang Yi for protection. This was her first time wholly depending on her own capabilities to obtain something she wanted. Even though the white crystal had been extracted from a zombie's brain, she found herself devoid of disgust. This was the joy of striving through one's own efforts, and Xintong felt her determination swell. Zombies continued to pour in from various stairwells on the fourth floor, and two ordinary fourth-tier zombies appeared. Ning, Old Su, and Gang Zi swiftly dealt with them, while the Chaomu team systematically eliminated one zombie after another, filling bags with crystal cores. After more than half an hour of combat, there was no sign of the zombie numbers dwindling. The ground was littered with their bodies, even impeding their movements. Ning summoned his abilities, a terrifying force enveloping his arms as he smashed through the wall of an upscale shop, creating a passage to the adjacent daily necessities store. The group quickly darted through the side door of the store into a more open area, continuing their battle against the encroaching zombies. This time, to conserve mental energy, they resorted to firearms. Each member of the Chaomu team was proficient with guns, and Xingo's aim had significantly improved. Xintong and Jiang Yi worked in tandem to eliminate the zombies breaking through from the gunfire. "Boss, do you think these zombies are attempting a war of attrition?" Decheng asked, continuously pulling the trigger, his expression grave. They had no idea how many zombies lurked within. Conservatively estimating, they had already taken down nearly 200, yet the sea of heads showed no signs of diminishing. "It seems so. There is a fifth-tier mutated zombie upstairs, likely waiting for us to weaken before revealing itself," Li Xinting replied, his expression cold as he sent a bullet into a zombie's temple. This particular zombie was more cautious than the one from the food factory, having thus far only dispatched its minions to launch an assault, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Chapter 27. City Center. The rate of ammunition consumption escalated rapidly. Clips being emptied, and the ground was a gruesome mixture of yellow, white, and red, exuding a nauseating stench. As the team continued to fight, they constantly shifted formations, gradually leading a large horde of zombies toward the stairwell. Upstairs, with a commanding shout from Li Xinting, everyone sprinted towards the fifth floor with utmost urgency. The zombies trailed closely behind, and as they reached the fifth floor, they were met with a colossal fireball. Li Xinting, having anticipated this, swiftly encased it in ice and kicked it aside. The intense flames of level 5 were exceedingly fierce. By the time everyone had reached the fifth floor, the ice had melted into a pool of water. interspersed with fragments of ice, soaking the pristine white-tiled floor. Li Xinting surveyed the nearby level 5 mutated zombie clad in a suit. If the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Rather than being encircled by zombies on the lower floors, it was better to take the initiative. Once the commander was dealt with, the others would merely be insignificant minions, for a moment. Aside from the incessant attempts of zombies below to ascend, the others remained silent, while the mutated zombie observed them quietly, seemingly assessing the situation. Seizing the opportunity, Xingo unleashed her abilities, casting azure orbs of light upon the crowd to alleviate their muscle soreness and fatigue. Energized, they swiftly retrieved 3 level 2 green crystals, absorbing them to restore a portion of their mental strength. At that moment, the level 5 zombie finally made its move, conjuring 6 fireballs that rapidly hurtled towards them. The squad instinctively divided into 2 groups. Li Xinting, Detachment, Old Su, and Liang positioned themselves close to Li Xinting, while Xingo, Xinting, and Zhang Yi guarded the stairway, utilizing the narrow terrain to attack the zombies attempting to ascend. Wu Chang, He Ning, and Gang Zi remained vigilant. The battle was poised to erupt. Old Su and Decheng collaborated to conjure earth orbs, colliding them with the fireballs, knocking the crimson flames from their path. Li Xinting and the others surged forward, unleashing torrents of water laced with lightning and shards of ice towards the level 5 zombie. Their momentum formidable. The zombie was enveloped in even more ferocious flames, a deep crimson wrapping around it like a burning fortress. The vigorous assault struck the fiery barrier, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds as the clash between lightning and fire erupted violently. In the brief, blinding interval created by the explosions, ice shards took the chance to penetrate, aiming for the zombies surrounded by flames. Enraged, the level 5 zombie's energy surged chaotically, a 1-meter radius fire circle forming beneath its feet. The flames surged dramatically, transforming into a dazzling orange curtain that completely thwarted all incoming attacks. Old Su and Decheng immediately exerted their strength, forming a similar earthen barrier infused with water elements before the fire curtain, continuously eroding the leaping flames. Lightning and ice shards rained down from above, only to be either exploded or vaporized by the surrounding fire. Li Xinting, too, employed a strategy of attrition. However, now it was their group against just one. With approximately 4 level 2 green crystals remaining in their possession, they could afford to be audacious. Forming the fire curtain required substantial energy. Once it dissipated, he would be able to launch his mental abilities at the opportune moment. Yet, the level 5 zombie had a trick up its sleeve. Suddenly, nearly 40 level 4 ordinary zombies surged forth from its blind spot. Its expression twisted. These were the result of its evolution to level 5 on the first day of the storm. Its last resort. Now, feeling cornered and humiliated by this group, it had no choice but to fight back fiercely. I'll take care of this. You all continue, Li Xinting declared as he charged towards the horde of level 4 zombies. Fire counters ice. His ice abilities could do little harm to them, far less than the explosive power generated from the clash between lightning and flames. Old Su and the others needed to continue coordinating their efforts to erode the fire curtain with their water and earth-infused walls. Wu Chang, He Ning, and Gang Zi, stationed nearby, joined Li Xinting in combat against the level 4 zombies. Xingo reloaded her weapon and said to Zhang Yi, "You go assist. We can manage here." "All right," Zhang Yi replied without hesitation. Knowing that his abilities were quite useful for control, he dashed towards the level 4 zombies. Xingo observed the level 3 zombies still trying to ascend the stairs. They had just dispatched a batch, leaving around 30 remaining, which she and Xinting could handle. "Sister, your knife and gun skills are impressive," Xinting remarked as she decapitated a zombie. Xingo leaped up, kicking the nearest zombie in the face while simultaneously plunging her dagger into the brain of the one behind it as it staggered. In a swift motion, she slashed the throat of the forward zombie before retreating to the stairway of the 5th floor. As she returned, she raised her left hand to deliver a bullet into another zombie's head. This assault claimed the lives of 3 zombies in one fell swoop, leaving Xinting in awe. Encouraged, she increased her efforts, occasionally utilizing her speed to dash up the stairs, dispatch a few zombies, and then retreat. With the overwhelming number of level 4 zombies, Li Xinting conserved only the essential mental energy needed for his abilities, unleashing all other energies through his ice powers. It was Zhang Yi's first time coordinating with them. But surprisingly, he performed well, expertly ensnaring a zombie with vines and delivering it to Wu Chang, who seized the opportunity to stab it in the throat with his steel knife. As time passed, after 15 minutes of intense battle, Old Su and the others were drenched in sweat. and the fire curtain finally vanished. In that fleeting moment, Liang unleashed all his remaining mental energy, and a surge of lightning struck the level 5 zombie as protective flames. Producing a terrifying sound of energy upheaval, the zombie promptly shed the fiery layer from its surface, casting it aside, yet it was left pockmarked and ragged, its once immaculate suit now tattered and unrecognizable. Its eyes burned with fury as it glared at Liang. Among this group, it despised those who created the water and earth walls the most, but the most odious of all was the one wielding lightning. It had always valued its appearance in life, and now, reduced to such a state, it regarded Liang as its primary target for retribution, just as it reveled in the sight of the exhausted Liang. Breaking through the defenses of Yingying and the others, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head. It howled in agony, its dark hands clutching its head as it halted. It scanned its surroundings in desperation. Searching for the source of this mental assault, its grotesque head turned, and it finally spotted Li Xinting, whose gaze was imbued with a ghostly blue light that had previously gone unnoticed, enduring the excruciating pain in its mind. The level 5 zombie conjured a fireball aimed at Li Xinting. However, it was intercepted midway by a combined earthen wall crafted by Old Su and De Qing, who had just used their last green crystal in a hurry. He Ning and the others, having depleted their remaining green crystals, found themselves unable to fully absorb the energy from them in the current environment. Together with Gang Zi, Wu Chang, and Jiang Yi, they formed a protective barrier around Li Xinting, who was engaging his mental abilities against the level 5 zombie. Li Xinting felt the impact of his mental energy assaulting the zombie's brain, and he crushed his last 2 green crystals, converting the gained mental strength into psychic energy. An invisible, ghostly blue net tightly enveloped the zombie's cerebral domain, continuously constricting. The blue light intensified dramatically as Li Xinting let out a muffled groan. The level 5 zombie finally ceased its thrashing, its brain splitting in two and falling to the ground. The once mighty manager now forever vanquished. He Ning cast a concerned glance at him. Li Xinting pressed his temples, acknowledging that the level 5 zombie's cerebral domain had indeed been formidable, and that the level 4 mental energy had been somewhat strained. After a brief moment to regain his composure, he spoke gravely. "Let us first deal with these zombies." With that, he drew his gun and resumed firing. With the level 5 zombie no longer present, the remaining tier 3 and 4 zombies were dispatched rapidly, some even fleeing in terror. Having evolved to level 4, they were no longer driven solely by a thirst for flesh. Their instinct to evade danger prompted them to retreat. 20 minutes later, all remaining zombies at the scene had been exterminated, and the group sat exhausted on the ground. Xingyo placed the 2 remaining level 3 green crystals from a previous upgrade into Li Xinting's hands, saying, "You take these. Don't overextend your mental strength lightly in the future." Li Xinting nodded in agreement, taking the green crystal to begin absorbing its energy. This level 5 zombie, awakened with a formidable fire-based ability, had taken them considerable time to deplete. To their surprise, at the very end, it had concealed a significant number of level 4 zombies, which nearly drained everyone's mental energy. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. They emerged victorious. Xingyo, who did not require mental energy to combat zombies, was in the best condition among them. She provided each person with a healing light orb. Although her level 3 ability could only mend external injuries for now, it nonetheless alleviated their fatigue. This battle had been prolonged, the longest since the apocalypse began. And as noon approached, the results were indeed gratifying. They had collected nearly 50 level 4 white crystals and close to 300 level 3 white crystals, after deducting those contributed to the communal account. Each individual possessed a substantial quantity. The level 5 crystal was unanimously deemed to be given to Li Xinting, whose mental ability was their most potent weapon. Additionally, he distributed 3 level 4 white crystals from his own collection to the assisting Lao Su, Da Cheng, He Yingying, and Liang, sufficient for them to advance to level 4 ability users. Currently, the mall was relatively safe. The group found a spacious shop to rest, casually eating some bread and milk for lunch. After a 2-hour break, everyone's mental energy had somewhat recovered. Following their exhaustion, it was indeed an opportune moment for advancement. Li Xinting lowered the security shutter and proposed to complete their upgrades right there. He first absorbed 40 level 3 white crystals, feeling only a slight ripple in his mental realm, and subsequently consumed 12 level 4 white crystals, causing a surge within his mental sea. The white light coursed through his meridians, and he sensed himself gradually approaching the level 5 threshold. As the intensity of the white light's impact began to ease, Li Xinting guided the level 5 white crystal in his hand with his consciousness. The core of the fire element zombie was equally fierce, and 4 torrents of aggressive white light surged into his mental realm in an instant. As the last stream of white light remained, the barrier was shattered, and he noticed his mental energy had doubled, with 3 orbs of light resting serenely in the center of his mind. At this moment, Xingqiu had little mental energy left. She chose to utilize her healing ability on a few teammates whose advancement reactions were particularly pronounced, helping to stabilize their energy. She planned to absorb her own crystal after they had all completed their upgrades. Jiang Yi was also attempting to breach the level 4 threshold. Having just assisted in defeating a level 4 zombie, he had acquired 2 level 4 crystals. He had intended to share one with Li Xinting but was met with her refusal. The two had only recently settled their debts, yet Jiang Yi still held 2 level 4 white crystals and 12 level 3 white crystals, while Li Xinting had 8 level 3 white crystals remaining. Rather than splitting a level 4 white crystal, which would leave both stuck at the level 4 threshold, it was wiser for one of them to advance steadily. Chapter 28. Advancement. Li Xinting took the longest to advance. Half an hour after everyone else had completed their upgrades, he finally opened his eyes. How did it go? Xingqiu inquired eagerly. All is well. I succeeded, he replied, skillfully conjuring an ice shard from his hand. At that moment, Xingqiu tossed it to the ground, while Ning tested his power ability against it, landing a punch that left the shard unscathed. It wasn't until the 3rd punch that a crack appeared. And only on the 4th did the ice shard break into 2 pieces. Xingqiu, you should start absorbing your crystal now. We are all fine, he Ying encouraged. She had also advanced to a level 4 ability user, now resembling an oversized human-shaped water pipe. Xingqiu nodded and turned to He Ning, saying, Brother He, I would like to withdraw a level 4 crystal from the communal account. No need. I will simply give you one. You helped everyone heal today, so consider it your reward for the day, he replied. That works too. Xingqiu accepted the crystal, then took out all her 46 level 3 white crystals and began absorbing their energy directly. Perhaps due to her healing ability, her advancement process was relatively gentle. Aside from a slight discomfort in her meridians, she experienced no other reactions. In just 20 minutes, she had completed her upgrade. She conjured 2 orbs in her hands and began examining their descriptions. Healing level, LV4 function, capable of healing moderate internal and external injuries and minor zombie viruses within a medium range. An improvement, but this light is still ineffective against viruses. Devour level, LV4 function, can cause complete necrosis of cells within a medium range of the human body, rendering them irreparable. Not too weak. It should work on approximately 2 hands. I can now heal moderate internal and external injuries, she remarked, glancing at everyone. This meant that even if they overexerted their mental energy, she could provide treatment rather than merely offering simple relief. Having a doctor was indeed reassuring. De Chung smiled. Li Xinting stood up first, suggesting, let us find a restroom for a quick shower. The group momentarily stepped away from their joy of advancement, as they all bore a layer of grime. Without speaking, they quickly made their way to the restrooms. Wu Chang retrieved preheated water from their storage space, distributing a bucket to each person, who then hurriedly entered the restroom. 20 minutes later, the 11 of them reconvened in the center of the 5th floor. There are no threats in the mall anymore. We should hasten our collection of supplies, Li Xinting declared. The group split into 2 teams, with Li Xinting and Wu Chang, both possessing spatial abilities, leading their respective teams to the 6th floor, which had not yet been explored. This level was the entertainment area, with various gaming devices neatly arranged along the pathways. They did not overlook any items. Li Xinting collected a portion into his space, as he had ample room. After Wu Chang advanced to level 4, his space had expanded to 85 square meters, providing added security for the team's supply gathering. By 5 o'clock, they had thoroughly searched all shops and dealt with a few stray zombies hiding within. Let us stay in the mall tonight. After all, there are beds in the furniture store, Xingqiu suggested decisively. Searching for a hotel or an outside will undoubtedly require clearing out zombies after fighting all day. While our mental energy has recovered post-upgrade, our bodies still need the most fundamental rest. Indeed, our main objective for tomorrow is to search for mutated flora and fauna. We need green crystals, Li Xinting agreed. Following this battle, their team had depleted all their green crystals. Green crystals could rapidly restore mental energy and stabilize energy during advancements, making them an essential resource that required replenishment. There is a botanical garden in the eastern district of Jiang City. There should be plenty of mutated animals in some older residential areas. Tomorrow, we'll focus on these locations. Li Xinting recalled the city's divisions. After a brief meeting, Ying filled 5 large barrels with water as usual, and Decheng prepared a lavish dinner with a variety of dishes. After everyone had eaten to their fill and completed their hygiene routines, they each chose a simple model house from the furniture store to rest early. The long-overdue fatigue washed over them like a tide. Xingio yawned and glanced at her phone, noting it was only 8:30. Li Xinting changed into his sleepwear and lay beside her, wrapping his arm around her waist comfortably. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Nothing. Just rarely wanting to sleep this early," Xingji replied, turning to face him. Li Xinting chuckled softly. "If you're tired, then sleep. We need to wake up at 4:30 tomorrow." Good night, Li Xinting," she said, leaning in to peck his lips gently before closing her eyes. "Good night," he replied, resting her head against his chest, drifting off into a peaceful slumber. A melodious flute tune resonated, and Li Xinting found himself at a lavish banquet filled with clinking glasses. His consciousness momentarily faltered as he surveyed the surroundings, realizing he had once again dreamed of the scene from their second meeting. Today marked the 18th birthday celebration of the eldest daughter of the Xian family, with every prominent family in Ning City's elite circle present, accompanied by their younger generations. At the center of the banquet, she donned a silver-white strapless gown that hugged her figure, adorned with delicate pink diamonds that sparkled under the dazzling lights. The dress accentuated her perfect physique, her long hair styled into an exquisite princess updo, topped with a shimmering silver crown, resembling a celestial being embodying both purity and allure amidst the mortal realm. As she moved, the silver starlight of her gown flowed gracefully, the delicate heels clicking against the cold, hard staircase, creating a captivating melody. After completing the traditional speeches and cake-cutting ceremony, she excused herself under the pretext of feeling slightly tipsy, leaving behind a multitude of captivated gazes from affluent young men. No one knew that the inconspicuous illegitimate son would encounter the spotlight of the evening in the secluded garden, growing weary of the banal gossip and champagne at the banquet. And with no one paying heed to his departure, he sauntered away from the hall into the tranquil garden. To his surprise, the guest of honor was quietly seated on a not-so-large swing in the garden. Her expensive high heels had been removed and placed aside, the flowing tail of her gown cascading into the green grass, resembling a galaxy severed by the earth. She lifted her gaze towards him, her cheeks still flushed from the drink, her expression appearing indifferent yet silently inviting. His naturally relaxed arm instinctively stiffened slightly, fingers curling into an inconspicuous arc, maintaining his composure. He stepped forward toward her. "Are you a guest from the kingdom of elves attending my birthday banquet?" She tilted her head as she gazed at him, her profile becoming even more ethereal under the moonlight. It seemed she was truly intoxicated. He mused. Would she consider the events of this evening merely a fleeting dream? He could not quite discern the emotions swirling within him at that moment, but one thing was certain. He yearned to draw closer to her. This was their second encounter, albeit one-sided on her part, in the realm of her unobservant gaze. He had seen her countless times before, although such a fact would be inconsequential to someone so accustomed to attention. He approached her, bowing gracefully like the ethereal being she might have imagined him to be, affirming, "Indeed, I sincerely wish you a joyful birthday." Miss X and a glimmer seemed to flicker in her glass-like eyes, which curved into a crescent moon shape. "Yes, I will, thank you," she replied softly, subsequently pressing her fingers gently against her temples. With her pristine hands raised towards him, she asked, "Mr. Elf, could you assist me for a moment? I've had a bit too much to drink and would like to rest." He followed the impulse of his heart, clasping her delicate wrist as her head gently rested against his arm. In that instant, a dark thought surged uncontrollably within him. If he selfishly embraced her, no one would ever know. Yet, he ultimately refrained, believing that a pure and innocent princess should remain untouched by any shadow. He lingered quietly beside her for 15 minutes, the initial conversation fading into silence. Yet he felt an inexplicable contentment. It was only when his phone buzzed with news from Ning about a gang clash in the northern part of the city that he cautiously placed her wrist on her knee. She had already succumbed to slumbered. No one knew that another soul had once existed in this space. Li Xinting opened his eyes in the darkness, tilting his head to trace the features of the sleeping figure in his embrace. Who could have imagined that the once dazzling princess now lay quietly in his arms? How wonderful it is, he thought, even as the reason for his rebirth eluded him. This second chance, fortunately, had allowed him to reclaim what he had longed for without the pang of regret. The following dawn, everyone rose punctually. After a simple breakfast, they boarded the vehicle for departure. The car first drove into a nearby residential community adjacent to the city center. The greenery within was quite commendable. Following the second torrential downpour, the number of mutated plants and animals had surged significantly, making them relatively easy to locate, albeit most were only at level 2. The level 2 green crystals no longer satisfied their burgeoning psychic appetites. After searching through 3 residential areas, they encountered a few survivors who merely pointed them towards a safe base without accompanying them. Soon, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the botanical garden. Fully armed, the group disembarked and swiftly dealt with the level 3 zombies that had once been a vendor and a security guard, then quickly slipped into the exhibition area of the botanical garden. Towering and straight cedar trees greeted them, and they tentatively made a cut on one of the trunks with a knife, revealing, as expected, a pool of pale red sap beneath the brown bark. The cedar grove erupted in response to this action. The straight trunk shook violently, and the edges of the leaves shimmered dangerously in the sunlight, cascading down like a verdant rain towards them. An unsuspecting observer might have marveled at the breathtaking spectacle. A solid layer of ice and clumps of earth materialized above their heads, intercepting the onslaught of foliage, producing a resounding crash upon impact. The intensity of the attack indicated that this grove was composed entirely of level 3 mutated plants, which the team could certainly handle, albeit with caution against the razor-sharp leaves that might strike unexpectedly. Chapter 29. The botanical garden bullets inflicted minimal damage on the mutated plants. In such circumstances, primitive melee weapons proved most effective. Xinting exchanged her dagger for a longsword, deftly slicing through, sending arcs of pale blood spiraling through the air. The energy center of the cedar lay within its trunk, making it difficult to access. After contemplating, Xinting requested a chainsaw from Li Xinting. The roaring of the chainsaw echoed jarringly through the woods as she deftly maneuvered it, dodging several leaf attacks before plunging the whirring blade into the trunk. In a frenzy, with chips and blood gushed forth with the chainsaw's rotation, the outcome was remarkable, as the trunk was severed. The towering cedar collapsed instantaneously. Xinting nimbly evaded, using the fallen trunk to propel herself upward, her longsword striking true at the center of the trunk, extracting the green crystal within. This method works well. Do you have any more chainsaws, boss? Lao Su's eyes lit up, realizing that lumbering equipment was indeed essential in tackling the towering cedars. There are 6 left. You can each use one. Li Xinting retrieved the remaining chainsaws. As he had no need for them, his psychic abilities could directly target the energy center of the cedars. He Ning, with his immense strength, could fell a tree with his fists, while Liang's lightning abilities required no assistance from a chainsaw. The rest of the group was perfectly equipped with 1 chainsaw each. Xinting, utilizing the synergy of the chainsaw and the longsword, swiftly amassed 20 level 3 green crystals, while the once formidable cedar grove lay subdued upon the ground. Let us gather these logs. They might come in handy during winter. Xinting suggested to Li Xinting. In this apocalyptic world, the weather grew increasingly extreme, even though it was merely 9 in the morning. The outdoor temperature had already soared to 35 degrees Celsius. Following this heat wave, the world would soon face the harshest winter, where firewood would become the most sought-after commodity in the apocalypse. Indeed, Li Xinting agreed. Stowing the cedars into his space, she was right. In his previous life, the first winter of the apocalypse had been both frigid and prolonged, claiming the lives of many survivors who evaded the zombie virus only to perish in the relentless snow. The group continued deeper into the garden, encountering mutated low shrubs and exceptionally vibrant flowers, both level 3 and level 4, yet all were stripped of their crystals. Before long, they arrived at the tropical rainforest exhibition area, where the trees towered even higher than the cedars, their dense canopies blocking out the blazing sun entirely, dropping the temperature drastically and providing a refreshing coolness. Be cautious. There are level 5 mutated plants within. Li Xinting warned. He sensed 3 energy clusters of similar size to his own, indicating the presence of 3 level 5 mutated plants. The group treaded lightly as they entered, with Li Xinting leveraging his psychic abilities to guide them near the 3 towering trees. Li Xinting was the first to strike, sending an ice shard into the trunk of one of the trees, creating an opening, and the battle commenced instantaneously. The skin of the level 5 plants was exceedingly tough. Level 4 ability users could only breach its defenses through cooperation. Xinting found herself unable to assist directly, so she took the initiative to clear the surrounding level 3 and 4 plants. Xinting closely followed her, as her speed abilities were ill-suited for combat against level 5 plants. Guerrilla tactics suited her better. As a level 5 ability user, Li Xinting found it relatively effortless to engage the towering trees. He independently felled one, leaving the other two for the rest of the team, and after extracting their crystals, he began to offer real-time guidance to Xingyo on her movements. Nothing compares to the enhancement gained through combat practice. Xingyo's combat prowess accelerated rapidly through each high-intensity battle. This process was exhausting and perilous, yet she never uttered a word of fatigue. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xintang shadowed her to learn. As she was currently the weakest member of the team, if she did not progress soon, she would feel too ashamed to remain. The average strength of the Chaomu team had now reached the level 4 ability user level. And the botanical garden hosted nothing beyond level 5 ordinary mutated plants, posing no threat to them. Thus, the group tacitly treated these mutated plants as training partners, intentionally engaging in friendly sparring. This battle continued throughout the day, with the group only taking a brief pause for a bottle of milk at noon. By the time they exited the exhibition area, it was already 6 in the evening. The sun still hung high in the sky, radiating warmth as if it had no intention of setting. The results of this battle were exceedingly gratifying. Just from Xingyo alone, after settling the Group S accounts, she had acquired 40 level 3 green crystals and 20 level 4 green crystals. Joyously, she packed these verdant gems into a small box, temporarily placing them in Li Xinting's space, planning to retrieve them for her own storage when they were alone. Xintang exchanged some green crystals for a few level 3 white crystals and a level 4 white crystal in the group account. Preparing for her advancement to level 4. Finally gathering the necessary resources. Boss, where shall we head next? Gongzi inquired. Let us find a hotel to rest for a bit, and take care of the zombies we encounter along the way. Li Xinting replied. They needed to replenish their supply of level 2 and 3 white crystals. As they prepared to visit the base, they would require the base's currency, with level 4 being prohibitively expensive and level 3 being too conspicuous. Level 2 white crystals were the safest option. Understanding his intent, the group proceeded to search for a hotel, simultaneously entering convenience stores or commercial districts to gather supplies while dispatching any zombies that appeared, with Xingyo, the healer, in tow. The team seemed oblivious to fatigue, pressing onward until they finally reached the entrance of a 5-star hotel at 11 that night. Let us go in, clear it out, and rest for a couple of days before heading to the safe base. Li Xinting instructed. Li Xinting was the first to stride forward and push open the hotel door. The group quickly formed smaller teams and began their search for zombies. Xingyo walked alongside Li Xinting on the 7th floor, where they were responsible for this level and the 5th. The 5th floor had already been cleared. As they kicked open the door to a suite, they were unexpectedly greeted by Zheng Xingming, who had spoken of going to the peace base. Startled by the sound of the door, she huddled in a corner, looking disheveled and far from her appearance during their stay at the hotel. Mr. Li, Miss Xian? She looked up in a state of panic, disbelief evident on her face. Are you here alone? Did you not go to the peace base? Xingyo paused before asking. However, Zheng Xingming's expression turned fierce, her delicate features contorting into a snarl. That wretched woman Song Yunxi seduced my boyfriend Zhao Chun. When we encountered a horde of level 3 zombies, they left me all alone in the convenience store. She broke down in tears. I hid beneath the cash register in the convenience store for a day and a night, waiting for the zombies outside to leave. The space was so small that I had to endure the pain of breaking my left kneecap just to fit in. In that moment, I vowed that if I survived, I would seek revenge on those two. Later, I dragged myself out of there on one leg and came to this hotel. I was fortunate enough to kill a level 2 zombie and hide in the stairwell until I reached the 7th floor, where I randomly found a room to hide. Her voice was faint, as she hadn't eaten anything for almost 2 days. Her consciousness was sustained only by the pain from her leg. Xingyo glanced at her with mixed feelings. During their time at the hotel, she had occasionally seen her boyfriend Zhao Chun being affectionate towards Song Yunxi, and now he had abandoned her at such a critical moment. With a sigh, she approached Zheng Xingming and used her healing abilities to mend her injuries, restoring her left leg. Thank you, Miss Xian, truly thank you, Zheng Xingming cried, surprised that Xingyo would be willing to help her. It was a simple matter. The zombies in the hotel should have been mostly cleared by now. You can check the kitchen for any leftover food, and after that, feel free to go wherever you wish. We will not disturb each other. Xingyo bore no ill will towards Zheng Xingming. She was simply a straightforward girl, lacking cunning, and unable to navigate the treacherous waters with someone like Song Yunxi. Their reunion could be seen as fate, and she considered it a good deed. Zheng Xingming nodded vigorously, feeling satisfied just to be able to sleep peacefully. After expressing her gratitude once more, she left the room in search of food. It's rare to see you taking care of someone else's business, Li Xinting remarked as they continued their inspection. Xianjiao chuckled lightly, explaining that her previous reluctance to get involved stemmed from knowing it would lead to entanglement. But since Zheng Xingming would not do that, helping out was no issue that if circumstances allowed. She didn't mind offering assistance, but if her safety were at stake, she would choose indifference. Yes, prioritizing oneself is essential. He nodded in agreement. They soon finished clearing the zombies on this floor and selected a suite to rest in. It was already past midnight. Xianjiao quickly washed up and nestled under the covers. Feeling a slight chill, though she was unsure if it was merely her imagination. Li Xinting, "Are you cold?" she asked, pulling his hand as he lay beside her. "Not cold," he replied, feeling her somewhat cool hand and retrieving a thermometer from his space. 10 degrees Celsius. How can that be? Wasn't it over 20 degrees at night before? Xianjiao sat up, realizing that it was no wonder she felt chilly. Previously, the air conditioning blanket had sufficed, but now she felt the cold. The temperature difference between day and night must have increased. Daytime temperatures will certainly rise higher, Li Xinting said, pulling out a down comforter from his space and storing the air conditioning blanket. He also retrieved a thin fleece women's nightgown. Don't wear the nightgown anymore. Change into this. Xianjiao accepted the garment and turned her back to change into the long-sleeved nightgown. But won't that mean it's scorching during the day and freezing at night? She remarked, recalling the sun that had hung high in the sky at 6 o'clock that evening. It can't possibly reach 40 degrees, right? This kind of weather is likely to persist for many years. Li Xinting turned off the bedside lamp and enveloped her in his embrace. Until his rebirth during that decade, the weather had been erratic and unpredictable. Indeed, it was beyond human intervention. Xianjiao thought to herself that the most important thing was to consider how to survive and thrive. She felt exceedingly weary and quickly drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 30. Rest and recuperation. The following day, everyone slept until noon before rising. After lunch, they convened for a brief meeting and took stock of the resources their team currently possessed. They planned to rest in the hotel for 2 days before setting off for the peace base in the afternoon. The group continued their search for supplies in the eastern district. Few survivors remained in Jiangxing. Most had flocked to the peace base, and human beings had effectively abandoned this city. Shortly after their return to the hotel that evening, a familiar scent of sulfur filled the air. It seemed the second acid rain was approaching. Ning gazed at the overcast sky, knowing that, following this, the already scarce water resources would become even more precious, elevating the status of water-based ability users. Let us focus on training for the next few days. Li Xinting decided, stating that their departure would be postponed until after the rain ceased. This acid rain was heavier than the last, persisting for 4 days without any sign of letting up. At 9 o'clock that night, Xianjiao concluded her training and emerged from the bathroom after a shower, only to hear a knock on the suite door. "What's wrong?" she asked, opening the door to find Xianting looking conflicted. Xianting's face was slightly flushed as she stepped closer, whispering, "Sister, do you have that?" Xianjiao's finely arched brows furrowed slightly. "Which one? Sanitary napkins?" "No." Xianting quickly shook her head. "The other one? Contraceptives." Xianjiao paused, chuckling helplessly. "You could just ask directly. Why the roundabout way?" "I was a bit embarrassed," Xianting admitted, scratching her head. Asking her sister for condoms felt exceedingly awkward. Xianjiao exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of the nature of their relationship. Thinking there was no need for shyness, she turned to enter the room, saying, "Wait here. I'll ask Li Xinting." After taking a few steps, she recalled something and turned back to inquire, "What size do you need?" "Forget it. I'll just get you a bit of everything." Discussing sizes with her younger sister finally made her feel embarrassed, so she hurried into the bedroom where the two were sleeping. Li Xinting, "Open the door." She knocked on the glass door of the bathroom. "What's the matter?" Li Xinting, sensing her presence with his mental abilities and knowing she was alone, opened the door without hesitation. He was halfway through his shower, and the foam from the soap still clung to his well-defined physique, showcasing his broad shoulders and narrow waist, his long legs forming a perfectly sculpted triangle. "It's nothing much. Just get some condoms from your space for me to give to Xianting." Her face heated up slightly. She felt it when facing Xianting, but meeting his gaze made her blush. Li Xinting wore a rare expression of strange surprise. Not expecting this request, he retrieved a large bag filled with various styles of small boxes from his space and handed it to her. "Here you go. Next time you go to the supermarket, remind them to take some for themselves." He didn't want to go through this kind of embarrassment again. Xianjiao nodded hastily, not daring to look at him for long before quickly retreating. Li Xinting watched her retreating figure, suddenly finding her blushing face even more endearing. He chuckled softly, closing the door to continue his shower. Here you go. From now on, when you encounter this, you should just grab some and keep them handy. That was so awkward just now. I don't want to repeat. Li Xinting handed the bag to Li Xinting, who felt as if she could dig a safe base underground at that moment. Li Xinting practically wanted to hide herself away, seizing the bag and fleeing. Got it, sis. There will never be a next time. It was all this incessant acid rain. They couldn't keep addressing things in other ways. The embarrassment was too much. Li Xinting silently screamed in her heart. Li Xinting took a few deep breaths to calm the heat on her face before returning to the bedroom. Not long after she got into bed, Li Xinting, wrapped in a towel, lifted the covers. Put your clothes on, she urged, pushing against his chest. His hand caught hers, and he leaned over her, his voice playful. Shouldn't we learn from our sister and brother-in-law? Learn what? What is there to learn from them? Li Xinting muttered softly, her tone growing more assertive as she playfully glared at him. You're the one thinking about this, she accused. Li Xinting raised a hand to caress her cheek. His peach blossom eyes deep and enigmatic. Yes, I am thinking about it. Shall we give it a try tonight? But we still have training tomorrow. You need to keep it in check. Li Xinting recalled the night she surrendered halfway and quickly refused. His soft, delicate kisses brushed against her face, leaving a trail of gentle sensations. Training requires a balance of work and rest. What on earth is this? How is this considered rest? Xinjiao remained silent, shifting slightly to the side. His fingers deftly unfastened the buttons of her nightgown, and his soft pink lips brushed against hers, suggesting, shall we explore something different? His kiss today was unlike any other, imbued with an exquisite tenderness and lingering passion. His hands moved languidly, stirring her heart as she wrapped her arms around his neck, gradually responding to the warmth of his lips and tongue. She grasped his back, feeling the tantalizing slowness of his kiss, which shifted back to her lips, savoring the sweet fragrance of her cherry blossoms. It was Xinjiao who first broke the silence, pulling away from the lingering kiss. Hurry up, she urged. A sultry laugh escaped his throat, and with an irresistible force, he kissed her again, his movements still gentle, yet underscored by a fervent possessiveness that was starkly different from the gentle affection he had shown before. In that moment, Xinjiao felt her soul fragmenting, one half enveloped in the gentle breezes of a refined Jiangnan, while the other half was ensnared in the clangor of a battlefield. She had never realized how vividly a man's creativity could manifest in such matters. As if emerging from two wholly contrasting realms, the experience came to an end as he lifted her from the bed, his arms encircling her delicate waist like a wisp of snow. Xinjiao thought the night might be concluding, resting her head upon his shoulder, only to find his tender kisses descending upon her back once more. She playfully tapped his bulging arm. Aren't you supposed to take me to the bath? Not yet. We haven't finished experimenting, he replied, lightly biting her shoulder as he stepped down from the bed. Just as Xinjiao pondered this, her face flushed crimson the next moment. What on earth was he thinking? How could he engage in such antics while walking? She couldn't help but tighten her grip. He let out a soft hiss, nibbling on her rosy earlobe, his tongue swirling and teasing her, causing her body to soften. Leaving her weakly clinging to his shoulder, Xinjiao wished she could vanish into a hole in the ground. How could he be so shameless? By the time the entire process concluded, she was utterly drained. While Li Xinting remained composed, his breath slightly ragged, yet his movements steady as ever. Later, in the wash basin, on the sofa, and in the bathtub, she was tossed about at his whim, losing track of when she had returned to the bed. The following morning, she was awakened once more by the weight pressing against her, groggily pushing her head up. Aren't you tired? Is it really safe to engage in so many activities, no matter how skilled one is? This seems excessive. Li Xinting chuckled, his voice deep. The enhancement of abilities will comprehensively boost the body's functions, so there's no need to worry. I'm perfectly fine. Xinjiao fell silent. It seemed this was indeed possible. Perhaps she had been narrow-minded. No wonder the male protagonists in apocalyptic novels could effortlessly indulge in harems. They truly possessed such capabilities. Thus, early that morning, she found herself participating in 2 sessions of morning exercises, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. When she finally awoke around noon, still somewhat dazed, she noticed she was still restrained and immediately turned her head to the side, coming face to face with his peaceful sleeping visage. A secret desire for revenge surged within her. She first used her healing powers to alleviate the soreness in her body, then cautiously crawled out of his embrace, retrieving a pink washable colored pen from her space. She gently drew a turtle on his face. This is for bullying me last night. I, Xinjiao, will not suffer in silence. watching as a comically adorable pink turtle appeared on Li Xinting's refined forehead. She then moved the pen to his chin. Just as the tip was about to touch down, her wrist was deftly captured, and his alluring peach blossom eyes fluttered open to eye in his other hand. A mirror appeared, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. So, you enjoy this kind of thing? I understand now. No. What do you mean you understand? What lewd thoughts are going through your mind? She quickly stowed the watercolor pen away to erase the evidence. He tightened his grip around her waist once more, pulling her against his chest. What are you doing, Li Xinting? Do you plan to spend the entire day in bed? Not that it would be a bad idea, he mused, examining the masterpiece on his face, marveling at her childishness. This is quite unbecoming, Xinjiao protested, struggling in his embrace. The neckline of her nightgown loosened again, revealing an enticing curve, the marks above erased by her powers, returning to their pristine state. Watching the deepening hue in Li Xinting's gaze, Xinjiao hesitated. Let us get up, darling. I'm starving. Good heavens, she truly wished to end this. All right. Li Xinting released his hold on her waist, sitting up to throw off the covers. His sturdy back was marked with various scratches, and Xinjiao kindly tossed him a green dumpling. You went too far yesterday. We agreed to restrain ourselves, and yet you didn't keep your word. She chided while brushing her teeth. That a little indulgence is acceptable, Li Xinting replied, wiping away the pink turtle on his face with a towel. Listening to the rhythmic patter of acid rain outside, Xinjiao reflected, I wonder if the buildings in the base can withstand the erosion from acid rain. Otherwise, things will surely become chaotic, especially for those ordinary people without abilities. If they have nowhere to live, their morale will undoubtedly falter. That depends on how the base management handles it. Li Xinting's expression remained calm, though he added, it's a pity that the leader of the peace base, Zhou Fu, is a petty and arrogant individual. In our previous life, he went to great lengths to keep the Chamu team at the base. We had to expend considerable effort to escape. Xinjiao sighed inwardly. Recognizing that Zhou Fu was truly unfit for leadership, their visit to the peace base was bound to bring trouble. However, they could not continue to play guerrilla tactics indefinitely if they were to establish their own territory in the future. They needed to understand the current living conditions of the people, and the base served as an excellent information channel. After they finished washing up, Li Xinting leaned down to peck her lips. Good morning, kiss. Xinjiao rolled her eyes in response. Someone is putting on quite the act. Underneath it all, you're just a lecher. What can I say? It's hard to resist when my lady is so beautiful. He replied with a smile, taking her hand as they stepped outside. Chapter 31. The journey begins during this period of acid rain. The team remained in the hotel, waiting for the unpleasant downpour to cease. Only when the rain finally stopped and the air quality improved did they decide to set off for the peace base that morning. Zheng Xingming left the hotel on the first day the rain stopped. She somehow procured an electric bike, fashioned a tablecloth into a hat and mask, donned a helmet, and set off. Xinjiao leaned back in her seat, preparing for departure. These past few days had been filled with training and other activities initiated by Li Xinting. Engaging in a battle against zombies sounded delightful. Exhausting him would mean he wouldn't vent his energy on her. After another late night, even with her powers, she still felt a lingering soreness in her waist. So she closed her eyes, ready to catch a nap on the road. The journey from Jiacheng to Wushi required traversing a mountainous region with winding roads that demanded vigilance against mutated flora and fauna. The group made several stops, and after clearing out some obstructing mutated monkeys, Xinjiao returned to the vehicle, gently pressing her temples. Not feeling well. Drink some water to soothe your throat, Li Xinting offered, handing her a bottle of mineral water. She nodded, accepting it, and took a sip. That we should be nearing our destination, right? They had already been driving for a day, and it was now 8 in the evening. That we should reach it by tomorrow morning. He confirmed. The danger of nighttime activities was greater, so they decided to rest in the RV for the night. The next day, the sun rose as expected, but by early morning, the air had already warmed to the usual midday temperatures. After a morning of arduous travel, the Chamu team finally arrived at Wushi around noon. After another 2 hours of driving, they halted at the entrance to the peace base. From the outside, the base was encircled by earth walls made of concrete, featuring grooves for weaponry and watchtowers reminiscent of ancient city walls. The main gate, forged from steel, stood at the center, likely a creation of the base's metal-based ability users. The long line of disheveled individuals formed at the entrance. Some in groups while others ventured alone. There were 2 registration windows, manned by individuals in protective gear, while armed guards maintained order at the city gate. Signs detailing the entry requirements flanked both sides of the gate. Ordinary individuals were required to pay £20 of food to enter. and those without provisions would need to perform menial tasks within the base until their debts were settled. Ability users were exempt from the entry fee and could enter directly after registration. Liang and Old Su exchanged their old clothes to blend in with the crowd and gather information. The survivors in line were counting their rations, and they learned that the living standards within the base were relatively acceptable. With ample space, ordinary people reside in collective dormitories on the outer ring, while managers and ability users live in the inner ring's apartment complexes or villas, Old Su explained. The base operates on a system of contribution points and crystal cores. With a base shop available, there are numerous ways to earn contribution points, such as maintaining public hygiene, constructing infrastructure, or cooking in the cafeteria. Ability users can form teams to accept missions, earning corresponding contribution points for each task completed. Liang shared what he had gleaned. This information was not hard to come by. It was basic knowledge that everyone was aware of, and the base did not prohibit the dissemination of such details, thus sparing the staff from having to explain everything. With 11 members in their team, all of whom were ability users, they were quite conspicuous. Li Xinting stroked her chin and uttered a remark. Lao Su nodded in agreement, stating, I have learned that the largest team of ability users in the base is called the Crownless Kings. The team leader is a level 4 ability user, holding a prestigious position within the base. Currently, every member of the Chaomu team is also a level 4 ability user. Such a team entering the base is bound to attract the attention and even suspicion of the management personnel. You all should deliberate on adjusting your ability levels. Those who can conceal their powers should do so, but we shall not remain here for long. Discretion is paramount, Li Xinting advised. Ultimately, through collective discussion, the composition of the Chaomu team was established. Li Xinting as a level 4 ability user. He Ning, He Yingying, and Wu Chang as level 3 ability users, while Liang, Gongzi, and Lao Su were level 2 ability users. Xian Jiao, Xian Tang, De Cheng, and Jiang Yi were ordinary individuals. This configuration, despite the presence of level 4 ability users, included 4 ordinary people. The others possessed abilities yet were not overly conspicuous. Thus, this modest team would be welcomed by the base's management rather than face oppression. The group disembarked from their vehicles a short distance from the base. Li Xinting stored away 2 luxury cars into his spatial realm and produced 2 unremarkable vans, leading the others towards the base's entrance. The ability users formed a line on the left, while the ordinary individuals lined up on the right. A registration assistant clad in blue work attire mechanically announced through a loudspeaker, Greetings, we are a team consisting of both ability users and ordinary people. He Ning stepped forward to address him. The young man glanced up at them, seemingly surprised by the number of individuals in the group, instructing the ability users to fill out forms while the ordinary individuals submitted their rations. The base maintained a degree of civility towards the ordinary people within the ability user teams, as no one could ascertain the depth of their relationships with the ability users. Wu Chang then retrieved a total of 80 jin of rice, flour, and potatoes from his spatial realm, weighing them and placing them on the registration table. Upon noticing he was a spatial ability user, the young man's expression brightened instantly. Spatial ability users were highly sought after by teams embarking on missions. Given that most tasks involved resource collection, possessing a personal spatial realm meant the capacity to carry more items, thereby securing greater contribution points. This is our completed form. He Ning submitted the documents they had filled out. Is this brother truly a level 4 ability user? The man exclaimed, his eyes widening as he glanced at Li Xinting's registration details. It was noteworthy that there were only 3 level 4 ability users currently within the base. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, their gazes particularly fervent towards Li Xinting. Additionally, there were 3 level 3 ability users, one of whom possessed water-related abilities. The man promptly began to scrutinize the forms with increasing excitement. Realizing this could significantly enhance his performance metrics for the day. As this team entered, his contribution points for the day's work could potentially double. He immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, introducing himself. I am Wang Chao. You may call me Xiao Wang. Your information is all in order. You may enter our peaceful base. We would like to reside together. Is there a larger villa available? He Ning inquired further. Wang Chao noticed He Ning was the diplomatic representative of the team and promptly began to sift through the available villas. His expression became somewhat troubled. There are indeed villas available, but your team has 4 ordinary individuals. Even with 1 level 4 ability user, it is challenging to arrange accommodations directly, especially since the rental price for this villa is quite steep. What is the required amount of food or crystals? He Ning pressed on. The monthly rental is 100 jin of food and 20 level 3 white crystals. However, since you have a level 4 ability user, we can offer a discount, 80 gene of food and 18 level 3 white crystals. Wang Chao stated according to regulations, the base operated under a conversion system. One level 2 white crystal or one level 1 green crystal could be exchanged for 50 contribution points. A level 3 white crystal or level 2 green crystal for 100 contribution points. A level 4 white crystal or level 3 green crystal for 200 contribution points. And a level 5 white crystal or level 4 green crystal for 400 contribution points. Let us rent for 3 months, Li Xinting declared. Wu Chang then retrieved an assortment of 240 gene of sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, and sorghum flour, along with 54 level 3 white crystals. Placing them on the table, such a decisive display of resources elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, providing them a more intuitive understanding of the team's strength after enduring the apocalypse for so long. Not only were they all impeccably dressed, but they also possessed such ample supplies and crystals. Such prowess could not be considered commonplace. Wang Chao grew even more respectful. He signaled for personnel to collect the supplies and crystals, prepared the proof and receipt for Ning, and then retrieved the villa keys and a map of the base to hand over to him. Sir, here's the map and the keys to the villa. The water and electricity within the villa are fully functional, but meals will be your responsibility and sanitation will be managed weekly by designated staff. No need. We will handle the cleaning and cooking ourselves. We prefer a tranquil environment. Please ensure this is noted. Ning politely declined. Very well, I will make a record of that. Rest assured, no one will disturb you. Wang Chao promptly began recording the special notes. Is there anything else to be mindful of? Ning inquired. Nothing further. Here is an identity wristband. Each person must wear IT records information regarding contribution points and personal details and serves as a pass within the base. Additionally, here is a living manual for the base and a handbook for ability user teams. Wang Chao distributed the items to Ning, and at the end, he handed him a business card. Mr. He, should your team have any uncertainties regarding the rules or encounter any doubts, feel free to reach out to me. My address is on the card. With such a team, he aimed to leave a favorable impression, as forging good ties could potentially enhance his career prospects. Thank you. We shall take our leave now, Ning nodded, accepting the card. Xiaohu, please show them the way. For those new to the base, having a personal guide is much more convenient. Wang Chao waved at a young man dressed in green work attire nearby. The staff member named Xiaohu immediately approached the group with a smile. Thank you. Ning expressed his gratitude as they departed the base entrance. Oh my goodness. That team was incredibly extravagant. I have never seen such an abundance of food. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Indeed, and they even have 4 ordinary individuals among them. I wonder if they are relatives, the murmurs continued. Xiaoming, did you see that team just now? We should gather more information about them in the future and see if we can forge connections. A middle-aged man advised a young girl beside him with a sidelong glance. Dad, do you really think I could connect with them? The girl appeared anxious, yet her eyes sparkled with desire. If she could join that team, would she not also reside in a grand villa? She detested the thought of squeezing into a communal dormitory with a crowd. Why not? Sister, you are quite beautiful. Didn't many boys take notice of you along the way? A young man sporting a crew cut chimed in, raising his voice as he too yearned for a chance at the villa. But their team already has a stunning girl. I cannot compare. Xiaoming clenched her fist. What does that matter, dear? Even if you are slightly less attractive than them, you have a way with words, and your voice is sweet. Boys are drawn to that. The middle-aged man spoke with pride. The journey from Jiangcheng had been made possible largely due to Xiaoming's charm and skill in persuasion, which had helped them reach the base safely. Xiaoming felt a bit more reassured. She had previously been a popular online streamer, garnering considerable attention. With her beauty, sweet voice, and impressive figure, she was adept at coaxing support from her loyal fans. She believed that as long as she desired it, there was no man she could not captivate. Chapter 32. Peaceful Base. This area is the commercial district of our base, where the shops and dance halls are located. Xiaohu pointed towards 2 bright yellow 2-story buildings not far off. This section is the residential area, housing the cafeteria, water and electricity plant, and medical facilities. This building is where ability user teams can accept and submit tasks. Would you like to register your team information first? Xiaohu inquired, gesturing towards a silver building adorned with the ability user center sign. Since we are passing by, we might as well take care of it, Li Xinting replied, making his way towards the building. Xiaohu eagerly led the way, even guiding them to a fast-track passage. As a level 4 ability user, you can expedite your transactions, he remarked. Ning filled out the team's information, maintaining the name Chamu team. The staff member who received their forms did not dare to be negligent. They promptly entered the information into the system and updated their identity wristbands. At that moment, it was midday, and most ability users were dining, resulting in a relatively sparse crowd in the hall. Brothers, are you newcomers to the base? I just heard you are a level 4 ability user. A young man in a jacket with a buzz cut approached Li Xinting, introducing himself as Chen, the captain of the Tiger team and a level 3 ability user. If the opportunity arises, we could team up for missions. After completing their registration, as they prepared to leave, Li Xinting exchanged a brief handshake with him, offering a polite smile. All right, let us exchange contact information. This wristband has communication capabilities within the base, Chen said cheerfully, activating his identity code. Sure, we need to settle in. See you later. Li Xinting replied. Li Xinting nodded slightly to the group after they finished their introductions. Very well. Our team is stationed in Building 3 of Zone 2. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call upon us. Chen warmly bid them farewell. Go. Do you really think they will join us on missions? Questioned a nearby young man with a buzz cut, expressing skepticism. Regardless of whether they do or not, establishing a good rapport with individuals like them can only be advantageous. If they do not exhibit enough enthusiasm, we shall take the initiative. Zhou Kai and his crew have become rather arrogant, and with the arrival of another level 4 abilities user, I suspect their demeanor will change once they catch wind of this news. Chen replied, patting the young man's shoulder. Zhou Kai is the leader of the Crownless King team and has just recently ascended to level 4. Since then, the already haughty members of his team have become even more insufferable, leveraging their privileged backgrounds and newfound powers to ostracize ordinary ability users like Chen and his friends within the base. Before the apocalypse, Chen was the owner of a gym, and his team primarily consisted of close friends and relatives, granting them a certain level of respect within the peace base. However, with the emergence of the Crownless King team, they have felt increasingly targeted, and now that an opportunity for resistance has presented itself, it must be seized. Damn those arrogant rich kids, do they truly think this base belongs to them? I've long found them insufferable, the young man grumbled. Well, here comes our chance, Chen said with a smile as he pulled a few of them closer. Come, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. Over there is the administrative center of the base, where the signal tower and management offices are located. Xiaohu pointed to a 3-story blue building. Approximately 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the number 1 villa district. Their residence, Villa number 5, was the last of the large villas that spanned 3 stories, complete with a terrace and a small garden. Ning unlocked the front door with a key, revealing a tidy interior with intact furniture, likely untouched since before the apocalypse. Is there anything else you would like to know? Xiaohu inquired respectfully, as he was cousins with Wang Chao, which is why Wang Chao had entrusted him with the guiding task earlier. That I saw in the handbook that water abilities users must go to the water plant daily to release water. Is this mandatory? Ying asked. Indeed, this task yields a substantial number of contribution points, calculated according to the volume of water. If you prefer not to spend too much time on it, you may release enough for 2 to 3 days in one go, which is also acceptable, Xiaohu responded. Water abilities users enjoy excellent treatment within the base, receiving a 10% discount when shopping at the base store. The contribution points earned from supplying water are considerable, ensuring that water abilities users maintain a decent standard of living. All right, I understand, Ying nodded. Noting that no one else had further inquiries, Ying addressed Xiaohu. We have no more questions, thank you. He then handed a small gift box to Xiaohu as a token of appreciation. Thank you. You are too kind. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Xiaohu accepted the gift box. Handing his business card to Ning. As they departed from the villa, he untied the blue ribbon and discovered 3 level 2 crystal cores and 3 packets of instant noodles within the box. Xiaohu's smile widened. Instant noodles had become one of the most sought-after foods, while crystal cores were undeniably a form of hard currency. This trip had proved quite rewarding. He kept 1 crystal core and a packet of noodles for himself, intending to give the rest to his cousin, as it was his cousin's connections that enabled him to work at the registration office. He did not wish to exhaust this favor entirely. I'll go prepare lunch now, Decheng declared as the others left, heading towards the kitchen. No need to fuss. Let's just have instant noodles. We can enjoy a proper meal later tonight, Li Xinting called out. Having noticed the time was already past noon, Wu Chang retrieved 11 buckets of instant noodles along with corresponding packs of ham and yogurt from his storage space, distributing them among the group. After finishing lunch at the dining table in the living room, they each chose their rooms and set up 3 gym areas. After showering, they gathered in the living room for a meeting. Having even converted the study into a gym, this afternoon, we will split up to explore the base. Be sure to pay attention to the outer residential areas, aiming to gather as much information about the management as possible. We have no missions for the next couple of days. Let's familiarize ourselves with the base first. Li Xinting succinctly concluded as newcomers. They were certain that their earlier actions at the gate had caught the attention of those with ulterior motives. The more information they could gather, the greater their margin for error would be. After a brief hour of rest, the group departed the villa in pairs at 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Yi and Li Xinting, now without abilities, teamed up with He Ning and He Ying for their outing. Li Xinting donned a simple white sweatshirt and jeans, walking alongside Li Xinting, who was similarly attired, as they headed towards the base store. The heat was oppressive at this hour, with outdoor temperatures soaring to 45 degrees Celsius. Merely standing still could lead to a downpour of sweat. Li Xinting held a strawberry slush made by Li Xinting, eating it as she walked, while also tearing down a flyer that had stuck to the bulletin board. Cleaning the villa earns 5 contribution points. A chef for 3 meals a day costs 10 contribution points. Road repair yields 15 contribution points daily, and washing clothes earns 3 contribution points each time. She read aloud from the flyer. For an ordinary person, a meal consisting of a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk was already a decent provision. Yet such a meal would cost 8 contribution points, suggesting that most ordinary individuals in the base could barely make ends meet, at best ensuring their safety. A small packet of instant noodles costs 15 contribution points. That's quite expensive, she remarked while eyeing the price tags on the store's shelves. Look, the cheapest item is a potato, which can be purchased for 1 contribution point. A slightly larger one goes for 2 contribution points. She recalled the 2 large bags of potatoes she had submitted today, estimating they must be worth over 200 contribution points. Indeed, capitalists are the most adept at business, she muttered to Li Xinting. Have you forgotten that you were once part of the capitalist class yourself? He teased. However, I possessed no industry. All I owned were properties, merely a wealthy heir without financial worries, she shrugged, setting down her milk. A bottle of 80 milliliters of pure milk cost 6 contribution points, nearly equivalent to half a day's road repair costs. No wonder not many people shop here, she sighed, suspecting that those who frequented the store were likely managers or abilities users who were not short on contribution points. Cut it out. Where do all these paupers come from? If you can't afford it, then don't even look. It only serves to deepen your sorrow. A spoiled female voice suddenly rang out from not far behind. Li Xinting turned around, her bright, exquisite phoenix eyes narrowing in recognition. Oh, isn't this a familiar face? The girl speaking was Zhao Yuan, the second daughter of the Zhao family in Ningxing, and also her stepmother's niece, a loyal follower who had once charged into battle on behalf of Xinting. Upon seeing her, Zhao Yuan froze momentarily, pointing at Xinting. You, Xinting? You didn't die abroad? Then she pointed at Li Xinting. And you're actually with him? Yes, I suppose I must have disappointed you, as I am quite alive and possibly thriving more than you. Xinting replied, raising the strawberry slush in her hand. In such sweltering weather, cold drinks were a luxury, and even Zhao Yuan could not easily possess such indulgences. What are you so proud of? You still can't afford to buy anything. Rong is currently working in the base's medical center, earning the respect of even the base chief, unlike you, who has fallen into such disarray, wearing clothes that I wouldn't even glance at. Zhao Yuan raised her chin defiantly. I understand. After all, given your circumstances, you indeed require some upscale brands to elevate your worth, Xinting replied knowingly, popping a strawberry into her mouth. There's no need to engage with those outside our circle. Let's go, Li Xinting interjected, taking her hand. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan rushed forward, attempting to grab Xinting, but Xinting sidestepped. What are you doing? Our relationship hardly warrants such reluctance. I didn't expect you to return from abroad with such a sharp tongue. Zhao Yuan retorted, her chest heaving. She then turned to Li Xinting. You're with her now. Zhao miss. What does that have to do with you? Li Xinting replied coldly. Weren't you always fond of Rong? How could you be with Xinting? She shot back, her eyes wide. Li Xinting looked at her with indifference. Miss Zhao, I have no connection with Xinting. Please refrain from spreading rumors. At this moment, Xinting stifled a laugh, pretending to exaggerate. Could it be that you merely glanced at Xinting, and she concocted an entire narrative about you liking her? That's downright hilarious. I've never seen someone so self-absorbed. I have never looked at her, Li Xinting denied, as he had no interactions with those within that circle. The only person on his mind was Xinting, watching Zhao Yuan's face shift between red and green. Xingyo helplessly shrugged her shoulders. You see, the person involved has already clarified things. I truly wonder who told you that Li Xinting had feelings for Xinrong. It wouldn't he happen to be Xinrong herself? Would it? Just wait. Xinjiud, oh, you think you are still the eldest lady of the Xin family. The Xin family has long since disowned you. Let us see how long you can keep smiling like that. Zhao Yuanyuan threatened. Apologies, but I have no concern for the opinions of the Xin family that I understand that my smile might sadden you. But worry not. I shall endeavor to smile even more in the future. Xinju replied cheerfully, linking her arm with Li Xinting's. Goodbye. Zhao Yuanyuan glared at their departing figures with palpable resentment, promptly stepping out in the direction of the medical clinic. Chapter 33. Xinrong. Sister, your extraordinary ability is truly remarkable. You can acquire crystal cores and contribution points without having to venture out to slay zombies that I in the clinic, adorned with white paint. Xinu spoke with evident envy to the person beside him clad in a white coat. Your golden affinity ability is quite formidable as well. Did you not just ascend to level 3 a couple of days ago? Please refrain from solely indulging in leisure as you did before. And lend a hand to our parents. Xinrong's tone was gentle. Not long after departing from Ning City, they continued their journey northward, initially intending to reach the imperial capital. However, they encountered numerous zombies and mutated flora and fauna along the way, leading to the loss of nearly all their bodyguards. Consequently, they decided to join the peace base for the time being. Shortly after entering the base, they encountered members of the Zhou and Qin families. To their astonishment, Qin Suhui had been stripped of his awakened abilities, and upon inquiry, they learned that the perpetrator was Li Xinting. Thus, a deep-seated enmity was forged between the Li and Qin families, resulting in mutual derision whenever they crossed paths. Meanwhile, Xian Yuan and Zhao Fu began to ascend to the management ranks, assisting the base leader, Zhou Fu, in establishing and maintaining order within the base. I understand, sister, Xian Yu replied, albeit with a lack of genuine concern. He then turned to the refined and gentle young man beside him. Brother Zhou, when shall we undertake another mission? I yearn to explore. As a member of the Uncrowned King's squad, Xian Yu recalled the last mission Zhou Kai had accepted, which involved gathering supplies at the Wushi dock. After completing the designated tasks, the squad had also procured a significant amount of resources. He vividly remembered the day they returned to report their findings, the awe and admiration in the eyes of the ability users and the meager ordinary people in the mission center, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Let us wait a couple of days. We nearly suffered casualties last time that it's prudent to rest for a few days before taking on another task, Zhou Kai quietly replied while engrossed in his book. Just then, Zhao Yuanyuan burst in without knocking, and before Xian Yu could express his displeasure, she delivered an astonishing piece of news. Xingyo has returned, and she is with Li Xinting. What? Xian Yu sprang to his feet. His companions equally taken aback. Sister Yuanyuan, are you certain? I thought Xingyo was abroad all this time. Xian Yu fixed his gaze intently on her. I'm not mistaken. I even spoke with her. She still carries that haughty demeanor. Zhao Yuanyuan pulled out a chair and sat down, her expression anxious as she looked at Xinrong. Rong, she truly is relentless. What should we do? Should we inform aunt and uncle? A strained smile graced Xinrong's lips as she replied, since she has returned, it is only natural to inform our parents. Her fingers slowly tightened within the confines of her white long sleeves. Xingyo, why have you returned to disrupt my life? Do you wish to seize everyone's attention once more? What does it mean that you're with Li Xinting? Zhou Kai also appeared surprised. He had never heard of any connection between the two before. The mere mention of it ignited Zhao Yuanyuan's ire. Her hands placed firmly on her hips. It means exactly what it sounds like. They are holding hands. She then turned to Xinrong. Rong, wasn't it rumored that Li Xinting has always harbored feelings for you? What is happening? Today he openly humiliated me, claiming I was spreading rumors. How dare that illegitimate child? Xinrong's grip tightened further, her nails digging into her palm. Indeed, as long as Xingyo was around, she could effortlessly take away everything Xinrong cherished. Li Xinting harbored no feelings for her. This was merely a fabricated rumor she had deliberately orchestrated. It was said that Li Xinting was an illegitimate child, yet from the moment she laid eyes on him, she had been captivated by his appearance, which epitomized her ideal type. However, she understood that she could not engage with him. Otherwise, she would become the subject of ridicule among others in their circle, and he had never acknowledged her presence. Yet, why was it that everything she could not attain, Xingyo could so effortlessly possess? No matter how she endeavored to curry favor with her grandfather, he cherished Xingyo above all else. Regardless of how much she schemed to tarnish Xing's reputation, people merely remarked on Xing's proud and willful nature while still idolizing her in their hearts. Feigning surprise, she said, "Sister Yuan. I have never had any interaction with Li Xinting. It must be mere gossip. Didn't Tichin Suhui only mention that he saw Li Xinting? When did Xing become involved with him?" Zhou Kai frowned. "Perhaps we should refrain from telling our parents. I do not wish to encounter Xing again." Xing said, scratching his head. "That is not an option. After all, she is our sister. Our father's daughter, and she is currently within the base. We are bound to cross paths in the future." Xing Rong shook her head. By the way, Sister Yuan, do you know where they are currently residing? It is only fitting for the family to meet. She inquired of Zhao Yuanyuan. Zhao Yuanyuan shook her head. "I have no idea. Xing is even more infuriating than before, and I lack the inclination to ask where they reside." She recalled the earlier events with anger. Whether in her past aloofness or her current bluntness, Xing was unbearably aggravating. "That is simple. I can have someone inquire with the base's registration personnel," Zhou Kai suggested, using his wrist device to contact Li Wei from their team, believing he would also be curious about Li Xinting's whereabouts. After leaving the store, Xing and Li Xinting strolled along the street towards the cafeteria, primarily to check the price list. M.Li. As they exited the cafeteria, a girl chased after them from behind. Upon turning around, they were surprised to see several familiar faces from earlier in the day. Song Yunqi hurried to stand before them. "Have you both come to the base as well?" "Excuse me, miss, do you require something?" Li Xinting's voice was polite yet distant. Song Yunqi's smile faltered. "Hey, do you not remember me? We met at the Jiangqing Inn. That is inconsequential. If there is no pressing matter, we shall take our leave," Li Xinting interjected, taking Xing's hand and steering her aside. "No, I merely wish to greet you. I am now working at the base's water plant, and I will be part of the base from now on. If you require my assistance, I would be more than happy to help." Song Yunqi beamed, revealing her most charming smile. "Thank you, but that will not be necessary." His expression remained impassive as he continued to lead Xing away. Song Yunqi stood there, bewildered, feeling once more that she had been dismissed without a trace of consideration. She gazed at their retreating figures, her eyes filled with frustration. Having explored this area sufficiently, should we not return to the villa? Xing had finished her smoothie, and under the scorching sun, even her cap could not shield her from the heat. Typically, she would not hold Li Xinting's hand for an extended period, but in this sweltering weather, his cool touch was a welcome relief. "All right," he nodded, and the two turned back toward the villa. Meanwhile, Xing was facing her own set of challenges. She regarded her sister Xing, who was berating her, with evident impatience. "Sister, where were your sentiments of family when you abandoned me amidst the horde of zombies, now that I have returned safely?" "We are a family, Xiaotang. We had no choice. The situation was dire, and we could not save you." Xing replied with a sense of entitlement. "Spare me your excuses. I have long grown weary of your hypocrisy. I am merely an ordinary person now. Does the Xing family still have a place for me? Who knows when I might be tossed out to feed the zombies again?" Xing shot her a disdainful glance. "Have you not awakened any abilities?" Xing hesitated, as joining the ranks of ordinary individuals implied a greater strain on resources. "No. I currently depend on others for sustenance. When we meet again, let us pretend we did not see each other," Xing said, pulling Jiang Yi and turning to leave. "You must at least return to see mother and father," Xing called after her. "Not a chance. After all, they do not lack for another daughter like me," she replied without looking back. Xing could only return to their residence, only to be taken aback when she opened the door to find everyone seated in the living room. "What is the matter?" Xing inquired. "Xing has returned," her brother Xing stated. "What? I saw Xiaotang today. She quickly took a seat that I have already confirmed. They are both new members of the Chaomu squad, and the squad leader is Li Xinting, who is now a level 4 ability user," Zhou Kai explained. At that moment, the expressions of those present varied. For a level 4 ability user was no trivial matter. The information suggested that the Chaomu squad also comprised 3 level 3 ability users, indicating that this team would undoubtedly thrive in the future. Zhou Kai was equally astonished upon learning the news. When had Li Xinting acquired such abilities? Without the aid of his family, his ability level had matched his own. As for Li Wei, the atmosphere in the Li family villa was likely tense as well. Yet they are still incapable of awakening any abilities, mere wastes, Xing remarked, puffing up with pride once more. "Xiaoyu, how can you speak like that? Both Xiaojio and Xiaotang are your sisters. Zhao Fu interjected mildly from the side. Enough. Since we are family, it is only right that we pay them a visit. Xin Yuan declared, rising to his feet. He did not regard Xin Jiao as significant, but her association with Li Xinting changed matters. Although he was an illegitimate child, he was, after all, a level 4 ability user. And as long as he treated Xin Jiao with respect, he would not mind her marrying him. Master is correct. It has been a long time since Xiao Jiao has been abroad and seen us. Now that she has suddenly returned, a family meal is certainly in order. Zhao Fu smiled as she linked her arm with Xin Yuan's. Xin Hao also rose to his feet, suggesting they go and take a look. Why should we go to them? Shouldn't they come to find us personally? Xin Dai protested with indignation. Xiao Dai, the elder sister, and Xiao Tang have just arrived at the base and lack connections. So it's only natural they don't know where we reside, Xin Rong remarked with a gentle smile. Xin Dai stood up, a smug expression on his face. Well, that's true. After all, not every team is like ours. Receiving preferential treatment from the base leader upon arrival. All right, we are all sisters here. Let us keep the comments to a minimum when the time comes, Zhao Fu advised. Who knows, perhaps in the future. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Tang will awaken their abilities as well, and then our Xin family will truly be a family of superpowered individuals. Pfft, I doubt it, Xin Yu muttered quietly, obediently following behind Xin Yuan as they exited. Chapter 34. The meeting. Upon returning to the villa, Xin Jiao immediately headed to freshen up. After thoroughly cleansing herself from head to toe, she blow-dried her hair and intentionally chose a grass-green off-shoulder fitted dress. The gown, crafted from smooth satin, was adorned with exquisite Su embroidery of delicate petals, custom-made for her by her grandfather, and suited her perfectly. She curled the ends of her hair with a curling iron, creating a relaxed, cozy ambience, and sat at the table to apply her makeup. Li Xinting emerged from the bathroom and, seeing her, leaned down to kiss her cheek. Why all the fuss? Oh, don't be a distraction. She pushed his head away, applying foundation with a light cushion on her face while looking into the mirror. I ran into Zhao Yuanyuan today. The Xin family is likely already aware of my presence here, and they will probably visit tonight. That I must show them some respect. Her natural beauty required little enhancement, and soon, she had transformed into a vision of ethereal elegance, resembling a pristine lotus flower. This makeup accentuated her inherent loveliness, rendering her captivating. Li Xinting watched as she selected a nude lipstick, the soft pink gliding across her perfectly shaped lips, reminiscent of the most vibrant peach blossoms in spring. How do I look? Is it pretty? She asked, standing to face him and twirling lightly, the hem of her dress swirling around her and releasing a hint of her citrus fragrance. Li Xinting provided his answer through action, wrapping his arms around her waist and leaning down to savor the scent of the peach blossoms. 5 minutes later, Xin Jiao gazed at her slightly swollen lips in the mirror and playfully kicked his calf. I told you not to be a distraction. You've eaten off all my lipstick. Apologies, that was my fault, he replied, picking up the lipstick from the table. That I'll reapply it for you. Can you? Xin Jiao looked at him skeptically. He lifted her chin with his fingers, gently coaxing her lips to part slightly, meticulously applying the lipstick. Xin Jiao gazed unwaveringly into his eyes, acutely aware of her heart's rapid beating. All right, now pucker your lips, he instructed, holding her shoulders and guiding her to face the mirror. Well, it's not bad. I forgive you, she said, glancing around in surprise at her reflection. As they descended the stairs, they found Xin Tang had already shared the news with the other team members. Upon seeing Xin Jiao, her eyes sparkled. Sister, you look absolutely stunning. Xin Rong will surely be green with envy. Let us eat first. No need to wait for the Xin family, she replied with a smile, taking her seat at the table. Thus, the group felt no need for formality. Unfamiliar with the Xin family, and given that the person involved was unconcerned, there was no reason to compromise their appetites for the sake of outsiders. Tonight, Decheng had prepared braised beef and chopped chili fish head, along with a pigeon soup and an array of vegetables, all of which were greatly enjoyed, leaving the pot of rice completely empty. Given Xin Jiao's insistence on disregarding the Xin family, Li Xinting maintained a nonchalant demeanor, and the team proceeded with their usual routines of training or freshening up when Xin Yu knocked on the door. He wondered if they were deliberately waiting for them. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found Xin Tang wearing a distant expression. Come in. Inside the hall were only Xin Jiao, Li Xinting, and Jiang Yi. Xin Yuan's countenance darkened. He hadn't anticipated that this Qiaomu team would be so ungrateful. Xiao Jiao, why didn't you inform your father of your return? Why did you not leave with the family? Xin Yuan began with a reprimand. I had no desire to leave with you, Xin Jiao retorted. Moreover, Dad, You have never acknowledged the messages I sent you before the apocalypse, so you must have long since wished not to recognize me. Given that, is there still a need for me to inform you upon my return? She laughed ambiguously. Oh, if I told you, you would surely find a way to send me away again. How can you speak like that? When have I ever wished to disown you? You returning to the country without informing us is one thing, but now associating with others without my consent. Have you forgotten my previous warnings? Xin Yuan's gaze fell on her hand linked with Li Xinting's arm. Xin Jiao maintained her smile. I understand. As for the arranged marriage, I initiated it myself. She raised her left hand, indicating the ring on her middle finger. Good evening, Uncle Xin. Li Xinting politely nodded at that moment. Who gave you the right to act so presumptuously? Xin Yuan's eyes narrowed, his expression stern. Zhao Fu suddenly interjected with a smile. You should not blame Xiao Jiao. The apocalypse struck unexpectedly, and since she has yet to awaken her powers, seeking protection is entirely reasonable. Returning safely is the most important thing. This remark implied that Xin Jiao had resorted to compromising her integrity for survival. Li Xinting turned to her, his tone icy. Madame Zhao, I advise you to choose your words carefully. My affections for Miss Xin have long been established. Xin Jiao added with a knowing smile. Aunt Zhao, there is no need for you to speak in such veiled terms about me. After all, not everyone can cast aside their dignity. Initially, she had put considerable thought into remaining by Li Xinting's side. But she had never intended to use her body as a bargaining chip. It was only when she sensed Li Xinting's indulgence and perhaps a hint of expectation for her initiative that they developed their current relationship. To put it plainly, their mutual affection had not affected others, nor did it contravene any universal moral code. However, Zhao Fu's situation was different. When the Zhao family fell from grace, it was Zhao Fu who devised a means to seduce Xin Yuan, who had just lost his wife a month prior, resulting in her conceiving Xin wrong. While claiming she had not intended to do so, she lamented her misfortunes, occasionally extolling Xin Yuan's abilities and talents. Expressing her struggles as a first-time mother, even if Xin Yuan refused to acknowledge the child. Thus, she established a relationship with Xin Yuan, and after 4 months of clandestine romance, she successfully secured a marriage into the Xin family while heavily pregnant. Xin Jiao, you ought to be more courteous when addressing my mother. Xin Yu pointed at her. What? Have you taken it personally? I sincerely apologize. I merely responded to Aunt Zhao's comment. She replied, her expression tranquil, retaining her lofty demeanor from before. Has Aunt Zhao treated you poorly all these years? Is it necessary for you to be so aggressive? Xin Yuan gazed at her with disappointment, as though she had committed an unpardonable crime. Huh. Xin Jiao felt a surge of sarcasm. She found it amusing that when she returned, she was deemed aggressive, while Zhao Fu could chastise her without consequence. Dad, I cannot bear such accusations. Aunt Zhao has indeed treated me well. But isn't it due to the rules set by Grandpa regarding her entry into the family? After all, if she wanted to become your wife, she had to sign the agreement to ensure my upbringing. Xin Jiao shrugged. She added, oh, if memory serves correctly, the agreement also stipulated that half of the shares in the Xin Corporation would belong to me. After Grandpa's passing, to seize those shares, you must have spread quite a few rumors about me behind my back. Haven to you. Unfortunately for you, your hopes are misplaced. Even if I go abroad and never return, the shares of the Xin Corporation will not end up in Xin Yu's hands. You likely remain unaware that Grandpa has long since left a notarized document stating that should I choose not to claim those shares, they will be equally distributed among all those who labored alongside him. Xin Jiao watched with keen interest as the faces of those present changed upon hearing this news. Of course, in this post-apocalyptic world, the ownership of the Xin Corporation shares has become trivial, but that does not excuse the actions of Aunt Zhao. She casually toyed with an orange in her hand. Her demeanor was nonchalant, as if she held no regard for their presence. Xin Rong's expression tightened, his voice gentle. Sister, you must have some misunderstanding regarding my mother. If you say it is a misunderstanding, then so be it. After all, we all know how things truly are, Xin Jiao stated, handing the orange to Li Xinting, signaling him to peel it. Dad, in any case, the moment I decided to return from abroad, I had no intention of returning to the Xin family. After all, you already have a complete family and do not need me as a daughter. She addressed Xin Yuan. What on earth have you learned abroad? It's utterly disheartening. Xin Yuan sighed repeatedly. Not to worry, Dad. I have basically been raised by Grandpa since childhood, so we don't share much of a bond. There are no outsiders here, so you need not feign such profound sorrow. Xin Jiao replied in a detached tone, not taking Xin Yuan's words to heart. By the way, Since I have yet to awaken any abilities, according to your previous style of handling matters, you probably look down on me. Therefore, your visit today is likely to seek out Li Xinting. Isn't. She accepted the peeled orange from Li Xinting and said to him, "Here, my dad is looking for you. Uncle Xin, I have had no prior dealings with the Xin family, and there is no need for any special treatment moving forward. Let us continue as we have in the past." Li Xinting wore an elegant smile upon his face. Xin Yuan gazed at the young man before him, as if he were seeing him anew. Their previous lack of interaction stemmed from a lack of contact, but now that he was with Xin, their way of getting along could not remain as it once was. "Thank you, uncle, for your kindness. My affections lie solely with Xin. Her status as the eldest daughter of the Xin family is inconsequential if she chooses not to return to the Xin family. We shall remain as we were." His demeanor was gentle, yet his refusal was unequivocal. "Father, do not dwell on it." Xin pouted, suddenly uninterested in engaging with this group. Finding it rather tedious, she would prefer to train instead. She looked at Xin Yuan, recognizing that with his pride, he would not wish to be openly accused of being snobbish. "Your calm demeanor towards Li Xinting is merely because you are aware he is now a level 4 ability user, isn't it? If he were just a level 2 or 3 ability user today, I suspect you would regard him as nothing more than an inconsequential, illegitimate child. Is this how you speak to your father? Is this what your grandfather taught you?" Xin Yuan abruptly rose, shedding any pretense of composure. Xin smirked mockingly, letting out a derisive laugh. "Father, my grandfather undoubtedly imparted invaluable lessons to me before he passed. He advised me that if you were to unjustly accuse me, as you are doing now," she gestured towards him, "he instructed me to retort, asserting that you are indeed a most inadequate father. So, you truly wish to sever ties with the family, do you?" Xin Yuan warned her. "Xin, think carefully. Without the protection of the family, you, an ordinary person, may currently be with Li Xinting, but who can predict what the future holds? In this apocalyptic era, the law is but a scrap of paper. Do you still cling to the hope of morality?" Upon hearing this, Li Xinting clasped Xing's hand, their fingers entwined, and the politeness he once displayed vanished, leaving only indifference. "Mr. Xin Yuan, you need not speak such words to test our resolve. I am not one to waver. Your concerns are unwarranted." Xin shrugged. "Father, you see it, don't you? Even if, hypothetically, I were to be abandoned one day, I would never humiliate myself by returning to the Xin family. After my grandfather's passing, the Xin family ceased to be my home. Very well, you possess spirit. Just do not come crying to me when you find yourself in need." Xin Yuan stormed off, fuming. "Xiaojiu, you are exceedingly naive. After all this time in the circle, have you not discerned the truth?" Zhao Fu feigned concern, shaking her head, and sighed as she followed Xin Yuan away. "I have already seen through those who need to be seen. That is sufficient." Xin popped a segment of orange into her mouth. Xin Rong and Xin quickly followed suit, departing as well. Chapter 35. Xin Hao watched as his elder brother stormed out in anger. Unable to suppress a sideways glance at Xin, who had indeed transformed, she dared to confront her uncle directly. However, this matter was none of his concern that he was not well acquainted with Xin. During their grandfather's lifetime, she had resided in the old family home, while he had always avoided seeking reprimand there unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, due to his gambling scandal that had triggered their grandfather's heart condition and ultimately led to his demise, Xin harbored animosity towards him. It was better for him to steer clear and avoid unnecessary conflict. He directed his attention to Xintang, who stood silently beside him, and asked, "What about you? Will you return with us?" "I shall not be returning," Xintang replied without lifting her gaze. "Xiaotang, do not sulk. The situation was dire that day, and we did not wish to leave you behind," Xinu implored. "Spare me. Mother promised to come back for me, yet you all turned your backs after a few words from Xin Rong. Did you ever consider how desperate I felt?" Xintang glared at her. "Yet you were the one who chose to ride in the last vehicle," Xnd interjected. Xintang scoffed. "Why do you think I was in the last vehicle?" "It was simply because you and Xin wanted to stay close to Xin Rong, who insisted that the bodyguards could not stray too far. Thus, I was left with no choice but to be placed at the end." Xind was momentarily speechless, stammering. But Rong Jie had no idea such events would unfold. How can you blame her? Indeed, she is the epitome of innocence, blissfully unaware while I bear the consequences alone. "Truly remarkable," Xintang retorted sarcastically. Xinu's expression darkened with disappointment. "Xiaotang, Why do you harbor such prejudice against Rong Rong? We grew up together. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Xingyo. If you have misunderstood Rong Rong due to something you've heard, a simple apology would suffice. She would surely forgive you. Xingyu, there is no need for you to insinuate that I have influenced Xintang. I have lived in the Xin family home since childhood and have neither the time nor inclination for such antics, Xingyu replied dismissively. Xingyu, enough. Why should I apologize? Whatever she does is deemed right by you all. Very well, treat her as your own sister. From now on, let us consider ourselves strangers, Xintang declared, rising to her feet. If we are strangers, then so be it. You persist in causing trouble daily, and I have no desire to recognize you as my sister. Xind retorted, hands shoved into his pockets, his eyes locked onto her. Very well, you have said it. Father, mother, you heard her, right? From now on, I shall follow Xingyo as my sister. Do not come looking for me. Xintang shot a resolute glance at Xinhao. Say less. Young Wan, the previously quiet matriarch, admonished Xind. She grasped Xintang's hand gently. Xiao Tang, what family issues cannot be resolved? What does being with Xiaojiu even mean? Mother, rest assured, Xingyo is not like Xinyu or Xind. She would never abandon me in a moment of peril. Xintang held her ground, for within the Xin family, her mother was one of the few who genuinely cared for her. You need to rely on others to survive. How could you possibly concern yourself with me? Xinhao finally lost his composure and spoke up. Father, we will also venture out to gather supplies. We do not simply sit idly by. And by the way, I am in a relationship now. Do not even think of arranging a marriage for me. She took hold of Jiang Yi's arm, drawing him beside her. Who is he? You are dating him now that you are an adult. Xinhao immediately turned his gaze to Jiang. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Jiang Yi, now of age. A freshman at Ningqing University and Xintang's boyfriend. Jiang Yi nodded respectfully. Xinhao recalled the rumors surrounding the Chaomu team and recognized that Jiang Yi was merely an ordinary person without any awakened abilities. His anger intensified. You need not say anything further. I have no interest in you. He turned to Xintang. Are you certain you wish to pursue a relationship with this ordinary person who lacks any awakened abilities during the apocalypse? Have you lost your mind? Father, just because he hasn't awakened yet does not mean he won't in the future. After all, Rong was once without abilities, yet you did not disdain him, Xintang retorted, rolling her eyes. Are you trying to oppose me? Both of you lack abilities. How do you expect to survive? Come back with me. Zhou Kai is now a level 4 lightning ability user. We can continue discussing the marriage arrangement. Xinhao fixed his gaze on her, striving to maintain a calm expression. Xiao Tang, Zhou Kai is handsome, possesses good character, and boasts formidable abilities. Only such a person is suitable as a marriage partner. Did you not previously agree to a union with the Zhou family? Xintang chuckled mirthlessly, shaking her head. Father, surely you are not unaware that Zhou Kai is fond of Rong? She then turned to Xinyu. Sister, do you not know? Did you not realize that Zhou Kai, whom you have a crush on, has always regarded Rong, whom you see as a sister, with affection? Xiao Tang, where did you hear this? Zhou Kai and Rong Rong are childhood friends. It is only natural for them to be somewhat close. Xinyu's face stiffened, unable to maintain her composure. She unintentionally recalled how Zhou Kai would always greet Rong first at gatherings. And since the onset of the apocalypse, he had remained in the same vehicle as her, rather than taking the Zhou families. The more she contemplated this possibility, the more it seemed plausible, and whether she truly believed Tang's words or not. A thorn seemed to sprout between her and Rong. Humph, is being somewhat close referring to embracing one another privately? Tang seemed oblivious to her expression, stating it outright. Sister, did you misinterpret the situation? Xind was equally astonished, considering that Zhou Kai had shown no signs of opposition when the marriage arrangement was first mentioned, but I did not misinterpret. At Zhou Kai's coming-of-age ceremony, I witnessed them embracing in the Zhou family's garden. How hypocritical. He clearly has feelings for Rong yet does not refuse to marry me. Father, is this what you call good character? Tang countered. How was hearing this for the first time. Staring at her. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? I did not. They embraced, plain and simple, Tang affirmed. Very well. Even if Zhou Kai is unsuitable, Li Wei is now a level 3 wood ability user. And Jiang Ziyuan is a level 3 fire ability user. They are also worthy of consideration. How took a deep breath and continued to persuade her. Father, are you truly oblivious or feigning ignorance? Li Wei also harbors feelings for Rong. And Jiang Ziyuan has a crush on Xi and Jiu. Why must you try to pair me with them? I like Jiang Yi, and I will not part ways with him. Xi and Tang remained unyielding. Yang Wan was momentarily at a loss. Xiao Tang, where have you heard all of this? I have never been informed of such matters. It was not merely those former elite sisters who informed me that Li Wei harbors an obvious affection for Xi and Rong. You should have discerned this yourself. As for Jiang Ziyuan, on the night Xi and Jiu departed abroad, he was spotted drowning his sorrows in a bar, witnessed by both Xiao Yuan and myself, with Xi and Yu present as well. Xi and Tang turned her gaze towards Xi and Yu. Yang Wan followed suit, and Xi and Yu, meeting their gaze, nodded in affirmation. Yes, he was indeed intoxicated, proclaiming that he too aspired to study abroad in search of a little wine sister. Did you see that, father? The carefully selected marriage candidate you envisioned holds no interest for me, nor do I find any allure in them. I shall not return to the path of arranged matrimony. Xi and Tang directed her attention to Xi and Hao. So, you are determined to be with this Jiang Yi, are you not? Xi and Hao's expression exhibited a flicker of anger. Indeed, he treats me well, listens to me, and does not perceive me as a burden. Xi and Tang nodded in agreement. Xiao Tang, reconsider your stance. Furthermore, you may be unaware, but the Chun family is also stationed at the peace base. Li Xinting has destroyed Chun Suwei's abilities, and the Chun family will not let this matter rest easily. Yang Wan still clung to hope. Then I shall not leave either. Xi and Jiu and Li Xinting have aided us. It would be illogical for me to abandon ship at this juncture. I am not one to be ungrateful. Xi and Tang shook her head. Xi and Hao pointed at her, declaring, Fine, you have spoken your piece. We shall return. If she does not wish to accompany us, let her be. Xi and D immediately followed behind him, and Xi and Yu glanced at Xi and Tang before departing as well. Yang Wan, however, wished to say more but was interrupted by Xi and Tang. Mother, please refrain from advising me further. Be cautious within the Xi and family. You understand what kind of person my father is better than I do. You have not awakened any powers. Take care to protect yourself. Child, why do you refuse to heed my counsel? Yang Wan wiped away the moisture at the corner of her eyes, and seeing her daughter's resolute demeanor, she ultimately departed from the villa. Once they left, the living room returned to silence. And only then did Xi and Tang turn to Xi and Jiu and Li Xinting. Sister, brother-in-law, what is the situation with Chun Suhui that mother mentioned? Xi and Jiu succinctly recounted the events of the past, expressing some confusion as he addressed Li Xinting. From their words, it seems Chun Suhui only mentioned you. I had also angered him considerably. How could he omit the fact that I was present? He likely has not completely extinguished his feelings for you and does not wish to fall out with the Xi family. And coupled with my actions, which incite his greatest resentment, he chose to speak solely of me. Li Xinting maintained an ordinary demeanor. This news did not instill fear or concern within him. I have scolded him so harshly, yet he remains undeterred. Xi and Jiu expressed her disbelief, taken aback by Chen Suwei's persistence. Perhaps he feels a sense of pride in his heart. After all, sister, you have rarely engaged in such extensive conversation with anyone before. Xi and Tang asserted confidently. Some individuals simply possess an insatiable nature. When you scold them, they instead feel uniquely special. Xi and Jiu fell into a complete silence, conceding that perhaps she had been narrow-minded. We should still exercise caution regarding the Chen family. Tomorrow, let us see if we can gather some information about the management. It would suffice to understand who is part of the leadership. Xi and Jiu proposed. Indeed, let us proceed. We shall train upstairs and can practice for an additional hour this evening. Li Xinting rose. Very well. I shall first return to change my clothes. Engaging in idle chatter with these individuals holds little interest for me, and I shall ignore them next time. Xi and Jiu felt a twinge of regret. The Xi family did not merit her efforts to dress up, especially as she wore the attire gifted by her grandfather when meeting them. I have no objections to disregarding the Xi family. But the dress is quite beautiful. Since there are no missions at the base, you may wear what you like. Li Xinting cast a glance at her, reflecting on the events that transpired at the makeup table. Contemplating that he should come by more often, Xi and Jiu remained unaware of his subtle intentions, finding his words quite reasonable. If there were no missions, there was no need to fight zombies, thus dressing attractively seemed quite agreeable. She herself enjoyed the art of dressing up, particularly with so many beautiful garments in her space. It would indeed be a shame not to wear them. Chapter 36. Zhou Kai upon returning to the villa where the Xi family resided. The distance between the two villas was not significant. They occupied villa number 3, while Li Xinting and Xi and Jiu resided in villa number 5. Uncle Xi, how have you been? Zhou Kai rose to inquire upon their arrival. The Zhou family has long maintained a cordial relationship with the Xine family, and after the outbreak of the apocalypse, both families departed Ning City together. In his youth, Zhou Kai frequently visited the Xine household and was familiar with its members. Except for Xine Jiu, who had long resided in the ancestral home. Xine Yu collapsed onto the sofa, expressing his reluctance to return. He then turned to his father, whose expression was grave, saying, "Father, I suggest we ignore them. Xine Jiu just expressed such sentiments regarding you and mother. Perhaps we should follow her advice and sever ties completely. Xiaoyu, please refrain from speaking so." Zhao Fu lightly smacked his arm, then looked at Xine Yuan. Xine Jiu has not returned home in recent years. She probably feels neglected, and thus harbors some grievances. She nearly pointed her finger at my nose. How can I simply disregard that? You truly are something. After she spoke to you in such a manner, you still defend her. That ungrateful girl, let us not concern ourselves with her in the future. Xine Yuan was incensed. The thought of the notarized documents Xine Jiu mentioned filled him with fury. He could not believe his father was so unsparing, especially as he was his own son, the heir to the Xine group. Yet he was overshadowed by his daughter. Xine Tang, too, has taken up with a freshman. The key issue is that he is an ordinary person who has yet to awaken any powers. They have both lost their minds. Xine Hao also seated himself. Uncle Xine, is it true that Xine Jiu is indeed with Li Xinting? What of the Qin family? Zhou Kai inquired. I am unsure. When she became acquainted with that illegitimate child, she has even donned a ring. Xine Yu responded. Zhou Kai paused momentarily, then resumed his usual charming demeanor. Realizing that she was indeed an impulsive individual, the Qin family will undoubtedly seek retribution against Li Xinting. We shall quietly observe. Xine Yuan remarked. Zhou Kai nodded, casually posing a few inconsequential questions that moment. Xine Hao suddenly addressed him. Xiao Kai, that Xine Tang girl is truly disobedient. Let us abandon the marriage discussion we previously entertained between our families. Initially, we were unaware that you preferred Xine Rome over Xine Tang. And I must apologize to you on behalf of my family. Upon uttering these words, everyone fell silent. Xine Yu lowered her head, striving to conceal the jealousy etched upon her face. Xine Rome was equally taken aback by her second uncle's statement. Recalling the care Zhou Kai had shown her over the years, she felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks. Uncle, you jest. There is no need for an apology. Initially, it was but an intention. And since nothing was finalized, let us consider it as if it never transpired. Zhou Kai waved his hand casually. He then seemed curious, asking, however, how did you come to believe I favored Xine Rome? I regard her as a sister, devoid of romantic inclinations. That was what Xine Tang said. She claimed to have seen you two embrace on one occasion. Xine Hao was equally bewildered, having not noticed his son signaling him. Xine D had given up. Who could possibly rescue his father's emotional intelligence? Did you not notice that everyone else refrained from speaking, and you wished to continue? Embrace? Zhou Kai's brows furrowed. Xine Rome quickly interjected. Second uncle, Xine Tang must have misinterpreted. Perhaps she referred to the occasion of your birthday when I assisted you as you were inebriated. If that is the case, it was indeed an accident. Zhou Kai recollected that during his 18th birthday celebration, he had indulged too much and encountered Xine Rong in the back garden, mistaking her for Xine Jiu in his drunken stupor. What a misunderstanding. Xine Tang truly is something, spreading such rumors. Xine Hao chuckled lightly, feeling no embarrassment whatsoever. Xine Yu, who had been lowering her head, unconsciously relaxed her shoulders, relieved to discover it was merely a misunderstanding. Then, uncle, I shall take my leave. Zhou Kai stood to bid farewell. Kai, allow me to see you off. Xine D rose as well. The two exited the front door, walking a few steps along the path, when Zhou Kai casually inquired. What did Uncle Xine mean when he mentioned that Xine Tang is dating a freshman? Is my sister now involved with a boy we have never even met, who is also a year younger and merely an ordinary person? Xine D scoffed, genuinely perplexed. Did Zhou Kai not consider Jiang Yi to be far superior? It seems many events transpired unbeknownst to us. I had never heard of Xine Jiu having any connection with Li Xinting before. Zhou Kai remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I am equally uncertain. It appears they share a decent relationship. Xine Jiu has changed significantly while abroad. Xine D scratched his head. Zhou Kai paused, questioning. Oh, why do you say that? She audaciously declared that her uncle is not a qualified father, and she even stated that Aunt Zhao's marriage to her uncle was contingent upon an agreement with grandfather to ensure her safety. Xine D's tone conveyed disbelief. Previously, Xine Jiu was reticent, her demeanor often cold, and having lived in the ancestral home for so long, she rarely interacted with them. Yet, her achievements in various social graces were of the highest caliber. Further amplifying the distance between them, he had never envisioned that one day she would so boldly confront the family. "Brother, I was utterly astonished when I heard that. I stood nearby, completely speechless. Moreover, you have no idea. Grandfather actually bequeathed half of the XIN group's shares to her. Indeed, she is the apple of his eye. Regarding the shares of the XIN family group, he harbored no particular thoughts. After all, they were not meant for him. However, he had believed that the majority of the shares would pass into XINU's hands, only to discover that his grandfather had retained this card up his sleeve. The flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Kai's eyes. Had this news emerged before the apocalypse, it would undoubtedly have ignited fervent discussions among the elite circles. No wonder Uncle XIN was so furious upon his return. He replied, "Indeed, I have never seen Uncle so enraged. I sense that XINJO truly does not wish to return." Her words today were so resolute, declaring that even if she were abandoned in the future, she would not return to the XIN family. XIND recounted everything to him. Does she really have such affection for Li Xinting? Zhou Kai's voice remained calm, yet his eyes were particularly somber. "I don't know." XND shook his head, unable to comprehend his cousin's thoughts since childhood. "All right, you must escort me back to the villa. You should head home now." Zhou Kai chuckled, giving him a pat on the shoulder. "Very well, I shall take my leave." XIND nodded and turned to retrace his steps. As Zhou Kai walked along the path leading back to the Zhou family villa, the temperature plummeted, and the moonlight cast a chilling glow. His gentle visage darkened entirely, the shadows of the buildings looming over him like a monstrous creature. The nightmare he had harbored within had indeed come to fruition. She was truly with Li Xinting. At 16, while in his second year of high school, he had clearly seen XINGO smiling as she placed an umbrella atop Li Xinting's backpack on a rainy day. Though he could not hear her words, that smile had pierced his heart like a dagger. He was a year her senior, and all the other cousins in the XIN family called him brother. Yet she alone addressed him formally as Zhou Kai. Distant and polite in his youth, he would often be the one to initiate greetings with XINGO, frequently hoping to invite her to play new games. But she seldom came, remaining quietly reserved during her visits to the XIN household. Only at the ancestral home did she differ, on one occasion, accompanying his father to pay respects to old Master XIN. He witnessed her laughing and playing hide-and-seek with the servants, charmingly coaxing old Master XIN. Gradually, he understood that she was different within the XIN family. As he matured, he grasped her intentions. Yet he never anticipated that one day such a radiant smile would be bestowed upon Li Xinting. Leaning against the wall, he observed quietly, a surge of resentment swelling within him. Why could she smile so warmly at a mere illegitimate child, while maintaining a polite distance from him? Had he not treated her well? Thus, out of a hidden desire for revenge, he subtly displayed hostility toward Li Xinting and intentionally drew closer to XIN Rong and XNU. Remaining an indifferent bystander as rumors of her arrogance circulated within their circle, he pondered whether XINGO would ever feel a moment of regret upon witnessing all this. Yet, he had never anticipated that. In this apocalyptic world, Li Xinting would become a level 4 ability user, and that she would truly end up with him if it were due to Li Xinting's abilities. Then he too possessed them. Did that not afford him a chance? But if not, if she had genuinely developed feelings for Li Xinting, what was he to do? At that moment, XINGO had just completed her training and was preparing her outfit for the following day. "Where are we going tomorrow?" she inquired of Li Xinting, who had just emerged from the shower. "Let us visit the Ability User Center to get a brief understanding of the local teams and observe the missions at the base," he replied, towel-drying his hair. "All right, it's rather uncomfortable being in the same base as the XIN family," she remarked, retrieving her pajamas as she headed toward the bathroom. "If it bothers you, you can simply ignore them when you see them." "I used to do the same at the Li family," he responded casually. "That seems to be the only option since we can't drive them away," she retorted, closing the door. As she soaked in the bathtub, she reflected on the original plot set in the peaceful base. The base chief, Zhou Fu, was not a good person. Prior to the apocalypse, he was merely a corrupt official who had yet to be apprehended. After the world fell apart, he fortuitously awakened wind-type abilities during the first heavy rain and swiftly evacuated his family and bodyguards from the urban area of Wu City, establishing a base in the suburbs. Zhou Fu was cunning but harbored a strong aversion to dissenters, systematically eliminating anyone not aligned with him. In the original story, the Chamu team was among those he attempted to recruit and subsequently exterminated. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated their strength and ultimately met his demise at the hands of Li Xinting. This iteration of events had diverged significantly. The entire Xian family was unexpectedly present at this base. Whereas they only made their appearance midway through the original narrative, let us adapt to the changes, she sighed softly. Ever since she dreamed of the original's demise, she felt as though she had fully immersed herself in this world. Her perception of the Xian family had grown increasingly negative, and she realized that her habits mirrored those of the original host. At times, she could not discern who she truly was. She submerged herself in the bathtub. Deciding to let it be, dwelling on such matters was futile. Regardless, she would not extend any kindness to the Xian family. After drying her hair, she meticulously applied skincare products before swiftly leaping into bed. The nights had turned colder, and she longed to utilize the heater from her space. The days are scorching, yet the nights are frigid. How contradictory, she quipped, snuggling into Li Xinting's embrace. I've brought a hot water bottle, he announced, placing the pre-prepared hot water bottle beneath the covers. Can we use the heater? The villa has electricity, and we can utilize the small generator. Outsiders would be none the wiser, Xinting suggested. We can give it a try tomorrow and see if it affects the electric meter in the villa. Li Xinting nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Xinting, recalling the events of the evening, cheerfully asked, what does it mean to be solely devoted to me? Li Xinting, why don't you ever express your affection for me? You haven't said you like me either, he replied nonchalantly, as if it were a casual remark. Then let me ask you now, do you like me? She inquired, amusement dancing in her heart as she gazed at him. Do you not know whether I like you? He scoffed lightly, capturing her lips in a kiss. Let us retire early tonight. We have more exploring to do at the base tomorrow. She breathed softly, grasping his descending wrist. Li Xinting took a deep breath, holding her close without further teasing. Chapter 37. Accepting missions. In recent days, the Chamu team had been diligently gathering information regarding the base. Surprisingly, the Qin family had made no moves, leaving them uncertain of any other preparations. However, there is no such thing as a 1,000-day defense against thieves. The Chamu team continued to train at their own pace, successfully navigating through more than half a month in relative safety. Today, the team arrived at the Ability Users Mission Center. Li Xinting glanced at the list of missions and ultimately selected one that involved collecting supplies at the Wanqing dock. Wanqing lay to the northeast of Wu City, a coastal city that had been a renowned tourist destination before the apocalypse, and it was likely to be teeming with zombies and mutated flora and fauna. Another challenge was that to the west of Wanqing, in Yishur, there existed a small safe base, which would likely also be eyeing the supplies at the Wanqing dock. Thus, they needed to prepare for competition. We'll set out at dawn tomorrow. Let us head back now. Once Yining returned from the window with the mission details, Li Xinting informed the group. Upon returning to the villa, Yining distributed the mission information to everyone, including their team. 3 teams had accepted this mission: the Uncrowned King and the Zombies Don't Run. What a small world, Liang remarked. Zombies Don't Run. That 5-person team? Wu Chang inquired. The group had familiarized themselves with teams of 4 or more over recent days, including the one named Zombies Don't Run. Yes, they were among the first to join the peaceful base. All 5 members are level 3 ability users, and their captain possesses dual water and earth abilities. De Chung explained that as for the Uncrowned King, it goes without saying. Zhou Kai's team consists entirely of wealthy heirs who have awakened their abilities, totaling 7 members. Generally, missions for larger teams commenced simultaneously. The Wanqing dock was vast, and the supplies abundant, allowing multiple teams to undertake missions together. Xinting, if you plan to use your abilities, you must be cautious. He cautioned. If it were just Zombies Don't Run, it would be manageable. But the Uncrowned King team is also involved. Indeed, our training hasn't gone to waste. Unless we encounter a particularly challenging situation, we shouldn't need to resort to our abilities, Jiang Yi concurred. As level 4 ability users, their inherent strength had been significantly enhanced, making it relatively easy to remain inconspicuous. We'll set out together tomorrow. We'll take the van we arrived in. The Wanqing dock is quite large, and teams will likely disperse, so everyone should act with caution, Li Xinting instructed. Understood, boss. Shall we continue with our training today? Gongzi nodded. Of course. Wu Chang, please bring all your items from your space over here. It will be helpful for collecting supplies at the dock, Li Xinting directed Wu Chang. After all, based on their registration documents, their team only had 1 space ability user. Alright. 2 individuals departed ahead. Xinting remained in the gym, diligently training. Her combat abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, Should she be tasked to confront Li Xinting again, while she might still struggle to strike vital points, she was no longer incapable of even grazing her opponent. Were she to encounter the events at the food factory now, she would undoubtedly handle them with far more composure than before. Even against a level 4 zombie, she felt confident in her prowess to engage. De Cheng and Liang were also present in the gym, and the three of them occasionally exchanged blows in friendly sparring. If Li Xinting were there, it would be a trio against him alone. Soon, the clock struck 4 in the morning on the following day, and Xinting rose promptly to wash up. She donned a black tank top layered with a black windbreaker, paired with form-fitting black shark pants that accentuated her perfectly shaped long legs. Her hair was styled into a bun at the back of her head, facilitating ease of movement. Li Xinting's attire mirrored hers closely, clad in a black windbreaker and tactical pants, which lent a touch of solemnity to his otherwise striking visage. Their breakfast consisted of noodles complemented by yogurt, and after finishing their meal, the group arrived punctually at the base's entrance, where Lao Su and Gang Zi waited in a van, having arrived 5 minutes early. One by one, they boarded the vehicle. At that moment, Zhu Song, the captain of the zombie no-escape squad, approached Li Xinting to greet him. You must be Li Xinting, the captain of the Dawn squad. We'll be heading to Wan City together. Let us engage in some exchanges along the way. Captain Zhu, you flatter us. We are all part of the same base, Li Xinting replied with a smile. Shaking his hand, we've heard that Isher has dispatched 3 teams intending to gather supplies at the Wan City dock. If there are ample resources, that would be splendid, but I fear conflicts may arise if supplies run low. Zhou Kai approached with a friendly smile. Thus, we've brought Xinting, who possesses healing abilities, along with us on this mission. Should the need for assistance arise, please do not hesitate to seek us out. That's excellent news. Xinting is one of the 2 healing ability users at the base. Her presence significantly enhances our safety, Zhu Song responded cheerfully, patting Zhou Kai on the shoulder. Rest assured, Zhou brother. We will not take advantage of your generosity. We'll compensate for the medical services based on the base's pricing. That's fine, though I sincerely hope Xinting will not need to utilize her abilities. Zhou Kai said, glancing at Li Xinting, that if the Dawn squad requires any assistance, feel free to reach out. Thank you. Time is of the essence. Let us prepare to depart, Li Xinting remarked, maintaining a composed demeanor. Very well, our vehicle is stationed at the front. We shall lead the way, Zhou Kai declared. Li Xinting had no objections. If he wished to display his prowess, he could do so, and it would be beneficial to have him trigger any potential traps ahead. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they each took their seats in the vehicles, and Zhou Kai turned to rejoin his team. A flicker of unease crossed his mind. Li Xinting's demeanor was nothing like that of a typical insecure and sensitive illegitimate child. Instead, he carried himself with the poise of someone accustomed to wielding power. Such an individual ignited a sense of crisis within him. How's Kai go? Those people must envy us for having a doctor along. Xinting remarked with a hint of pride. Shall you refrain from boasting? Our sister is over there. We must assist her. Xinting gently tugged at his sleeve, then turned to Zhou Kai with concern. Kai go. Is our sister in good condition? She's doing well, Zhou Kai nodded. Xinting had not once glanced in his direction. She clearly regarded him with indifference. Let this illegitimate child witness our capabilities. Li Wei interjected, starting the vehicle. He was the second young master of the Li family, Li Xinting's half-brother, and felt humiliated upon learning of Li Xinting's status as a level 4 ability user. Consequently, he had recently been joining other teams on missions, eager to slay more zombies to swiftly elevate his own rank. He could not allow an illegitimate child to overshadow him. Were you close with Zhou Kai in the past? Li Xinting inquired of Xinting as he took his seat. Zhou Kai, not particularly. Why do you ask? She replied. Just a thought. He glanced over in your direction while speaking earlier, he explained. Oh. He probably just wanted to witness my misfortune. I have little to do with him, Xinting shrugged off the concern. Indeed, the Zhou family maintains a good relationship with the Xinting family. Zhou Kai often visits our home, but you've been living with our grandfather. So it's understandable that you wouldn't know him well, Xinting added. Well, he is merely checking up on how we're faring now. Let him look if he wishes. I'm indifferent. Xinting replied nonchalantly. The convoy departed the base, heading towards Wan City, with the route requiring passage through Wu City. The road from the base to Wu City remained relatively tranquil, as most missions necessitated traversing this path. Hence, abandoned vehicles, zombies, and mutated flora and fauna had been systematically cleared by various ability user squads. The vehicles met little resistance as they entered Wu City. The base had designated the shortest route for them. guiding them onto the S11 National Highway along the eastern side of Wu City to expedite their journey to Wan City. The Eastern District had once been the most prosperous commercial area of Wu City, and upon entering, the demand for combat surged. The apocalypse had persisted for quite some time, and the zombies had steadily enhanced their capabilities, no longer susceptible to indiscriminate harvesting of crystal cores as before. Nevertheless, the majority remained level 3 zombies. Xi and Jiao did not remain seated in the vehicle. Each time they halted for combat, she would seize her blade and join the fray. After slaying numerous zombies, she had gleaned some insights into effective tactics. The zombies' weaknesses lay primarily in their heads, while the skin over the carotid arteries was comparatively thinner. If a zombie was of considerable height, one could target the neck. At this moment, a zombie that had once been a remarkably tall gentleman, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, charged toward her, making it challenging for Xi and Jiao to strike at its neck through conventional means. Seizing the opportunity as the zombie lunged, she executed a short sprint and delivered a powerful kick to its robust thigh. Using the momentum, she flipped upwards, grasping its back, and without the slightest hesitation, she swiftly slashed its throat. Yet, even with such precision, the zombie did not succumb easily. She delivered another decisive blow to the severed area, and at last, the creature collapsed to the ground. She then leaped down, ready to confront the next zombie. A keen observer would note that her techniques bore a striking resemblance to those of Li Xinting, making her lineage unmistakable. Xi and Rong also refrained from remaining in the vehicle. Though unlike Xi and Jiao, she dealt exclusively with level 2 zombies, shielded by her team. Watching the agile Xi and Jiao of the Dawn Squad, a surge of frustration welled up within her. Why did she continue to be so irksome even in the apocalypse? Why had Li Xinting never exhibited his abilities before? Clearly, with such capabilities, he could have garnered the family's attention, and biases against illegitimate children would have gradually dissipated. Yet, he had always been an exemplary student, possessing a distinct personality, never engaging in pleasantries. How could he have changed so dramatically with the world? Had it all been an act? Under the cooperation of the 3 squads, the current horde of zombies was swiftly dispatched. The Dawn Squad intentionally concealed their ability levels while discreetly observing the progress of the other teams, aiming to maintain a general parity by noon. They found a clear area, erected a makeshift shelter to shield themselves from the scorching sun, and began to prepare lunch. Chapter 38. Companions. Li Wei sat quietly within the ranks, having just witnessed Li Xinting effortlessly conjure ice shards to dispatch zombie after zombie. Not a speck of dirt marred his attire. The zombies under his command appeared as mere playthings. His expression darkened. This would not do. Joining the Dawn Squad on a mission was not intended for him to stand by and witness Li Xinting's exceptional prowess. At that moment, Jiang Ziyuan rose and approached the Dawn Squad, halting before Xi and Jiao. His face bore a hint of redness. Xi and Jiao, have you returned from abroad for quite some time? Why have you never reached out to us? I have no desire to return to the Xian family or entangle myself with the elite circles, so there was no necessity for contact, Xi and Jiao replied. Have you encountered difficulties? If you had contacted me, I would have certainly assisted you, Jiang Ziyuan said. Concern etched upon his features. He had harbored a secret fondness for Xi and Jiao since childhood. They were the same age and had attended the same school. He had intended to propose a union with her to his father upon reaching adulthood, but before that day arrived, she unexpectedly chose to pursue her career abroad. In truth, he was aware that Xi and Jiao regarded him merely as an ordinary classmate. Yet her brilliance made it difficult for him to resist his feelings. You cannot help me, Jiang Ziyuan. This is the apocalypse now. There's no need to dredge up the past, she replied with a calm demeanor. Did you come to see me for a specific reason? If it's merely to reminisce, there's no need, Xi and Jiao stated directly. Her memories of Jiang Ziyuan were vague. They were merely acquaintances who exchanged greetings upon meeting. Even when she overheard Xi and Tang mention his feelings for her, she remained indifferent, confident that even if her original self were present, she would feel the same. No, I merely came to say hello. I hadn't anticipated we would meet again, Jiang Ziyuan responded, feeling slightly wounded by her aloofness. She still viewed him as just a classmate. Well, you should return. Our team is about to have lunch, she said dismissively. She spoke up. After he left, Xintong leaned closer and whispered, he is certainly much better than Li Wei and the others, and he is not a sycophant like Xi and Rong. You need not concern yourself so much with Xi and Rong. Xi and Jiao found it somewhat amusing yet exasperating. That won't do. I must keep a close watch on her as she continues to flounder. Xintong raised her chin, holding a grudge against Xinting, whom she had despised since childhood. Li Xinting retrieved 2 portions of food from Deshang, handing one to Xinting. "Let us eat." Xinting nodded and accepted it. The Xin family's former connections in the elite circles had no bearing on her appetite. Skillfully, she picked the onions and shredded carrots from her bowl and set them aside for Li Xinting. He was already accustomed to this, serving her a few meatballs before starting his meal. After dinner, the small team took a brief half-hour break in the vehicle before it started up again, continuing their journey to Wanqing. Li brother, there is a small warehouse nearby. Shall we rest there tonight? Do you have tents? If not, we can lend you a few. After dispatching a batch of zombies, Zhu Song came over to inquire. Yes, we brought some. Thank you, Brother Song, Li Xinting acknowledged. Good. Our team has been to that warehouse once before. It isn't very large, but the 3 teams can squeeze in together. The primary concern is safety. Once we pull down the roll-up door, there will be no need for a night watch. Zhu Song casually began to chat with him. Having realized that no one in this team was a liability, even the 4 ordinary individuals without abilities were quite capable at AS for Li Xinting. He silently believed that his abilities surpassed Zhou Kai's by a notch, leading him to adopt a more respectful demeanor. Have you undertaken the task of gathering supplies in the eastern district of Wuxi before? Li Xinting followed up on Zhu Song's remark. Yes, twice. Once for collecting supplies and another for clearing the zombies from the large shopping mall in the eastern district. There used to be many more zombies here. What you see now is the result of previous cleanups. Zhu Song nodded, his words unconsciously imbued with a touch of confidence. The Zombies Don't Run team was not an obscure group at the base. Ah, that explains why you are so familiar with this area. It seems our journey in the eastern district will be smoother. Li Xinting smiled. He did not mind befriending this person. Zhu Song's somewhat arrogant personality was balanced by a degree of composure. He was a suitable comrade for their mission. Ha ha. I shall take Brother Li's good fortune as a blessing. May we all return safely to the base this time. Zhu Song was quite pleased with this conversation, elevating his opinion of Li Xinting in his heart. He was capable yet devoid of arrogance, suggesting he was likely a significant figure even before the apocalypse. Thus, by evening, the 3 teams pressed on, slaying zombies until they reached the vicinity of the warehouse. The geographical location was relatively secluded, with a small forest behind the warehouse, where they also cleared away some mutated flora and fauna. Nearby were a few bungalows marked with demolish, indicating that this area had not yet been fully developed. They opened the roll-up door and collectively tidied up the warehouse's interior. The space manipulators quickly set up tents, and before long, they were ready. For dinner, the Chamu team dined on instant noodles. Zhou Kai, upon seeing this, felt a flicker of disdain in his eyes and asked with a smile, "You must have visited a large supermarket with preserved food before." "Yes, we went shortly after the outbreak. So we managed to gather some supplies," Li Xinting replied nonchalantly. "No wonder there are so many instant noodles," Li Wei remarked, noting that the Chamu team had each added a marinated egg and a sausage to their meals. Xintong rolled her eyes. "That was earned by our own merit. It's not our fault you all hurriedly left Ningqing without gathering supplies when trouble struck." Li Wei's face turned pale. This was the truth. They had been focused solely on escaping quickly, and it was evident that their supplies were not as plentiful. However, he had never been confronted by Xintong like this before. "Did you not also run with us? What I found was from the convenience store with Jiangyi. After all, we do not have to hand over everything we find, unlike some who found little yet enjoyed much." Xintong's words were pointed. Xinting's eyes reddened slightly as she softly apologized. "I'm sorry. I know Xintong is referring to me that I truly haven't contributed enough supplies to the team before, and I will strive to make amends in the future. Enough. Each team has its own way of doing things. Xintong, perhaps you should refrain from stirring the pot too much," Zhou Heng interjected. He was Zhou Kai's younger cousin. Still quite young, having just turned 18, and had often played in their shadow during childhood. "Zhou Heng, I am not trying to stir anything. I am merely reminding you that this is already an apocalypse. It is not easy for anyone to acquire supplies, and all our hard work is not meant to support others." Xintong shrugged, a smirk playing at her lips. "Xintong, is this really necessary? Who doesn't know that you have always been at odds with Xinting? Are you not simply envious that she is more popular than you?" Li Wei glared at Xinting, who looked as if she might cry, and retorted at Xintong. "Indeed, I do it intentionally," Xintong admitted with a smile. She then huffed. "But who is envious of her popularity? I despise her for her perpetual pretentiousness." "Xintong, perhaps you should temper your words," Zhou Heng said, feeling a bit exasperated. The ongoing feud was giving him a headache. I know you have misunderstood me, Xinting. I will work hard to gather more supplies to repay everyone's kindness. Xinting replied softly, her lashes half closed, her lips slightly downturned, resembling someone who had been bullied by a domineering figure. Look, there she goes again, feigning innocence. I have misunderstood you all along, and I have always been above board. I am utterly tired of hearing these words. Can't you at least change your script? Xinting was not buying it. All right, since those matters are in the past, let us not linger on them that we still need to team up to go to Wancheng. Can we please maintain some harmony? Zhou Kai pinched the bridge of his nose. Feeling that for the first time, these individuals were unbearably noisy. Of course, Xinting has never suffered real losses, so it is easy for her to dismiss the past, but why should I heed your words? Spare me your self-righteousness, Zhou Xiaoya. Xinting shot him a disdainful glance. Xinting, my brother means well. Can you not act like a firecracker? Zhou Hang, who had always idolized his brother, could not tolerate anyone disrespecting him. Yet, his brother's good intentions were entirely on Xinting's side, and such an unjust favor was unacceptable to Xinting. Zhou Hang was at a loss for words, feeling anxious but unsure how to counter. He could only glance at Xinting, who was napping nearby, and called out, Xinting, can you manage Xinting? This was her instigation from the start. I can't interfere. Sort out your own issues without dragging me into the middle. Xinting kept her eyes closed, unwilling to involve herself as long as the Xin family did not initiate conflict with her. As for Xinting, given her evident combat prowess, she could easily handle herself without assistance. Li Wei also grew angry, glaring at Xinting. Is it really necessary for you to keep talking incessantly? I merely remarked on the abundance of instant noodles, and you started berating me, throwing shade at Xinting. Even when Kai Gu tries to mediate, you remain unsatisfied. Are you not finished yet? Yes, I am not finished because you cannot keep your mouth in check. You wish to be Xinting's knight in shining armor. Yet does she even regard you? She sees you merely as a backup. Xinting did not care about the consequences of her words, relishing her moment. Xinting, you may have your grievances with me, but why must you slander me and involve Li Wei? Does that make you feel righteous? Xinting sat up straight, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she stared at Xinting. You know better than anyone whether what I say is true. Xinting retorted, pursing her lips. Enough, Xinting. Let us not escalate this further. Everyone is trying to rest, yet we are the only ones quarreling. Just go back, Xinyu interjected. Xinting scoffed, rolling her eyes. She was weary of the same old act of feigned innocence. Next time, if you want to avoid my retorts, perhaps refrain from provoking me. She tossed this remark over her shoulder as she returned to her seat. Xinting quietly apologized to Li Wei. I am sorry. We grew up together, but Xinting and I have become increasingly at odds, and it has affected you too. It's fine. Isn't that just how she is, always ready to bite. Don't concern yourself with her, and Xinjiu too, offering no help, Li Wei reassured, though he still felt a twinge of discomfort over the earlier exchange. All right, let us not dwell on this. Otherwise, we'll end up arguing again. Zhou Hang complained, exasperated by the group's dynamics. Can't we just sleep separately? The zombies don't run. Team remained silent throughout, opting to be passive observers in this battlefield, avoiding conflict. Finally, the warehouse fell completely silent as everyone retreated to their tents. Just before sleep, Zhou Kai observed Xinjiu and Li Xinting sharing a tent, his fingers tightening around the blanket. Brother, what are you thinking? Go to sleep. Zhou Hang gently patted his shoulder twice, puzzled by the sudden daze that had overtaken him. It's nothing. That I was just contemplating our journey for tomorrow. You should get some rest. Zhou Kai nodded and lay down. Zhou Hang brushed it off, feeling a surge of admiration. Indeed, only his brother was fit to be the captain of the team. While that Jiang's Yuan paled in comparison. Chapter 39. Once city night fell, and aside from the biting cold, nothing of consequence occurred. The three teams set out again at dawn. One city, a coastal metropolis and a popular tourist destination, was likely to be the site of a fierce battle. After lunch that day, Xinjiu settled back into the van, reflecting on their journey. They had been traveling for 3 days, having departed from Wu City, and were now en route to Wan City, expecting to enter by tomorrow evening. During these 3 days, the teams had been fighting and moving simultaneously, successfully dealing with the mutated creatures they encountered along the way, including 4 level 4 zombies, of which the Chamu team had taken down 2, while the other 2 were handled by the remaining teams. They seemed to have gauged their strengths, as no unexpected troubles arose during the journey. Even Li Wei, after that night's quarrel, had not provoked Xinting again. Xing's routine consisted of disembarking to fight zombies, eating, and sleeping. When they left Wu City yesterday, they found a guest house where they enjoyed a comfortable shower. If the journey continued like this, it would be quite pleasant, safety first. However, it was evident that One City would not be peaceful. For the past few days, Xingo had been quietly honing her abilities, discreetly tossing green orbs to the members of the Chamu team when the other two teams were not watching, gradually increasing her proficiency. We are not in need of level 2 or 3 crystal cores at the moment. This trip to One City may yield the resources needed to advance to level 5 if fortune favors us, Old Su, who was driving, remarked. Level 4 zombies pose little threat to us now, and we can handle level 5 as well. We primarily rely on the captain for level 6, Deching added. This journey has been too peaceful. I was hoping to find some scum to test my red orbs on. Xingo expressed her disappointment. I too am curious about the other function of your abilities, Hening chimed in. Xingo lowered her voice. Actually, I secretly experimented on a zombie yesterday, but it was ineffective. There will be opportunities in One City. The influx of tourists will likely lead to conflicts with the local residents post-disaster. You may encounter some exceptional individuals, Li Xinting, who had been resting his eyes, interjected. Then let me go and dispense some justice. Xingo clenched her fist, eager for action. Bathed in the evening's orange glow, the three teams finally entered the urban area of One City. The sultry, fishy sea breeze enveloped them, leaving its distinct mark on their clothes. Goodness, this stench is nauseating if inhaled for too long, Xinting remarked, pulling a mask from her bag to wear. Let us head straight to the dock. Zhu Song waved away the surrounding air, eager to complete their task and leave. Zhou Kai and Li Xinting had no objections, and the group climbed into the vehicle, navigating eastward toward the dock according to their map. Once a bustling hub filled with various goods, the dock now lay silent, guarded by waiting ships, while bizarrely shaped zombies wandered across the expansive ground. Each team readied their weapons and charged into the horde of zombies. Just as they were engaged in battle, another group surged forth from the opposite side of the dock. Run! There's a level 6 zombie behind us, the leader among them shouted, prompting a change in expression among the crowd. Damn, I knew this cursed place wouldn't be peaceful, Li Wei cursed, turning to flee. However, before he could make it far, a particularly ferocious zombie appeared in their sight, accompanied by a massive zombie dog. Roar! It bellowed, charging toward these succulent blood vessels. The Chamu team reacted swiftly, all drawing their guns to begin firing, while Old Su quickly erected an earthen wall. Quick, let us retreat while they are engaged, Li Wei urged as he pulled Xin Rong and Xinu backward. How could such a powerful zombie appear? Xinu asked, panic creeping into his voice. Most of them were level 3 ability users, and against a level 6 zombie and its canine counterpart, their only option was to flee. There was no hope of facing a level 3 opponent. It would be tantamount to courting death. You all retreat first, Zhou Kai said, his expression grim. His lightning struck the back of the zombie dog, but aside from singeing a small patch of fur, it left no significant wounds. He had only recently advanced to level 4. And even he found it challenging to contend with a level 6 zombie dog. The Zombie Don't Run team also fell back. All their members were level 3 ability users, unable to provide much assistance at this moment. Only able to help clear out any nearby zombies. Bro, are you here looking for supplies as well? One of the initial fleeing individuals called out. Are you from the Isher base? Xin inquired. Yes, we arrived a bit earlier than you. We were gathering supplies when we encountered a group of people, and after a scuffle, the level 6 zombie showed up, the speaker replied, his tone filled with anger. If that group hadn't attacked them without warning, they wouldn't have attracted the level 6 zombie. Li Xinting, wielding dual blades forged from ice, was engaging in a back and forth with the level 6 zombie, which, being an ordinary one, was not invincible in his eyes. While focused, he sensed a strange mental fluctuation from a diagonal rear. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a sudden metal dart. We're under attack, Liang shouted, redirecting his gun toward the shipping containers behind them. Itsu lot. Didn't you see the level 6 zombie and the zombie dog? The initial group exclaimed. Hey, brother, we're not on the same side. Who told you to set your sights on our supplies? The leader, a burly man in a white tank top, grinned, revealing a gold tooth. Boss, with so many people here, we're bound to have a feast today. One of the one-eyed man from the golden-toothed crew chuckled. You're allied with the zombies, Xingo observed, voicing her startling deduction. The beauty is quite clever, but you've discovered it too late. The golden-toothed man raised his hand, conjuring several darts that sped toward them. The group quickly dodged the darts, but some were caught off guard and suffered cuts. Damn, are you even human? Aligning with zombies. Where's your dignity? One of the Escher Team's 4 members immediately activated their powers and charged toward the golden-toothed group. Humph, reckless, a middle-aged man with a burn scar on his forehead manifested a massive vine. Ready to meet these ants? Let us divide our efforts. Some level 3 ability users should take care of that group of traitors, while others deal with the surrounding zombies. The level 6 zombie and zombie dog will be handled by Zhou Kai and the Chaomu team. Zhu Song instructed, his face grim. This was his first encounter with a group capable of collaborating with zombies to slaughter humans. You lot go assist as well, Li Xinting directed Wu Chang, and everyone understood his intent. The level 2 ability users listed during registration would also step in to eliminate the traitors. In an instant, the level 6 zombie and zombie dog were left to be contained by Li Xinting. Zhou Kai and Hening proactively aided Zhou Kai in confronting the particularly aggressive giant dog. Xingyo, armed with her knife, plunged into the golden-toothed group's ranks, aside from the leader, the one-eyed man. And the burn-scarred man, the rest were level 3 ability users, making them relatively easy to handle. Beauty, with such skill, why not join us? You can take whatever you fancy from this dock. The zombies want to attack you. The burn-scarred man countered, deflecting a blow from He Ying. Huffed. I wouldn't lower myself to your level. He Ying retorted without hesitation. Oh, this woman has some spirit. Old 7. You should try to take her in. The one-eyed man quipped while engaged with a Liang, raising an eyebrow at He Ying. Humph. Once subdued, you'll be begging for mercy. The burn-scarred man grinned, his interest piqued. Thick vines began to creep up his arm, extending and sprouting branches, whipping toward He Ying. At that moment, a Liang and He Ying synchronously switched positions, and a robust lightning bolt struck the vine, instantly scorching the green tendrils to a charred yellow. A Liang revealed his strength at this moment. With everyone else engaged in battle, he believed no one would notice him. They initially concealed their abilities to remain low-key and avoid trouble, but that did not mean they were bound to suppress their true capabilities. The burn-scarred man's expression shifted. He realized that a Liang was also a level 4 ability user. He Ying, facing the fire-type one-eyed man, had a natural advantage with her water abilities, which countered fire. Once they stopped hiding their strengths, the one-eyed man's proud fireballs posed no threat to her. Golden Tooth, witnessing Old Su in action, also expressed surprise. This man was a level 4 ability user. He glanced again at Li Xinting, still entangled with the level 6 zombie, and realized he might have stirred up an insurmountable problem. But don't get distracted, Old Su chuckled, and suddenly a spike of earth emerged before Golden Tooth's throat. He dodged quickly, but a gash still marred his neck. Reckless, he muttered. He let out a cold laugh, resolutely determined to demonstrate the might of his 5th-level metal ability. In the next moment, Xingyo brandished a spear, thrusting it toward him. She had been engaged in combat with other members of the Golden Tooth team, having personally slain 2 third-level ability users. She felt neither the discomfort nor the revulsion she had anticipated. After enduring the apocalypse for so long, she had grown accustomed to the gruesome realities, no longer feeling the same unease she had experienced upon witnessing Li Xinting gun down several individuals in the mall. Realizing her combat prowess surpassed her expectations, she began to formulate a plan. With the traitors led by Golden Tooth, if she could eliminate him first, it would surely intimidate the rest of these madmen. While she might not match him in ability, she possessed a hidden weapon that no one could see or sense. The opportunity to experiment with the Red Orb's capabilities had arrived. Thus, as Lao Su engaged Golden Tooth in battle, she stealthily approached the moment Golden Tooth was distracted by Li Xinting. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Su. From that point onward, Golden Tooth would become her test subject. Chapter 40. Experiment. Golden Tooth effortlessly dodged the thrust of the spear, seizing the shaft with one hand and grinning broadly. Beautiful lady, do take care with your movements. If you get hurt, my heart will ache. It would be best if you refrained from speaking. I fear I might be unable to hold back my revulsion, Xingyu replied coldly. With a swift pull, she withdrew the spear and replaced it with a smaller, more portable dagger. Lunging forward with the force of the sea breeze, Golden Tooth let out a derisive snort, using his metal-clad wrist to deflect the dagger. Xingyu seized the opportunity to strike his tattooed shoulder with her palm. Though no one noticed the fleeting red light that shimmered in her hand, there was no immediate reaction, and she remained unperturbed, engaging Golden Tooth in combat. All right, I've played with you long enough that I'll grant you one more chance. Join me, and I promise you'll live a life of luxury. He blocked the dagger once more. The sharp edge of the dagger suddenly dulled, twisting back at an incredible angle and inflicted a vivid red wound on her hand. Is that so? I've grown weary of this game as well. Xingyo smiled, her gaze laden with meaning as it fell upon Golden Tooth's arm. Once the red orb had entered his body, a progress bar appeared on his arm. Visible only to her, it displayed the rate at which the red light was eroding his cells, and just moments ago, she had seen the number reach 100. Golden Tooth had intended to teach her a lesson for her insolence, but in the next instant, he realized that his arm had lost all sensation. His expression shifted dramatically as he desperately mobilized his abilities and mental energy. His eyes widening as he demanded, "What have you done?" "Nothing much, merely clearing out your old, obsolete cells," Xingyo replied, her tone courteous as she raised her hand to take the earthen stick tossed to her by Lao Su. Aiming it at him, Golden Tooth instinctively attempted to grasp the stick, but his arm had become completely disconnected, as if it had departed from this realm. In that moment of hesitation, the stick, infused with ample earth energy, struck him squarely in the chest, knocking him to the ground. As he fell, Lao Su swiftly conjured an earthen wall, enclosing the three of them within. "I don't know what your ability is, but do you really think you can kill me like this?" Golden Tooth struggled to sit up, summoning an array of sharp weapons around him. "You may have lost your hands, but do you know what you'll lose next?" Xingyo remained unflustered, resting the earthen stick on her shoulder, her tone remarkably calm. During their earlier exchange, she had cast another red orb at him, this time targeting his legs. She had considered directly attacking his neck or chest, but recalling the instructions in the manual, she deemed such actions too risky. She could only conjure 2 red orbs per day, and wasting one due to failure would be a pity. Thus, she chose a more conservative approach, destroying the cells in his legs, rendering him a cripple. Out of the corner of her eye, she noted the progress bar on his legs had already reached 90. "What kind of ability have you awakened?" Golden Tooth ground his teeth in frustration. He scanned the surroundings warily. Apart from the three of them and the weapons he had summoned, there was nothing else in the space. "I believe it's unnecessary for a dying man to know," Xingyo replied cryptically, refusing to disclose her powers. "Sometimes, the unknown is the most terrifying of all." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Golden Tooth's forehead, even in the sweltering heat exceeding 45 degrees. He felt an icy chill enveloping him. He directed his weapons to attack the two, while Lao Su intermittently blocked the small hidden projectiles with earth blocks, and Xingyo used the stick to deflect darts from various angles. At that moment, Golden Tooth finally realized he had lost sensation in his legs as well. He collapsed, his head striking the concrete floor and swelling into a large bump. He had finally come to believe her words. This time, he had been robbed of his legs. This marked the most humiliating day of Golden Tooth's existence since the onset of the apocalypse. He, along with the One-Eyed Man and the Burned Man, had formed a small team after awakening their abilities. After reaching the 3rd level, they brokered a deal with the 4th-level zombies that had taken over the depths of the dock. The zombies required the energy of ability users to level up and even awaken their own powers, while they sought the abundant resources of the dock to sustain their lives. Thus, they began to venture out in search of survivors. When encountering formidable foes, they would boast of the plentiful resources at the dock, claiming that they needed cooperation to fend off the zombies. Once they brought people to the dock, they would join forces with the zombies to slaughter them. When they encountered the weak and ordinary, they would kill indiscriminately, men being slain, while women were taken back to the dock to satiate their lust. During this time, some equally unscrupulous individuals, after being observed by them, mostly joined their ranks, becoming new traitors. Thus, their team gradually grew from 3 members to 12. When they encountered the team from Isher today, they had followed their usual practice of leading people to the dock, only to discover that 3 other teams awaited them on the other side. Initially, he had been exhilarated. More people meant greater satisfaction for the zombies. If they were satisfied, they would control more of their underlings to perish, and the crystal cores would belong to them. With the crystal cores, they could level up more swiftly, thus falling into an endless cycle of mutual strengthening. As for the accusations of betraying humanity, Golden Tooth paid them no heed. He only cared about his own survival. What did it matter to him whether humanity lived or died? Before the apocalypse, he had not lived such a splendid life that he could indulge in gourmet food whenever he pleased, engage with women at will, without facing discrimination or being secretly derided as a nouveau riche. Golden Tooth was quite content with this life. When he left the embrace of a woman that morning, he had never imagined he would meet his end here. A sinister grin crept across Golden Tooth's face. "I may have lost, but you shan't fare any better," Xingyo immediately realized. Lao Su. He intends to self-destruct. No sooner had she spoken than a tremendous surge of metallic elemental energy erupted from Golden Tooth as the earthen wall enclosed him. His body began to swell and shatter into fragments, blood and flesh flying in all directions. Boom! The powerful blast shattered the earthen wall, scattering debris everywhere. Lao Su quickly erected a second enclosure, but within 5 seconds, it began to tremble again. Only after the third wall crumbled did the energy dissipate, and Lao Su found his mental strength significantly depleted. Indeed, a 5th-level ability user's full-force explosion was no trifling matter. He could no longer conjure such a sturdy and expansive barrier. Xinting tossed a healing ability at him, asking, "How are you?" "I'm fine, just a bit drained mentally. Are you all right?" Lao Su waved his hand dismissively. "I'm unscathed," Xinting replied, shaking her head. The aftermath of the explosion had been deflected by Lao Su. Golden Tooth's self-detonation had drawn the attention of everyone present. The one-eyed man, having freed himself from Li Xinting's water sphere, rushed toward the fragments of Golden Tooth's body, shouting, "What have you done?" He glared at Xinting and Lao Su, vowing, "I will make you pay." "Nothing at all. It is everyone's duty to eliminate traitors," Xinting stated, using her earthen stick to disperse his fireball. "Your opponent is me. What skill is there in fleeing midway?" Li Xinting quickly intervened, engaging the one-eyed man once more. Meanwhile, the burned man intensified his assault, prompting Liang to amplify his ability output. "Show your mettle." The Escher team, also engaged in battling zombies, cheered for Lao Su and Xinting. After Golden Tooth's demise, apart from the one-eyed man and the burned man, the remaining comrades quickly showed signs of defeat, with some already beginning to flee. "Leave no one behind," De Chung bellowed loudly, firing his weapon to bring down a would-be escapee. The members of the Escher team, imbued with fervor, bore the wounds inflicted by Jin Ya's earlier dart attacks, yet each stood resolute, showcasing their extraordinary abilities in combat against the traitors. Before long, both the one-eyed man and the burn-scarred individual found themselves overmatched. Despite being at the 4th level, the Xiaomu team exhibited an aura of invincibility. Li Xinting and Liang, seasoned warriors in hand-to-hand combat, swiftly gained the upper hand as the one-eyed man wiped the moisture from his face and exchanged a glance with the burn-scarred man. He prepared to deliver a parting taunt before death claimed him, only to be met with a high-velocity bullet that pierced the back of his skull. Red snowflakes blossomed in the air, cascading to the ground under the sea breeze, leaving behind a sanguine stain. The one-eyed man collapsed, and in the moment of his fall, a similarly brilliant red flower appeared in his dilated pupils. The burn-scarred man was decapitated by Liang's electric strike. Do not afford them another chance to self-destruct. Gongzi holstered his pistol, a newly formed long needle piercing the brain of a 3rd-level zombie behind him. Li Xinting nodded, and together with her companions, they swiftly dispatched the remaining traitors. Zhu Song, having been stunned multiple times, could hardly utter a word. It dawned upon him that the Xiaomu team harbored so many 4th-level abilities, having concealed their strengths throughout their journey. Now, the only formidable threats were the 6th-level zombies and the zombie dogs that we shall assist the boss. "The other zombies are your concern," Lao Su remarked to Zhu Song. "Rest assured, while we may not be able to assist with much else, we can certainly band together to eliminate these 4th-level zombies," Zhu Song affirmed. Although they were all 3rd-level abilities, they were confident that with coordinated efforts, they could handle these ordinary 4th-level zombies. Li Wei and the others had no objections. Undoubtedly, their recent skirmish with the traitors had made it starkly clear that they were inferior to the Xiaomu team. Even the ordinary Xinting had managed to hold his own against Jin Ya for a few exchanges, while they didn't believe Jin Ya's eventual self-destruction was due to Xinting. It was evident that he had survived Jin Ya's onslaught before the earthen walls were erected. Their previously scorned Xinting had been diligently slaying zombies alongside that pretty boy, not dragging anyone down. Upon reflection, it was their own team that had exhibited lackluster performance. This realization left these privileged young masters of the apocalypse feeling like a thorn in their throats, lacking the strength of others. They could only submit to arrangements and play the most inconspicuous roles. Chapter 41. Li Xinting engaged in several rounds with the 6th-level zombie. In terms of muscular strength, the 6th-level zombie was indeed more formidable. Yet Li Xinting, utilizing his abilities, often managed to inflict unexpected damage. Even though these injuries did not strike vital areas, merely causing minor discomfort, they were akin to an irritating mosquito that one could not seem to swat away. Within half an hour, Its partners had been completely obliterated, sowing seeds of retreat within it. The human faction it was familiar with operated on a basis of mutual need, and it had chosen to collaborate with them for hunting due to their unscrupulous nature. However, this group of unhinged madmen had ultimately resulted in no survivors, a testament to the formidable nature of the team before it. Moreover, it had yet to awaken its own abilities, relying solely on its physical strength, which would undoubtedly lead to its slow demise at the hands of blunt instruments. Possessing intelligence, it had devised a method of collaboration. Now, faced with a dire situation, it contemplated a timely withdrawal. It could hunt a few more ability users elsewhere, ascend to the 7th level, awaken its powers, and return for vengeance. Li Xinting, a psychic ability user, was keenly perceptive and quickly discerned that the zombies' movements had lost their previous fluidity and ferocity. Advanced zombies were not merely mindless creatures. They possessed intellect, something he had witnessed before. This change in demeanor indicated that the zombie either sought to lower his guard or was searching for an opportunity to flee. Regardless of its intentions, he would not allow it to succeed. Li Xinting suddenly intensified his ice-based abilities while simultaneously invading the zombie's mind with his psychic powers, eliciting a pained roar from its mouth. Nearby, the zombie dogs sensed the sound and were inexplicably gripped by fear, instinctively attempting to flee. Block it. Xinting struck the zombie dog in the abdomen, toppling it to the ground. Zhou Kai, understanding the cue, channeled all his energy into his lightning abilities, delivering a powerful bolt to the wound inflicted by Xinting. The force of a 4th-level ability wielder combined with the ferocity of lightning caused the zombie dog to convulse violently. Simultaneously, resilient ice spikes pierced the 6th-level zombie from all directions, turning it into a sieve. Its howls abruptly ceased as it met its end. Li Xinting extracted the crystal core from its mind and pocketed it. Casting a glance at the convulsing zombie dog, "You can handle this. I will refrain from intervening," he stated calmly. Turning to Gongzi and the others, who had intended to assist, he added, "Let us continue clearing these zombies. The number at the dock is substantial." Gongzi and the others nodded, joining the cleanup crew at that moment. Li Xinting narrowly evaded a sudden strike from a green claw, only to have her right leg caught by a cluster of tightly packed containers, nearly causing her to topple onto the zombie before her. Fortunately, Zhang Yi was quick to pull her back. "You scared me. Why are there so many boxes all of a sudden?" Li Xinting exhaled in relief. "We've reached the front of the warehouse. These must be cargo that was half-loaded and scattered." Zhang Yi kicked aside a zombie and surveyed the surroundings, confirming their proximity to the warehouse entrance. "We've made it this far?" Li Xinting exclaimed in surprise. Although still within sight of their comrades, they had strayed from the central battlefield. "We've wandered a bit too far. Let us turn back, lest we accidentally become separated," Zhang Yi suggested, leading her back as they dispatched zombies along the way. Meanwhile, Xianrong, who was with Xianyu and Li Wei, noticed them gradually returning to the heart of the battlefield. A flicker of regret flashing in her eyes, she had intentionally guided the zombies in this direction, hoping that the isolation would lead to their demise at the hands of the undead. However, she had not anticipated their timely response. Xianrong glanced once more at Xianjiu, who had just blasted a zombie's head with a gun. When had she learned to use a firearm? How could she, lacking abilities, dare to slay zombies? Moreover, her stamina was nothing like that of a sheltered young lady. At that moment, she witnessed the 6th-level zombie's crystal core being extracted by Li Xinting. Deepening her sense of despair. In the past, she had been quite taken with Li Xinting's appearance, as he perfectly matched her aesthetic standards. Yet, his lowly status rendered him unworthy of her. Xianrong gradually convinced herself that his humble background mattered little. She didn't need to forge a genuine connection. Merely leaving an impression in his mind would suffice. Thus, when, at a gathering, Li Xinting cast his gaze in her direction, she refrained from stopping her friend's teasing, merely smiling in silence. Later, upon learning of the rumors about a love child harboring feelings for her, she chose not to clarify, responding to inquiries with a smile, asserting that everyone had the right to love. Yet now, she truly understood that day he had only been looking at Xianjiu, having even declared that he had never paid her any mind. She etched this humiliation into her memory. Throughout her life, she could not abide others outshining her. Having successfully driven Xianjiu abroad, she had not anticipated the apocalypse's sudden eruption, which not only stripped away her privileged existence but also brought back the very individuals she despised the most. Even Xinting, whom she deemed inferior in every aspect, had become more brazen. She longed to teach them a lesson, but not now. At least not yet to Li Xinting's abilities were unexpectedly formidable. A 4th-level wielder could kill a 6th-level zombie. And he was likely on the cusp of ascending to the 5th level, while Zhou Kai could not match his speed. Attempting to strike at Xi and Jiu under Li Xinting's watchful eye would surely fail. She would have to bide her time, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Xi and Rong swung her knife at the zombie's chest, filthy, foul-smelling blood splattering as she deftly sidestepped the grotesque spray. "Sister, let me handle it." "You can provide support from the sidelines." Xian disregarded the filth around him and drove a long nail into the zombie's brain. He was acutely aware that his elder sister had always been particularly fastidious about cleanliness and had seldom engaged in the act of slaying zombies since the onset of the apocalypse. After awakening her healing abilities, she had seamlessly transitioned into a support role that on one hand, he felt it was imperative for her to cultivate her physical strength, while on the other, he did not wish for her to endure the disgust of decapitating zombies. Alas, he resigned himself to the thought that, given her surroundings, she was not lacking for support. Being a back-end personnel was indeed safer. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and He Ning successfully vanquished a colossal zombie dog through their collaboration. In the end, He Ning bestowed upon Zhou Kai 4 level 4 green crystals in exchange for a level 6 green crystal. Zhou Kai found himself in a predicament, as the green crystals he possessed were of a lower grade and insufficient in quantity to barter for a level 6 crystal. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced to He Ning's proposal that he had now come to realize that the Chaomu team was formidable enough to potentially supplant them as the most powerful force at the safe haven base. It seemed prudent to inform the base leader of this development. He was certain that Zhou Fu would find such strength intriguing. Approximately half an hour later, the area was finally cleared, granting the group a brief respite before the zombies from other regions could be drawn to them. "Thanks to you all, or else the 4 of us would surely have perished here." The captain of the Yishir team, Huang Lan, rose and clasped his fists in gratitude. "You can call me Lao Huang. We came here on a mission from the base to gather supplies, as I presume you did as well." "Indeed, we traveled from Wushai to is your team the only one from Yishir base?" Zhu Song inquired. "No, there is another 5-member team, but they were headed in a different direction. After entering the dock, we parted ways," Huang Lan replied, a hint of envy creeping into his thoughts regarding the other team, which had likely completed their supply run and begun their return journey, having avoided encounters with Jinya and his crew. "How fortunate they are," Zhu Song remarked with a sigh. "Do you require medical attention?" "My ability lies in healing," Xin Rong offered with a friendly smile. "That would be splendid. We shall each provide you with a level 3 crystal we just acquired." Huang Lan nodded in agreement. Their team had suffered the most injuries. While they had brought along medical supplies, nothing could match the efficacy of a healing ability. Xin Rong accepted graciously, channeling her powers to heal the 4 individuals. As a level 3 ability user, their wounds were not severe, merely impacting their agility. Thus her efforts required minimal exertion. "Captain Li, your team must have faced numerous zombies during the apocalypse. It is impressive to see so many level 4 ability users among you." Huang Lan could not help but express his admiration, and his nearby companions nodded in respectful agreement. "We have encountered our fair share of dangers on the road, but fortunately, we have emerged unscathed." Li Xinting replied with a smile, extending his hand for a shake. "Are you planning to continue concealing your strength?" Zhou Heng suddenly asked. His demeanor markedly improved. For him, those with power were worthy of his attention. "Not at all. Since it has already been displayed, there is no need for further concealment," Li Xinting responded, confident that Zhou Kai would not insist on them hiding their abilities, at least not in the eyes of the base's higher-ups. After over an hour of combat, fatigue began to set in. "Let us take this opportunity to replenish our energy with some food and swiftly gather the remaining supplies," He Ning suggested with a grin. Everyone agreed. The sooner they completed their task, the sooner they could leave, for the dock was hardly a place to linger. "Once we finish collecting supplies, let us investigate the area where Jinya and his crew last appeared. They should still be holding some ordinary humans captive," Xian proposed. Li Xinting nodded in understanding. He recognized her intention and had no objections to rescuing those who could be saved without endangering their own safety. However, even knowing they had come from the north, the vastness of that area posed a challenge in locating their previous hideout, which seemed a waste of time, as Xind pointed out, expressing his reluctance to engage in unnecessary efforts. "This is our team's responsibility. If you do not wish to partake, you are not obliged. We are not mandated to act in unison. You may return after collecting your supplies, Li Xinting interjected with a roll of her eyes. Before Li Xingdi could retort, Zhou Kai interjected, Li Xingjiu makes a valid point. If there is an opportunity to rescue those trapped ordinary people, we should lend our assistance and go together. He maintained a gentlemanly smile. His tone calm. Suit yourselves, Li Xingjiu remarked, taking a sip of milk. She was indifferent to whether they followed along, as her primary concern was concealing her powers, with the highest level 6 zombie and zombie dogs already eradicated from the dock. She was untroubled by the lack of abilities. Chapter 42. Additional content after a 20-minute respite, during which everyone absorbed a green crystal to replenish their powers, they commenced collecting supplies in the Eastern District. The Chamu team opted for the warehouses in the southern part of the Eastern District. Tining, accompanied by Gang Zi and De Cheng, began moving several large containers into the rear compartment of their vehicle. In the unseen periphery of other teams, Li Xinting was busy absorbing large containers into his spatial storage, while Wu Chang, as the publicly recognized spatial ability user, had no need for concealment. He filled 2/3 of the southern warehouse with spatial contents. Let us depart, the group said as they secured their supplies and were the first to exit the warehouse. He Ying glanced at the still unlaunched ship, sensing there might be valuable items aboard. Boss, should we take a look? Li Xinting nodded, and the group boarded the ship. Most of the zombies had already been dispatched during the commotion they had caused, leaving only a few remaining inside, which were easily dealt with. They gathered various life-saving supplies and weapons on board, filling the cargo they had already loaded into the spatial storage, which was now completely filled. If only we could find a football field-sized space. Li Xingjiu couldn't help but lament. This dock truly lives up to its reputation as one of the largest in the country. The abundance of supplies is remarkable. They have only explored the eastern area, yet have managed to fill the storage of 4 teams, she mused, contemplating the wealth of resources available. Such fortune is hard to come by. Li Xinting chuckled. How much more can you fit? Li Xingjiu leaned closer to whisper in his ear. The Chamu team was aware of the vastness of Li Xinting's storage, but the others were oblivious. Even though they were currently alone, discretion was prudent. Approximately 1/3 remains available that I hope to find a weapons cache. Li Xinting replied, unwilling to store any more ordinary supplies, as their team lacked for nothing in that regard. Weapons were of utmost importance. That would likely require a visit to a military base or finding a smuggling channel from the underworld. Li Xingjiu speculated, yearning to stockpile some weapons herself. Her bracelet concealed a small space that contained some emergency firearms and ammunition, but who would ever have enough? Since you are also from the underworld, why not use your connections to deduce wherein wanting weapons might be found? She proposed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Li Xinting ruffled her hair, acknowledging her cleverness. After all, a child born out of wedlock would hardly have access to firearms in the early days of the apocalypse. Yet he had no intention of hiding that from her. Let us postpone that for now. It's too crowded, and we can explore next time, he decided. Indeed, it is best to amass wealth quietly. Li Xingjiu concurred wholeheartedly. Once all teams had gathered the required supplies and their own provisions, they set off towards the northern district, the last known location of Jinya. Unquestionably, another battle awaited them in the northern district. Yet they were not intimidated by the level 3 and 4 zombies. The cleaning capabilities of the other 3 teams had also improved significantly under the intense combat conditions, making this mission worthwhile from every perspective. The sky had completely darkened, signaling the retreat of the radiant sun, leaving only a cold moon hanging high in the pitch-black sky, devoid of starlight. The temperature had plummeted to freezing, with the cold continuing to assert its dominance. After the zombies in the northern district had been largely cleared, they swiftly located Jinya and his crew's hideout. It was within the confines of a ship. Li Xingjiu pulled open the large door of the cabin just enough to glimpse 6 narrow iron cages inside. Within them were 6 naked women, who seemed startled by the sound of the opening door, immediately curling up in fear. Li Xingjiu turned away, refraining from opening the door further, and called to Wu Chang, who was nearby. Wu Gu, please fetch me 6 sets of women's clothing. Wu Chang nodded. The group had been mentally prepared, yet the reality of the situation still struck an uncomfortable chord. Jinya's team had imprisoned 6 women out of 12, and there could be more hidden away from view. The last few girls entered the ship, and after breaking the lock, they exhibited little reaction. This time, Li Xinrong took the initiative without waiting for others to speak. Using her healing abilities on each girl to mend some of their horrific wounds, the ones who persecuted you are dead, and we have cleared the zombies in the northern district. Here are some clean clothes. You are free now, Xingyo spoke gently. Upon hearing this, the girls gradually lifted their heads, disbelief etched on their faces. They're really dead. Indeed, in a gruesome manner, I witnessed it myself. Li Xinting's tone was resolute. A series of muffled sobs began to rise, initially subdued and restrained, but gradually becoming more pronounced. They finally picked up the clothes strewn on the ground, weeping as they donned them. We have been imprisoned for over 10 days. Those brutes murdered my dear friend, carelessly discarding her body into the ocean. They slaughtered my parents, and defiance against them results in brutal torture. They do not regard us as human beings at all. I yearn to find my family, uncertain if they still remain in watching. Our group was lured here under false pretenses. They colluded with the zombies to kill my comrades, leaving only the two of us girls to satisfy their perverse desires. After enduring relentless torment for half a month, the days of captivity saw initial resistance. But that group of beasts cruelly executed a girl before everyone, dismembering her body and casting it into the sea. Following this, they were left with no choice but to endure their humiliation, hoping for a day when these villains would be punished for their malevolent deeds. That day has finally arrived. Xinjiao assisted two severely injured girls to their feet. Seizing a moment when Xinyu and Xingyan were distracted, she discreetly tossed a healing orb to the two, signaling them to feign ignorance. The girls nodded subtly. Their long-sleeved clothing concealed the fading scars that had not been healed. Outside, some of our comrades remain, so you need not worry. He Ying opened the ship's door. Thank you. Are you from the base? After disembarking, a short-haired girl inquired of Xinjiao, one of the two she had secretly healed. Yes, we are abilities users from the Pingan base in Wushi. They are abilities users from the Yishur base, Xinjiao explained. What do you plan to do? Are you heading to the base? Huanglan asked. Xiaofu and Meng Meng intend to find their families. The four of us plan to head to a nearby base. Yishur is the closest. Could you please inform us of the requirements for entering the base? The short-haired girl inquired. Ordinary individuals must provide 30 pounds of food, while abilities users must contribute 15 pounds. Huanglan summarized the basic conditions of the Yishur base for them. The Yishur base is a small facility. Yet it is fortunate to have a very responsible leader. The internal hierarchy is not overly pronounced, allowing those living within the base to lead relatively stable lives, with little unrest. All right. We will gather some supplies in the next few days and head to Yishur. My name is Suzhou. The short-haired girl nodded. She forced herself to emerge from the hellish existence of the past month and a half. Compared to those companions who had perished, at least she was still alive. Well, I will go back and inform the person responsible for registration at the base entrance, striving to have you assigned to a dormitory. Once your supplies are ready, you can come over, Huanglan said with a smile. Pleased with the base and hoping it would continue to grow, his small team had gained a certain reputation within the base, and this minor assistance was within his capacity. Thank you, several girls expressed their gratitude once more. With little time for pleasantries, as midnight approached, everyone needed to find a place to keep warm and rest, and they quickly said their farewells, perhaps never to meet again. Four groups boarded a ship anchored along the coast. This commercial cargo vessel was quite large, and they each sought different levels to rest. Li Xinting retrieved an automatic heater from his space, set up a small generator, and began warming the room, while Xinjiao went to wash up with the stored hot water. Half an hour later, everyone gathered together. Xinjiao, have you tested your ability yet? Liang eagerly asked. Yes, Xinjiao replied with a smile. Once it is thrown onto a human, it can kill a portion of cells. I used it to incapacitate Jinya's limbs, leaving him lying on the ground as a helpless wreck. Xinjiao briefly recounted the battle situation. Lao Su nodded alongside her. No one had witnessed the effects of the ability more directly than he had. Yes, at that moment, Jinya could only lie there using his ability, his limbs appearing normal, yet he could not control them, as if his nerves had suddenly severed. Your ability is astonishingly powerful. It seems that any fool who dares to lay a hand on you will surely regret it. He Ying praised as she draped an arm around Xinjiao's shoulders. Xinji was quite satisfied but added, I have discovered a limitation. I must make contact with the person for it to enter the target's body. I tried tossing it like a regular healing ability, but it simply returned to my hand. Upon reflection, this makes sense. If it could be thrown, it would indeed break the rules. Furthermore, I noticed that if it is thrown directly into a wound, the ability takes effect more swiftly. For instance, Jinya lost sensation in his legs so quickly, likely because I made contact with the wound on his waist when I inserted the red orb into him the second time. How long does it take to take effect? Li Xinting inquired. I estimate about 3 minutes. If it enters through a wound, it might be expedited by approximately 30 seconds, Xinjiao replied, having kept track of the time during the day. Although she could see the progress bar, knowing in her heart brought her peace. Can your healing ability treat this kind of cell necrosis? He continued questioning. Xinjiao shook her head. No. I secretly tossed a small green orb at him. But there was no change in his necrotic leg. This rendered the second function's effect entirely unsolvable. Continuing to upgrade will surely enhance its power, and perhaps it could eventually act directly on the chest or abdomen. De Shang mused while stroking his chin. Yes, we have collected many crystal cores in recent days, but to advance to a level 5 abilities user, it would be best to acquire a level 5 zombies core. Li Xinting stated. In fact, if they were to use all the crystal cores they had obtained thus far, they could barely become level 5 abilities users, yet their energy would not compare to those who ascended through a level 5 core. This is because level 5 cores not only contain more concentrated energy, but also refine the meridians, fundamentally enhancing one's abilities. Yes, we do not intend to upgrade. We will wait until we obtain a level 5 white crystal before advancing. He nodded. Xinjiao looked at Li Xinting. Do you intend to advance to level 6? After all, he had obtained a level 6 crystal core today. Li Xinting shook his head. No. I have a premonition that advancing to level 6 will require more than one level 6 crystal core. And it is preferable to have a level 6 mutated zombies core. Xinjiao understood. Indeed, the more precious the quality of the crystal core, the stronger the refinement obtained. Moreover, as a tri-type abilities user, he required that immense energy even more. With no further exchanges, the group returned to their respective rooms to rest, as it was already late. The departure time set by the teams was 10 in the morning, and after a day of battling, their bodies needed recuperation. Chapter 43. The return journey. The next morning, after finishing the noodles cooked by De Shang, the 4 teams reconvened. Everyone, we are returning to Yishur now. Until we meet again, Huang Lan bid them farewell. Be cautious on the road, Li Xinting nodded, while Zhou Kai and Zhu Song similarly acknowledged him. Shall we depart as well? After Huang Lan's team left, Zhu Song asked the other 2 leaders. Let's head back. We have loaded all the supplies we can. There are so many resources here. We can come again next time, Zhou Kai agreed. The tasks can be undertaken repeatedly, unless the task target is deceased or all resources at the task location have been collected. Li Xinting had no objections, so the group boarded their vehicles and commenced their return journey. Sigh. It's so much more comfortable doing missions with our own team, Xintong lamented from the back seat. To conceal Li Xinting's luxurious space, they could only use the 2 vans they had driven to the base initially. At this moment, they could not openly store their supplies in the space, significantly reducing their seating space. It is not ideal to always be a lone wolf. Being too solitary in a social setting like the base would attract excessive attention, He Ying remarked. Of course, I too prefer our team to operate independently, but since we chose to enter the base, there must be some compromise, she added. Yes, I understand, Ying. I just feel that coordinating with other teams is too inconvenient. Xintong replied, adding indignantly, especially with that self-proclaimed king. She couldn't help but scoff. Who even came up with such a juvenile name? It's a wonder Zhou Kai agreed to it. Speaking of which, the driver, Liang, chuckled. I thought that joke had long been put to rest. It was indeed a bit amusing when I first heard it. Zhou Kai will surely inform the base of our situation upon returning. Jiang Yi interjected. He certainly will, and I have noticed that he looks at Xinjiao differently. Gongzi chimed in. Huh? How did you notice that? Wu Chong asked curiously. Gongzi was typically the quietest in the group, yet he was observant. Before the apocalypse, Li Xinting had entrusted him with details that required special attention. Hearing this, Wu Chong knew he wouldn't speak without reason. Xintong immediately looked towards the quiet young man with bangs partially obscuring his eyes. Since Xinjiao wasn't in the same vehicle, she had to listen intently for her sister's sake. That night in the warehouse, I noticed the boss's gaze when he shared a tent with Xinjiao was quite unusual. My tent happened to be close to their group, and I saw it clearly. Gongzi explained. No way. Could it be that Zhou Kai has feelings for my sister? Xintong was somewhat taken aback, unable to fathom what could possibly provoke the typically mild-mannered Zhou Kai to change his demeanor. She muttered to herself, but Zhou Kai hardly ever sees my sister. Doesn't he usually spend his time with Xinrong and Xinyue? Who knows? Sometimes, it's truly perplexing to understand what goes on in the minds of that group of wealthy young men. Liang shrugged. According to your reasoning, Xintong, Zhou Kai should be more fond of Xinrong, right? He Ying was equally confused. Indeed, many people in our circle share that sentiment. During the apocalypse escape, he was always in the same car as Shinrong. If he truly had feelings for my sister, he wouldn't show such concern for Shinrong, especially knowing how poor their relationship is. Xintong scratched her ear. You remember Jiang Ziyuan, right? He has liked my sister for years. Yet he keeps his distance from Shinrong. Even if he is unaware of Shinrong's hidden actions, he knows that Shinrong is Zhao Fu's daughter, and Zhao Fu is my sister's stepmother. With that connection, he understands the need to maintain distance. Could the usually astute Zhou Kai really be oblivious to this? Jiang Yi pondered. Let me darkly speculate. Could he perhaps be aiming to support Shinrong's rise? In that case, my sister would face more exclusion, and he could step in when she's isolated. Oh my, if that is true, then Zhou Kai must be utterly deranged, He Ying exclaimed, astonished. She had never encountered such madness in her years on the streets. Xintong felt goosebumps on her arms and declared, I must inform my sister about this when I get back. She needs to be cautious. Yes, it's wise to give her a heads up. Although the apocalypse is upon us, and she has awakened her powers, it is still better to have some awareness. Liang concurred. You're quite perceptive. How do you make such astute guesses? Xintong nudged Jiang Yi's arm playfully. Because I've been through it before. My adoptive mother was that kind of lunatic. She constantly undermined my confidence when I was young, and only later did I realize she did so to exert better control over me. Jiang Yi spoke of his past with a calm demeanor. He was adopted, and when his adoptive father died in a car accident shortly after he graduated from elementary school, his adoptive mother's mental state deteriorated, eventually leading to bipolar disorder. She projected all her emotional investments onto him, and for a time, he became extremely sensitive and insecure under her relentless invalidation. Ultimately, he managed to adjust only because of a growing breadth of knowledge. Books taught him self-acceptance. After gradually emerging from his painful sense of inadequacy, he discovered during an argument with his adoptive mother the true motive behind her oppressive behavior. Following that confrontation, her condition worsened until, after his college entrance exams, she took her life by jumping from a building. When he met Xintong, he was irresistibly drawn to her vibrant energy, realizing he would never feel such exhilaration again. I would never control you, Xintong assured him, her grip on his hand firm and sincere. Jiang Yi chuckled. Xintong, honestly, if you did want to control me, it wouldn't bother me. Ying shivered at his words. Dear younger siblings, please be considerate of our feelings as the other big lights in the room did. Ying, why don't you find a man to date and enjoy yourself? Xintong suggested with ease. Resting her head on He Ying's shoulder, having trained alongside her for a long time, she knew that beneath He Ying's sharp tongue lay a soft heart, reminiscent of a strong woman. Let it be. Being carefree is preferable. He Ying had moved on from her feelings for Li Xinting and was at peace with her current state. At that moment, Liang interjected, Xintong, this love of yours truly isn't something an ordinary person could engage in. I certainly couldn't. During their time together, he had witnessed the myriad tempers of girls, grateful that Xintong only directed hers at Jiang Yi. You all don't understand, Xintong pouted, resolutely stating that she would never suppress her personality for a man. The journey back to the safe base was uneventful. Ever since their identities as level 4 ability users were revealed at the docks, they could dispatch zombies without restraint, moving swiftly even when encountering level 4 zombies. The other two teams struggled to keep pace, allowing the Chaomu squad to return to base half a day earlier than the others. He Ning, Wu Chong, Lao Su, and Liang drove a van to the mission hall to settle their contribution points, while the others headed back to the villa to rest. Once everyone freshened up, Deshang went to the kitchen to prepare lunch, and upon returning, He Ning mentioned the contribution points. Each person will receive 150 contribution points, already credited to your identity wristbands. Great. We'll head to Wushi to clear zombies the day after tomorrow. Li Xinting nodded in agreement. There was no training that could compare to actual combat. Fighting was the best way for them to enhance their abilities. Boss, shouldn't we be on guard for the base management team coming after us? Liang inquired. No need. Waiting for them to show up seems a bit too eager. We'll act as if we're unaware. Li Xinting shook his head. Having just finished her shower and preparing to dry her hair, Xinjiu heard a knock at the door. What is up? She glanced at Xintong by the door. Sister, let us talk inside. Xintong pointed toward the room. Xinjiu shot her a suspicious look before gesturing for her to enter and turning on the hairdryer. What is going on? Xintong then recounted their speculations about Zhou Kai in the car. I don't feel like he has any interest in me, Xinjiu remarked, perplexed. as she switched off the dryer. She could hardly recall how many times she had spoken to Zhou Kai. That's precisely what's alarming. Sister, if Jiang Yi's guess is correct, seeing you with your brother-in-law would surely stir trouble for him. Xintong insisted emphatically. All right, I'll keep an eye out. Those people love to stir up trouble. I didn't hear a peep from them while I was abroad. Xianjiu expressed her exasperation. The original Xianjiu had been abroad for over 3 years, and the number of people who reached out to her was scant. Now they were pretending to care. Back then, everyone thought you wouldn't return. Xintong pouted. Who doesn't know that when the eldest daughter of the Xin family is sent abroad for studies, it signifies her marginalization? Well, don't worry. I want to engage with them. Xianjiu reassured her, unaffected by their presence. She resumed drying her hair and added, I see you've been quite serious about training with Yingying lately. You must keep it up and not give up halfway. Yes, I'm determined to persevere. Only now do I realize how wonderful it feels to accomplish something through my own abilities that I in the past. I had no worries, surrounded by luxurious attire. Yet I never felt this happy, Xintong mused, playing with a small cat figurine from the sofa. Had anyone told her that she would find greater happiness after the apocalypse, she would have scolded them. Yet here she was, living that truth. That's because you were financially free before, but not emotionally. Now, you don't need to care about others' opinions. You've escaped the stifling environment. And you've met someone who truly loves you. It's only natural you feel happier. Xianjiu smiled, recognizing that this tense life, where she occasionally fought for her life against zombies, was indeed more fulfilling than her previous part-time work. She no longer had to spin like a top every day, nor force herself to socialize with those she disliked, free from tedious group activities and formalities, leading to a much lighter existence. Yet, the ever-changing climate made their once beautiful home frightening and unfamiliar. She still hoped that one day the apocalypse would end, and life could return to a mundane normalcy, that it would be perfect if the zombie virus vanished. Xintong lamented, despite gaining self-affirmation from vanquishing monsters, she still found them repulsive and grotesque, utterly unsettling. That day will come, Xianjiu said, her eyes sparkling with hope, though she was unaware of the virus's origins. She believed it could not be invincible. Nature is fair, and a way to embrace peace would surely be found. Chapter 44. Time travel? Sister, when did you and brother-in-law get together? Did you keep in touch while abroad? Xintong inquired, her eyebrows raised as she observed Xianjiu drying her hair. Fresh from her shower, her skin glowed with moisture, her dark hair occasionally brushing against her face, her phoenix eyes calm. Even another woman found her enchanting. No, I only met him after returning to the country. We've been together for less than 6 months. Xianjiu playfully patted Xintong on the shoulder. What's this? Are you eager for my gossip? Absolutely. My curiosity is killing me. It feels like you two being together is as magical as Snow White marrying a dragon, Xintong exaggeratedly described. Xianjiu chuckled. So in your eyes, Li Xinting is a dragon? Xintong slightly stuck out her tongue. Oh, I'm just a bit intimidated by him. I didn't feel that way before, but now he seems formidable. It is strange. Li Xinting never had such a presence before. She could only surmise that he had been concealing his true self all along, and that level of composure was impressive. Even now, when interacting with him, despite his generally friendly demeanor, she found herself hesitant, unable to joke around in his presence. Relax, he usually doesn't get angry. Xianjiu turned off the fan and placed it in the drawer. That I understand, but I still cannot help but fear him. Sister, did you not find him intimidating when you were with him? Moreover, you had not yet awakened your abilities back then, right? Xintang's gaze was fervent. Xianjiu tidied up the hair that had fallen to the ground and tossed it into the trash bin. No, I am quite bold. However, Li Xinting indeed lacked any imposing presence in front of her. It seemed that no matter what she did, he could tolerate it, which was why she had initially been so unreserved. You must have had a difficult time abroad, Xintang sighed. She had once been a well-known cold beauty in the circle, always composed, but the fortitude and decisiveness she had developed were undoubtedly born out of necessity. Xinrong and Zhao Fu were truly detestable, anger flashing across Xintang's face. Xianjiu could tell she had concocted some fanciful narratives. In reality, during those 3 years abroad, the original owner had lived quite well, aside from the loneliness of lacking family. Her life was remarkably tranquil. Yet now, in retrospect, she could sense the bitterness and the helplessness of maintaining a No one knew that her aloof demeanor was a form of self-protection. After her grandfather's passing, the emotions on her face had diminished even further, while deep down, she had always felt profoundly lonely. Just like her past self, she acted with fervor and had a stubborn temper. Yet when faced with difficult customers during her part-time jobs, she had to swallow her anger and apologize with a smile. Over time, she learned to wear a smile around others, striving to avoid conflict and enveloping herself in a protective shell. The memories of her previous life were now quite hazy, like a distant dream, yet they remained strikingly vivid, leaving Xingyo sometimes unable to discern whether she had truly stepped into a book. Don't overthink it. The reason I often lacked expression before was merely because I had not yet let go of those unrealistic fantasies. Now that I have come to terms with everything, I certainly will not confine myself to past obsessions. Xingyo smiled, applying some toner to her face. Let's go. Decheng should be finishing up dinner soon. The two descended the stairs, and as expected, lunch was ready, the dining table laden with steaming dishes. Decheng, your culinary skills are exceptional. Honestly, I dream of eating your cooking. Xingyo took a bite of the shrimp paste and gave a thumbs up in praise. Mealtime had become one of her happiest moments each day. I am honored. If you like it, eat more. Decheng chuckled, relishing the joy he found in cooking and witnessing others enjoy his meals. 2 bowls today? Xingyo declared with determination. Li Xinting placed a plate of peeled shrimp before her. Take your time. No one is competing with you. Liang teased. Why are you so eager to eat today? Your appetite seems better than before, because all the dishes today are my favorites. Xingyo took a sip of milk. Besides, after a few days of roughing it, it feels particularly comforting to have a proper meal now. After saying this, she nudged Li Xinting's arm. Here, next time you cook, make these dishes. I love them all. He nodded lightly, gaining further understanding of her culinary preferences. Shall we accept the task of clearing the zombies in Wushi this afternoon? He Ning inquired. Yes, let's choose the task in the western part of Wushi first. Li Xinting replied. Wushi is located north of Ningqing, and its western district is relatively underdeveloped, with higher crime rates than the other 3 districts. Before the apocalypse, most underground forces in Wushi had their territories in the western district, making it the most likely place to acquire weapons. He Ning understood Li Xinting's implication keenly. Understood, sir. After lunch, they all headed to the task hall, where there were numerous missions to clear zombies. They quickly selected their desired task, and upon returning to the villa, they had yet to hear news of the other 2 teams' return. The Chamu team trained as usual, and Xingyo attacked Li Xinting with a dagger. After several rounds, she collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, I need a 5-minute break to catch my breath. His strength was overwhelming, and his reflexes were quick. It was easy for him to block or evade her thrusts, and she had only managed to pierce the leather armor he wore. Li Xinting nodded, utilizing the 5 minutes to practice his marksmanship. All right. Xingyo stood up, wiping the sweat from her face with a towel, and charged at him with her knife. She continuously executed the techniques he had taught her, and leveraging the flexibility she had developed from dance. She occasionally twisted her shoulders or waist to launch surprise attacks. They fought for nearly an hour until she was utterly exhausted and stopped, looking at the armor adorned with 10 knife marks. She beamed, I've improved significantly today. I'm very satisfied. Both your agility and on-the-spot improvisation have indeed improved. Li Xinting was also pleased with the training results. Have you memorized the vulnerable points of the human joints? He inquired. I have, but there are a few spots I still tend to forget. Let's practice again tomorrow. Xingyo was stretching her muscles, noting that some small joints were easily confused, and she needed to remember them better. After stretching last night, she stood up. Is today over? Yes, you should go wash up. I will finish this set of punches and return to my room. Li Xinting took a towel and wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Xingyo nodded. She truly lacked the energy to continue practicing and turned to leave the gym. While soaking in the bathtub, she looked at the 2 small light orbs in her hand and had a sudden idea. Since the daily usage of the orbs was limited, could she perhaps store them when not out fighting zombies? Similar to the laundry pods before the apocalypse, if successful, she could prepare a few healing orbs for each team member, ensuring their safety even if she couldn't reach them in time during emergencies. With this thought, she set about putting it into action, but encountered a key problem during the condensation of the green orbs. She lacked a container. Frowning, Xingyo entered the bracelet space, searching meticulously for a suitable container to hold the orbs. A bottle? No, That would be cumbersome and too conspicuous that a vacuum-sealed bag. That seemed discreet. Perhaps a small one would suffice. A test tube? She spotted some glass test tubes that had been inexplicably placed in her space, opening one to find about 100 of them, each about the length of her index finger. This could work. After searching for a while longer without finding any other suitable containers, she prepared to exit, only to open her eyes and meet Li Xinting's rare expression of concern. Xinjiu paused. What's wrong? Seeing she did not appear to be in distress, Li Xinting relaxed his tense muscles. That I called for you a few times outside. When you didn't respond, I became worried and came in. I am fine. I just entered the bracelet space and didn't hear you call. Xinjiu grasped his hand resting on her shoulder, patting it to soothe him. All right, the water has cooled. Please get dressed quickly. Li Xinting felt relieved, knowing she was shy, and turned to exit the bathroom first. Xinjiu watched his retreating figure, recalling the worried look in his eyes, and smiled silently. She tidied herself up and changed into her pajamas before heading out. When Li Xinting entered to wash up, she retrieved a test tube from the space and carefully compressed the green orb inside. The pale green circular light transformed into a long strip, slowly flowing into the transparent test tube. In the darkness, it resembled a glow stick at a concert, vibrant and eye-catching. She placed the test tube under the covers, and just as Li Xinting sat on the bed, she pulled it out and placed it in his hand. Look, I thought of this while showering. The first one is for you. Li Xinting gazed at the beautiful glow between his fingers. So you were looking for this in the space. Thank you. Yes, I stayed in there a bit too long, so I didn't hear you calling me. Xinjiu wrapped her arm around his, apologizing for making him worried. That he caressed her soft hair, relieved to see she was well. Li Xinting stored the test tube in the space and checked her temperature. I'm not cold. The heater is on. Let us sleep. Xinjiu smiled as she lay down, wrapping her arms around his waist. Li Xinting followed suit, reaching out to turn off the bedside lamp. In the middle of the night, Xinjiu awoke from her dreams, staring at the dark ceiling, still entranced by the remnants of her slumber. She dreamt of the two encounters with Li Xinting before the apocalypse, memories long buried in her mind, perhaps brought to the forefront by the intensity of his gaze today, unlocking memories that had lain dormant for too long. She turned to look at the person sleeping beside her, surprised to find that her moonlight was real. He even played along with her drunken antics as the so-called fairy envoy. Xinjiu raised her hand to her heart, feeling no repulsion towards this. Yet if this were indeed the case, the original owner was the original owner, and she was she. She could not ignore that. Reflecting on the almost identical habits and preferences she shared with the original owner, she could almost feel the original owner's pain and regret before her demise. And no matter how hard she tried to dismiss it, the possibility of there never having been two Xinjius loomed large. Chapter 45. Speculation. Xinjiu began to reminisce about her previous life, which starkly contrasted with the opulent existence of the eldest daughter of the Xin family. She had grown up in a humble orphanage, where everything she had was earned through her own efforts and struggles. During her school years, she had endured malicious bullying, which only waned after her fierce resistance. Aside from the compassionate donations from well-meaning individuals, most of her tuition and living expenses were secured through relentless part-time jobs. Reflecting on the obsessions that plagued her before her untimely demise, she felt an increasing sense of bravery and freedom, qualities she had tirelessly pursued in her past life. What could all this possibly mean? She attempted to touch her bracelet, silently calling out to the fleeting system that had appeared before her. She had arrived in this world following a car accident, during which the system had presented her with a novel titled The Doomsday Journey, leading her to believe that she was residing within the narrative. But what was the reality now? Was she merely a character in a book? An exception who had spent 21 years in a foreign realm before returning to her original world? Moreover, this book chronicled her former fate. Xinjiu's mind was a blank slate. She was certain she was a real person. But was this world genuine? Their actions mirrored those in the book for the most part. Yet who could assert that these minor deviations wouldn't provoke greater upheavals in the future? In the original narrative, the Chamu team ultimately established the Chaoyang base in the imperial capital, but the story ended abruptly there, leaving the subsequent events shrouded in mystery. Xinjiu began to recall the instances that diverged from the book's trajectory. But gradually, her expression grew increasingly grave. She glanced at the person beside her. Indeed, the greatest variable, aside from her character, who was meant to perish, was him. From the onset, he possessed immense potential, and when his abilities awakened. The emergence of a mental power branch marked an even greater transformation. Li Xinting. Was he still the Li Xinting from the book? A heaviness settled in Xing's heart as she unconsciously bit her lip. Even if she pondered these matters, how could she seek verification? If she truly were the original character, why had she lived for 21 years in another world before returning here through the narrative? Had anything similar transpired in Li Xinting's life as well? Xing's thoughts became a tangled mess, continually reminding herself, don't overthink it, perhaps in time, the answers will reveal themselves. Regardless, you are still alive. Are you not? So is Li Xinting. No matter what secrets he harbors, he means you no harm. There's no need for excessive suspicion. Actions speak louder than intentions, and what truly matters is how one behaves. She focused on regulating her breath, calming the myriad doubts and speculations within her, until she unknowingly drifted back into slumber. The following morning, Li Xinting awoke at his usual hour, and after freshening up, he noticed Xing still lost in sleep. They had retired early the previous night, so she should have been awake by now. That he approached her bedside and gently touched her forehead, confirming her temperature was normal. Perhaps she was simply fatigued from yesterday's training, so he decided not to rouse her and headed to the gym for a morning workout. Hey, is my sister still not up? Xing inquired casually after finishing her dumplings and noticing Xing had yet to descend. Yes, you two train as usual. I'll prepare her breakfast shortly, Li Xinting replied before turning to ascend the stairs. Halfway up, Xing approached him stealthily, lowering her voice to brother-in-law. During that time, you might want to exercise a bit of restraint. My sister's body certainly can't handle it like you can. Upon hearing this, Li Xinting shot her a bemused glance. Gaining a newfound understanding of her imaginative capabilities, he sighed in resignation. It's not as you think. He pinched the bridge of his nose, perplexed. Do you two sisters discuss everything in such detail? And no, I was just guessing. Ha! As long as that's not the case, I tend to overthink, so I'll just head off to train now. Xing stammered, eager to escape, waving her hands as she dashed upstairs, even employing her speed ability to vanish from his sight. Li Xinting sighed again, taking a few swift steps to complete his ascent and return to his room. As he opened the door, he met Xing's gaze. She had just risen from the bed. What's wrong? Xing asked, noticing his hurried demeanor. Did you not sleep well last night? He inquired, stepping closer, sensing her energy was not as vibrant as the previous day. The mention of sleep reminded Xing of the dream she had experienced. She made her way to the bathroom, with Li Xinting following closely behind. I just had a dream, she mumbled, her words slightly muffled as she brushed her teeth. Did you not enjoy it? He asked. Xing shook her head, rinsed her mouth, and splashed water on her face. Don't know. I actually dreamt of moments from when we first met. Li Xinting was momentarily taken aback. He had braced himself for the possibility of being forgotten, as those memories were merely his own lingering thoughts, mundane to her. Yet, he hadn't expected her to bring it up again. He gazed at Xing's reflection in the mirror, tentatively asking, was it the time when you were 15? Having dried her face with a towel, Xing turned to him with a smile. Well, yes and no. She continued applying toner in front of the mirror. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her waist as he embraced her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, their reflections locked in the mirror's gaze. You recalled the events of the adult banquet. He confirmed. Indeed, I never imagined you had ulterior motives back then. The elf messenger seemed to be enjoying the role quite a bit, she teased, raising an eyebrow. Li Xinting chuckled softly, his chest stirring at that time. My intentions went beyond merely wanting to be your elf messenger. He recalled how she had appeared that night, her cheeks flushed from drink, and his thoughts were far from virtuous. Xing stared at his reflection in the mirror. Intrigued though? Then what did you wish to do? He did not shy away from her gaze, gently tilting her chin to turn her slightly towards him. I wanted to do this. In an instant, their lips met. After sharing a passionate kiss, Xing felt her breath quicken. She playfully twisted his arm. So you've been thinking about me for that long. After our reunion, you still expected me to take the initiative? Li Xinting, you truly know how to feign innocence. Because I sought a definitive signal, he replied, his fingers pressing against her now luscious lips, his eyes glinting with desire. What signal? She inquired. At a signal confirming that I could openly express the long-held desires hidden in my heart. He answered, kissing her again, this time with fervor that surpassed all previous encounters. Xing found herself pressed against the edge of the sink, her soft waist yielding to his strength, nearly reclining against the counter. At that moment, Li Xinting's heart was consumed by possessiveness. After years of suppression, his feelings exploded, shattering the self-imposed restraints and taking command of his reason. Initially, Xinjiu had aimed to assert her own agency, returning his kiss with determination, but as the intensity grew, she found herself acquiescing, the air around them growing scarce. Her body instinctively responded, her hands clutching his broad shoulders. Finally, their passionate embrace broke, and she sank into his arms. Panting, "You did that on purpose. That was my intention all along," Li Xinting replied, holding her hand to his heart, revealing that all his emotions were no longer concealed, even if that night, when you awakened your powers had gone awry. "You would have still taken me with you?" Xinjiu asked, her gaze fixed on him. "Yes," he nodded. "Now that I have encountered you again, I shall not let you slip away." "What if there had been no apocalypse?" she inquired, curiosity piqued. Li Xinting pinched her cheek playfully, grinning. "I would have found a way to marry you. Regardless of your feelings, I would first create opportunities for contact. And if I genuinely had no recollection of our past meetings, would you tell me?" "No, for those memories are my own regrets, not yours," he replied. Noticing her breath steadying, he guided her outside. "Did you never consider seeking me abroad?" Xinjiu asked, looking at him. "Not before graduation. I was just one of the many ordinary faces in your life. Only when I gained enough strength could I compete for the role of the male lead in your story." With all his thoughts laid bare, he no longer concealed his feelings. Reflecting on the missed opportunities of their past, he felt a profound melancholy. He never imagined that one day the apocalypse would strike suddenly, separating them across continents and oceans, extinguishing any chance of reunion. In this life, having been reborn, he had planned to arrange everything and reach out to her in advance. Yet, fate seemed particularly kind to him this time, as she returned unexpectedly ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Xinjiu felt a complex mix of emotions. By the time he amassed sufficient strength, her fleeting life had already concluded. Li Xinting picked up a black hair tie from her vanity and gently began to style her hair. "At long last, I have fulfilled my wish." Xinjiu gazed at his tender expression in the mirror, choosing not to dwell on why he was different from the character in the book. After all, she had changed too, had she not? As long as this moment feels real and tangible, there is no need to delve deeply into the past, just as she did not confide in him about the events occurring within her. He, too, can choose to retain an air of mystery. Let us proceed to training. Xinjiu lightly flicked her tied ponytail, rising with a smile. "First, let us have a meal." Li Xinting walked alongside her. He suggested, "Allow me to prepare a bowl of dumplings for you. After all, we still have some time before lunch. We can't neglect nourishment." "Very well, just boil 10 to stave off hunger," she replied as she opened the door. Descending the stairs, they encountered Xinting, who was sipping water in the living room, and she exchanged a casual greeting. Once in the kitchen, Li Xinting recalled Xinting's words from the staircase, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Do you discuss everything when you chat?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "It's not like we talk about everything," Xinjiu replied, popping a cherry tomato into her mouth and offering him one. "What do you wish to say?" Consequently, Li Xinting, both resigned and amused, recounted the earlier incident in a few brief sentences, concluding with a laugh. "I truly did not expect her to think that way." Xinjiu felt a twinge of embarrassment, chuckling awkwardly. "Forget her. She occasionally has wild flights of imagination. How could I possibly share such intimate matters with her?" I have genuinely pondered whether girls discuss such topics. Li Xinting had now regained his composure. "That I cannot speak for others, but I certainly would not." Xinjiu shrugged her shoulders, declaring, "All right, let's not dwell on this topic any longer. If we continue, I might just leave this beautiful kitchen." Chapter 46. The Western District. I hope the Western District holds what we seek. On the way to the Western District of Wu City, a Liang sat in the vehicle, offering a silent prayer. Weapons and ammunition deplete rapidly, particularly tranquilizer rounds, which are far more practical in combat scenarios where firepower is not an option. Although they have stockpiled a considerable amount of ammunition, there will inevitably come a day when it runs out. Once there, they focused on locating abandoned warehouses and basements in the outskirts, as these firearms predominantly reside in desolate areas. Lao Su wrapped transparent tape around his arm. Beyond the Western District lies a vast expanse of mountains and forests. "Shall we venture into the hills?" Xinjiu inquired, gazing at the map in her hands. This time, We will only search the urban area. The mountains can be explored on our next visit, Li Xinting replied. Their current mission was allotted 3 days, and Zhou Kai and the others had already returned to the base. By now, the management must be aware of their team's situation. Given Zhou Fu's character, he would likely have begun preparing recruitment conditions, while it was unnecessary to cater to them at the expense of their mission. Searching the mountains would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time. Time could be stretched, but their attitude should not be overly lax, especially since they had no immediate plans to leave the base and did not wish to sever ties with the management. Furthermore, based on his memories from his previous life, Zhou Fu seemed to possess some knowledge regarding the emergence of the zombies in his past life. He had never had the chance to inquire before Zhou Fu chose to self-destruct. This time, he would approach it more cautiously. The base was not far from the Western District. Departing in the early morning, they arrived by noon. The visible disparities here were stark. The buildings lacked the prosperity and cleanliness of the city center. With sparse shops dotting the roadside, various advertisements for rental carts and housing were plastered on lampposts, while the ground was littered with overtly explicit promotional flyers, all showcasing the shadowy underbelly of modern urban life. Each of them consumed a bucket of instant noodles before arming themselves and commencing a sweep of the nearest shopping center in the Western District. Presently, most zombies no longer posed a threat to the team, and they had not partnered with other squads for this mission. Being among their own, there was no need to conceal their strengths, enabling them to work with remarkable efficiency. The team fought until 7 in the evening, only seeking refuge in a deserted warehouse after the sun had fully set'd. So far, these zombies are the most fashionable I have ever encountered, Decheng remarked as he wiped blood from his blade. One by one, most of them donned leather jackets, short skirts, and knee-high boots, adorned with intricate tattoos and an array of jangling jewelry. Their multicolored hair coated in various mysterious substances, and their faces heavily made up with smoky eyes. One could easily mistake this group of zombies for a dance party. However, the differences were glaringly apparent. Li Xinting added, the youth exhibit various tattoos and flamboyant hairstyles, but the older generation is altogether different. Their clothing is often faded and drab, as though they hail from entirely different worlds. It seems this area is more chaotic than we had anticipated. The middle-aged are bent by the burdens of life, while the youth indulge in hedonism. With such limited economic development in this region, it is no wonder the crime rate remains high. Wu Chong, while speaking, retrieved their provisions for the evening from their supplies to hand to Decheng. Prior to the mission, Decheng had already prepared 3 days' worth of meals, neatly packed in various containers, requiring only simple cooking to make them ready for consumption, a most convenient arrangement. Alas, the leadership in Wu City has long been complacent. Steeped in formalism, solely focused on developing the prosperous eastern and southern districts. Now, with the rampant spread of the zombie virus, most of the populace in the western district has succumbed to zombification. And any survivors who could have fled have likely done so. By the way, isn't the base leader Zhou Fu one of Wu City's officials? Xinjiao inquired. Yes, he was previously a secretary, though he has a rather poor reputation. He Ying replied. Li Xinting added, aside from Zhou Fu, the head of logistics is also part of Wu City's leadership. With the recent intensified anti-corruption efforts from the central government, it is remarkable that the apocalypse struck before Wu City was investigated. Zhou Fu is quite fortunate to have escaped the calamity, Jiang Yi lamented. Perhaps this is the curse of being a scourge that endures for millennia. Dinner is ready. Boss, are we heading to the infamous Qinglong Dao tomorrow? Decheng distributed the meal containers to everyone, directing his question to Li Xinting. Qinglong Dao is one of the largest gang organizations in the Western District, teeming with idle gang members who dropped out of school to loiter on the streets. The police here are overwhelmed, and the detention center is insufficient to hold them, so they have simply allowed them to run rampant. Indeed, ordinary thugs could not sustain such a large organization. There must be someone behind it. And with someone comes resources, Li Xinting remarked. He was not well acquainted with the specifics of Qinglong Dao. After departing from the Pingan base in his previous life, he had headed directly north, without lingering long in Wu City. That night, everyone rested to recover their energy expended during the day's battles, and the following morning, they set off for the gang's stronghold in the Western District. Xinjiao and Li Xinting formed a duo. Having just eliminated the zombies in a hardware store, they stepped through the glass doors when a male voice called out from behind. Heroes, wait for me. Just a moment. Turning around, they spotted a blue-haired young man in tattered leather and denim racing towards them. "Is there something you need?" Xingio asked, observing him. The blue-haired young man, known as Xu Pingyan, waved his hand, leaning on his knees and panting heavily. "Are you the official squad sent to clear the zombies?" "I live in this area. My name is Xu Pingyan. Can I join you?" "Xu Pingyan? What a rather auspicious name," Xingio replied politely, shaking her head. "We are not an official squad. We are a private organization from Pingyan Base." "What? Not an official team?" Xu Pingyan's expression immediately fell. He ruffled his unruly hair and, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, asked, "Then surely you must be returning to the base afterward. Can I follow you?" He had seen how adeptly the duo handled themselves and believed that in their organization, he could have held a leadership position as a mere bystander. He felt unsuitable for battling zombies, rather than cower in his house. Fearing any noise and waiting for a rescue team that might never arrive, he would prefer to accompany them. "First of all, you have no means of transportation. Secondly, we will not be responsible for you," Li Xinting said, twirling a dagger in his hand. This individual appeared to be one of the Qinglong Dao's thugs, but it remained uncertain whether he could provide any valuable intelligence. Upon hearing this, Xu Pingyan's mind began to race. If they were truly to refuse him, they could simply walk away. As a weakling, he could not possibly stop them. Yet, this statement suggested there might be room for negotiation. With his familiarity with the area serving as a bargaining chip, I understand. You are here to search for something, right? I grew up here. No one knows this area better than I do. The second-in-command of Qinglong Dao is my direct superior. Xu Pingyan eagerly promoted himself. His assertion about the second-in-command was not entirely unfounded. Since childhood, he had been trailing members of the organization and had become well acquainted with the streets. After finishing middle school, he joined the third team of the second unit of Qinglong Dao, and the second-in-command, Wu Shun, was indeed the captain of that unit. So by rough estimation, he could consider him a direct superior. The two before him fought with precision and appeared quite presentable, clearly capable individuals in this apocalyptic world. What could possibly draw attention to this dilapidated area in the Western District, particularly given the chaotic activities of their gang? If they were searching for supplies, would it not be more convenient to head to the large shopping centers in the Eastern or Southern districts? Thus, the most likely course of action is to procure weapons meant for combat, which constitutes the utmost value he can offer. His face radiates enthusiasm, even though the gauntness of his features is starkly apparent, his eyes devoid of any trace of fatigue. "I am aware of what my comrades require. Part of those items is stored in our gang's basement, and I know the way. However, there is another portion whose location eludes me." Initially, he was unaware of even this part's whereabouts until one occasion when he dutifully escorted a few inebriated brothers back to their hotel. During the journey, he gleaned this information from their animated discussions. After the emergence of the zombies, he too contemplated arming himself, but by a stroke of misfortune, he awoke to a water-based ability with minimal offensive capability, relegating him to a life of furtive development within the confines of his home, having only managed to elevate his powers to the second level thus far. "Very well, lead the way as a form of compensation. We can take you back to the base when we leave the West District," Li Xinting readily agreed. Although they could have located the basement themselves, the erratic layout of the buildings and the winding paths, brimming with countless alleyways, would ultimately squander their time. Hence, having someone guide them is undoubtedly the best option. Observing that Xu Pingyan is a person of discernment, eager to accompany them, he is unlikely to create any disturbances. The drive back to the base would take merely half a day, requiring little effort. No problem. By the way, how should I address you? Xu Pingyan eagerly trotted alongside the two Xingio, then mentioned their names and inquired, "Haven't you encountered any other survivors?" Judging by his appearance, it seems he has been here for quite some time. It would be improbable for him to have only seen the two of them during this period. "Indeed, but I cannot trust that group. Who knows when I might encounter a formidable zombie and be pushed forward as a shield?" Xu Pingyan was forthcoming with his responses. He continued, "After the zombies appeared, many from the gang fled, fighting fiercely for food and weapons, while I chose to retreat to my home. Eventually, this area gradually quieted down. Recently, some ability users passed through here, but I witnessed their behavior firsthand, snatching at women and berating children. Such individuals are even more despicable than I am. How could I dare to join them?" Though he led a wayward life, he had never committed any heinous acts. At most, he indulged in idleness. smoking and drinking without purpose. And even in matters of romance, he had not engaged with multiple partners simultaneously like many within the organization. Zhu Pingyan considered himself a rogue with integrity. Xingo chuckled, finding the man rather amusing. Are you not afraid that we might exploit you and then sell you off? In the face of absolute strength, schemes and plots are but trifles. You two are so powerful that even if you truly sold me, I would have no means to resist. However, I sense that you are not like those others. He replied that I possess no remarkable abilities, yet my instincts are exceedingly sharp. Zhu Pingyan feigned mystery, raising an eyebrow, which, combined with his not-so-large eyes, appeared quite comical. He had observed carefully. These two were well-organized even in their resource gathering, unlike those who rushed into a grocery store to haphazardly snatch everything in sight. Moreover, their striking demeanor suggested that their identities prior to the apocalypse were extraordinary. Such prominent figures would not bother to squabble with a mere underling like him, speak normally, and cease with the exaggerated expressions. Li Xinting glanced at him. My apologies, brother, it is merely a habit. I shall rectify it. Zhu Pingyan immediately composed himself, rubbing the sparse flesh remaining on his cheeks, and focused solemnly ahead. Chapter 47. Chun Lu Xingo and Li Xinting first led Zhu Pingyan to reunite with the other members of their team before proceeding to the basement together. After navigating several crowded alleys, they arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated KTV establishment. Zhu Pingyan pointed towards the entrance, addressing Li Xinting. Brother, the basement is right inside here. You certainly know how to conceal things. Storing firearms and ammunition here. Are you not afraid of discovery by patrons? De Chung remarked with a click of his tongue. Well, our boss says that great secrets often lie in plain sight. After all, he is the boss and his word is law. Zhu Pingyan waved his hand dismissively. Let us go in. Hiding in a KTV like this does indeed provide a veil of obscurity. Li Xinting stepped inside first. The interior of the KTV was adorned with graffiti, and posters of various foreign rock stars were plastered near the service desk, showcasing a trendy punk aesthetic. Xingo waved away the unpleasant air and swiftly dealt with the zombies that lunged at them. Move aside a bit. Why are you so timid? Xingo lightly tapped Zhu Pingyan's arm with the back of her knife, signaling him to shift. Regardless of the level of the zombies, he shrank back behind her at the sight of them. A tall figure of nearly 6 feet appearing rather cowardly at that moment. I truly fear these grotesque creatures. Otherwise, I would not have remained holed up in my home, Zhu Pingyan admitted candidly. His fear was genuine. The reason he managed to reach the second level was that he selectively attacked the solitary zombies that passed by his doorstep. Little brother, with such a timid disposition, how do you dare to roam the streets? Lao Su chuckled as he patted Zhu Pingyan's shoulder. That I am quite well liked. Everyone in the organization takes good care of me. Besides, are zombies even normal creatures? They are monsters that drink blood and feast on flesh, Zhu Pingyan remarked, gesturing with his lips. The zombies that emerged were swiftly dispatched by the group, and Zhu Pingyan led them into an office, where a small door was concealed behind a cabinet. The basement is accessed from here. After stating this, he graciously stepped aside. He Ning advanced to exert his power, effortlessly tearing down the chain that secured the door. He pushed it open, and after 2 minutes of silence, the group cautiously entered, leaving He Ying and Gongzi at the entrance to keep watch. The stairway descended in a zigzag pattern, and Wu Chong produced flashlights from his spatial pocket, distributing one to each person. Soon, the darkness was dispelled to either side. Upon reaching the bottom, they discovered a total of 8 wooden crates. These contained some common brands of handguns and ammunition. Liang inspected each box and reached a conclusion. In addition to the weapons, some crates are filled with gold bars, exuding a luxury that starkly contrasts with the West District. Let us collect everything, Li Xinting instructed, noting that the weapons were not abundant. With the total amount barely sufficient to replenish half of what they had already expended, it truly only these few crates. It seems some have been taken. Zhu Pingyan snapped his fingers. It must have been those older brothers who took them. If they Haven T turned into zombies, they would certainly return for the guns and bullets. He recalled that the gang had considerable financial resources. Thus it was implausible for the basement to be so sparsely stocked. Among the 8 crates, 2 contained gold, and only 6 held ammunition. With the numerous members of the Chaomu team, they would swiftly deplete these resources during intense battles. Zhu Pingyan felt a sense of panic, realizing that his value might not be as significant as he had imagined, uncertain whether they would still take him along. Let us head back, Li Xinting said. and the group quickly exited the basement. Upon stepping out of the KTV, he turned to Zhu Pingyan. We will depart for the base tomorrow at noon. Will you accompany us to slay zombies? Or would you prefer to find a place to wait until we return for you? Xngio, with good intentions, added, I suggest you kill some zombies with us and gather more supplies. He then briefly explained the entry rules for the Pingyan base. If he arrived empty-handed, he would surely be denied entry. Then I will follow you. Zhu Pingyan nodded vigorously. Their reasoning was sound. If he arrived destitute, he would indeed be barred from the base. Accompanying them would ensure his safety while allowing him to seize the opportunity to slay a few zombies. Thus, he temporarily joined the team as an auxiliary member. When Decheng prepared lunch, he also offered a portion to Zhu Pingyan, advising him to find his own food afterward. Thank you, Brother Decheng. Zhu Pingyan accepted the warm meal, nearly moved to tears. He had almost forgotten the last time he had eaten a hot meal, and no worries. Once you reach the base, you can work at the water and electricity station. So your basic meals will be assured. Decheng casually chatted with him. The largest gang in the West District, King Longdo, possessed only this meager amount of weapons. One could only imagine how much more rudimentary other gangs must be. While they had mentally prepared for this, the team could only sigh after an afternoon of searching without even a glimpse of a single firearm. That it seems this area holds no prospects. He Ning concluded as they rested in the warehouse that night. Let us proceed with the routine of clearing zombies tomorrow. We can look for weapons later. Li Xinting lamented that he could not conjure ammunition, and the only unexplored mountains might still yield something, but they currently lack the time to venture in. Brother, if you are not in a hurry, why not explore the mountains? I heard our second-in-command mention that a task was to be completed. Though I am unclear on the details, but during that one night, 2 large trucks of supplies were brought in. I do not know their exact location, but we scoured the West District and found nothing. They are likely hidden within the mountains, as King Longdo began its expansion there. Zhu Pingyan pondered for a moment before deciding to voice his thoughts. Throughout this journey, he had sensed that these individuals possessed an acute instinct for locating valuable items, suggesting they were well-versed in the intricacies of the underworld. Perhaps they had even been part of it prior to the apocalypse. Even if he chose not to disclose this information, it was likely they would eventually deduce it themselves. After all, the expansive forest adjacent to the West District was indeed a natural treasure trove for concealing precious possessions, and revealing this fact could potentially yield benefits. We don't have time for this now. Let's discuss it later. Are you familiar with the terrain in the mountains? Li Xinting inquired. Zhu Pingyan perked up at this remark, interpreting it as a suggestion that his familiarity might be of use in the future. He had no qualms about scouting for them. Given their strength, they certainly didn't need to risk sending a scout alone. This was an excellent opportunity to forge connections, regardless of any trepidation regarding zombies. Fear would have to be set aside that I'm quite familiar with the area near Wusher. When I was a child, my parents worked in the city while I stayed with my grandparents, often venturing into the mountains to catch rabbits for fun. I know several shortcuts, Zhu Pingyan replied, scratching his unruly hair. However, the mountain is vast, and I haven't explored the Isher side much. On the map, this mountain was labeled as Fengwu Mountain, characterized by its low temperatures and abundant moisture. Perpetually shrouded in mist, hence its name. It was strategically located at the juncture of Wusher and Isher. All right, we will inform you in advance when the time comes. Please guide us then, Li Xinting replied kindly. He then handed Zhu Pingyan a gun along with 2 cartridges, stating, consider this a deposit for your guidance. Thank you, brother. I will certainly share everything I know with you, while keeping silent around others. Zhu Pingyan said, eagerly accepting the weapon. The pistol was incredibly useful, compact, and easily portable. It could catch some nefarious individuals off guard. Li Xinting merely smiled, choosing not to comment. Whether Zhu Pingyan would keep his word was beyond his control. Human nature could be fickle, and only interests and strength could ensure matters were handled effectively, as long as he demonstrated that fostering a good relationship with them would yield sufficient rewards. He had no reason to fear Zhu Pingyan would divulge any information. After a night of rest, the team scoured all the slightly larger shops and general stores in the West District, uncovering few supplies. Their primary mission was merely to eliminate zombies, and upon returning, they only needed to submit the required crystal cores. The sluggish economic development of the West District seemed to have slowed the growth of zombies as well. They encountered no more than 5 level 4 zombies, while the majority were level 2, with level 3 zombies barely managing to assert dominance. Zhu Pingyan accompanied them and dispatched around 10 zombies. Carrying a large snakeskin bag filled with various items, pots, pans, and food supplies, whatever was still usable, he meticulously gathered. That evening, the group returned to the base without incident. Zhu Pingyan registered at the entrance. And after mentioning the location of their villa, the others promptly departed. "Hey, buddy, do you know the Chamu team?" Wang Chao, still at the registration desk, asked Zhu Pingyan, who was busy filling out forms after Li Xinting and the others had entered. "I met them during a mission this morning and followed them back to the base," Zhu Pingyan replied cheerfully. "Well, you've hit the jackpot. Their team is one of the most renowned in the base right now. If you can team up with them for future missions, you'll never have to worry about food and clothing," Wang Chao remarked, enviously. "I'm just a minor character. They're only letting me tag along because they've turned a blind eye. If I could truly forge a connection with them, that would be wonderful," Zhu Pingyan said, handing in his completed form along with 5 level 2 crystal cores, as he needed food and could only offer cores as collateral. "Indeed, relationships aren't easily forged," Wang Chao replied, handing over a key. "Here's the key to your dormitory, bed number 3. Thank you," Zhu Pingyan said with a smile, taking the key and leaving the registration area with his snakeskin bag. Meanwhile, after the Chamu team returned to their villa and freshened up, Deshang entered the kitchen. The others had barely settled in the living room when a knock sounded at the door. "May I ask who you are?" He Ning opened the door to find a middle-aged man in a black suit standing there. "I am Chen Lu, the secretary of the base leader, is Captain Li Xinting present?" Chen Lu shook He Ning's hand casually. He Ning realized the situation and led him into the living room. Li Xinting offered a polite smile and asked, "Secretary Chen, is there something you need to convey?" Chen Lu sat down, stating, "I represent Mr. Zhou Fu, the base leader. I'd like to know if Captain Li is available for lunch the day after tomorrow. The base leader wishes to speak with you." His demeanor was relaxed, yet there was an underlying firmness, as if he were merely going through the motions. "I'm afraid our team is heading back to Wushi the morning after tomorrow to eliminate zombies and will likely remain there for 2 days. Li Xinting replied he had initially intended to meet Zhou Fu upon returning, but given the secretary's haughty attitude, he could afford to delay for a few more days. "You just got back, didn't you?" "Captain Li, the Center for Ability Users can see the records of task applications," Chen Lu remarked, his expression turning sour. The implication was clear. He was aware that they had not taken on any other tasks. "Secretary Chen, our team is large, so the resources and the number of crystal cores needed for upgrades are naturally substantial. We had planned to rest at the villa for a night before accepting a new mission tomorrow morning." Li Xinting responded with an air of nonchalance, as if that had been his intention all along. "Captain Li, our leader is quite busy. I suggest you postpone your mission," Chen Lu said, scrutinizing the young man before him, as it had been a long time since he had been treated with such disdain. "However, as the captain, I must consider the needs of my entire team, and I hope Secretary Chen can understand that. We can arrange another time for dinner with the base leader." Li Xinting remained steadfast. "Very well, I understand. I will report this accurately," Chen Lu emphasized, standing up and turning to leave. Chapter 48, Zhou Fu, how did it go? Zhou Fu inquired as Chen Lu entered the room. "In response to your inquiry, Li Xinting stated that he must lead his team back to Wushi to eliminate zombies the day after tomorrow and thus cannot spare the time," Chen Lu replied, his tone laced with sarcasm. Zhou Fu's face, characterized by its square jaw, darkened under the overhead lights. "No time. Did I not say I wanted to discuss something with him?" Chen Lu's gaze dropped. "I would never dare to neglect your instructions, but it seems Captain Li is not inclined to prioritize this, suggesting we reschedule." Zhou Fu fell silent, contemplating. "Very well, if rescheduling is what they desire." It appears he has confirmed his suspicions about their ambition. Wanting a base leader to accommodate his schedule was indeed the audacity of youth. He chuckled gruffly. "Then tell him that we shall dine 3 nights hence on the 2nd floor of the reception area." Allowing Zhou to witness firsthand this young captain, who possesses considerable skill, Chen Lu briefly raised his gaze to Zhou Fu's expression, feeling an increased sense of disdain towards the Chamu team. The base leader was not a magnanimous person. He would certainly make Li Xinting regret this encounter. "Understood. I will relay the message," Chen Lu reaffirmed before knocking on the villa door once more. "Our base leader appreciates Captain Li's commendable quality of being responsible for his team members. Therefore, he has decided to schedule dinner with Captain Li on the 2nd floor of the reception area 3 nights from now. Will Captain Li be available this time?" At this moment, He had little desire to engage in pleasantries. This team had strength but was excessively arrogant, and he presumed they wouldn't venture far. He need not concern himself with maintaining superficial relations. Indeed, I will be available. Please extend my gratitude to Mr. Zhou Fu on my behalf for his understanding, Li Xinting replied, maintaining a facade of politeness. Who cannot speak formalities, Li Xinting would not leave himself open to any criticism in front of others. Chen Lu offered a perfunctory smile and exited the villa, pondering how too late it was for gratitude to be expressed. Oh, you know this Zhou Fu? Xinjiu asked as he returned to his room. From the original text, it was mentioned that Zhou Fu was a smooth and cunning character, a smiling tiger with a heart more diminutive than a needle-less eye, unwilling to allow anyone to threaten his position as base leader through superior strength. I've heard a bit. Prior to the apocalypse, he was a minor leader who enjoyed a cushy position. P.S. Certainly not the selfless individual portrayed in the propaganda, he stated, retrieving his clothes from the storage space and pulling her wrist to lead her to the bathroom. Are you planning something by dining with him? Xinjiu pressed, knowing him well enough that he would not compromise himself without a motive. Yes, I received information previously that he has dealings with certain research institutions. He placed his garments upon the hanger in the bathroom and retrieved the pre-stored hot water from the space to pour into the bathtub. This information reached him after Zhou Fu's self-detonation in his previous life. They had encountered a research doctorate from the Jixin Research Institute while journeying north, fortuitously residing in the same inn as the institute's surviving personnel. One evening, during an amiable conversation, the aforementioned doctor mentioned an investor named Zhou Fu. Upon probing further, he confirmed it was indeed the Zhou Fu from Wuxi. Prior to the apocalypse, the Jixin Research Institute had little public presence, and only through the researchers' dialogues did he learn that they had been engaged in confidential private research activities focused on the evolution of human cells and the testing and stimulation of human latent talents. At that time, the convoy escorting the researchers comprised the most formidable ability user team from the nation's largest ARC base, likely at the behest of Su Yongdao, the base's director at Su Yongdao, as the president of the National Academy of Sciences. Suddenly taking an interest in an obscure research institute's doctor indicated that this doctor possessed information he coveted. The so-called experiments on the evolution of human cells and the stimulation of talents intuitively suggested a connection to the zombie virus. Were these not directly correlated with the phenomena of zombies and ability users? Zombies appeared to be creatures that had undergone a failed cellular evolution, resulting in mutation. As one of the investors, Zhou Fu undoubtedly possessed project proposals and perhaps even some experimental data. Acquiring this documentation might bring him closer to uncovering the origins of the zombie virus, potentially paving the way for a definitive resolution to the pandemic. Therefore, he had no intention of maintaining a standoff with Zhou Fu. This was merely a test that it was understandable for a young powerhouse to harbor a modicum of arrogance, provided his value was substantial enough. He could afford to play the fool, allowing him to become Zhou Fu's most effective instrument. When the opportune moment arrived and he located the repository of information, this instrument could be wielded to turn against its malevolent master. The mention of the Research Institute prompted Xinjiu to adopt a serious demeanor. The term Research Institute inevitably evoked associations with certain experiments. Could it be that the apocalypse was merely the byproduct of some individuals' failed experiments? Currently, this remained speculation. The specifics would only be unveiled upon acquiring the data, which Zhou Fu was likely to possess. He nodded, loosening his garments. Xinjiu was uncertain how he had come by this intelligence. But the source of the information, regardless of its veracity, warranted investigation. After that, do we not need to assist Zhou Fu with certain tasks? She mused. After all, it was improbable that Zhou Fu would entrust the information to those who were neither kin nor allies, and who might even be potential rivals. Resorting to brute force was not a viable option. If the fish perished and the net broke, it would pose significant complications. Thus, infiltrating from within was the most prudent strategy. Indeed, it seems inevitable that we will have to serve under him for a while. Given the diminishing space for human survival and the increasingly severe climate, it is likely that more individuals will seek refuge within the bases. A larger populace translates to heightened demand for resources, and with the current staffing at the peace base being woefully inadequate, he would need a capable assistant. Zhou Fu remained unaware that he had gleaned information about the collaboration with the Research Institute. Thus the adversary remained in the light while they operated from the shadows. Regardless of appearances, the initiative was firmly in their grasp. The Chaomu team was sufficiently numerous and powerful, with several ordinary members who had yet to awaken their abilities, making them excellent candidates for subordinates to exert leverage when necessary. Xingyo nodded as she clapped her hands, realizing that they must maintain their FA aids diligently, ensuring no flaws were exposed. Let us remind Xintang, Jiang Yi, and De Cheng tomorrow, we must keep our abilities concealed. She turned to suggest to Li Xinting. Indeed, I appreciate your efforts, he replied with a smile, pulling her into the bathtub alongside him. Now, let us cleanse ourselves and rest. Hey, I've already bathed, I just changed into this outfit. She wiped her face dry and playfully slapped his shoulder, leaving a red mark. Wash with me once more. I'll clean and dry your clothes later. He caressed her cheek, pressing his lips gently against her brow before descending to capture her soft lips. After a considerable while, she had changed into fresh sleepwear and was nestled under the covers. Her damp hair dried. Xingyo pressed her sore waist and glanced at the man beside her, who was clad only in a pair of boxers. What was that saying? Men are creatures who think with their lower halves. It truly is a profound observation. Li Xinting feigned ignorance of her sarcasm, wrapping his arms around her waist and expertly massaging her. Then I shall entrust all my thoughts to you. Teach, Xingyo pouted, rolling over to relish his massage. In the future, after I wash my hair and dry it, you mustn't suddenly pull me into the bath again. Bathing twice a day is detrimental to my hair. Each strand is a precious treasure that I care for dearly. You know? Not suddenly means I should just inform you in advance. Li Xinting chuckled, surprised that her concerns centered around the frequency of hair washing. At least give me a psychological preparation. If you do this again and I lose some strands while drying my hair, I'll pluck them from your head. Humph, let us see if you fear that. She shook her fist as a playful threat. Li Xinting's laughter rang clear, and he leaned down to kiss her forehead, amusement evident in his voice. Xingyo, you are utterly adorable. Perhaps she was unaware. But under the warm yellow light, her fist's posture lacked any semblance of authority, instead resembling a cute little kitten playfully demanding attention. Do you think that complimenting me on my cuteness will absolve you of this matter? She playfully smacked his thigh. Very well, for the sake of my precious hair, I shall comply. Li Xinting raised a hand in affirmation, continuing his massage with a smile. Satisfied, Xingyo began to assertively direct him, requesting a gentler touch and urging him to massage her legs as well. The bathtub was scarcely large enough for two, yet he insisted on sharing it, leaving her unable to fully stretch her limbs. Confined under him, she suspected he was doing it on purpose. I recall you had the large bathtub from my villa stored in your space. Perhaps we should replace this one with that? Li Xinting responded with a non-committal hum, inquiring, are you not accustomed to this one? Xingyo gritted her teeth and retorted, I can manage alone, but I cannot stand that certain someone insists on engaging in two-person activities in this cramped tub. She simply did not understand. Was the bed not sufficient for his endeavors? Was the soft, expansive bedding uncomfortable? Realizing her sentiment, he remarked meaningfully, my apologies. I shall replace the bathtub tomorrow. That a larger one has its advantages. Xingyo, having spent ample time with him, noted the underlying implications in his tone and immediately issued a warning. Do not forget your promise to me. Be wary of my plucking your hair. I shall remember, he nodded, then asked, shall I continue the massage? She attempted to shift, rolling back over. No. Let us sleep, my dear. Do you not think it is time for some reciprocity? Li Xinting's fingers lingered at her waist, softly caressing her tender skin. What do you mean? Are you uncomfortable? Xingyo eyed him skeptically. Stop trying to fool me. You appear full of vigor. Thank you for the compliment. Li Xinting leaned closer. What I mean is, we could indulge once more. Indulge again, and then head to the bath. Spare me. Why not just make the most of it while we're in the bathroom? Xingyo glared at him, unwilling to cooperate. Can we do it next time? He paused, seizing the moment to ask amidst her heightened emotions. Should they compromise this time or save it for next time? Xingyo contemplated briefly, deciding it would be best to defer. After all, if she truly resisted, what could he do? For tonight, you must behave and sleep soundly. She pushed against his chest. He obliged, holding her closer. Very well, let us sleep. Chapter 49. Conversation 3 days later, in the afternoon, the Chaomu team returned to their villa after settling their contribution points in the mission hall. Li Xinting first went to wash up and changed into a more formal attire, as he was to dine with Zhou Fu shortly. The time was set for 6 in the evening. With an hour remaining, that He Ning will accompany me shortly, he announced while seated on the sofa, discussing the quantity of supplies they had collected with Wu Chong. Understood, sir, He Ning nodded, heading to the kitchen to grab a few snacks. Brother He, why is it only you who calls me sir? Old Su and the others simply refer to me as boss. Xintang inquired curiously, passing through the doorway where Xinjiu had entered the kitchen to eavesdrop on the conversation. He Ning chuckled, revealing, I was the first to follow the sir. After the establishment of the Chaomu organization, it became unavoidable to interact with people from other factions. Those in the underworld, despite their penchant for violence, inherently regard intellectuals with respect that in larger organizations. The second-in-command often addresses the leader as sir to show reverence. The sir is indeed a graduate of a prestigious university, and his approach and principles differ from those around him. This title has become second nature to me over time, when Old Su and the others joined. The Chaomu organization had already moved past its novice stage. They were merely following the lead of others at the start. He explained once more to S.O. that S how it was. He go. What made you follow your brother-in-law into that world? Xintang had long wished to inquire, but had restrained herself from voicing her curiosity until this very moment. Now, seizing the opportunity, she asked directly. He Ning had a rugged appearance, exuding an air of righteousness that seemed incongruous for someone from the underworld. He resembled a devoted instructor from the military instead. After my father's infidelity, I followed my mother. We were impoverished, residing in a village within the city where delinquency was rampant, and she was often harassed. One time, after they had been drinking, they attempted to take advantage of her, and I ended up fighting them off, resulting in the unfortunate death of one that I was merely in the first year of junior high at that time. And due to the circumstances of manslaughter and my age, I spent 4 years in prison. With such a criminal record, pursuing education became impossible. No school would accept me, and I had no choice but to seek work. These events were long past, and after all these years, he could recount his experiences with a sense of calm. However, misfortune struck again 2 years later when my mother was diagnosed with lung cancer. In order to gather funds for her treatment, I took on some debt collection jobs. During this time, I inadvertently offended a gang leader and ended up not only empty-handed, but also coerced into signing a debt note for 100,000. My mother ultimately passed away during that period, unable to undergo surgery due to financial constraints. In a state of mental collapse, I sought vengeance against the gang leader with a knife, only to find Mr. Zhou intervening to discipline them. It turned out that the gang had also extorted money from other members of the Li family, intending to incapacitate him before the college entrance examination. Upon learning of my plight, he helped me press the gang into tearing up my debt note and even assisted in arranging a burial plot for my mother. Not long after, he asked if I would like to work with him. At that moment, I had no other thoughts. My life was already in disarray, and he was my benefactor. I vowed to repay his kindness for the rest of my life. And from then on, I became the second in command of the organization. He Ning spoke of his past with a calm demeanor, and at the end, he smiled, noting that everyone was already aware of these matters. There was nothing left unsaid. Nearly 4 years had passed, and he had long since moved on. His early life was lived for his mother, while the latter half willingly devoted to becoming the most loyal aide to Mr. Zhou. He go. Our team will surely thrive from here on out. Xintang spoke with conviction, aware that He Ning did not require consolation, since they had chosen to let go of the past. Their focus must be entirely on the future. Xinjiu also raised a fist to bump with He Ning. The book had never mentioned the life experiences of the team members prior to the apocalypse. At this moment, she further realized that these vibrant and sincere comrades beside her were indeed genuine beings, not mere flat, two-dimensional figures. Of course, I have always held this belief. He Ning smiled as he raised the bottle of mineral water in his hand. At 6 o'clock, Li Xinting, accompanied by He Ning, arrived punctually at the reception area on the second floor. Captain Li, the base commander is waiting for you in the dining hall. This brother here will join us for the meal. Chun Lu gestured for Li Xinting to enter. Li Xinting nodded to He Ning and pushed open the door to the dining hall. Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, he said as he shook hands with the middle-aged man at the table. Li brother, you're too modest. There are not many young people like you who have become level 4 ability users at such a young age. Moreover, you care so much about the team. Having a sense of responsibility is commendable, Zhou Fu remarked, gesturing for him to take a seat. Though his words were laced with smiles, he was secretly calculating the last time Li Xinting had declined to dine with him. Speaking of which, I must sincerely apologize. The team is quite large, and I was genuinely uneasy about not gathering enough supplies through tasks. Thankfully, you did not take offense, and it seems the people at the base truly hold you in high regard. I still have much to learn from you. By first apologizing, then flattering him to satisfy his vanity, and finally stating that he too must learn from him. Li Xinting had become quite adept at conversing with such self-important individuals. Zhou Fu's smile indeed appeared more genuine, and the wrinkles around his eyes gathered as he patted Li Xinting on the shoulder, saying, "No need for such formality. I appreciate your sense of responsibility. Now, let us eat and chat." Following his lead, Li Xinting began to eat, while Zhou Fu occasionally inquired about the journey of the Chaomu team from Ning City to the Pingan base, selectively sharing some information. For instance, how the 4 level 4 ability users in their team had initially obtained their promotion nuclei by successfully surrounding and eliminating level 4 mutated zombies and mutated plants and animals. I heard Xiao Kai mention that you had received elite education in the past. I was surprised to learn that you honed such impressive skills despite not being valued by your family. Zhou Fu casually remarked that I'm not well acquainted with young Master Zhou, so it's understandable that he wouldn't know. Li Xinting chuckled. Zhou Fu then inquired, "I've heard that the Chun family has some grievances with you." Chun Jiaxing is currently in charge of the management of the Base S Ability User Center. When do you think he will come looking for trouble? Chun Jiaxing is the father of Chun Suhui and the head of the Chun family. Li Xinting cleverly responded, "This is one of the matters I hope to address during tonight's dinner. That I trust that under your directive, the Chun family will exercise restraint," the implication being that he could assist with matters, but he too would require some consideration in return.